I have always believed that I possess a unique talent for the arts, such as painting and sculpture. However, as I approached graduation during my 4 years at university, my thesis advisor delivered a rather disheartening evaluation. You will never become an artist at best. You may attain the status of a skilled craftsman. Listening to the laughter of my classmates, I felt an overwhelming urge to leap forward and assert, if you possess the skill, create a rendition of Zhang Ziduan's Along the River. During the Qingming festival that surpasses mine. Though I refrained from confronting him, my advisor seemed to perceive my thoughts. He remarked, Mei Yuding, your imitation is indeed impressive. It is so lifelike that one might mistake it for an original if unaware of its nature. However, no matter how closely your work resembles the original, it lacks your own creativity. Without personal expression, you shall merely be a master of imitation, never an artist. In truth, I lack any innate talent for the arts. My skills stem from years of learning the craft of creating antiquities under my grandfather's tutelage, which honed my observational and manual abilities remarkably. For instance, in a game of Spot the Difference, I can effortlessly identify numerous subtle discrepancies between two nearly identical images. Yet, this skill is merely that of a craftsman, not the creative genius of an artistic master. I am Mei Yuding, and according to my grandfather, among the 21 households in Meishi, 20 are descendants of Mei Wending. Thus, he bestowed upon me the name Mei Yuding, hoping I might achieve greatness akin to my ancestor, Mei Wending. Overall, I have not disappointed my grandfather. Although I did not become a great mathematician like Mei Wending, I became the first university graduate from Meishi, gaining admission to a prestigious university to study painting and sculpture with exceptional results. In truth, my passion lies in history. From a young age, I was captivated by my grandfather's tales of ancient stories, particularly the origins of various antiquities, which fostered a profound interest in events from centuries and millennia past. Consequently, I often sought out books pertaining to history during my leisure. However, my grandfather insisted that I pursue any field except those related to antiquity, compelling me to choose painting and sculpture instead. The advisor's critique led me to abandon the path of art entirely and pursue the history I had always cherished. Before graduating, I achieved the top score nationally, securing a place in the graduate program for cultural relics restoration at the prestigious Kyoto University. Yet, when I shared this joyous news with my grandfather, he did not congratulate me. Instead, he sighed heavily and abruptly ended the call. I could not fathom why he was so adamant about keeping me away from history, but I sensed it was linked to an incident from 15 years ago. 15 years prior, I was summoned back from my school, located 20 miles away. As I approached the village, I heard a chorus of wailing. Upon returning home, I found the 2 large gates to our courtyard had vanished. The courtyard was filled with people, encircling the gates that lay in the center. As I arrived, they parted to reveal a figure lying on the gate, barely clinging to life. In an instant, I recognized him. It was my father. My father's tendons and ligaments were completely severed, and nearly all of his bones lay shattered, his mouth awash with blood. Only his neck retained a slight capacity for movement. Upon witnessing my return, he merely gazed at me and offered a subtle nod, unable to utter a word, for his tongue was lost. He left not a single word behind. Only 2 streams of tears flowed down his face before he closed his eyes. In the subsequent 2 days, 2 more uncles from our clan were brought back, both with severed limbs and shattered bones, their tongues removed within half a day of arriving home. They too succumbed to silence. Thus, the 3 most talented and promising antiquarians in Meishi, renowned for their antiquing skills, were lost. Meishi, though small, was once celebrated 15 years ago among the foremost practitioners in the realm of antiquities. Nestled amidst mountains and rivers, its picturesque scenery belied its remote and inaccessible location. According to my grandfather, Meishi was not originally a village but rather a temporary gathering place for a group of antiquarians crafting imitative artifacts during the Ming Dynasty. These antiquarians, known as aging masters, were essentially counterfeiters of antiques, yet they preferred their own designation. During the Ming Dynasty, the forgery of antiques flourished in Jiangnan, with a thriving industry and a plethora of masters emerging. Originally, Meishi was not named as such. The ancestors of the Mei family sought refuge here, due to war, and gradually inherited the entire craft of imitation, transforming the locale into their home. Thus arose Meishi and its unique wares. The products of Meishi are exceedingly rare, so much so that you have likely never heard of them. For Meishi stands as a singular existence. My grandfather recounted that since 1949, Meishi established a rule: its people would genuinely age artifacts, refraining from deceit. The processes of aging and forgery are akin, Yet the outcomes are starkly different. In essence, post-1949, anything sold by the people of Meiji would come with a clear declaration to buyers, indicating it was a crafted imitation, not an authentic piece. Nevertheless, the items produced in Meiji are invariably of exquisite quality, and it is a principle that no identical piece shall ever be created again. Consequently, the prices are undoubtedly steep, set at a tenth of the value of genuine items. How buyers choose to handle their acquisitions is beyond the purview of Meiji. However, it is evident that purchasing an item for a mere tenth of its true worth would not solely be for the purpose of collection. Yet, with the untimely demise of the three most promising antiquarians in Meiji, the unique wares vanished henceforth. In that year, after my grandfather laid to rest my father and two uncles, he entrusted me to our kin for care and departed alone down the mountain. As he left, he imparted but a single instruction, to find my mother, as that was my father's final wish. Though I did not comprehend how my father conveyed this request to my grandfather without a tongue, I recognized that my grandfather had already grayed significantly by the time of his departure. 3 months later, one afternoon, he returned, weary and alone, standing beneath the great pagoda tree at the village entrance. His hair had turned completely white, as if 10 years had suddenly been added to his age in the span of 3 months. It was only later that I learned of my grandfather's true purpose for descending the mountain. Aside from seeking my mother, he was also investigating the causes behind my father and uncle's deaths. However, my mother did not accompany him back, and my grandfather remained tight-lipped about the circumstances surrounding my father and uncle's demise. Since my grandfather's return, the entire Meiji has ceased its business of antiquing and creating aged replicas. Although he often crafted various antique items, especially when I was at home, he would subsequently destroy them in my presence. It later dawned upon me that this was his way of bequeathing Meishi's craft to me. Paradoxically, he remained steadfastly opposed to my engagement with antiquities, even forbidding me from pursuing a degree in history. However, I paid little heed to his sighs and devoted myself wholeheartedly to my studies in artifact restoration at the graduate level. In this realm, I perhaps possessed a natural aptitude, or so my advisor believed. Of course, my advisor was unaware that I had been apprenticed to masters of antiquities, whose techniques had been passed down for centuries, since the tender age of 3. Yet, he recognized that during my brief 3 years of graduate study, I had restored dozens of national treasures sent from major museums across the country. I had also published 4 high-quality papers as the primary author, all in prestigious national academic journals. Thus, having completed less than 2 years of graduate study, I was swiftly admitted to a doctoral program. Regrettably, not long into my doctoral studies, I called my advisor to inform him of my decision to withdraw. Chapter 2. The Props. I could only imagine my advisor's astonishment, perhaps even his ire. Why would I abandon my promising path? My prodigious talent. In many respects, particularly in practical skills, I had far surpassed him. When a damaged artifact came into my possession, I could produce restoration diagrams and analyze the original crafting techniques within half a day, proposing reasonable restoration plans. Most impressively, my Hansen abilities allowed me to restore artifacts in mere days, far surpassing the quality of those crude replicas displayed in museums. This astonished not only my advisor but also the foremost experts in artifact restoration across the country. Yet, I chose to forsake my bright future and my extraordinary gift, for my grandfather had passed away. I rushed back from Kyoto to my hometown, and as I arrived, he finally exhaled his last breath. Just as my father had done 15 years prior, my grandfather nodded at me. The difference was that he could speak. Xiaojiu, promise me not to pursue a career in antiquities so that I may depart in peace. How could I deny my grandfather's dying wish? In his presence, I called my advisor to inform him that I would no longer continue my studies in artifact restoration. My grandfather felt a mix of relief and profound sorrow. What a pity! The skills of Meiji, honed over centuries, will now fade into oblivion. Remember, do not mention Meiji, do not speak my name, nor your father's or uncle's names when you are outside. And do not seek out your mother. My mother? Huai Gu. I am sorry I cannot bear to face you all. It is evident that my grandfather remains deeply haunted by the tragic demise of my father, Mei Huaigu, 15 years ago, even in his final moments. He was consumed by remorse. After uttering his last words, he departed, yet his eyes remained stubbornly open, despite my persistent attempts to close them. I failed to fully shut his eyes. He was indeed a soul unwilling to rest. My grandfather's inability to find peace is intrinsically linked to the events that transpired 15 years prior. I had inquired about those events on numerous occasions, yet he steadfastly refused to disclose any details. The inhabitants of Meishi village, too, seemed to have collectively shrouded the incident in silence, as if bound by an unspoken vow of secrecy imposed by my grandfather. Nevertheless, the vivid memories of that fateful time linger in my mind, and while my grandfather chooses not to speak, I dare not forget as I struggled to close his eyes. I made a silent vow. Grandfather, I shall ensure you find your eternal rest. Before my grandfather, I relinquished my pursuit of a graduate degree in cultural relic restoration, yet I had no intention of departing from the realm of ancient treasures. On the contrary, I was determined to delve deeper, to uncover the truth surrounding the deaths of my father and uncles from 15 years ago. One day, I envisioned myself kneeling at my grandfather's grave, proclaiming, "Grandfather, you may now close your eyes. My name is Meijio." After laying my grandfather to rest, I departed from Meishi. My new identity, as reflected on my updated identification card, is Meijio. The details surrounding my new identification are best left unspoken. The art of forgery has always been a game of wits, and those in the know are well aware of the means to procure legitimate second-generation identification through common hotel systems. The reason for this change was to honor my grandfather's dying wish, to conceal my origins as a resident of Meishi. I chose the name Meijio because I am the youngest in my generation within Meishi. Ranked 9th, I retained the surname Mei because my grandfather had imparted that we, as Meishi people, never disclose our names when selling goods. Thus, whether I am Mei or Zhu holds little significance. Upon leaving Meishi, I journeyed to Jinling, the nearest metropolis. My choice to go to Jinling was not motivated by its urban allure or abundant job opportunities, but rather because, 15 years ago, I had discovered a ticket to Jinling in my grandfather's pocket. It was there that my grandfather had traveled. In my quest to unravel the mystery surrounding my father and uncle's untimely deaths, and even to seek my mother, who had been absent for over a decade, I found myself in a state of confusion. However, I understood that this journey would require patience, and my immediate concern was securing my own sustenance. Having withdrawn from my graduate studies, I lost access to scholarships and funding from my mentors. Since Meishi ceased its involvement in the antiquities trade 15 years ago, my grandfather's livelihood was severely impacted. Fortunately, he had managed to amass a modest fortune. Yet, aside from his expertise in antiquities, he possessed little else, relying on his savings for over a decade to support my education, leaving us nearly destitute. When I departed Meishi, I carried with me only a tattered, yellowing album that my grandfather had bequeathed to me, and upon arriving in Jinling, I found myself with merely enough money for a few days of fast food. In this context, I wish to impart two pieces of advice to the young readers, drawn from my own experiences as I navigated the job market in Jinling. Firstly, I wish to convey that if you lack genuine artistic talent, it is advisable to refrain from pursuing art. I am a graduate from one of the nation's premier art institutions, yet I find myself unable to secure even a modest job. The reality is that the opportunities available for those trained in the arts are exceedingly scarce. Secondly, the significance of academic qualifications cannot be overstated, particularly that elusive diploma. I have changed my name, rendering my credentials obsolete. Without a graduation certificate, one is often denied even the chance for an interview, regardless of their actual capabilities. Initially, I sought employment within the art sector. However, after extensive searching online, I discovered that such positions are inherently limited. Coupled with the absence of a formal qualification, I found myself with no avenues to submit my resume. Subsequently, I considered leveraging my expertise in antiques, backed by over 2 decades of experience in antiquities restoration and a 2-year postgraduate study in cultural relics restoration. My graduate studies were built upon the foundational knowledge gained from over 20 years of mentorship under esteemed masters, which arguably holds greater value than the typical 5 to 10 years of study. Thus, with my skills, one might assume that even basic antique appraisal would be effortlessly attainable. Securing a position in any reputable antique store, pawnshop, or auction house should have been a mere formality. Yet, the stark reality was a harsh wake-up call. The field of antique appraisal, akin to traditional Chinese medicine, often favors those with age and experience. Consequently, upon observing my youthful visage, prospective employers dismissed me with a derisive laugh, sending me on my way to smaller antique shops. There are typically only 1 or 2 employees, often including the owner themselves. Meanwhile, larger auction houses demand both credentials and experience, which I could not provide, leaving me overlooked entirely. As my financial resources dwindled, I reluctantly joined the throngs at a film studio in Jinling. I had heard that working as an extra came with complimentary meals and a daily wage of 100 yuan. However, perhaps in a twist of fate, I was not selected as an extra but rather chosen for the props department due to my artistic skills in drawing and sculpture. Thus, I found myself engaged in temporary labor, despite the fact that the role bore no relation to my artistic endeavors. I entered a film production team, rumored to include several prominent stars who occasionally distributed red envelopes. I, however, never received such a token, likely because temporary workers like myself were not considered in their calculations. Nevertheless, the complimentary meals soon became rather unpalatable. While the prospect of working in film may appear exhilarating and entertaining, the reality is rather monotonous. Particularly for someone like me in the props department, my primary responsibility was to set the stage, which essentially entailed moving objects around. One night, as the director hurriedly pushed through the schedule, he exuberantly exclaimed, "Cut! That take was splendid. The emotions were on point. Let's switch angles for another take, and once we complete this, everyone can head home for some rest." The director then picked up the walkie-talkie and called out, "All units, prepare yourselves." The assistant from the props department hurriedly rushed to the disheveled lead actress, clearing away the shards of the porcelain bowl she had just shattered, and handed her a new bowl. The previous shot had captured the moment of the lead actress sitting on the ground and breaking the bowl. However, after inspecting the new bowl for a considerable time, the lead actress exclaimed, "This bowl is inadequate. It is unlike the one I just broke." Although Zhao Xing, the lead actress, may not be the most prominent star, she is an accomplished actress who has graced the Cannes red carpet and received multiple awards. It is rumored that she is quite demanding during filming. The porcelain bowl prepared by the props department was of the coarse ceramic type, lacking any exquisite painting. It merely featured a few haphazard strokes of color on its exterior. The color blocks were applied rather carelessly, some larger, some smaller, yet who would truly notice such trivial differences? "It looks more or less the same," the prop master remarked casually. "Not even close will suffice," Zhao Xing suddenly shouted inexplicably. "Artistic creation is a serious endeavor. The pattern on the previous bowl extended to the rim, while this one does not. It's all right, we've finished shooting. I will have the editing team address it in post-production," the director said, glancing at the monitor, slightly furrowing his brow as he spoke into the intercom. Yet, Zhao Xing cast the porcelain bowl aside, declaring, "No, I cannot perform without an identical bowl. I lack the emotion." Her words left the director momentarily speechless before he yelled back, "Props." Chapter 3, The Porcelain Bowl. Having been on set for just over a week, I may not be well versed in the nuances of film and television production, but I understood that there was nothing fundamentally wrong with that bowl. Even if the color blocks on it exhibited slight discrepancies, or if a rooster was swapped for a duck, it was of little consequence. After all, there are far more egregious continuity errors in contemporary film and television. Moreover, the director had assured us that the editing would rectify any issues. Yet, Zhao Xing remained adamant. It was already late at night, and everyone was working diligently to keep on schedule. The crew glanced at the director for guidance, but Zhao Xing stood firmly on the principle of artistic integrity, leaving the director with little recourse. Thus, he turned his ire towards the prop master. "Props!" he shouted, removing his headset as he directed his frustration at the head of the props department, Wan Li. "Find an identical bowl. Quickly." Wan Li, the head of our props team, was accompanied by 8 assistants and over 20 temporary crew members for this production. Of course, he too was under the supervision of someone higher up, the art director. However, the art director was quite prominent, and the director was hesitant to raise his voice at him. Additionally, the art director was absent from the set that day, as he was reportedly engaged with several other projects. "Bring all the bowls over, let teacher Zhao choose." Wan Li turned to his assistants and barked. His assistants, mostly his apprentices, quickly rushed out carrying a cardboard box. Inside the box were 7 or 8 porcelain bowls, specifically designated for the scene involving the broken bowl, all nearly identical in design. The bowls were laid out in a neat row before Zhao Xing. "Teacher Zhao, could you please take a look at which bowl is more suitable?" Zhao Xing merely glanced at them before shaking his head. "No, they are all different. To be honest, how could anything in this world be perfectly identical? Moreover, these ceramic bowls, intended as props for filming, are undoubtedly cheap and poorly made. Not only are there variations in their patterns, but many of them are also irregularly shaped. Are there any more? Wan Li glanced at his apprentice. They're all right here. Director, how about we venture out tomorrow to find some? We can film this scene then, Wan Li tentatively suggested to the director. The director nodded, about to agree, when Zhao Xing casually interjected, Director, the emotion is right today. I cannot guarantee that we can capture the same essence tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the director erupted in anger, though not directed at Zhao Xing, but rather at Wan Li. Props team, are you just idling away? Is your work so careless? I don't care, you need to find identical bowls and shoot this scene now, otherwise no one is going home today. Everyone on set was left dumbfounded. Wan Li, the props master, was even more bewildered. Not only was finding identical bowls impossible, but where could one even procure them at this late hour? Everyone, take a break right here until the bowls arrive, the director declared, tossing aside his headset and storming outside for a smoke. Wan Li, accompanied by 8 assistants, stood dejectedly around the 8 ceramic bowls, utterly at a loss. Some may wonder if such actors truly exist. Are you fabricating a story? I assure you, there are indeed such obstinate individuals in this world, so do not doubt it. Returning to the matter at hand, I believe resolving Zhao Xing's need for identical bowls is not insurmountable. It is merely beyond the capabilities of Wan Li and his team. Contemporary film production has largely evolved into a sophisticated industrial endeavor, particularly regarding costumes and props, which are often produced by specialized companies. Of course, aside from a few exceptionally large productions that commission custom costumes and props, over 90% of films utilize standard props and costumes. In fact, the props used in this very production were acquired off the shelf. Let's modify it on site. I could not resist interjecting softly. I did not wish to attract attention or meddle unnecessarily. I genuinely wanted to return home and rest. For a mere 200 yuan a day and 3 boxed meals, I had risen before dawn, and now, past midnight, was still expected to remain awake. Thus, I offered my suggestion to Wan Li. He turned to glance at me, perplexed. Who are you? Although there were over 20 crew members present, all belonging to the props team, they were typically overseen by the props assistant, and Wan Li hardly recognized us. Oh, I'm one of the crew members, I replied. Wan Li's apprentice, Wang Chong, chimed in dismissively. What business do you have here, crew member? Go find a cooler place to linger. I disregarded Wang Chong and continued. The differences among these bowls are minimal. Simply select one with the smallest pattern, and replicate the design from the one that was shattered. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe it is that simple? While painting may seem easy, you still need to set up a furnace to fire the kiln, don't you? Without a glaze, they will be scrutinized. No need for firing. A coat of varnish will suffice with a little touch-up. As I spoke, I surveyed the 8 bowls neatly arranged before me. Wan Li couldn't help but scrutinize me from head to toe. Can you handle it? I nodded. It should be no problem. In truth, this task was trivial for me, akin to a mere speck of dust easily managed. Wan Li furrowed his brow in contemplation and then whispered, all right, if you can manage this bowl, once we finish this shot, I shall treat you to a foot massage and a late-night snack. Foot massage and late-night snack aside, if he could refrain from assigning me heavy lifting tasks in the future, I would be satisfied. Without further ado, I selected a bowl and requested paint and varnish to mix. The paint and varnish were essential for the props team. As many props were of poor quality and often required on-site touch-ups, I instructed Wan Li to coordinate with the cameraman to retrieve the footage of the bowl that Zhao Xing had just smashed, then captured it with my phone. Once I had mixed the paint, I compared it to the bowl on my phone and replicated the pattern with a few swift strokes, even capturing the tiniest imperfections in the design. After completing the pattern, I borrowed a hairdryer from the makeup artist to dry it, then applied a layer of transparent varnish to the exterior of the bowl to create a glaze. Once I finished applying the varnish and gave it a blast with the hairdryer, the bowl in my hands resembled an exact replica of the shattered one, at least in terms of the pattern. However, Wan Li looked at the gleaming bowl with concern. It's far too shiny. Zhao Xing will surely notice. Not done yet. I assure you it will be identical. I smiled slightly and asked Wan Li to help me find some coarse sandpaper. To my dismay, there was no sandpaper of any grit available on site. Yet, this posed no challenge for me. I borrowed a nail file from the makeup team. I gently filed down the thick layer of varnish I had just applied, then went outside to the road to gather some dust, rubbing it onto the porcelain bowl, before rinsing off the dust with water. I repeated this process of washing and dusting 5 or 6 times, gradually diminishing the sheen from the varnish. When placed beside the other bowls, it was indistinguishable. Chapter 4. The assistant in less than 20 minutes. I had resurrected a shattered bowl. Wanli held his phone in one hand, carefully cradling the bowl in the other, his face a portrait of disbelief as he examined it from every angle. "It looks identical," he exclaimed. Unable to contain his amusement, he handed me his phone and chuckled. "Who would have thought you possessed such talent, Director?" Before I could respond, Wanli turned and called out, "The bowl is ready. We can commence filming." The director strolled in, cigarette in mouth, inquiring, "So soon? Where did you find it?" Wanli was about to explain, but the director, uninterested in the details, shouted to the crew, "Where's Teacher Zhao?" "She has gone back to the RV," came the reply. "Call her over to verify. If it's good, we'll start filming." In truth, the director was indifferent to the bowlless origin. As long as Zhao Xing approved, that was sufficient. Zhao Xing was summoned back. Yet as she scrutinized the bowl Wanli presented, uncertainty clouded her judgment. She furrowed her brow and asked the cameraman, "Is it the same?" "Indeed, it's identical," the cameraman replied, pulling up previous footage and adjusting the camera for her inspection. Zhao Xing examined it closely, finding no discrepancies, and finally waved her hand dismissively. "I told you we could find a replica. Let us get started." Upon hearing Zhao Xing's approval, Wanli exhaled a sigh of relief and quietly remarked to his apprentices nearby, "From now on, if this person has a scene, we shall never enter the set." I declined Wanli's offer of a foot massage and late-night snack, and he made no further insistence. We shared a cigarette and exchanged a few words. Wanli inquired if I had ever worked with ceramics. I shook my head and fabricated a tale, claiming I had previously worked in an antique market, learning about the maintenance and basic restoration of antiques. Wanli was astonished. "No wonder you managed to fix that porcelain bowl so swiftly. With such a skill, why are you not crafting counterfeit antiques instead of working as a set hand?" "It's merely a temporary transition," I replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. However, the following day, Wanli informed me that I would no longer need to work as a set hand. He had spoken with the company, and I could directly become his assistant. In film and television productions, be it producers, directors, makeup artists, props, or various actors, everyone is essentially a temporary assembly. Once the project concludes, the crew disbands immediately. Naturally, every director has their habitual team of collaborators, and these teams, such as makeup and props, are operated by specialized cultural companies. Wanli's props team was affiliated with a company called Rongxing Media, as I learned when the HR department contacted me. After Wanli informed me that I would no longer be a set hand, I received a call from Rongxing Media. The HR representative informed me that the monthly salary for a props assistant was 5,800 yuan, and after deducting Social Security and Housing Fund contributions, I would take home approximately 4,800 yuan each month. I was taken aback, for I had been earning 200 yuan a day as a temporary set hand, totaling 6,000 yuan per month, all of which was tangible income. How could this be understood? The tone of the HR lady was unmistakably condescending. The company contributes over 2,000 towards social insurance and housing funds, in addition to providing commercial insurance. Are these not worth anything? Moreover, temporary workers receive daily wages. Once the shoot concludes, one must await the next project, during which time there is no income. Indeed, as the HR representative remarked, from a long-term perspective, securing a formal position is undoubtedly more advantageous. Who wouldn't desire to be a formal employee? Yet, I still opted against signing a contract with the company. The HR insisted that I prepare various documents and bring my identification to finalize the contract, stating that social insurance contributions would commence next month. Although my new credentials were in order and even passed scrutiny through standard hotel systems, a formal entry into the social insurance system would expose my situation. Hence, I casually mentioned that I had misplaced my documents and needed to return home to have them reissued, which would take some time. I inquired whether it was possible to forego the contract and start working first. To my surprise, the HR lady readily acquiesced. "Very well, let us proceed with a labor service agreement. However, the company's contributions towards your social insurance and housing fund will no longer be applicable. Additionally, labor fees will be subject to a 20 tax. What? Never mind. I shall continue as a temporary worker, at least, despite the arduous nature of the role. I received 200 yuan daily without the burden of taxes. Wang Li simply could not fathom why I would decline the opportunity to become a formal employee, especially considering how many would covet such a chance. Young people are so short-sighted. Wang Li shook his head, deciding that I would remain as a props assistant, albeit with wages equivalent to those of a temporary worker, settled daily. I initially believed this outcome to be fortuitous, yet after 2 weeks, I realized my error. The temporary crew rises early and retires late, laboring to move items. Although strenuous, once filming commences, there are ample idle moments to rest. Conversely, since I became a props assistant, my time for respite has dwindled significantly. Wang Li assigned me the responsibility of organizing and repairing props. However, I soon discerned that I was being exploited by Wang Li. Each task in film production has a specific budget before shooting begins. Purchases within this budget are largely at the discretion of the group leaders, with minimal stringent oversight on site, provided reasonable receipts are presented. Typically, the props team acquires low-quality, generic props which are mostly disposable. Once damaged, they are discarded and replaced. Upon Wang Li's discovery of my skills, the situation improved. Many props that would have otherwise been discarded for new replacements were now entrusted to me for repair. For instance, a large vase, meant to be accidentally shattered in the script, necessitated the preparation of at least 2 or 3 identical pieces if the shoot proceeded smoothly. However, should the director require multiple angles, preparing a dozen may still fall short. Now, it suffices to prepare 4 or 5. Once a shot is broken, I can swiftly replace it with a new one while I hurriedly repair the damaged one. My speed in repairing the vase on site is astonishing. Before the alternate angle of the shot could be completed, my vase was already restored. Naturally, as long as the props for filming are not too conspicuous, there is no need for excessive precision. However, I have observed that the number of props reported by Wang Li remains consistent with the quantity of shots taken, with not a single item overlooked. One might wonder, does the director not take notice? Firstly, the director is preoccupied with numerous responsibilities and lacks the energy to attend to such minutiae. This is particularly true for larger productions. Furthermore, the budget does not belong to the director but to the investors. As long as no representatives from the investors are present on site, any expenditures within the budget are likely to be overlooked by the director. It is worth noting that these crew members have collaborated with the director for an extended period, and maintaining a harmonious working relationship is of utmost importance. Moreover, the ultimate destination of the funds remains a mystery unless disclosed. Thus, such inflated accounting practices have long since become an unspoken rule within the industry. Consequently, we often witness films that are of poor quality yet are publicized as having cost exorbitant sums. By now, I trust you have come to understand how such funds are allocated. Of course, my role as a props assistant has not been without its benefits. The most evident advantage is the upgrade of my meal provisions. Previously, I was relegated to the most basic lunchboxes, rumored to cost 10 yuan each, consumed by extras and various temporary workers. Now, like Wang Li, I enjoy the meals provided for full-time staff, priced at 20 yuan, which includes an additional chicken leg and a stir-fried dish. However, I have heard that the director and several leading actors indulge in 50 yuan meals. One can only speculate if they contain multiple chicken legs. Chapter 5. Illustrated Compendium. Although the value disparity between restoring props for a film crew and preserving artifacts in a cultural heritage institution is immense, the essence of the work remains strikingly similar. Both endeavors revolve around the meticulous repair and restoration of objects. Thus, I find myself utilizing my expertise, returning to my original vocation. In truth, I had no intention of persisting in the realm of props. My aim was merely to amass some funds temporarily before seeking a suitable opportunity to delve into the world of antiquities. Consequently, during my time on set, I diligently repaired an array of props, including porcelain, ornaments, and even weaponry, particularly as I was part of a period drama production where such items were plentiful. In the evenings, when I found myself with idle hours, I would peruse several notebooks left by my grandfather that I had brought from Meiji. The Meiji Compendium of Antiquities is a handwritten compilation by my grandfather. In my childhood, I recall him mentioning that this work encapsulates the essence of Meishi's centuries-old expertise in antiquing, meticulously documenting various cases of antiquities crafted since the Xuande period of the Ming Dynasty. The compendium consists of 4 substantial volumes, categorized into sections on metal and stone, ceramics, calligraphy and painting, and miscellaneous items. Though it is a handwritten manuscript by my grandfather, a master of antiquing, the illustrations and text surpass the elegance of printed publications. The compendium records, in both image and text, the various antiquities created by Meiji since the Xuande era, detailing aspects such as size, design, material, and craftsmanship with remarkable precision. There exists a tradition within Meiji whereby each generation of masters is required to transcribe the Meiji Compendium of Antiquities anew. The master, as the head of Meishi's antiquing artisans, is responsible for the transmission of techniques, the design of antiquities, and the facilitation of business dealings. My grandfather was the 23rd master of Meiji. The rationale behind this practice is to ensure that each master not only passes down their skills but also enriches the compendium with contemporary techniques and cases. Thus, what began as a slim volume has evolved into 4 substantial tomes. The contents of this compendium are predominantly derived from the cumulative wisdom of my ancestors, with approximately 10% contributed by my grandfather, incorporating the latest techniques in antiquing developed since 1949, particularly those from the late 20th century. According to Meiji tradition, during the handover of mastership, the most recent edition of the Meiji Compendium of Antiquities is to be passed on to the new master. 15 years ago, my grandfather intended to complete the transcription of the compendium and pass the mantle of mastership to my father. However, events that transpired 15 years ago abruptly halted all of Meishi's customs. Consequently, the version of the Meiji Compendium of Antiquities in my possession remains frozen in time, reflecting knowledge from 15 years past. As I study my grandfather's transcription, I also endeavor to supplement the blank pages with insights and techniques acquired over the last 15 years. Had the events of 15 years ago not occurred, I am confident that, in accordance with Meiji tradition, I would undoubtedly be poised to become the 25th master of antiquing, succeeding my father. As I stand among my peers from Meiji, I take pride in being the most accomplished in the art of antiquing, having been personally mentored by the 23rd master. Furthermore, I am the first university graduate from Meiji, having undergone 4 years of study in painting and sculpture, followed by a 3-year postgraduate program in cultural relic restoration. Of course, had events unfolded differently 15 years ago, my postgraduate journey might have extended beyond 3 years, potentially culminating in a doctoral degree. Nonetheless, despite my brief 3 years of graduate studies, my experiences far surpass those of an ordinary individual. Since the age of 3, I have been learning from a master who has preserved the antiquing techniques passed down through centuries. The knowledge I have acquired during my 2 years of graduate studies is, indeed, beyond the imagination of most. It is no exaggeration to assert that my academic prowess in the field of cultural relic restoration rivals that of my mentor, and in terms of practical skills, I surpass him significantly. My evenings are scarce in leisure, with only a fleeting hour before sleep to peruse reference books. Though the wages from my work on set are modest, they accumulate, as the fast-paced nature of filming leaves little time for expenditure. In truth, I rarely indulge in spending. Aside from the modest 500 yuan monthly rent for my small room adjacent to the film studio, I only occasionally purchase a pack of cigarettes. After a month of work on set, I have managed to save over 4,000 yuan. I initially intended to visit the antique street to see if I could find a hidden gem, transforming my modest savings into something more substantial. However, my schedule has been relentless, often returning to my room in the dead of night. On the rare occasion I found myself with free time, it was due to an unfortunate incident during a fight scene, when the lead actor's stunt double fell from a height and broke his leg, resulting in an unexpected break from filming. I planned to seize this half-day off to ride to the antique street, but to my astonishment, as I stepped outside, I encountered a familiar face from the adjacent set. I could hardly fathom seeing Xiao Wu here. Xiao Wu, too, was equally astonished to find me in this unexpected location. Moreover, he could hardly believe that instead of pursuing a doctorate, I had taken on the role of a props assistant. Xiao Wu, my childhood friend, hails from the only family in Meiji that does not bear the surname Mei. Although their residence lies at the periphery of Meiji, at least 2 miles from the main village, administrative boundaries classify them as part of Meiji village. Xiao Wu's full name is Wu Zhaotian. Perhaps his grandfather wished for him to have abundant fields in the future, hence the name Zhaotian, although he inadvertently overlooked their family name Wu. In our youth, we often teased Xiao Wu about this. Little Juri? He would exclaim, his muscular physique and bulging eyes resembling copper bells fixed upon me. Indeed, you heard correctly. Xiao Wu calls me Little Jui. Due to my higher generational status and being the youngest among my peers, I rank 9th. However, compared to others my age, I hold the highest generational standing, even surpassing 2 children. Thus, in our childhood, everyone referred to me as Little Jui, both in jest and as a mark of respect for my family. Wait, weren't you supposed to be in the military? I found myself seated at a barbecue stall alongside Xiao Wu. He had been discharged prematurely due to a mistake made last year, and now he was engaged in roles as a martial artist and a stunt double. Xiao Wu shook his head, effortlessly twisting open a bottle of beer with 2 fingers. We had grown up together. While I pursued my studies in high school and university, he, disinterested in academics and inclined towards brawls, enrolled in a sports school. There, Xiao Wu trained in boxing and sanda, aspiring to join the provincial team, or even the national team, but fate had other plans, and he ultimately enlisted in the military. I had heard that he later joined the special forces, yet since his enlistment we had lost touch, leaving me uncertain of the truth. Of course it's true, Xiao Wu affirmed, a proud smile on his face as he handed me the beer. How could you be discharged after entering the special forces? I inquired. During an overseas mission, I couldn't contain my temper, he admitted, pausing briefly. In any case, I was discharged, but please don't pry, I can't divulge more. To be honest, you know my temperament. I find it challenging to adapt to communal living with too many individuals, so perhaps being discharged was a blessing. I understood Xiao Wu well. He was straightforward, the kind of person who spoke his mind and expressed his emotions openly. What about you? He questioned. I heard you were supposed to pursue a doctorate. How did you end up here acting? My grandfather passed away, I replied, not directly addressing his inquiry. Xiao Wu nodded. I've heard, and I also learned that the old gentleman didn't close his eyes at the end. I will ensure he finds peace, I declared, downing half a bottle of beer in one go. Chapter 6. Xiao Wu, as a stuntman and double, enjoys far more leisure than I do. When not engaged in fight scenes, he is often at a loose end, and, to add insult to injury, he earns significantly more than I do. However, in Xiao Wu's words, I am merely observing the thief indulging in theft, oblivious to the consequences that follow. In truth, I have witnessed the repercussions firsthand. I recall a day when our stunt double fell from a great height and broke his leg, an incident I witnessed with my own eyes. Yet, many experiences cannot be fully understood without personal involvement. Mere observation cannot convey their true essence. During his idle moments, Xiao Wu often visits our set to watch me repair props, and we engage in casual conversation. In our childhood, Xiao Wu belonged to the only family in May Creek that did not bear the surname May. To fit in with the other children, he would follow me around, obediently attending to my whims, for I held the highest standing among us. Moreover, it was he who first dubbed me Young Master Jiu. Young Master Jiu, Xiao Wu exclaimed, observing my nimble hands as I deftly restored various props. He shook his head and sighed, recalling how, over a decade ago, the old master had issued a strict decree forbidding the people of May Creek from creating fakes. Damn it! Is this what you call creating fakes? This is merely props. Don't tarnish the art of prop making, I retorted with irritation. In the realm of antiques, there exists a derisive saying, are you attempting to deceive me with television props? The implication is clear. Such items are deemed as counterfeit as a child's toy. Young Master Joe, my film crew will wrap up next week, Xiao Wu continued. I heard our leader say we must rush to the grasslands for fight scenes. I suspect I must depart soon. As he spoke, he produced 2 cigarettes, lighting one and handing the other to me. I was in the midst of repairing a piece of jade, albeit a plastic imitation. I swiftly applied glue to the piece and set it aside to dry. Young Master Joe, you don't intend to keep repairing props indefinitely, do you? I took a deep drag from the cigarette and exhaled a thick plume of smoke through my nostrils. Do you wish to continue as a stuntman? I inquired of Xiao Wu. Not really, he replied, shaking his head. Why not? Is it due to the danger? Danger? He scoffed. That pales in comparison to being a special forces soldier. Then why the reluctance? It's simply uninteresting. risking my life for someone else's film, without any chance to shine. I nodded, pondering his sentiments, and resumed my work on the prop. Young Master Zhou, Xiao Wu, growing increasingly anxious as I remained silent, urged, "What do you want to pursue? What do I want?" In truth, I felt just as lost. I yearned to uncover the truth behind my father and uncle's deaths, to avenge them, and to bring peace to my grandfather's soul. Yet I had no idea where to begin. Moreover, even if I achieved my vengeance, what would follow? Returning to graduate school seemed an impossibility. I was at a loss regarding my purpose. Yet, the image of my grandfather in his final moments lingered in my mind. For him, the deaths of my father and uncles were the reason he could not rest, though they were not the sole cause. Moreover, the ancient art of antiquing, which has been passed down for centuries in Meiji, met its demise in his hands. Perhaps this was another reason for his restless spirit. I aspire to become an antiquing master. I inhaled deeply, drawing the last puff of smoke into my lungs. An antiquing master? Xiao Wu inquired, his expression one of bewilderment, for the old man had issued a death decree regarding this matter over a decade ago. Why did grandfather issue such a decree? It is said to be connected to events involving your father from years past. I nodded, eager for Xiao Wu to continue, yet I was determined to uncover the mystery behind what transpired that prompted grandfather to impose such a ban. I wished to reunite the people of Meiji, allowing them to engage once more in their beloved craft. Xiao Jiuyi, I will not go to the grasslands. I wish to follow you back to Meiji. I have heard the antique market is thriving. Both the living and the spirits are emerging to purchase relics. If we were to revive our old trade in Meiji, it would surely be far more advantageous than laboring elsewhere. Returning to Meiji, I gazed at Xiao Wu and shook my head. Xiao Wu, unless we uncover the reason behind my grandfather's prohibition on the antiquing business, the curse cannot be lifted, and Meiji shall not resume its former glory. Do you understand? Xiao Wu nodded. Of course I understand. I still remember how your father was back then. Then, Xiao Wu, you should go to the grasslands. Following me, who knows when we might return to Meiji, let alone surpass the role of a martial artist. I will not go to the grasslands. Xiao Wu frowned. As long as I do not starve, I will follow you. Just like when we were children, you devised the plans and I charged ahead. In our youth, whenever we engaged in mischief, I would concoct the schemes while Xiao Wu led the charge, whether it was stealing peaches or ambushing neighboring village children. Each time we were caught, Xiao Wu would face his mother's wrath, enduring a scolding while never betraying the rest of us. Afterward, he would proudly approach us, boasting, "Look, I never revealed your names. I am loyal, am I not?" Having Xiao Wu by my side would be a boon. He was my childhood friend, intimately familiar with my affairs. Furthermore, with his experience in the special forces, my sense of security would undoubtedly soar. My initial rejection of Xiao Wu stemmed from my own uncertainty about our next steps. I did not wish to burden him. Are you certain? I crushed the cigarette butt into a crevice in the wall. Stop rambling. You were quite resourceful as a child. Why the hesitation now? Xiao Wu's impatience surfaced. Just tell me what to do. All right. I nodded. Once this act concludes, we shall depart. Why wait for the performance to end? Don't you receive daily wages? You can leave whenever you wish. I suppose I want to save a bit. I replied casually. In truth, it was not entirely the case. I had yet to finish perusing the Meiji collection of antiquities. Although I was familiar with the antiquing techniques within, they had yet to be tested in the market, and I still had much to learn. Moreover, while I certainly possessed the skills of antiquing and appraisal, I remain oblivious to the current market trends within the realm of antiques. Thus, a hasty venture would undoubtedly lead to misfortune. Consequently, I am simultaneously studying reference materials and perusing the auction records from various prestigious auction houses over the past decade. Our film crew is projected to conclude shooting in approximately 2 months, and I had initially planned to depart from the film base in search of opportunities within the antique market at that time. However, before the crew could wrap up, fortune unexpectedly smiled upon me. One afternoon during a break in filming, Wanli approached me with a lunchbox in hand and inquired, "You have previously worked in an antique market, haven't you?" I nodded in affirmation. "Are you knowledgeable about the trade of antiques?" He continued. "To some extent," I replied. Wanli furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat hesitant. "Well, a friend of mine, actually a friend of a friend, owns an antique shop and is looking for staff. I can recommend you if you're interested." A wave of excitement washed over me at the prospect. What more could I wish for than an opportunity to enter this field? "Oh, thank you so much, Li Gu," I exclaimed. "But don't get too carried away," he cautioned. "You must first try your hand at it. His shop has stringent requirements. If it doesn't work out, you can always return to assist me." Wan Li's reluctance to let me go was palpable, yet I recognized that my prospects here were equally promising. With progress, I could eventually become a props master or even an art director. To Wan Li, I must have been a veritable cash cow. While I was uncertain of his motives for recommending me to the antique shop, I was resolute in seizing this opportunity. Chapter 7. Suguya Ji is the antique shop recommended to me by Wan Li for an interview. Naturally, I took the initiative to conduct some research before the interview, searching online for information about this establishment known as Suguya Ji. It is situated in the oldest antique trading market in Jinling, on Qinhuai Road, and is the largest antique store in the area. Originally named Guya Ji, it boasts a history of over a century, but after being acquired by the Su family, it adopted its current name, Suguya Ji. Before heading to the store, Xiao Wu and I strolled along Qinhuai Road, only to discover that the street was lined with numerous antique stalls, each brimming with a dazzling array of items, tightly packed together. However, the majority of these offerings were mere imitations and fakes. In fact, many of the counterfeit items were hardly more authentic than the props purchased by Wan Li and his associates. After circling the antique street without finding any treasures as showcased in short videos, Xiao Wu and I made our way directly to Suguya Ji. Suguya Ji occupies a central position on the antique street. The establishment exudes an air of antiquity, featuring a charming two-story brick and wood structure, expansive in its facade and impressive in scale. It truly lives up to its legacy as a venerable establishment of over 100 years. Inside, the DCOR is meticulously curated. Despite its spacious entrance, one cannot easily glimpse the interior displays or the status of the staff from the doorway. Upon entering, guests are greeted by a gray brick wall that serves as an entranceway of sorts, featuring an inset circle of glass display cases housing a variety of antiques, illuminated by soft lighting that creates a perfect ambience. This layout ensures that passersby are captivated by the striking antique display while remaining unaware of the shop's internal dynamics. Such a design is undoubtedly advantageous, as discretion is paramount in the world of antiques. At either end of the display wall, there are doors that lead directly into a vast exhibition hall, reminiscent of a small museum. The atmosphere and arrangement within mirror that of a museum, with walls adorned with calligraphy and paintings encased in glass. Below these artworks, a series of display cabinets exhibit an assortment of antiques. In the center of the room, independent display cases resembling small islands showcase sets of 3 or 4 exquisite items, exuding a sense of luxury. To my surprise, this century-old establishment boasts a rather avant-garde design, lacking the traditional counters and shopkeepers one would expect. One might easily mistake it for a private museum. The only area that deviates from a museum-like atmosphere is a designated space for leisurely tea drinking. This section is dominated by a lengthy, irregularly shaped wooden tea table, which occupies most of the area. When Xiao Wu and I entered, we noticed patrons engaged in tea drinking and business discussions at the table. As I was there for an interview and saw that business was being conducted, I opted to act like any other customer, leisurely admiring the antiques in the display cases, waiting for their meeting to conclude before announcing my purpose. Moreover, I had arrived a bit early, and it seemed that they perceived Xiao Wu and me as youthful visitors not particularly inclined towards antiques, perhaps merely there to indulge in curiosity. The individuals in the shop did not greet us. In antique shops, conversations regarding business are typically conducted in hushed tones, a characteristic of the trade. However, within mere minutes of my entrance to view the antiques, I overheard a man at the tea table raise his voice. "What kind of insight do you possess? This is supposed to be the finest antique shop in Jinling. Take a good look. I've shown this Buddha statue to several establishments already, and it is a genuine copper statue from the Ming Xuande period." It was evident that this was not a transaction by Suguyaji to sell items, but rather an effort to acquire them. Unlike ordinary shops, antique stores engage in business transactions as a whole. Due to the unique nature of antiques, purchasing holds greater significance than selling, The adage goes that it is 7 parts about buying and 3 parts about selling. Unlike typical merchandise which may have an expiration date, antiques generally appreciate in value over time. There are only antiques that cannot be acquired, none that cannot be sold. Therefore, acquiring items is of greater importance. In contrast to regular stores that procure goods in bulk, antique shops cannot engage in wholesale transactions, and their sourcing channels are not singular. Any antique can be sold to an antique shop, even if it was previously purchased from there. "Excuse me, but I truly cannot discern its authenticity," said a man in his 50s, smiling broadly as he gently placed a copper statue before the loud man. "How can you not see it? Examine the base. It's from the Schwanda period. Several establishments have already shown interest. Had we reached an agreement on the price, I would have already made the purchase. To be frank with you," the older gentleman appeared to be someone of authority, speaking with utmost politeness. "If anyone is willing to acquire a Schwanda Buddha statue, I advise you to seize the opportunity, regardless of the price." "What do you mean? Is this statue not genuine?" the loud man retorted. "Can a counterfeit be crafted to such a degree? I want as many as you have." The craftsmanship of the statue was indeed remarkable. Its lifelike features stood in stark contrast to the rigid expressions of typical replicas, showcasing considerable skill. Nevertheless, no matter how lifelike, it remained a reproduction. The proprietor then casually lifted the statue from the tea table, weighing it in his hands. "Ming Dynasty copper statues are significantly lighter than yours, for resources were scarce during that period. Craftsmen were meticulous, ensuring no copper was wasted. Thus, the artistry of Ming copper statues represents a pinnacle in history, contributing to their value. However, later reproductions did not have the same constraints, leading to excessive copper usage and diminished craftsmanship. A crucial criterion for identifying a Ming copper statue is its weight. The proprietor weighed the statue again, stating, "I need not elaborate. In my 30 years of experience, I have handled no fewer than 10 authentic Ming copper statues, and yours weighs at least 10% more than the genuine ones. While it is a commendable imitation, it ultimately is not authentic. Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge about Ming copper statues should be able to discern this. Therefore, if anyone genuinely believes this is a Schwanda piece, I sincerely recommend you act swiftly." The man opposite the boss visibly blushed upon hearing those words, clearly indicating that this was not the first time he had encountered such statements. "You speak of general principles, yet they are not universally applicable, are they? What if, perchance, someone in the Ming dynasty inadvertently used a tad more copper? The emperor did not decree death for excessive usage. Who can assert that it must be considered light? Indeed, your assertion holds merit. It is not an absolute rule, merely a summarization of evaluative principles. However, in the realm of antiques, should one encounter an anomaly that defies convention, if its provenance remains elusive, it is better to forego it than to risk an erroneous purchase. Conversely, if uncertainty prevails, ought not the price be adjusted accordingly? What if it is genuine? In that case, your profits would be substantial. Just look at this Buddha statue of mine. Tell me your offer, and if it pleases me, I shall not bother visiting other shops." It is evident that the seller's words subtly reveal that this copper statue is indeed a counterfeit, and he is well aware of it. As I listened to their exchange, I leisurely strolled past the tea area. A glance at the Buddha statue on the tea table took me by surprise. If this statue were truly a replica, it was remarkably well crafted. One could not detect any flaws upon mere visual inspection. The lifelike representation of the Buddha, with its solemn and compassionate demeanor, was impeccable. Moreover, the statue appeared to possess a genuine sense of age, unlike many reproductions that either lack historical authenticity or exhibit an awkwardly forced antiquity. This copper statue, however, radiated the essence of time, its patina rich and warm. Should it indeed be a modern imitation, it must surely have been crafted by a master of aging techniques. Chapter 8. The interview. The man, appearing to be in his 50s and resembling a seasoned boss, gently shook his head. "At Suguya-ji, we only accept antiques, not crafts," he stated delicately, refraining from directly labeling the item as a counterfeit. However, the seller remained undeterred, loudly insisting, "Even if it is a craft, the exquisite workmanship is worth something. At least make an offer." The buyer continued to shake his head and gently filled the small blue teacup before him from the fairness cup on the tea table, signaling quite clearly that the tea was full and it was time to bid farewell. Yet the man selling the Buddha statue was not prepared to concede. "How about this, Mr. Huang? I do not wish to leave empty-handed. I will part with the statue for 10,000. We do not accept anything that is not an antique," came the reply. Mr. Huang maintained his polite smile, adding, "Moreover, no matter how well-crafted, it cannot possibly be worth 10,000. Can it? Perhaps 5,000 would suffice? Suguyaji only accepts genuine antiques. Otherwise, how could we expect our customers to trust us?" Mr. Huang said as he lifted his teacup to sip his tea. Noticing the clear signal to leave, the seller, with a face full of disappointment, reluctantly placed the Buddha statue back into a brocade box and turned to exit without another word. "Take care and do come by for tea," Mr. Huang said, rising to courteously see the man out. Observing the seller hastily departing, I swiftly turned and followed suit before Mr. Huang could direct his gaze towards me. Little Wu, noticing my exit, naturally trailed behind. "What's going on? Weren't you here for an interview?" I replied, "Let us follow that man who was selling the Buddha statue. Do you know him? I just want to see the statue he has. Why not just call out to him?" Little Wu began to raise his voice but was halted by my interruption. "Wait, let us not do that right at the entrance of Suguyaji. What if the boss sees us? I need to maintain my opportunity for the interview. Just follow him for a bit until he walks further ahead." However, the seller had only walked a few meters before turning back into another antique shop. It was evident he was attempting to sell the Buddha statue elsewhere. Little Wu and I stood outside the antique shop for over 10 minutes, waiting for the man to emerge. Concerned about jeopardizing my interview, I instructed Little Wu to continue following the seller while I proceeded to my interview. "Just keep an eye on him. I will find him once I am done. But do not lose track of him or risk getting mistaken for a villain. Come on. Think carefully about who I am. Surveillance, counter-surveillance, trailing, and evasion. All right, Little Wu has been a Special Forces soldier. All right, I know you're impressive. I'll head for my interview now." Upon my return to Suguyaji, I noticed that the individual seated at the tea table adjacent to the exhibition hall had changed. The previous Mr. Huang was absent, replaced by a young woman. She wore her hair in an elegant updo and donned a delicate, light pink embroidered qipao with lace-trimmed three-quarter sleeves, subtly revealing her fair and slender arms. Rather than sipping tea, she was focused on a silver laptop before her, intermittently tapping away at the keyboard. Given her attire, she was likely a staff member of the antique shop. "Hello," I greeted softly. "Please take a look first. If anything piques your interest, we will introduce you further." The enchanting lady did not even lift her head, remaining entirely engrossed in her computer screen. I apologized, stating that I was there for an interview. At last, the exquisite lady turned her gaze toward me. Upon catching a glimpse of her features, I could not help but acknowledge that, indeed, the foremost antique shop in Jinling employed staff of remarkable caliber. This lady's beauty was striking. Her delicate face, refined features, and flawless fair skin were indeed captivating. In simpler terms, she embodied the essence of fair beauty. However, her demeanor appeared rather aloof, which was not befitting of a shop assistant. I would rather take the previous Mr. Huang, whose perpetual smile epitomized the spirit of commerce. Yet, upon reflection, I considered that my presence there for an interview might be due to this lady's impending departure from her position. Thus, it was perhaps unreasonable to expect warmth from someone on the verge of leaving. I nodded and smiled at her, affirming that I was indeed there for the interview. "Please have a seat," she instructed, rising gracefully from behind the tea table and making her way toward the staircase leading to the second floor. As she stood, I realized that her attire was not a traditional qipao but rather a modified version. The upper half resembled the classic style, with a cross-collar and frog buttons, yet the lower half was an A-line dress that fell just above her knees, revealing her long, slender legs. This lady's allure was further accentuated by her statuesque legs. "Uncle Ren, we have a candidate for an interview," she called lightly toward the staircase. "Coming right down," responded a voice that I presumed belonged to Mr. Huang. "Please take a seat," she said upon returning, offering the words casually before resuming her focus on the computer. I found a nearby stump-like stool to sit upon, But scarcely had I settled when a voice emerged from behind. "Are you here for an interview?" I turned to see Mr. Huang approaching briskly from the staircase. I nodded in affirmation. "How did you learn about our recruitment?" he inquired, his brow furrowing slightly, seemingly perplexed by my presence. "Oh, it was recommended by Teacher Song," I replied. Mr. Huang nodded with a smile, seemingly taking my words to heart. As he spoke, his gaze briefly flitted toward the lady at the tea table, leaving me uncertain whether his remarks were intended for me or her. I had no acquaintance with Teacher Song, nor did I know who they were. Prior, Wan Li had merely informed me to mention Teacher Song's recommendation, and that sufficed. I surmised that Teacher Song was likely a friend of Wan Li's. "Please have a seat," Mr. Huang invited as he settled down to prepare tea. I found myself empty-handed, lacking even a resume, which undoubtedly lent an air of unpreparedness to my appearance. "Recommended by Teacher Song, you must possess some experience," he remarked. "I once worked in an antique market." "Oh, which antique market?" "It wasn't in Jinling. It was in Kyoto." "Ah, Kyoto." Mr. Huang, with a beaming smile, urged me to share my experiences in Kyoto. Indeed, I spent 2 years as a graduate student at the Archaeological Institute of Kyoto University, but I hadn't worked in an antique market per se. Nonetheless, such questions do not daunt me. I began with a brief self-introduction and then fabricated a few lines to vaguely outline the primary duties of an antique shop assistant, which mainly involved tidying up the store and attending to customers. Mr. Huang listened with an impassive expression, seemingly unimpressed by my response's lack of technical depth. He then inquired directly about how I maintained the antiques in the shop. This question struck at the heart of the matter, instantly revealing one's expertise. I had been awaiting this question. However, I chose not to delve too deeply or meticulously into the subject, despite having authored several papers on the preservation of cultural relics. Instead, I opted for straightforward language to briefly explain how various types of antiques are typically cared for and what particular aspects require attention. I refrained from elaborating excessively because I recognized that I was applying for a position as a shop assistant, not as a manager or chief appraiser, and there was no need for others to know the extent of my knowledge. Chapter 9. The Buddha statue to the young friends seeking employment in the future. I offer a piece of sage advice. During interviews, it is imperative not to project an image of omniscience, claiming to possess knowledge and skills in every area. It suffices to demonstrate competence relevant to the position for which you are applying, thereby proving your suitability for the role. Possessing excessive knowledge may not always be beneficial, especially when the interviewer could potentially become your future superior. Although I lack personal experience in job interviews, my 3 years spent in graduate school alongside my mentor imparted this wisdom. After conversing for several minutes, Mr. Huang gleaned an understanding of my professional background and expertise in antiques. He then turned his attention to a beautiful woman seated beside him, engrossed in her computer. "Xiaomo, what do you think of Xiao Mei?" he inquired, leaving me momentarily bewildered. What did this mean? Was the boss seeking the opinion of a departing employee regarding the hiring of a new staff member? "Uncle Ren, as the general manager, you are in charge of the store's operations. You need not consult me. My responsibility lies solely with the accounts." The lady glanced at Mr. Huang with a slight smile, yet soon her expression shifted to one of concern. "Uncle Ren, the bank loan is due next month," she began, but Mr. Huang promptly interrupted her. "Xiaomo, let us discuss this matter later." The lady shrugged and cast a glance in my direction. "Allow me to introduce, this is our esteemed boss of Su Guya Ji." Mo. Mr. Huang poured me a cup of tea while introducing the lady beside him. I was taken aback to learn that this elegantly dressed woman, resembling a qipao, was indeed the proprietor. I had assumed she was merely a staff member. Fortunately, I had not misspoken upon my arrival. "Ms. Su," I quickly greeted her. However, Mo frowned slightly and replied, "You may call me Mo. There is no need for formalities." I awkwardly smiled, aware that addressing her by her first name was not a prudent choice. "Xiao Mei, if there are no issues, you may begin work tomorrow. However, let me clarify that our antique shop upholds stringent standards. You are likely aware, given your prior experience, that we deal with valuable items and must conduct thorough evaluations of our staff. The probation period lasts for 6 months, with a salary of 5,000, and a work schedule of 6 days on, 1 day off. Upon successful completion of the probation period, we will formalize your contract and arrange for your Social Security contributions. I nodded in agreement, secretly relieved by the absence of Social Security contributions. Mr. Huang casually handed me a business card, stating, "All my contact information is on this card. Feel free to reach out if needed." I accepted the card with both hands, glancing at it briefly. Huang Weiren, General Manager of Su Gu Ji. Ms. Su. Mr. Huang, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave now and will come to work tomorrow. I held the business card tightly as I stood to bid farewell. Very well, Mr. Huang nodded, smiling as he added, "In the future, address me as Uncle Ren, not Mr. Huang. In an antique shop, it is best to maintain a traditional approach." The interview was refreshingly uncomplicated. After all, this was not a corporate giant. Regardless of its stature, an antique shop remains a private establishment, operating with simplicity and directness, free from convoluted processes or layers of approval. I hurriedly exited Su Guyaji, eager to reunite with Xiao Wu, who was still outside with the vendor selling Buddha statues. Fortunately, the interview was brief. When I located Xiao Wu, the man selling the Buddha statue had just emerged from an antique shop, the ornate box containing the statue still clutched in his hand. This marked the third establishment I had encountered. Xiao Wu chuckled, pointing at the man who wore a gloomy expression as he walked ahead. "Boss." I hastened to catch up with the gentleman, calling out to him, "May I see the bronze statue you are holding?" The man, appearing to be in his 30s, scrutinized me with a furrowed brow, incredulous. "How did you know I was holding a bronze statue?" "Oh, my apologies. I was just browsing at Suguya-ji and happened to see your Buddha statue. I am also in search of an antique replica as a gift." My words seemed to cast a shadow on his earlier gloom. Perhaps he felt a flicker of joy at my inquiry, only to realize that I had seen the statue at Suguya-ji, thus revealing it to be a counterfeit. "Let me tell you, you mustn't heed what the owner of Suguya-ji says. His discerning eye is no better than those outside selling on the street," he remarked, handing me the ornate box. As I opened it and examined the statue closely, particularly the base where the craftsmanship is most evident, I noted the inscription, De Ming Xian De, and the rolled edges, which are characteristic of Ming Dynasty statues. However, this statue was not from the Ming era, as its weight exceeded the expected standards. Some may argue, akin to the seller, whether Ming artisans did not occasionally use a bit more bronze. And indeed, weight lacks a definitive standard. I must clarify, there are no strict standards, yet Ming Dynasty statues would never be overburdened. Given the craftsmanship and aesthetic values of the time, there was simply no need to use excess materials. Doing so would be wasteful. Who would indulge in such folly? It is akin to crafting a gold necklace requiring 20 grams of gold. No one would dare use 22 grams. The logic is straightforward. Nobody engages in loss-making endeavors. Might there be errors? Certainly, albeit the probability is low. However, in this case, it is unlikely. The exquisite form of this bronze statue suggests it was made with great skill. While I cannot assert it was crafted by a master, it certainly bears the hallmark of a skilled artisan. Such a craftsman would not produce glaring discrepancies in material usage. Thus, this is merely an aged imitation. Young man, take a good look. This is indeed from the Ming Xiande period. If you seek an antique replica, then this piece is not what you desire. Before I could begin to negotiate, he had preemptively fortified his position. Quite astute of him. However, since he had resorted to such tactics, I decided to mirror his approach. I placed the bronze statue back into the ornate box and returned it to him. I was simply looking for an antique replica as a gift, but since you claim this is genuine, you might as well donate it to the antique shop. Having delivered my statement, I turned to leave, which prompted an urgent reaction from the man. Hey, young man, please do not go just yet." A man grasped my arm with a broad grin, exclaiming that the authenticity of antiques is often quite ambiguous. "Let us set aside the question of genuine or counterfeit for now. Simply tell me, how much are you willing to pay?" I nodded, feigning contemplation. "I shall offer you 1,000. This statue of the Buddha appears to be a commendable imitation." 1,000? His eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you jesting? In this day and age, if you were to visit any craft store, even the most theatrical replicas would command at least several hundred. This statue, even if it is a replica, is of the highest caliber. You will not find one for less than 10,000. Who would be willing to pay 10,000? You may keep it for yourself, I retorted, attempting to turn away. 1,000 is far too low. If you desire it, the minimum is 8,000. My dear fellow, you just quoted 5,000 at the Suguya Ji. Now you demand 8,000 from us? Xiao Wu could not contain his laughter. Ah, is that so? The man feigned ignorance, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Well then, let us settle on 5,000. I was reluctant to haggle further with this man, fearing that pressing him might lead to his refusal to sell altogether. However, as I reached for my phone, I recalled that I had initially saved over 4,000, but after indulging in meals and drinks with Xiao Wu, I was left with merely 3,000. Alas, I realized that while one might be solitary and frugal, two companions together can become quite extravagant, particularly when two men gather. Boasting and reveling, smoking and feasting become a daily affair. It seems that without such indulgences, meaningful conversation between two men becomes utterly impossible. Chapter 10. Seizing opportunities, Xiao Wu noticed my awkwardness as I took out my phone, so he cleverly pulled out his own and promptly scanned the other man's device to complete the payment. I'll pay you back, he assured me. After the man happily departed, I turned to Xiao Wu and inquired, what does that mean? Xiao Wu furrowed his brows and replied, Young Master Zhou, I've already stated that we're in this together. There's no need to differentiate between us. Your money is my money, and I know you're running low. It's all right, I have plenty, I reassured him. I carry over 30,000 with me as our initial capital. If that's insufficient, I have over 100,000 saved with my mother from my military service. We can use that if necessary. I nodded, reflecting on Xiao Wu's willingness to cover the cost without questioning my decision to spend 5,000 on a counterfeit. For that alone, I deemed it inappropriate to treat him as an outsider. All right, Xiao Wu, from now on we'll collaborate, and any profits will be shared equally. Xiao Wu beamed with delight. Young Master Zhou, that's the spirit. Now, tell me why you purchased this statue. Could it be that it is not a counterfeit? Have we stumbled upon a treasure? Indeed, it is a counterfeit without a doubt. Ah, you still bought a counterfeit? Not all counterfeits are devoid of value. It depends on the nature of the counterfeit, I explained as I retrieved the statue from its ornate box and handed it to Xiao Wu to test his discernment. This doesn't appear to be artificially aged, he remarked. I cannot ascertain if it dates back to the Ming Xuande era, but it seems unlikely to be newly crafted. Although Xiao Wu does not share the surname Mei, his family traditionally engaged in auxiliary roles, lacking mastery in the art of aging. Nevertheless, as a native of Meishi, his insight surpassed that of an average individual even if it fell short of mine. I nodded in approval of Xiao Wu's discernment. At the very least, he could deduce that it was not a recent imitation. This statue was undeniably a counterfeit, yet not a new reproduction, but rather an antique imitation. An antique imitation? Probably a high-quality reproduction from the Yongzheng period. Xiao Wu was astounded. Wow, you're quite impressive now. All those years of studying have not been in vain. You identified it instantly without even touching it in the antique shop? I haven't completed my doctorate yet, I interjected, adopting a serious tone. Do not forget what I mentioned earlier. We must not let others know we are from Meishi. We shall not speak of the past. Xiao Wu quickly nodded, acknowledging, I understand, I'll be cautious. As he handed the statue back to me, he asked, How did you discern its authenticity so swiftly? In truth, I possessed no extraordinary insight. I could not merely glance at an object and ascertain its authenticity. My interest in the statue, along with my subsequent visit to the Suguya Ji, stemmed from a remark made by Huang Weiren. During our time at Suguya Ji, Huang Weiren had weighed the statue and commented, This bronze figure is at least 10% heavier than an authentic Ming piece. His words had startled me, as I had encountered a similar observation in the Meishi collection of antiquities stone book that my grandfather had bequeathed to me. The Jinshi Su chronicles a Ming Xuande Buddha statue that was antiqued in the Yongzheng era of the Qing dynasty. It notes that the imitation of Ming dynasty statues and incense burners was rampant at the time, often characterized by poor craftsmanship and inconsistent quality. Many of the Buddha figures exhibited a vacant expression and a corpulent form. Nevertheless, there were exquisite pieces among them, yet a singular issue prevented these imitations from attaining the status of masterpieces. Their material weight was approximately 10% heavier than the authentic Ming counterparts. The reason for this specific weight, as explained in the illustrations, was that artisans, through repeated experimentation, discovered this weight to be the most economical. If the weight exceeded 10%, the materials became excessively heavy, resulting in an unappealing bulkiness that lacked authenticity. Conversely, using less material than 10%, or striving for an exact replica of the authentic piece, proved to be labor-intensive and time-consuming. Crucially, not every artisan could achieve the same effect as the authentic Ming statues with minimal materials. Thus, a slight increase in weight, around 10%, was deemed the most pragmatic approach. Huang Weiren's remark suddenly led me to ponder whether this Buddha statue could be an antiqued replica from the Qing dynasty. Upon examination, indeed, it was confirmed to be a Qing imitation. The authenticity could not be discerned merely by touch. My curiosity compelled me to investigate further. I refrained from disclosing to Xiao Wu that I possessed the Meiji Antiquities Illustrated Guide, as the existence of this guide was known solely to the esteemed masters of antiquing at Meiji, passed down through generations and not to be shared with outsiders. Are you eager to ascertain whether it's a Meiji piece? I scoffed, for how could our Meiji creations possibly be rejected? Not even the appraisers from Suguyaji could perceive any flaws with the naked eye. Indeed, Xiao Wu chuckled. I believe your discernment far surpasses that of the owner of Suguyaji. Nonsense, I retorted with a sense of pride as I returned the Buddha statue to its silk box. Could he possibly compare to me? Certainly, neither Uncle Ren from Suguyaji nor the appraisers from the antique shops they visited could unveil the true origins of the Buddha statue, a testament to their limited discernment. Of course, they should not be entirely blamed. They recognized the statue as a counterfeit, which demonstrated their adequate judgment by preventing the antique shops from acquiring a fake. However, they overlooked the statue's unique characteristics, missing an opportunity for a fortunate find. The distinction lay in my ability to perceive what they could not, attributed to their limited vision and my alternative perspective. The antique shop appraisers evaluated the statue's authenticity as a Ming Xuanda piece, while I approached it from the viewpoint of its antiquing technique. Consequently, they concluded it was a counterfeit, whereas I discerned it as a Qing Yongzheng imitation. Different perspectives naturally yield disparate results. This reflection brought to mind a phrase my grandfather once imparted. To become a proficient antiquing artisan, one must first be an adept appraiser. This implies that amidst the multitude of so-called experts and scholars, despite their eloquent discourse, sometimes they pale in comparison to a humble artisan skilled in the art of antiquing. The ability to authenticate does not necessarily imply the skill to age artifacts. However, those adept at creating aged replicas will invariably possess the expertise to authenticate. Indeed, Xiao Wu nodded thoughtfully, inquiring, "What do you estimate the value of this Qing dynasty replica to be?" His question momentarily left me at a loss for an answer. Although I have been diligently reviewing auction records from the past decade or so, I found it difficult to provide an accurate valuation for this particular statue. Furthermore, the primary aspect here is that it is a Qing dynasty imitation, not an authentic Ming Xuanda piece. Were it a genuine Xuanda, given the condition of this statue, it would likely fetch a starting price of 200,000. Oh, such a lofty sum? Xiao Wu exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. But this is from the Qing dynasty. The Qing items indeed vary greatly, with some costing merely a few thousand while others reach hundreds of thousands. However, considering the craftsmanship and the allure of being a high-quality replica, I would estimate its value to be around 50 to 60,000. Goodness, Xiao Jiu, have we stumbled upon a hidden gem? Ah, I suppose we might have. Chapter 11. Bo Hua Xian. A single remark from Xiao Wu left me in a state of profound indecision. He asked, "Are you selling?" Deep down, I was somewhat reluctant to part with it. Firstly, while I might not have much money, Xiao Wu certainly did. Secondly, although this statue of Buddha cannot be considered a significant antique, it represents my inaugural venture since leaving Meiji, a serendipitous find imbued with personal significance. Of course, the nature of this antique is rather peculiar. It is not an authentic piece but rather a replica. Whether it is genuine or a forgery is inconsequential. What matters is that this is my first fortunate discovery, and my overwhelming curiosity compelled me to consider selling it to ascertain just how fortunate a find it truly was. "Let us sell it. We can feast on barbecue tonight," I insisted. Xiao Wu was even more exhilarated than I, pointing towards an antique shop ahead, eager to enter. Not here, I interrupted, blocking his path. I still need to frequent this street in the future. If Sugayaji discovers that I snatched an antique from their store during my interview, how could I justify that? It's their own lack of discernment that led to this, not your fault. Still, that doesn't sit right. Oh, by the way, Xiao Wu suddenly recalled. How did your interview go? Isn't it obvious? I can't possibly fail an interview for an antique shop. Alright, you're impressive. So where shall we sell it? Jinling is a city steeped in history, with a thriving antique market that ranks among the top in the nation. Within Jinling, there are 6 antique markets, and the number of antique shops is countless. The largest of them is undoubtedly Jinling Baihua Antique Market. Xiao Wu and I took a taxi directly to Baihua Antique Market. The layout of the market is familiar across the country, characterized by 2 predominant styles. One features a single large building, typically 4 to 5 stories tall, housing dozens of antique shops on each level, reminiscent of an electronics market. The other is slightly more upscale, comprising a row of small villas, with each antique shop occupying its own independent faade. Baihua Antique Market exemplifies this latter style, presenting a more refined appearance. The most prominent shop within is named Bohua Xian, which, upon first glance, irresistibly draws one's attention. Its prime location in the center of the market places it directly in front of the entrance, making it the first sight upon entering. Moreover, Bohua Xian exudes an undeniable grandeur compared to the neighboring shops, which are typically 2-story villas. Bohua Xian boasts 3 stories, clearly standing out. In fact, this 3-story antique shop seems to have been purposefully constructed for them. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wu headed straight for Bohua Xian, only to be halted by my grip. This one is the largest. Of course, we should go to the biggest antique shop, he concurred. However, larger shops tend to take advantage of customers. They often offer the least favorable prices. That's true. Xiao Wu nodded thoughtfully. Let us first visit a few smaller antique shops to gauge their prices, and then we can return to Bohua Xian. Yet, after exploring 3 or 4 smaller antique shops, we found ourselves at a loss for words. Alas, it seems that no one desires it. The situation mirrors that of my recent encounter with a rather disheveled man selling Buddhist statues in the antique street. He too was dismissed after several visits to antique shops where his wares were deemed forgeries. In my desperation, I finally interjected, stating that this was an old imitation from the Yongzheng period of the Qing dynasty, yet they paid me no heed whatsoever. Surely, little ninth master, have these people lost their sight? Little Wu gazed at me with a countenance full of despair. Suddenly, I was struck by a rather pragmatic realization. This was a lesson imparted by my grandfather many years ago, regarding the core principle of antiquities restoration. In the world of antiquities, what you perceive is of little consequence. What the buyer perceives is paramount. Conversely, this applies equally to authentication. Although I discerned that this statue was a fine imitation of Ming Xuande-era craftsmanship from the Yongzheng period of the Qing dynasty, others were oblivious to it. If no one can recognize its worth, then this statue amounts to naught but a mere craft, devoid of value. Thus, an epiphany washed over me. Those television experts, with their graying hair and hammers, whom I had so derided for their apparent lack of skill, were inexplicably revered by the masses, their words treated as sacrosanct. Now, I comprehend. The existence of any phenomenon must be underpinned by its own rationale. Let us proceed directly to Bihua Pavilion. Perhaps, being the largest establishment, their expertise in appraisal might unveil the uniqueness of this statue. Bihua Pavilion and the Suguya collection, where I had just interviewed, epitomize 2 vastly different aesthetics. If Suguya collection embodies a modern museum ambience, Bihua Pavilion resonates with the essence of a traditional antique shop. Upon entering, one is greeted by a counter directly in front, surrounded by an abundant array of antiques. Every element, from the door to the counter and tables, is adorned with relics, creating an atmosphere akin to stepping into an ancient residence, where each item feels like a treasure of the past. It is quite perplexing. Suguya collection boasts a century-long history yet is furnished in a remarkably contemporary manner, reminiscent of a museum. Conversely, Bihua Pavilion, a relatively new establishment in Jinling, has been operational for merely a decade, yet it is designed to evoke the charm of a time-worn shop. The thought processes of the proprietors of these 2 establishments truly broaden my horizons. Of course, both shops, being antique dealers, share certain similarities. For instance, both feature spaces for tea and conversation. However, they differ in style. The tea area at Sugu-ya Collection boasts a long, irregularly shaped solid wood table, while Bihua Pavilion presents a quaint square 8 immortals table. Nonetheless, regardless of the peculiarities in decor, the true essence of the antiquities realm lies in discerning vision. Upon entering Bihua Pavilion with Little Wu, a charming saleswoman at the counter greeted us with a smile, inquiring about our needs. "I have brought an item. I wish to see if you would be interested in acquiring it," I stated directly, cutting to the chase. Upon hearing of my intention to sell, the individuals seated at the 8 immortals table paused their conversation. "Gentlemen, if you have something to offer, please come this way, we can chat over tea." A middle-aged man seated before the octagonal table greeted me with a cheerful smile. I nodded at Xiao Wu and we approached, taking our seats in the grand armchairs flanking the table. The two proprietors suggested we enjoy a cup of tea first. The man who had welcomed us promptly poured 2 cups of tea and gently placed them before us. I casually surveyed the individuals seated around the octagonal table. The one preparing the tea appeared to be either the owner or the manager of the establishment. The other 2 patrons, one around 50, exuded a scholarly demeanor reminiscent of those expert craftsmen seen on television wielding small hammers, while the other, in his 30s, absent-mindedly sipped tea while entwining a string of beads in his fingers, his exact identity remaining elusive. However, the young man's preoccupation with the beads gave him an air of slight greasiness. "What fine treasures have you brought?" the tea preparer inquired, prompting both men to turn their gaze toward the brocade box I held. After a moment's hesitation, I carefully placed the box upon the table. Drawing from the lesson learned from my earlier dismissal, I decided to take the initiative and set a precautionary tone. This item warranted a discerning eye. I prefaced my presentation with a disclosure. This is a replica, though not an ordinary one. I asserted the conclusion that the Buddha statue was indeed a reproduction, distinct from those I had encountered in previous antique shops. Earlier, I had presented the statue for others to inspect, secretly hoping to encounter an unsuspecting expert who might mistake it for a genuine Ming Xuande piece, given the replica's impressive craftsmanship. Yet, I had overestimated my expectations. Those who run antique shops possess a certain level of expertise. Thus, upon arriving at the Bohua Pavilion, I relinquished any notions of fortune or serendipity and opted to convey my conclusion directly, aiming to disrupt the appraiser's conventional thinking. I intended to convey that they should not assess the item based solely on its authenticity but rather appreciate it as an exceptional imitation. Chapter 12. Song Jin Gang Assessing One's Eyesight? The 3 individuals couldn't help but chuckle. "Young brother, you must be new to this field, for this is the renowned Bohua Pavilion, the foremost antique shop in Jinling." The man, exuding an air of expertise, burst into laughter. "The foremost? Isn't that Sugu Yaji?" Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. Just yesterday, he had heard me mention that Sugu Yaji was the premier antique establishment in Jinling, and now another contender for the title had emerged. Indeed, if one were to consider the size of a single store, Sugu Yaji currently held that distinction in Jinling. However, with 5 locations under the Bohua Pavilion banner, could it not be argued that our combined stature rivaled that of Sugu Yaji? Fear not, young brother. Today is your lucky day, for Master Song is present. He is undoubtedly the foremost appraiser in Jinling. The man preparing the tea smiled at the expert. "Mr. Sun, your words leave me utterly humbled. Foremost? It is merely the collective acclaim of our peers," Master Song interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "Master Song?" I was taken aback, recalling that Wan Li had previously mentioned recommending me to Sugu Yaji, also under the auspices of a Master Song. What a curious coincidence. But, of course, there are many with the surname Song in the world. I paid little heed to their mutual flattery and gently opened the ornate box, sliding it before Mr. Sunday. A Buddhist statue," Mr. Sun exclaimed with delight, glancing at Master Song before turning his gaze back to me. "You are indeed fortunate today, my friend. Do you know what title our Master Song holds?" I smiled faintly and shook my head, thinking it was a rather pointless question, as I was unfamiliar with him. "Song Jingang." Mr. Sun's expression was exaggerated. "Do you know why he is called Song Jingang? 7 years ago, Master Song defied popular opinion by unearthing a statue that many experts in Jinling deemed a forgery. This statue was later sent to Shanghai and Kyoto for expert appraisal and underwent various tests, ultimately confirmed to be an authentic piece. It fetched an astounding 37 million at auction. Thus, Master Song earned the moniker Song Jingang, signifying his eminent expertise in Buddhist iconography, placing him among the elite in the country. Naturally, I felt a swell of joy within me, pondering that if this were true, then my fortune today was indeed remarkable. I had finally encountered someone capable of discerning value. Master Song, might you assist us in evaluating this piece? Mr. Sun suggested, preparing to hand the ornate box to him. However, Master Song quickly gestured otherwise. Let Mr. Sun take a look first. After all, this is your domain. Mr. Sun nodded but did not immediately proceed. Instead, he turned to the young man seated directly opposite the entrance, who had remained silent throughout. Second boss, would you care to take a look first? The young man, referred to as the second boss, chuckled at this and casually sipped from a small teacup. Uncle Sun, please don't put me in a predicament. In front of two esteemed practitioners of traditional medicine, you want me to take the pulse? Hurry up. Let us not keep them waiting. Mr. Sun offered a somewhat awkward smile before directly taking the statue into his hands for inspection. An extraordinary replica, Mr. Sun murmured, echoing my previous words, while meticulously examining the Buddha statue. The appraisal of antiques is remarkably akin to the practice of traditional Chinese medicine. It was evident that Mr. Sun was a seasoned expert in the field. He scrutinized the statue with his eyes, then touched it, and astonishingly, even sniffed it. Yes, you read that correctly. He inhaled deeply beneath his nose. The act of smelling is a crucial method in antique appraisal, particularly for metal and stone artifacts. What is he smelling for? The presence of blood, fecal odors, or earthy scents. Many antiquing techniques produce such aromas. In truth, antique appraisal is not as convoluted or time-consuming as many might presume. Typically, an antique can be assessed in just a few minutes. Mr. Sun took only 2 or 3 minutes, which was a testament to the precautionary measures I had previously undertaken. Otherwise, I suspect he would have reached a conclusion in mere moments. After his examination, Mr. Sun remained silent, placing the statue back into its ornate box before sliding it towards Mr. Song. Without inquiring about Mr. Sun's assessment, Mr. Song promptly took hold of the statue to examine it, employing a method similar to Mr. Sun's. After inspecting the statue, Mr. Song did not return it but instead turned to Mr. Sun with a smile, saying, Mr. Sun, what do you think? Of course, I wouldn't dare to make a statement in your presence. Mr. Song chuckled, showing no hesitation. This statue was indeed a remarkable imitation, with a lifelike form and an imposing presence. The craftsmanship was exceptional, nearly identical to the authentic pieces from the Ming dynasty. However, it did possess a slight excess in weight, a common flaw among reproductions. Nevertheless, it was still commendable. After much discussion, it was all rather trivial. Yet, this was not a newly made imitation. It appeared to have some historical depth. Now that was the crux of the matter. Truly, Mr. Song Jingang was no novice. However, I had taken precautions before their examination. If they could not discern this, they ought to reconsider their profession. Mr. Sun nodded in agreement. New imitations, regardless of how they are treated, inevitably bear some signs of their origin. Nonsense, I thought to myself with a silent scoff. It was evident that he had not seen the true mastery of the trade. A genuine aged reproduction crafted by a true artisan exhibits no trace of such flaws. Mr. Song nodded in accord, noting that the patina was thick and lustrous, suggesting it had been around for decades. He speculated that this statue could be traced back to the Republic of China, a period known for exquisite imitations. What? I nearly choked on my disbelief. I had assumed Mr. Song Jingang possessed genuine expertise, but it appeared he was merely a charlatan. The Republic of China? This was from the Qing dynasty, specifically the Yongzheng era. Xiao Wu, unable to contain himself any longer, exclaimed in protest. Yongzheng? Mr. Song paused, then laughed. Young man, how did you arrive at that conclusion? Mr. Song Jingang's retort left Xiao Wu speechless, forcing him to glance at me in confusion. Yet what could I say? I could hardly mention that it was recorded in the Meiji collection of ancient artifacts. From the Republican era to the present, no more than a century has elapsed. However, The temporal accumulation upon this statue is evidently far greater than a mere 100 years. I recall that during the Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong periods, exquisite replicas were produced, specifically imitating Ming Dynasty Buddhist statues and bronze censers. I tentatively responded, attempting to reconcile the conclusion that Xiao Wu had hastily attributed to the Yongjing era. Teacher Song did not dismiss my statement. Rather, he regarded me with a faint smile. It appears that the youth possesses some knowledge in this domain, suggesting he came prepared. Teacher Song, glancing at Mr. Sun, then turned to me and remarked, however, this does not definitively attribute it to the Yongzheng period. There are no distinct characteristics present that can substantiate such a claim, be it in the inscriptions or the craftsmanship. One cannot simply declare it to be Yongzheng based solely on assertion. Why could it not be from the Qianlong or Guangxu periods? This is a replica. How could it possibly bear inscriptions? Should it read made in a certain year and month? Yet, his words left me momentarily speechless, for he was indeed correct. Of course, I am not asserting that it cannot be from the Yongjing era. I merely indicated that it at least reflects elements from the Republican period. The eloquence with which Song Jingang articulated this point is a pity not to be broadcast on television. It embodies the very essence of a televised antique appraisal program. Chapter 13. The seedling. I found myself at a loss for words in response to Song Jingang's remarks, for he was undeniably correct. The precise dating of antiques is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Most antiquities, unless marked by clear characteristics, cannot be definitively dated, even if they are unearthed artifacts. The fact that this particular Buddha statue is merely an imitation adds to the ambiguity. Thus, I have come to comprehend the fervent idolization of these experts and scholars in contemporary society. There exists a palpable demand for their endorsement. Many antiques cannot be accurately classified by era, provenance, authenticity, or value. However, once an expert appraises them, the uncertainties transform into certainties. The delineation between genuine and fake, the determination of age, and the discussion of value all become unequivocal. Even if an item is a counterfeit, if it is deemed authentic by these so-called experts, then it is accepted as such. Consequently, I could only manage a wry smile and remain silent. The world of antiquities is indeed far more intricate than I had initially imagined. Despite my keen eye, what could I truly accomplish? Noticing my lack of rebuttal, Song Jingang gently placed the statue back into the brocade box and handed it to Mr. Sunday. What is your surname, esteemed boss? Mr. Sun inquired cheerfully as he refilled my teacup. No need for formality, I replied. And you? Sun Wensher, the head of Bawakshuan. Boss. What price do you intend to set for this Buddha statue? What price? To be honest, I was uncertain. I refrained from stating a figure outright, instead taking a sip of tea while contemplating my offer. Firstly, since the statue is a replica, it could not possibly command the prices associated with authentic Ming Xuande pieces. Secondly, Song Jingang had just suggested it dated to the Republic era, and I lacked irrefutable evidence to argue for an earlier period. Thus, I surmised that even a Qing Yongjing price would be unlikely to be met. In other words, according to the recent appraisal, this statue would not be worth much. If the statue were indeed an authentic Ming Xuande, it should fetch at least 2 million, correct? I ventured, casting a tentative glance at Sun Wensher. He nodded. If it were truly from the Ming Xuande period, given its condition and craftsmanship, 2 million would be quite conservative. I nodded in agreement, thinking that this was precisely the affirmation I sought. Yet, it was somewhat regrettable that this was merely a Qing imitation. Although the precise period within the Qing dynasty was uncertain, it mattered little. I paused briefly before setting down my teacup and continued. What is significant, however, is that this imitation is exceptionally well crafted, to the point where it could almost be mistaken for genuine. Upon finishing my statement, I glanced at Song Jingang to gauge his reaction. He smiled subtly, not overly dramatic. The craftsmanship of the statue indeed reflected remarkable skill. The only drawback was that the materials felt a touch too heavy, slightly diminishing its authenticity. Were it not for that detail, discerning its true nature would have been far more challenging. However, the concept of weight lacks a standardized measure. Without an authentic Ming Xuande Buddha statue for comparison or decades of experience like that of Master Song and General Sun, it is indeed challenging for ordinary collectors to discern authenticity. My statement elicited a glance and a chuckle between Song Jingang and Sun Wensher. can barely be considered a high imitation, Song Jingang concluded with a nod. Barely? I discerned that he was intentionally downplaying the stature of this Buddha statue. Nevertheless, being classified as a high imitation is still commendable. I nodded slightly in agreement with Song Jingang's assessment. I refrained from further comment, instead observing General Sun for his reaction. My words, though subtly articulated, were undoubtedly comprehended by these two gentlemen. The implication was unmistakable. They could very well sell this Buddha statue as an authentic Ming Xuanda piece to the right collector. There is a saying in the antique world, one imparted to me by my grandfather: low imitations deceive the inexperienced. High imitations deceive the skilled. Exquisite imitations deceive the great collectors. Given that this piece qualifies as a high imitation, it possesses considerable potential. Some may find this amusing, thinking that they are not foolish enough to fall for such insinuations. Whether they are deceived remains uncertain. However, one thing is clear. A prominent antique shop like Bawakshuan, with its extensive network and clientele, caters to a diverse range of customers. From novices to seasoned experts, and even veteran collectors, they all exist within this sphere. Yet this is not the crux of the matter. The key lies in the authority that Bawakshuan commands, exemplified by the presence of Song Jingang. If he were to endorse it, even if doubts about its weight were raised, who would dare question him if he merely stated that it falls within an acceptable range? In the realm of antiques, the combination of platform and authority renders the improbable almost achievable. Nonetheless, it remains a replica. While the antique trade relies on individual discernment, Bawakshuan has always adhered to authenticity. It is what it is. Sun Wunsher, pouring me another cup, remarked, "Boss May, let us dispense with the pretense. Just speak plainly." I was uncertain whether my strategy would yield results, but having articulated my thoughts, I had to press on. 200,000, I declared, my voice soft yet distinctly clear. 200,000. Sun Wunsher erupted in laughter. Not only he, but even Xiao Wu beside him was taken aback. Recalling my earlier estimation of the statue's worth at around 50 to 60,000. Now, with such a bold demand of 200,000, Xiao Wu's astonishment was certainly understandable. However, was I truly making an exorbitant demand? The perspective from which one views it is crucial. If one considers the statue solely as an old Qing imitation, then indeed, it is a hefty price, as it would only be worth a few thousand. The reality, however, is that I am not merely selling an old imitation. I am offering a piece aged to resemble an authentic relic, priced at a mere tenth of its genuine value. What then is a 15 years ago, Meiji artifacts were merely seedlings for buyers, a fact well understood by all. Buyers acquired them not for the sake of collection, but to nurture them until they could be sold as genuine articles. Certainly, the present statue is far from the quality of Meiji goods, making its price, set at 10% of that of a genuine piece, somewhat excessive. However, as Sun Wunsher just mentioned, if it were an authentic item, it would command far more than 2 million. Therefore, a price of 200,000 for a seedling is not exorbitant. Moreover, this statue possesses historical significance, being an old imitation rather than a new one. Mr. May, even the finest Buddhist sculptures from the Republic of China would be overpriced at 200,000, Sun Wunsher remarked, shaking his head. The worth is contingent on Mr. Sun's perspective. If one considers only the Republic of China or even the Yongzheng period, 200,000 indeed appears steep. Yet, should there be a possibility of it being from the Ming Xuanda era, then that price is quite reasonable. My words elicited surprise from both Sun Wunsher and Song Jingang, causing them to pause momentarily. I realized my statement had been rather blunt, but refraining from speaking would hinder my goal. Sometimes endeavors lack perfection. My words clearly signaled to Sun Wunsher that I was peddling seedlings. In the realm of ancient artifacts, few truly comprehend the art of aging and selling seedlings, particularly someone as youthful as I appear. Sun Wunsher cast a puzzled glance my way before turning to the second boss, who had remained silent throughout the discussion. Noticing Sun Wunsher's gaze, the second boss shrugged, indicating it was up to him. Sun Wunsher nodded slightly and then looked towards Song Jingang, who merely smiled without offering a definitive nod or shake of the head, stating, "This is your shop's business. I am merely here for tea." Sun Wunsher smiled back at him and then turned his attention to me, exclaiming, "Mr. May is indeed youthful and accomplished, with a wealth of experience. The phrase wealth of experience carried its own depth. I refrained from responding, neither affirming nor denying, as some matters are better left implied. To be candid, I could only appraise the statue at 50,000. What do you think? 50,000 is already a fair valuation for this statue, and it is not an insignificant offer. Had the previous store at Bohuaxian presented the statue, I would have agreed to 50,000. However, I am no longer selling the statue itself but rather its potential value, its seedling price. Thus, having already stated my position, it would be impossible for me to sell it for 50,000 now. Chapter 14. The optimal path. I gently closed the brocade box. Mr. Sun, I apologize for the disturbance. Having uttered these words, I rose and exited alongside Xiao Wu. The dynamics of negotiation within the antique trade are intricate. Many sellers often resort to the tactic of walking away with their items, anticipating the buyers to call them back. However, seasoned buyers typically refrain from such invitations, for they understand that if a seller is inclined to part with their possession, they will eventually return, and should they wish not to sell, a call back would prove futile. Our departure from the Bohuaxian was smooth and decisive, devoid of any semblance of negotiation. After all, I was not in immediate need of funds. Yet, scarcely had we traversed a mere dozen meters from the establishment when Sun Wensher pursued us. Boss May, do take a moment, he called out with a jovial demeanor. To be honest, my offer of 50,000 is quite generous, I replied with a smile. That depends on one's perspective, he countered, sharing a smile in return. This Buddha statue, dating back to the Ming Xuande period, is indeed rare. 200,000 presents a considerable risk. Bohuaxian is renowned as the finest in Jinling. Do you truly deem 200,000 a risk? I retorted. Moreover, risk and reward coexist. Should it succeed, the returns could exceed tenfold. Sun Wensher, seemingly non-committal, suddenly regarded me with keen interest. Boss May, you appear rather unfamiliar. Typically, I recognize all collectors who frequent the antique market 2 or 3 times or more, especially someone of your stature. You seldom visit the antique market, do you? Oh, I previously resided in Kyoto. Ah, that explains it. The antiquities scene in Kyoto is indeed a haven of hidden talents, he remarked, bestowing upon me a compliment before steering back to the matter at hand. Boss May, how about this? I offer you 100,000 for the statue, which far surpasses the value of those produced during the Republic era. I remained oblivious to the conversation transpiring at the 8 Immortals table after I departed with the brocade box. However, I surmised that the trio was deliberating whether this statue could be deemed a viable investment and to what extent. Yet, given Sun Wensher's pursuit, the answer was likely affirmative. Feigning contemplation, I proposed, Mr. Sun, let us do this. A compromise of 150,000, a firm offer, no negotiations. If agreeable, splendid. If not, we may collaborate another time. With this declaration, I effectively blocked any further attempts at haggling from Sun Wensher. He, too, feigned a thoughtful frown, then, gritting his teeth, nodded in agreement. Very well, it's a deal. The Qing dynasty replica statue had astonishingly sold for the considerable sum of 150,000, which truly exceeded my expectations. Initially, I had estimated its worth to be merely 50 to 60,000. Xiao Wu, equally astonished, guzzled down a bottle of beer, and midway through, abruptly pulled the bottle from his lips, spilling foam everywhere. Ah! Xiao Wu suddenly exclaimed. Young Master Jiu, it just struck me. This afternoon, you were selling seedlings. Xiao Wu, a worthy companion from Mei Shi, had discerned that what I had sold earlier were indeed seedlings. It is noteworthy that although this era sees both humans and spirits engaging in the antique trade, with countless individuals claiming to be collectors, few have truly heard of the practice of aging and selling seedlings. This is a deeply concealed corner of the antiquities world, inaccessible to the average collector. Even if one is ruthlessly exploited, it often results in mere ridicule or is discreetly hidden from sight to avoid embarrassment. The more significant the collector, the more invaluable the treasures they possess, and these are often kept under wraps, away from prying eyes. The antiquities realm places an extraordinary emphasis on reputation, as one's standing reflects discernment, and discernment equates to wealth. Moreover, the term is considered taboo among antique dealers, and it is a word that, in principle, should never be uttered, especially by those who purchase and nurture such items. Even seasoned practitioners like Sun Wensher, with decades of experience, refrain from mentioning it during our afternoon transactions, despite his clear understanding that he is indeed acquiring. Little Ninth Master, you have defied the old master's stern edict by engaging in the art of forgeries. To be candid, I never intended to contravene my grandfather's command from 15 years ago. Yet, certain circumstances serendipitously guided me onto this path of imitation, a turn of events I could never have anticipated. However, the manner in which one embarks on this journey is of little consequence. From the moment I departed from Meiji, I realized that to grant my grandfather peace in the afterlife, I would inevitably traverse the road of imitation. This is my forte and the optimal route to uncover the truths of events from 15 years past. I began working as a clerk at Suguya-ji, while I encouraged Xiao Wu to seek employment at the film base in Jinling. After all, I am merely a humble clerk, and it would be unseemly to have an assistant accompany me. My role at Suguya-ji was relatively relaxed, even more so than during my postgraduate studies at Kyoto University. I would arrive before 9 each morning, at which time Uncle Ren would already be seated at the tea table, savoring his brew. He was always the first to arrive and the last to depart, as the keys to the store were entrusted to him. The items in the antique shop are of considerable value, and as an unofficial clerk, I was not yet entrusted with such an important responsibility. Upon entering the shop, my routine began with tidying up. In truth, there was little to clean, merely a symbolic dusting of the display cases and mopping of the floors. Daily cleaning was more a ritual than a necessity, for the shop itself was hardly dirty. The foot traffic was minimal, with most patrons being well-dressed and cultured individuals, ensuring the shop remained pristine. Furthermore, the museum-like decor of Suguya-ji only accentuated its cleanliness. After tidying up, my next task involved inspecting the antiques in the display cases for any irregularities and documenting them accordingly. Many antiques were stored in a large safe on the second floor, out of my reach, and these were inspected solely by Uncle Rin. Overall, Suguya-ji, a venerable establishment, maintained a commendable level of management, reminiscent of a public museum in some respects. Typically, after I complete my cleaning and inspect the antiques in the display cabinet, I find myself seated at the tea table, savoring a cup of tea, by which time it is often past 9:30. Once I have enjoyed 2 cups of tea and engaged in a casual conversation with Uncle Ren, the proprietor, Suemo, punctually enters at 10 o'clock, one hand grasping a silver laptop bag and the other cradling a cup of coffee. As Uncle Ren puts it, Suemo is a returnee from overseas, having studied art market investment in France, embodying an international flair. She arrives at work on time and leaves punctually, maintaining an impeccable sense of timing. Truly cosmopolitan. While Uncle Ren speaks with an even demeanor, I cannot help but discern a hint of dissatisfaction towards Suemo. The current state of Suguya-ji is a result of Sumo's renovations upon her return, aimed at transforming the traditional operational methods into a more advanced and international approach to antique and art commerce. Not only has the decorative style changed, but the pricing of the antiques has also been adjusted. Unlike conventional antique shops, which often inflate their prices, the items at Suguya-ji are marked at realistic values, leaving little room for negotiation. Antiques are ultimately valued for their historical significance and cultural ambience. A complete westernization of approach is simply unfeasible. As Uncle Ren sips his tea, he gazes toward the entrance, acknowledging that while we must humbly embrace certain progressive Western concepts, like the museum-like interior that many longtime patrons find refreshing, newness does not necessarily equate to quality. Chapter 15. The double-eared Zune, as Renshu eloquently remarked, Xiao Mei, you have become quite familiar with the routine. I can finally take a 2-day respite. You cannot fathom the toll it has taken on me. I have been laboring incessantly for nearly half a year without a single day of rest. During my unremarkable fortnight at Suguya-ji, Renshu decided to take a leave to attend to matters in his hometown. On that morning, it was not I who opened the door, but rather our proprietor, Suemo. However, it was not until after 9 o'clock that she hurriedly approached, clutching her laptop bag and a cup of coffee. Upon seeing me waiting at the entrance for an extended period, she appeared slightly embarrassed. "What time do you usually arrive?" she inquired. "Goodness, Is this how a boss behaves? Not even aware of when your employees start work? 8:30, I replied. She glanced at her exquisite Longines watch and exclaimed, "You've been waiting for over half an hour." I merely smiled and refrained from responding. In truth, I had previously suggested to Rinshu that there was no necessity to open the antique shop so early. Who would be inclined to peruse antiques at such an unearthly hour? While speaking, Suemo handed me her coffee. "I don't drink coffee. It's not for you. Just hold it for me while I get the keys," she replied. I awkwardly accepted the coffee and seized the opportunity to voice a curiosity that had long lingered in my mind. "Boss, considering that Suguyaji is the premier antique shop in Jinling, isn't it a bit sparse to have only one employee? In its heyday, Suguyaji employed 4 attendants under Rinshu's supervision, but he has dismissed them all since last year," Suemo elucidated, as she unlocked the door. "You are the sole employee. Had I not insisted, he wouldn't have hired anyone at all. Can one person manage all this?" I mused, lightly walking toward the tea preparation area and placing the coffee on Suemo's customary seat. "Regrettably, the past 2 years have proven challenging for business," she lamented. "Challenging?" I was nearly incredulous. One must remember the adage. In chaotic times, gold flourishes. In prosperous times, antiques thrive. In this era of peace and stability, the antique trade should be thriving, particularly in recent years. As the real estate market stagnates, affluent individuals who once invested in properties are now turning their attention to antiques. For those engaged in the antique business, the pressing concern is not whether they can sell, but rather the scarcity of quality antiques. Presently, whenever a rare item surfaces, it is swiftly snatched up at exorbitant prices, for the number of wealthy individuals is simply overwhelming. While Suemo's words left me perplexed, I was about to inquire further when she abruptly composed herself, her expression turning cold as she stated, "Meijio, focus on your tasks. If there's nothing urgent, please refrain from calling me. I have a busy day ahead." It was evident that Suemo was not inclined to discuss shop matters further. With that, she seated herself and began to navigate her computer. During my 2-week tenure at Suguyaji, I had observed her fixated on her screen daily. A cursory glance revealed that most of her work revolved around financial spreadsheets. I found it difficult to comprehend why this captivating woman spent her days calculating figures. What accounts could possibly warrant such diligence in an antique shop? Once the shop was opened, I dutifully commenced my work. Upon completing my cleaning duties, I began to meticulously inspect the antiques displayed in the cabinet. As I examined a display column situated in the center of the hall, I was suddenly struck by a troubling anomaly concerning a Qing dynasty, Qianlong period, famille rose vase adorned with birds and phoenixes, which was priced at 1,388,000. To my dismay, I noticed that one of its ears bore a minute crack. Although the fissure was exceedingly fine and nearly imperceptible to the casual observer behind the glass, my keen observational skills set me apart, having scrutinized these antiques daily. Thus, I approached and immediately discerned the issue. I hastily unlocked the display column's door for a thorough examination. Indeed, the crack was present. "Boss, there seems to be a problem with this vase," I called out to Suemo. "What is it?" she replied, not lifting her gaze. "One of the ears has a crack." "Oh, let us wait for Uncle Run to handle it when he returns." "What?" I felt a wave of frustration. A valuable antique worth over 100,000 was compromised, and she remained unfazed. "Could you at least take a look?" "Business matters are entrusted to Uncle Ren. Our roles are clearly delineated. Just wait for him to come back." I was astounded by her nonchalance. Since Suemo chose not to engage, I refrained from further protest. I proceeded to document the condition of the vase in the registry before preparing to secure the display column's door again. However, as I crouched down, the light striking the vase altered my visual perception, leading to an alarming revelation. I noticed a significant issue. The glaze on the cracked ear differed subtly from the rest of the piece. I swiftly retrieved a flashlight and directed its beam at the damaged ear. Indeed, the glaze exhibited a slight variation. This imperceptible color discrepancy could only be detected under strong light, and even then, an untrained eye might not recognize it as problematic. To articulate the issue succinctly, the coloration beneath the glaze had developed oxidative differences over time, which should not exist on a complete porcelain piece. Such a phenomenon could only arise from intentional manipulation. such as partial obstruction or prolonged exposure to ultraviolet light, creating a color disparity in an otherwise uniformly crafted porcelain artifact. However, such practices are rarely seen in the antique trade. Collectors are more inclined to preserve and protect rather than destroy. If not a deliberate act, the only alternative explanation for the color variation is that this vase was never a fully intact piece. While it is not a counterfeit, it certainly cannot be deemed an authentic masterpiece. It is a half-genuine, half-repaired item. The main body of the vase may be authentic, yet the cracked ear is a later addition, refired to mend the damage. In the world of antiques, the distinction between whole and fragmented is a chasm that drastically affects value. The twin-handled vase is priced at $1,388,000. If it were to be missing one ear, the market value would likely necessitate the removal of the leading digit. This particular vase is considered a form of antiquing. The craftsmanship is commendable, yet it ultimately falls short of perfection. Over time, the junction of the new and old components has begun to deteriorate. However, this does not concern me, as I am not responsible for receiving the goods. My duty is to identify issues promptly and ensure they are duly recorded. After inspecting all the antiques and completing the documentation, I placed the register before Suemo, requesting her signature. According to the regulations of the Su Antique Gallery, it is required for the manager to endorse the daily inspection records. Ordinarily, when Renshu is present, he meticulously reviews the register, particularly scrutinizing any anomalies that warrant further examination. Yet, Suemo casually picked up the pen and signed without a second thought. I found myself perplexed. Does the Su family lack capable individuals? After all, they are one of the 3 esteemed families in the realm of antique collection in Jinling. How could a mere vase be entrusted with the management of such a prominent antique store? It is no wonder that business is challenging. Under such management, how can one expect the business to thrive? Once Suemo had signed, I was about to settle down for a cup of tea when a customer entered the store. I quickly approached to greet them. The newcomer was a woman in her 40s, and it was immediately apparent that she was not there to make a purchase, but rather to sell. Typically, in antique shops, 9 out of 10 patrons are male. The solitary female visitor is usually accompanied by a male. While there are indeed female collectors, they are exceedingly rare. The world of antique collecting is predominantly male, a trend that spans across cultures and eras. Chapter 16. The enamel. Before I could utter a greeting, the woman who entered spoke first. Is the owner present? Good day to you. How may I assist you? I responded courteously. Oh, I have brought an antique for you to appraise. I have heard that you are the finest antique shop in Jinling. Of course, we would be delighted to appraise it. However, as I spoke, I turned to glance at Suemo, who was seated before her computer. Unfortunately, our appraiser is unavailable today. Perhaps you could return in a few days? Alternatively, if you provide us with your contact number, we shall call you when he is back. Suddenly, Suemo chimed in with a cheerful tone. In a few days? The middle-aged woman furrowed her brow. I cannot wait. I am in urgent need of money, or else I would not be parting with a cherished family heirloom. The woman carried an enormous cloth bag, which was distinctly bulging with a square box within. In the realm of antique dealing, the adage holds true: 3 parts selling, 7 parts acquiring. Securing valuable items is far more crucial than selling, especially in this prosperous era where genuine antiques rarely fail to find buyers. Thus, upon hearing the woman mention a family heirloom, Suemo immediately rose to approach her. Although she typically maintained a clear division of labor with Uncle Ren, and business matters were not her concern, the absence of Uncle Ren meant that they could not let a potential sale slip by, particularly when it involved a treasured heirloom. What have you brought? Might you show it to us? Suemo inquired, gesturing for the woman to take a seat. The middle-aged woman nodded, carefully placing the bag atop the table. The 2 women sat at the tea table, examining the antique, a scene seldom witnessed in the world of collectors. I hastily took a seat and poured a cup of tea for the woman, gently placing it before her. Please enjoy some tea. However, the woman did not touch the tea. Instead, she focused on retrieving the brocade box from her bag. It was apparent that she was somewhat anxious, her brow furrowed, and her expression troubled. Perhaps the box was too large, as the bag seemed to resist her efforts, and she struggled to extract it. Take your time, dear lady. Antiques are precious and cannot be rushed, Suemo remarked, observing the woman's distress. Could you assist me in retrieving it, esteemed owner? The middle-aged woman regarded me earnestly, mistaking me for the proprietor. Before I could respond, Suemo promptly declined on my behalf. There is no need to rush. It is best if you retrieve it yourself. If it proves too difficult, we can cut the bag open, and I will provide you with a new one afterward. Evidently, Suemo understood the customary practices of the antique trade. After all, one can never be certain of what lies within the brocade box. Should it turn out to be a shattered vase, the implications would be dire. Very well, the middle-aged woman sighed. Yet, instead of reaching for scissors, she resolutely tore the bag open with sheer force. Both Suemo and I were left utterly astonished, for it requires considerable strength to tear open such a cloth bag by hand. Therefore, one should never provoke a middle-aged woman. At last, the brocade box was opened, unveiling the antique within. Upon my first glance, I was captivated. It was strikingly beautiful. My grandfather once imparted to me that the initial impression of a well-aged item is paramount, as it determines its fate. Thus, a successfully aged piece should first evoke a sense of beauty, followed closely by authenticity. It must first be appealing, drawing attention and inciting a desire for possession, which subsequently leads to a quest for truth. For only when something is desirable do we seek its authenticity. It is the quality that compels one to pursue truth, not the other way around. If it were the latter, no matter how genuine the item, it would not command a significant value. Conversely, if it is the former, despite its substantial worth, it poses a considerable challenge. This is because the possessor will invariably scrutinize it with a discerning eye in pursuit of authenticity. Yet, isn't the essence of aging to embrace such challenges? As I opened the brocade box, my immediate impression was one of beauty. Inside lay a porcelain piece, a red-glazed jade spring vase adorned with a cloud dragon pattern, featuring 5 clawed dragons. The vase stood approximately 30 centimeters tall, exquisitely decorated with vibrant colors. Under the illumination of the overhead light, the glaze shimmered with a warm luster. At first glance, it was indeed magnificent. A red-glazed jade spring vase with 5 clawed cloud dragons. Suemo was equally taken aback. I was unaware of its significance. My spouse urged me to sell it, claiming it was a family heirloom passed down from his grandfather, asserting that it originated from the imperial kiln of Emperor Yongzheng. If not for a family crisis, we would not be in such a hurry to sell it. If you find it acceptable, I am asking for a flat price of 5 million. I await the funds to take to the hospital. 5 million. Suemo gasped in surprise, her brow furrowing immediately. I too was bewildered, not because the vase was exorbitantly priced, but rather because it seemed remarkably underpriced. If what this woman claimed is true, that it is indeed the red-glazed jade spring vase with cloud dragon patterns from the Yongzheng era, its value would far exceed 5 million. It should start at no less than 20 million. Is it too expensive? Noticing our confusion, the woman hastily added, my spouse mentioned that if it were complete, it would be worth over 10 million. What did she mean? Is it a damaged piece? Suemo inquired urgently. It has been repaired, you can see for yourselves. Suemo carefully extracted the vase from the brocade box. Inside, not only was the vase cushioned by foam, but delicate rolls of paper surrounded it, resembling a gift box. The small rolls concealed the area where the vase's base had been mended. As soon as Suemo lifted it out, we immediately understood why the asking price was so low. The base of the vase bore visible repair nails. Ah, this vase has been restored, Suemo exclaimed, her expression tinged with regret. After all, the value of an intact item and that of a repaired one differs immensely. I too am unfamiliar with the concept of kintsugi. It has been passed down in this manner and has remained untouched in our home, dating back to my spouse's grandfather, I estimate for at least a century. A middle-aged woman casually offered this explanation. It is somewhat regrettable, yet it is a fine object nonetheless, Suemo remarked as she turned the bottle over and gave it a cursory glance. The base of this jade-hued spring vase had become disjoined from the body, likely due to an impact. The bottom of the vase was affixed with 8 kintsugi nails to reconnect the two parts. These nails, crafted from copper and shaped like crosses, are rather diminutive, and the craftsmanship appears commendable. The art of kintsugi for antiques differs significantly from that of everyday porcelain. For commonplace ceramics, the emphasis lies on functionality. The repair must ensure that it does not leak. However, antiques are treated differently. The aim is not to achieve a watertight seal, but rather to enhance aesthetics, ensuring that the repair does not overshadow the original piece. Thus, the kintsugi nails are ideally minimal in size. Furthermore, they should be evenly distributed, uniform in size and style, and even aesthetically pleasing. A well-executed kintsugi repair must consider the shape and decorative motifs of the porcelain, requiring a thoughtful design of the nails and the method of mending. An exemplary kintsugi restoration can restore an antique's value that may have diminished due to breakage. There have even been rare instances where a repaired antique surpasses the value of its unblemished counterpart, though such cases are exceedingly uncommon and often coincidental, resulting from a confluence of factors rather than the repair alone. In this case, the kintsugi on the jade-hued spring vase is rather commendable. While it cannot be deemed a design marvel, at the very least, the 8 nails at the base do not detract from the overall appearance, avoiding an overwhelming effect. Chapter 17. 1-3. 5 Sumo gently turned the bottle over to examine the mark on its base. The base mark is the most critical element in appraising the authenticity and value of porcelain. The presence or absence of a base mark, along with its style, determines the porcelain's origin, whether it hails from a folk kiln, an official kiln, or an imperial kiln. The distinction in origin can result in a staggering difference in value. The base mark on this particular jade vase reads, "Made during the Yongzheng reign of the Great Qing," inscribed in a double-line regular script. I cannot recall how many similar marks I have encountered. The base mark on this jade vase is impeccable and decidedly belongs to the imperial kiln of the Qing dynasty during the Yongzheng period. Sumo casually inspected the vase before gently placing it on the tea table. I was uncertain of Sumo's expertise in antique appraisal. During my half-month stay at Suguyaji, I had never seen her handle antiques. As she herself remarked, all business matters are entrusted to Uncle Rin. However, from the moment this middle-aged woman entered, Sumo declined my offer to assist her with the brocade box, and now she has delicately set down the vase. Although the time was brief, it was evident that Sumo possesses an understanding of the customs within the antique world. After all, she is the esteemed young lady of the illustrious Su family of Jinling. As a brief aside, the Su family of Jinling was one of the 3 prominent families in the antique community. At its zenith, the Su family had a direct stake in the antique trade, boasting an impressive array of 1 street of antiques, 3 antique markets, and 5 antique shops. This does not even account for their ventures outside the direct realm of antiques, including various shops in Suzhou and Hangzhou. At that time, the Su family accounted for over a third of the officially recorded antique transactions in Jinling. However, 5 years ago, the Su family experienced a shocking upheaval overnight. The once thriving 1-3-5 had dwindled to merely 1 street and 1 shop within a span of less than 6 months. Many other related enterprises, such as tourism and transportation, also vanished. Their stores located outside Jinling were relinquished without hesitation. The gossip regarding the Su family was not divulged by Sumo or Uncle Ren. Rather, I stumbled upon it during my idle internet browsing. Naturally, due to the recent shift in online habits, where users have gravitated towards mobile short videos rather than forums, I could not uncover additional details about the Su family's affairs. Returning to the matter at hand, upon seeing Su Missouri place the jade vase down, I was eager to pick it up for a closer inspection. With antiques, mere observation is insufficient. One must engage with them, akin to the principles of traditional Chinese medicine. One must observe, touch, and even smell. However, as I reached out,
Sumo promptly intervened.
"Do not touch it. This vase has been previously repaired," she stated. I felt an acute sense of embarrassment in front of the guests, nearly facing social extinction. Though Sumo did not extend me any courtesy, I could not fault her. According to the rules of Suguyaji, as a probationary employee, I was not permitted to handle antiques that had not yet been finalized in a transaction. Unless explicitly invited by the customer, I was prohibited from making contact. In truth, it is not merely the Sugaya collection. I suspect that this is a common practice among all antique shops. Very well. If touching is prohibited, then I shall refrain. "Dear madam, must you sell today? Might you be able to wait a couple of days?" Sumo tentatively inquired of the middle-aged woman. The woman shook her head, stating, I must receive the funds by noon at the latest. I have a flight to Guangzhou this afternoon. My son was in an accident, and several organs require transplantation. I need the money to save his life. As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears, revealing her genuine distress. Do not rush, dear lady. Suemo quickly offered her reassurance. I am anxious. I heard that your establishment is the foremost antique shop in Jinling, which is why I came here. I worry that smaller shops may struggle to produce 5 million all at once. The woman spoke with a commendable honesty. Indeed, it is true that smaller antique shops may find it quite challenging to amass 5 million so swiftly. Many may not realize that, in reality, the business of genuine antique shops primarily revolves around items valued in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Truly high-value antiques worth millions or even billions are exceedingly rare. Most high-value antiques tend to go through auction houses rather than antique shops, making it difficult for the latter to procure 5 million at once. In fact, such valuable antiques are often not accepted individually but rather jointly with several shops. You are correct. Small shops cannot produce millions in an instant, and even if they could, it would not happen so quickly. Suemo reassured the seller with her words. Please have a cup of tea while I call our appraiser. Just a moment. The middle-aged woman nodded and finally took a seat. Suemo grabbed her phone and dialed Uncle Rin. Uncle Rin lived in a rural area north of Jinling, across the river. He mentioned that he would take the highway back, which would take approximately 3 hours. It was not particularly far, yet given the woman's evident urgency, time was of the essence. After connecting with Uncle Ren, she quickly briefed him on the situation at the shop. She did not request him to return immediately but instead inquired if he could conduct a video appraisal. Video appraisals have become quite popular in recent years. However, while they may be suitable for shows, they are not practical for business transactions. It is not that video appraisals are entirely unfeasible, but rather that the risks are considerable. Many antiques that have been artificially aged cannot be properly assessed through mere observation. They must be handled directly. Unsurprisingly, Uncle Ren declined the video appraisal, suggesting instead to temporarily invite an appraiser to assist. How about asking Teacher Song to come and take a look? Song Jingang? He is rather expensive. The Teacher Song that Uncle Ren referred to was indeed the same individual that Wanli had previously mentioned, and coincidentally, he was the very same Song Jingang whom I had encountered at Bohuaxian just half a month prior. Upon hearing that Uncle Ren intended to recommend Song Jingang for the appraisal, I felt a surge of anxiety. This man had seen me just a fortnight ago. Should he arrive and recognize me, revealing my prior sale of the Buddha statue, how would I explain this to Suemo and Uncle Rin? Naturally, I was reluctant for Song Jingang to come, but Suemo seemed even less inclined to invite him, primarily due to concerns about the costs involved. Experts in regional authority, such as Song Jingang, typically command a fee of no less than 30 to 50,000 for their appraisal services. Should this bottle prove authentic, and should the business negotiations succeed, then such an expenditure would seem justifiable. However, if it turns out to be a counterfeit or if the deal falls through, that would amount to a considerable waste of funds. One might argue that spending 30 to 50,000 to avert the acquisition of a counterfeit valued in the millions is, in fact, a wise investment. Yet, when embarking on business ventures, one must not adopt such a simplistic calculation. If that were the case, one would refrain from purchasing anything altogether, thus accruing endless profits. Perhaps we could approach it differently, Xiaomo. Let us conduct a video call to examine the bottle first. If all appears well, we can then invite Master Song for an in-person appraisal. Suemo found Renshu's suggestion reasonable and promptly initiated a video call for him to view the bottle. Following Renshu's instructions, Suemo maneuvered her phone to capture various angles of the bottle. After several minutes of observation, Renshu was left in a state of agitation, not due to any dissatisfaction with the bottle itself, but rather from his inability to discern its true nature. Xiaomo, how does the light reflect on this bottle? He inquired. The light reflection seems normal. Sumo's response inadvertently revealed her lack of expertise in antique appraisal. Although she was familiar with the established protocols of the antique trade, the acumen required for discerning authenticity could not be acquired in a fleeting moment. Chapter 18. The inquiry. Sumo's response left Uncle Ren in a state of agitation. Furrowing his brow, he suddenly inquired, "Is Xiao Mei there?" Suemo nodded. "What's the matter?" Please hand your phone to Xiao Mei. A touch of confusion crossed Sumo's face as she passed the phone to me. I greeted Uncle Ren as I took the device. He acknowledged me with a nod and continued. Xiao Mei, could you examine the light reflection on this vase? You should hold it and observe it from various angles, and additionally, feel the surface of the glaze with your hands. Having been at Su Guya Ji for a fortnight, my duties primarily involved menial tasks. However, I diligently inspected the antiques daily and recorded their conditions. Uncle Ren seemed to perceive that my understanding of antiques was at least somewhat foundational. While I could not claim expertise, my insights were certainly clearer than Sumo's. Nevertheless, I pretended to photograph the vase with the phone without touching it. Please pick it up and examine it, Uncle Ren urged over the phone. But the boss forbids me from handling it, I replied, feigning innocence. What? Uncle Ren was taken aback. Upon hearing this, Sumo quickly slapped my arm, insisting, if Uncle Ren asks you to handle it, you should do so. But, boss, you were the one who told me not to, I protested. Stop making excuses. Sumo glared at me. I handed the phone back to Sumo so she could take pictures while I directly picked up the vase. The glaze was bright and clean, though not excessively so. It was neither too dazzling nor lacking in luster. The texture felt warm and smooth, devoid of any roughness. As I caressed the vase with my hands, I shifted angles to observe it, simultaneously sharing my impressions with Uncle Ren over the phone. He nodded along, a look of satisfaction gradually appearing on his face. However, upon glancing at the bottom of the vase, I noted something amiss and lowered my head to scrutinize it more closely. From what I could gather through the video feed, the vase appeared to be largely unproblematic. Xiaomo, should I call Teacher Song to come and take a look? I suggested. Hearing Uncle Ren say there were no significant issues, Sumo readily agreed with his proposal. Yet, I noticed a flaw that compelled me to speak up. I gasped softly, inhaling sharply, and raised my head to communicate with Uncle Ren, only to discover the call had been terminated. The call ended? I inquired. Sumo nodded, yes. He is calling Teacher Song now. No, boss, there's an issue with this vase. You must tell Uncle Ren to hold off on that call. An issue? What issue? Sumo regarded me with skepticism. Can you truly discern a problem? I thought to myself, she remains unaware of my true capabilities. To be frank, there was a fleeting moment when I hesitated to disclose what I had observed, contemplating allowing her to spend millions for a lesson. Yet, I ultimately could not restrain myself from speaking up, especially considering the possibility of Song Jingang arriving to find me at the shop, which might lead to me being tasked with repairs. Instead of directly answering Sumo's question, I glanced at the brocade box on the table. It was quite old, blue in hue, and had begun to fade to a pale shade. It was evident that this box had seen many years. Excuse me, madam, has this vase always been kept in this box? I inquired with a smile at the middle-aged woman. Ah! The middle-aged woman appeared perplexed by my words, pausing momentarily. The item had always been kept within a box, and we lacked the knowledge to appreciate its value. Do you usually maintain this bottle? I inquired. Maintain? Does a bottle require maintenance? She responded, her confusion evident as she shook her head. It had merely been stored away, untouched, for fear of it breaking. I nodded slightly, already feeling quite certain about my assumptions. What issue are you referring to? Sumo asked, her curiosity piqued. I refrained from answering her and instead picked up a powerful flashlight. Such devices are essential tools in an antique shop, with various models available, ranging from small to large and from dim to bright. The flashlight serves as a fundamental instrument for identifying antiques, gems, and other artifacts. I selected a particularly bright flashlight, activating it to shine directly into the jade vase. My intention was to inspect the connection at the base of the vase. However, its slender neck prevented me from inserting my hand. Thus, I resorted to using the intense light to penetrate the interior. The authentic Yongzheng Imperial Kiln porcelain, with its delicate and uniform body, allowed the light to shine through brilliantly and clearly. In this regard, the jade vase appeared to be flawless. The light illuminated the interior, enabling me to discern the condition of the vase's junction from the outside. With a single glance, I identified the issue with absolute certainty. I turned off the flashlight and looked up at Sumo boss. Perhaps it would be best if Teacher Song did not come. This vase, before I could finish my sentence, Sumo's phone rang. It was Uncle Ren. informing her that Teacher Song was already en route and would arrive in approximately 10 minutes, as he happened to be in the antique street. That's excellent. It saves our guest from waiting too long, Suemo remarked as she ended the call. Meijo, what issue were you mentioning earlier? You've invited an expert, so I hardly see the point in asking. Just as I was about to respond, her phone rang again. I glanced at the screen. It was her grandfather calling. Are you coming over? Wouldn't it be better to return home directly after the hospital visit? There's no need to come to the shop. Did Uncle Ren inform you about the new staff member? Isn't there someone here to assist? Alright, if you wish to come over, then by all means. After Suemo hung up, the middle-aged woman beside us wore an expression of confusion. I surmised she was beginning to grasp the situation. In this shop, with a male and female owner, it seemed that neither could take charge. Excuse me, can I ask if you are able to purchase this? I am really pressed for time. If not, I will seek other options. As long as the item is in good condition, we will certainly consider purchasing it. Please wait just 2 minutes. Our appraiser will be here shortly, Suemo assured the seller, while I hurried to refill her tea. The middle-aged woman furrowed her brow as she sipped her tea, and unexpectedly, Song Jingang arrived. It appeared he had indeed been wandering around the antique street. Song Jingang. I had learned about him online after leaving Bawakshuan half a month ago. There was little information available, but I gathered that he was indeed a teacher. Song Jingang, originally named Song Tao, was a history teacher at a secondary school in Jinling. This individual was once an obscure figure, but 7 years ago he unexpectedly rose to fame. During a folk treasure appraisal competition organized by a television station. His keen eye for detail garnered the admiration of numerous experts, who unanimously acknowledged that true masters often emerge from the grassroots. Notably, a particular Kuan Yin statue he identified was deemed a counterfeit by many experts from Jinling. However, it was ultimately verified as an authentic artifact, fetching an astonishing price exceeding 30 million, thereby catapulting him to prominence and earning him the title of Song Jingang. Following his rise to fame, Song Jingang became a frequent guest on various television and new media treasure appraisal programs. Gradually, he found himself with little time to continue his role as a teacher, dedicating himself entirely to the profession of antique appraiser. Nevertheless, he continued to be affectionately referred to as Teacher Song. Thus, it was entirely natural for him to leisurely stroll through the antique street. Chapter 19 Mr. May. Upon the entrance of Song Jingang, Suemo promptly rose to greet him. I followed suit. After exchanging pleasantries with Suemo, Song Jingang cast a glance in my direction. Alas, he furrowed his brow, his gaze lingering on my face. It was evident that I had been recognized. After all, only half a month had elapsed, rendering it implausible for him to forget. You! Song Jingang struggled to recall, having remembered my visage but failing to recollect my surname. Observing his perplexed expression, Suemo curiously inquired, Mr. Song, do you know Meijo? At Sumo's mention, enlightenment dawned upon Song Jingang. Mr. May, my sincerest apologies. I momentarily forgot your esteemed name. He regarded me with a warm smile. Suemo, bewildered by Song Jingang's words, was rendered even more perplexed by his subsequent remark. Mr. May, what delightful treasures have you brought today? Mr. May? Suemo murmured in confusion. No, I am not a vendor. I am an employee here. I intended to clarify my position as a staff member. Yet before I could finish, Song Jingang turned to Suemo with a grin. Miss Su, you've already engaged Mr. May here and still summoned me. What grand acquisition are you after? Ah! Suemo scrutinized me with a flurry of questions evident on her face. In that moment, I surmised she was thinking, isn't he just a mere shop assistant? Why does even Song Jingang refer to him as boss? Disregarding Sumo's bewilderment, I urged Song Jingang to take a seat, genuinely concerned he might inadvertently reveal my clandestine dealings of selling Buddha statues at Bohuaxian. Mr. Song, please have a seat. Here, I am not a boss. I am merely an employee of Su Guya Ji. Employee? Song Jingang's brow furrowed, his expression shifting dramatically. A sly smile danced across his face. It was not difficult to imagine his thoughts. I surmised he believed I was exploiting my position as an employee of Su Guya Ji to pilfer goods for sale at Bohuaxian. His smile instilled in me a sense of unease. Fortunately, He did not press for my identity but rather became captivated by the jade whose spring vase on the tea table, exclaiming, "Oh, no wonder you wanted me to come. This is indeed a remarkable piece." As he spoke, he glanced at the anxious seller, a middle-aged woman, who nodded in affirmation. Song Jingang casually picked up a white dry towel from the tea table, gently wiping his hands before handling the vase. It is customary for reputable antique shops to have clean towels on hand to wipe away sweat and moisture. The process of evaluating porcelain involves meticulous examination of its shape, glaze, artistry, base marks, and clay body, including sight, touch, and even scent. Song Jingang scrutinized the vase for approximately 5 to 6 minutes, demonstrating genuine diligence, for this was a matter of commerce. Alas, Song Jingang shook his head gently and set down the bottle. If only it were a complete piece, unmarred by repairs. Clutching a high-powered magnifying glass in his right hand, he scrutinized the cellar. If this were intact, given the current market conditions, it could fetch at least 30 million. Such a staggering amount. The middle-aged woman displayed a look of astonishment at his words. Alas, it has been repaired. Song Jingang sighed and lowered the magnifying glass. However, the restoration isn't poorly done. It should still hold a value of around 10 million. Shouldn't it? 10 million? You're being overly optimistic. Song Jingang couldn't help but chuckle. Teacher Song, is there any issue with this bottle?
Sumo quickly interjected.
Sensing that Song Jingang's remark about the 30 million might be too much for the seller to bear. It seemed that Sumo was not entirely pleased with Song Jingang's earlier comment, as it felt like a dagger aimed at the seller. Recognizing her discontent, Song Jingang hurriedly clarified, the bottle is indeed fine. It's just that the repairs have significantly diminished its value. What a pity. Sumo nodded in agreement, but I could see a frown forming on her brow. No issues? While I believe the craftsmanship on this jade vase is commendable, it hardly reaches the level of a discerning expert's approval. Teacher Song, would you care to examine it further with a flashlight? I suggested tentatively, handing over a high-intensity flashlight. Upon hearing my suggestion, Song Jingang paused and regarded me with a momentary look of confusion. I could not discern his thoughts during that brief moment, yet his perplexity was evident. My comment implied that I had discerned some flaw. However, logically, if I had already noticed an issue, I wouldn't ordinarily call him over. There exists an unwritten risk threshold in the antique trade. If an appraiser detects a problem, or if there is any ambiguity, the item is generally rejected. After all, the disparity in value between authentic antiques and forgeries can be astronomical. A single misjudgment could lead to years of fruitless effort for a typical antique shop, potentially resulting in financial ruin. Hence, Song Jingang's confusion was understandable. If I had previously identified a problem, why would I invite the seller to come and incur costs? Unbeknownst to him, Sumo had not taken me seriously. All right. After a brief pause, Song Jingang accepted the flashlight from me. Sumo remained silent, recognizing that regardless of my observations, it would be beneficial for Song Jingang to examine the piece more closely. Just as Song Jingang turned on the flashlight to inspect the bottle meticulously, a new visitor entered the antique shop. Ah, today is quite lively. Are you acquiring new items? A wheelchair was wheeled in, occupied by an elderly gentleman. His hair was a mix of gray and white, suggesting he was in his 70s, yet he appeared vibrant and full of life, wearing a broad smile. Grandfather, you arrived quite swiftly, Sumo exclaimed as she hurried to greet him. Song Jingang also turned, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected arrival of the elderly man. However, he quickly composed himself, beaming, "Oh, old Master Ting, what brings you here?" "Miss Su," I remarked, "this is quite your oversight. Since you have already invited your esteemed grandfather back, why did you summon me?" "Ah, Teacher Song, please do not misunderstand Xiaomo," she replied. "I happened to pass by. I went to the hospital for a checkup this morning and decided to stop by the shop since it has been quite some time. The last visit was half a year ago, just after the renovations were completed." The elderly gentleman in the wheelchair was Sumo's grandfather, Su Ziding, a legendary figure in the realm of antique collection in Jinling and the founder of the Su family. "Uncle, please take a seat. I will handle this," Sumo gently urged, addressing a middle-aged man in his 40s who was pushing the wheelchair. "Do not mind me. There are still customers in the shop." Attend to them first. I am perfectly fine with Xiao Si assisting me. Su Ziding waved his hand, urging Su Mo to return to her business. Teacher Song, please take a seat. You all continue with your tasks, and we shall converse once you are done, Su Ziding said, gesturing behind him for the man pushing the wheelchair to let go. He then smoothly maneuvered the wheelchair to the tea table. Song Jingang nodded, resuming his work as he prepared to examine the bottles. However, I could distinctly sense a hint of tension on his face. It is entirely understandable. Sitting beside Su Ziding, a legendary figure in the realm of antique collection, no so-called expert would remain unfazed. Chapter 20. Su Ziding, a legendary figure in the realm of antiquities in Jinling, emerged as a prominent force nearly 4 decades past. Some claim that he single-handedly established the antiquities market in Jinling during the 1970s. While this assertion may border on hyperbole, it is not entirely unfounded. After all, the current landscape of Jinling's antiquities market owes much to his pioneering efforts. In the 1980s, he acquired all the storefronts along an entire street dedicated to antiques, subsequently leading a collective venture into the realm of antique retail. Simultaneously, he permitted numerous antique dealers to set up stalls along the street without charge, thus igniting a fervor within the market. By the 1990s, he had erected Jinling's first comprehensive antique market and inaugurated the city's first auction house for antiques. The legacy of the Su family's endeavors was nearly all constructed under his stewardship. However, these achievements now feel like distant memories. Unlike most of his contemporaries who hailed from humble beginnings, Su Ziding came from a formal educational background, having served as the deputy leader of the provincial archaeological team. Thus, his expertise in authentication is beyond reproach. As his wheelchair rolled toward the tea table, Song Jingang couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. After all, Su Ziding remained the renowned figure he had always been, and his legend in the antiquities community continues to resonate today. Song Jingang switched on his flashlight, only to switch it off again, glancing at Su Ziding with a tentative inquiry. Elder, since you are here, why not take the lead? Su Ziding smiled and waved his hand dismissively. In my old age, my reactions have slowed, and my memory falters. I cannot summon knowledge and experience as rapidly as you young folks do. Thus, my discernment pales in comparison. The elder's humility was both genuine and accurate. Indeed, age often diminishes one's acuity, particularly in the realm of antique appraisal, where keen eyesight is paramount. Many authentic artifacts versus forgeries can only be discerned through subtle details. As the wheelchair inched forward, I swiftly moved to create space between myself and Su Mo, allowing Su Ziding to settle in comfortably. I greeted him with a gentle nod. Greetings, Master Su. Are you new here? The elder acknowledged me with a nod and casually inquired. Indeed? I affirmed and proceeded to pour tea for both him and my uncle, who followed closely behind. Observing Su Ziding's reluctance to engage, Song Jingang took no offense. He illuminated the jade pot with his flashlight. Though Song Jingang had initially completed his appraisal, my comment piqued his curiosity. He had merely been perplexed at first, intending to re-examine the piece for confirmation. However, with the esteemed elder present, he approached the task with heightened seriousness, aware that misjudgment in front of such a venerable figure could lead to public embarrassment. Thus, armed with his flashlight, Song Jingang scrutinized the piece meticulously for nearly 7 or 8 minutes before finally switching off the light, chewing his lips, hesitant to draw a conclusion. I could ascertain that he had not discerned any flaws. Otherwise, he would have readily voiced his negative assessment. The tea table was enveloped in silence, all eyes fixed on Song Jingang, awaiting his conclusion. He raised his head, set down the flashlight, and offered a faint smile towards Su Ziding. Master Ting, would you like to take a look? Mr. Song, please share your conclusion first, came the prompt reply. Song Jingang nodded. To be honest, I truly cannot see clearly. Excuse me? I was left bewildered. A glance at Su Mo revealed she too was in a state of confusion. Goodness, you just asserted it was an authentic piece. Even if you examined it again under different lighting, if there's an issue, you should voice it. If there's no problem, then it must indeed be genuine. What do you mean by not seeing clearly? It is worth noting that in the antique trade of yesteryears, the phrase not seeing clearly often implied that the item in question was a counterfeit. However, as the number of antique enthusiasts has surged, and the demographic has gradually skewed younger, many antique shops have ceased to adhere to such industry jargon. This shift is due to the complexities it introduces, as others may not comprehend the nuances, leading to potential misunderstandings. Thus, when one says they cannot see clearly, it simply means they are unable to discern, without necessarily implying it is a forgery. Nowadays, in the realm of antiques, if something is deemed a counterfeit, it is stated plainly. This piece is not genuine. More delicately, one might say it lacks authenticity. Consequently, the ambiguous vernacular of antique shops has become a relic of fiction rather than reality. Should one doubt this, a stroll through an antique street or a glance at short videos showcasing treasure hunts will reveal a more straightforward and uncomplicated use of language in this domain. To my surprise, Song Jingang was feigning ignorance in front of the esteemed Su Ziding. The gravity of misjudging an appraisal compared to pretending to be uninformed is, of course, self-evident. For an expert of his caliber, determining the authenticity of an antique typically results in a binary conclusion. Either it is genuine or it is not. To profess ignorance is a claim reserved for novices. Before the elder, I knew I had to tread carefully. My understanding of porcelain was relatively limited. From all angles, I found no flaws in this exquisite jade-hued spring vase. Yet, just moments prior, Song Jingang turned his gaze towards me, only to falter momentarily in how to address me. Referring to me as Boss Mei in front of Su Ziding seemed inappropriate, especially since I had just identified myself as an employee of Su Guijiji. However, I had specified employee, which could imply a role as an appraiser or perhaps a manager akin to Uncle Ren. Little Mei, I gently prompted. Little Mei, he echoed with a slight smile. Did you discern something just now? This fellow was quite astute. He had initially taken a step back to appear humble, claiming his expertise in porcelain was lacking, which sounded modest. Yet, he simultaneously suggested he believed the vase was indeed unblemished, as if reaching a conclusion. However, because I perceived a potential issue, his certainty wavered. His words were undeniably cunning. Whether or not he had truly reached a conclusion, and the acuity of his vision, depended on one's interpretation, ultimately revealed by the final outcome. In truth, I had said little to him earlier, merely encouraging him to take another look with the flashlight. However, before I could utter a word, the middle-aged female seller could no longer contain herself. Did you not just claim that this bottle was worth 30 million? Why, then, do you suddenly appear uncertain? Are you truly interested in this or not? I am on the verge of desperation. Song Jingang felt quite embarrassed by her remarks. Su Mo quickly attempted to soothe the situation with a smile. Dear madam, please do not fret. The valuation of antiques worth several million requires meticulous appraisal. Cannot be a mere matter of impulse. I assure you this process is relatively swift. Should you visit smaller shops, they may hesitate to accept it due to its previous repairs. After finishing her explanation, she turned her gaze toward me. Meijio, have you discerned any issues? Please, do share. Her tone suggested that she was somewhat reproaching me for speaking out of turn. Yet, given the circumstances, remaining silent was not an option. Speaking up, however, felt somewhat reluctant. Is there a problem with this bottle? Su Ziding, who had been sipping tea, gently set down his cup and directed his attention toward the jade-hu spring bottle. In truth, he had been silently observing the bottle for quite some time. At the very least, he had been watching during Song Jingang's appraisal. Su Ziding placed the cup down and delicately lifted the bottle, scrutinizing it thoroughly from top to bottom. He then smiled slightly at the middle-aged female seller. Do you regularly clean and maintain this bottle? The woman furrowed her brow, clearly displeased, and retorted, he has already inquired about that. Master Ting, I already asked. The bottle has always been kept in a silk box. The lady mentioned that their family has hardly touched it. It is a treasured heirloom that has been passed down for at least a century, remaining in this condition. They only brought it out due to urgent financial needs. I briefly relayed the information I had gathered earlier to Su Ziding. He smiled faintly in response and picked up the flashlight from the tea table, shining it into the bottle for a closer inspection. Chapter 21. No possibility. The venerable elder of the Su family gently set down the powerful flashlight in his hand and turned his gaze toward me. Xiaomei, do you think this bottle can be accepted? I was taken aback, pondering the implications of his question. After all, I was merely a junior staff member, yet to be officially appointed, and he was asking for my opinion? I refrained from responding, instead directing my attention to Sumo. She was the owner, and here, her word held sway. Furthermore, I lacked even the qualifications to appraise, let alone decide whether to accept an item. Your grandfather is asking you a question, Sumo interjected, casting me an urgent glare. The sight of this beautiful woman, frowning in anger, was a different kind of allure, captivating. Boss, you're putting me on the spot, I jested, inciting her to the point where she bit her lip, clearly tempted to deliver a punch. Impossible, I stated, looking at Su Zitting, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. Without further ado, he turned his attention to Sumo, raising an eyebrow to signal her to escort the guest out. Sumo appeared utterly perplexed, still unable to grasp the unfolding situation. The bottle appeared entirely unproblematic. Why then was it being rejected? It was essential to understand how challenging it was for an antique store to refuse an item valued at $1 million. However, with the elder's decision made, Sumo had no choice but to smile apologetically at the seller. Madam, I'm afraid we cannot accept this bottle. The middle-aged woman was instantly incensed. If you're not accepting it, why have you wasted so much of my time? Indeed, nearly an hour had elapsed since her arrival. Just moments ago, the conversation had flowed smoothly. Now, the abrupt refusal seemed to mock her. If the price is too high, we can negotiate, but you haven't even discussed the price before dismissing it. Surely you owe me an explanation? Upon hearing her words, everyone at the tea table turned their eyes toward me, as if to say, you dismissed it, you explain. Explanation it is then. Madam, you mentioned this bottle has been passed down for over 100 years and has remained untouched. Correct? The middle-aged woman nodded affirmatively. Now, observe, the 8 copper nails beneath this bottle are well maintained. Is there an issue with that? The woman looked bewildered. Yet, as my words left my lips, Song Jingong's expression shifted dramatically, as if a light had dawned upon him. Copper that has endured for over a century cannot possibly escape rust. Regardless of the environment, there will inevitably be some signs of oxidation. Yet these 8 nails showed none. No, I wiped them with a damp cloth before coming here to avoid affecting the appearance. The seller began to argue. However, this was no longer significant. She was merely seeking an exit for herself. Madam, wiping with a damp cloth cannot eradicate the rust from the crevices of the nails. Some traces will inevitably remain. I was quite meticulous. I replied with a smile directed at the middle-aged woman. If I am not mistaken, this bottle likely does not belong to you. Does it? What? The woman was taken aback, her expression turning awkward. What nonsense are you spouting? If it's not mine, is it yours? The middle-aged woman spoke and immediately rose to return the bottle to the exquisite box, embracing it as she departed without even requesting a new bag. Once the seller had left, Song Jingang could no longer restrain himself and spoke up first. I also noticed the repair nails on this bottle. They do appear rather pristine. However, we cannot simply conclude that this bottle is a counterfeit based solely on that observation. Song Jingong's words were rather cunning, as he had drawn a conclusion, asserting that the bottle was indeed a forgery. Yet I had never claimed it to be a counterfeit. I merely stated that we could not accept it. The risk management standards in the antique trade are quite explicit. If anything seems amiss and no reasonable explanation can be found, it is wiser to refrain from acceptance rather than take unnecessary risks, unless one is prepared to purchase it at the price of a forgery. In this instance, the abnormalities presented were insurmountable and could not be rationally explained. Thus, acceptance was out of the question. Unless, of course, one could acquire it for 500 or 1,000, hoping for a stroke of luck. Otherwise, irrespective of its authenticity, we must refuse it outright. Indeed, we cannot declare it a forgery based solely on that, Sumo chimed in agreement. However, Su Zitting waved his hand with a smile. But Xiaomei never claimed it was a counterfeit. She merely stated it could not be accepted. Based on that alone, it truly cannot be accepted. Although Song Jingang felt somewhat dissatisfied, he nodded and smiled slightly. Yes, it is indeed difficult to accept. Xiaomei may be young, but her experience is quite substantial. Upon hearing this, my heart raced. Surely he would not disclose my prior dealings at the Bohua Pavilion. Nonetheless, if this bottle were genuine, it would be a regrettable loss to overlook it. Fortunately, Song Jingang did not mention the incident from half a month prior. Upon reflection, I realized my concerns were entirely unwarranted. Half a month ago, the statue I sold at the Bourgeois Pavilion was not an ordinary one, but rather a seedling. Thus, in principle, all who were aware of this matter would refrain from speaking of it. It is a rule, a tacit understanding deeply embedded in the antique world. Buying seedlings and nurturing them is an exceedingly confidential affair, especially concerning many valuable specimens, where not a whisper of information should escape. Historically, there have even been instances of buyers resorting to extreme measures to maintain secrecy. In response to Song Jingang's remarks, I initially intended to assert that the bottle was fake. However, I restrained myself, recognizing that there was no need to be overly conspicuous. I was merely a junior employee, still not confirmed in my position. The antique trade cannot afford to entertain what-ifs, particularly in this era, where counterfeits outnumber genuine items. Su Ziding glanced at Su Mo as she spoke, emphasizing that one should refrain from accepting it, as taking risks in antiques almost always results in failure. Although the old gentleman's words were conservative, he possessed a profound understanding of the antique world in this age. Su Mo nodded in agreement, while Song Jingang appeared quite embarrassed. Master Ting, Miss Su, I was just discussing matters at One Ha Studio. That conversation is not yet concluded, and I must return. Please continue your discussion. I shall come by for tea another time, Song Jingang said, rising to leave. Mr. Song, let Uncle Ren settle the expenses with you upon his return. Su Mo stood and accompanied Song Jingang to see him off. What expenses? The bottle is not something I can claim as mine. It was Song Jingang who glanced back at me, yet the remaining words remained unspoken. After bidding farewell to Song Jingang, Su Mo returned, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. However, she furrowed her brow and cast a glance in my direction, as if recalling something significant. Meijio, I remember that on the day of your interview, you mentioned to Uncle Ron that you were referred by Teacher Song, correct? Oh no, this is disastrous. That day, when Uncle Ron inquired how I learned about Su Gaiji's recruitment, I had attributed it to Teacher Song's recommendation. At that moment, Uncle Ron had specifically looked at Su Mo and remarked, I merely mentioned it casually, yet he truly took it to heart. I never anticipated Su Mo would remember this detail. Indeed, I am uncertain if it pertains to the same Teacher Song. In truth, I have never met the Teacher Song who recommended me. A friend of mine, I believe, is acquainted with him and urged me to attend the interview. The Teacher Song referred to by Uncle Ron is none other than Song Jingang, the very same person. Yet this does not add up. Su Mo, with a frown, settled at the tea table. Just a moment ago, when Teacher Song entered, he appeared to recognize you and even addressed you as Boss May. Goodness! It seems that my clandestine dealings with the statue are unlikely to remain hidden. Chapter 22. Adhesive to lie is a painful endeavor, for once one is pursued with inquiries, it necessitates fabricating a multitude of additional falsehoods to evade the truth. Thus, it is far wiser to embrace candor. I once sold a Buddha statue at the Baihua Antique Market, and fortuitously encountered Professor Song at the Bourgeois Pavilion, who assisted me in its appraisal. That is why he referred to me as Boss May. However, had you not reminded me, I doubt he would have even recalled my surname. It is indeed a curious coincidence. Despite having met twice, neither of us realized that your employment was facilitated by his introduction. Su Mo chuckled at the irony, prompting Su Ziding's curiosity to inquire further. Su Mo recounted how I had been introduced for an interview by Song Jingang, yet the two remained strangers. There is nothing remarkable about this. Such exchanges are commonplace, and it is not unusual for individuals to be unaware of one another's connections. Moreover, given the smallness of the antique scene in Jinling, it is inevitable that we would eventually discover our prior encounters. Such occurrences are quite common. It seemed that everything that fell from Su Ziding's lips was rendered trivial, as if nothing were out of the ordinary. Su Mo nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. Su Ziding sipped his tea gently, then set down the cup. I hurriedly refilled it for him. As he regarded me with a warm expression and a hint of a smile, he suddenly inquired, was that vase a forgery? Ah! Su Mo was momentarily taken aback. I poured tea into my own cup before placing down the fairness cup. Observing Su Ziding, I noted he did not directly respond with a yes or no, but rather posed a counter-question. Master Ting, did you discern that? The elder gentleman slightly shook his head. To be honest, I did not see it. Yet you did. I nodded affirmatively. It is indeed a forgery. Where lies the flaw? The mending nails? While the mending nails certainly presented a discrepancy, that realization only dawned upon me after identifying the vase as a counterfeit. Where, then, is the flaw? Su Ziding appeared perplexed yet somewhat exhilarated. The junction of the vase. The junction? I did not perceive any issues there, Su Ziding remarked. It was entirely reasonable for him to miss this detail. After all, his age rendered his vision and observational skills inferior to mine. Furthermore, he was evaluating it from the perspective of authenticating antiques, whereas I approached it from the viewpoint of an antiquities restorer, examining the techniques and artistry involved in the aging process. For instance, the tools used would leave distinct marks, and the materials employed would yield specific chemical reactions. In all honesty, this vase was exceptionally well crafted, undoubtedly reaching the level of a masterpiece. For an antiquities restorer, the art of aging is merely a craft applied to an object. However, for certain buyers, cultivating a piece and subsequently selling it at 10 or 100 times its original price transcends the singular item. It is a grander scheme at play. The more valuable the piece, the longer it is nurtured, the larger and more intricate the scheme becomes. As for the recently examined Qing Yongzhang glazed red cloud dragon pattern jade spring vase, although it was indeed well executed, it ultimately bore the marks of imperfection. The seller's excessive chatter alerted me to the issue with the repair, which ultimately led me to the heart of the matter. This bottle is indeed exquisitely crafted, having been imitated for at least a decade, and has been meticulously cared for throughout that time. Thus, the bottle exhibits no signs of luster typical of theft, nor does it possess the dullness associated with chemical agents used to enhance such luster. Moreover, the forger has not only applied diligence but has also employed ingenious reverse thinking. Instead of conventionally refiring the base to the bottle, he deliberately created a much less valuable repair piece. This approach effectively diminished the appraiser's suspicion. Su Ziding nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with my insights, likely having pondered similarly beforehand. The repair itself posed no issues, employing traditional techniques. Yet, the adhesive used at the joint of the body and base was inappropriate. Adhesive? Su Ziding furrowed his brow, seemingly taken aback. I nodded, explaining that the seller claimed the bottle had remained unchanged for at least a century. 100 years ago, one would not have utilized transparent AB glue for bonding porcelain. Transparent. Su Ziding murmured, momentarily startled before his expression shifted to one of enlightened understanding. Meanwhile, Su Mo and the ever-silent fourth uncle looked on in confusion. Even if such glue were used, how could one discern it? Su Mo's face reflected skepticism. This is no mere conjecture. Whenever adhesive is employed, it inevitably creates minuscule gaps. So small they are often thinner than a hair, yet any gap allows for light to permeate. Historically, adhesives for porcelain were crafted from opaque materials like glutinous rice, rendering them fundamentally different from transparent AB glue in terms of light transmission. No wonder you handed a flashlight to Song Jinggang earlier. Su Mo suddenly grasped the situation. I suppose I am growing old. My vision cannot compare to that of the youth. Su Ziding mused. In truth, it is not merely a matter of age. It is genuinely challenging for most to perceive the subtle differences in light emanating from gaps thinner than a hair. Moreover, discerning such nuances requires exceptional eyesight and knowledge of how various materials transmit light, a depth of understanding that even my grandfather might not possess. After all, I have undergone formal training, having studied for 3 years in graduate studies focused on artifact restoration. Over the past 2 years, I have systematically acquired extensive knowledge in this field, encompassing various restoration techniques and the origins of both new and old materials. Most importantly, I can precisely replicate the characteristics of different materials in the laboratory, such as light transmission rates, aging effects, and corrosion resistance. Consequently, I was able to instantly identify the issue at the bottle's joint. Your perception is remarkably keen, Su Mo remarked with a smile as she regarded me. I remained silent, simply bowing my head to sip my tea. In truth, I had no desire to reveal how I discerned these details. I had intended to maintain a low profile. Yet, alas, the complexities of the world often defy my expectations. One cannot simply choose to remain inconspicuous. How long have you been immersed in the world of antiquities? The old gentleman inquired with a warm smile. About 5 or 6 years, I replied, casually fabricating a timeline while mentioning my previous experience at an antique shop in Kyoto. I knew that if I remained silent, he would inevitably inquire further. The old man nodded, acknowledging the perceptiveness of youth. As I had discerned something that both Song Jingang and I had overlooked, a remarkable feat indeed. In truth, Song Jingang had failed to recognize the authenticity of the vase moments ago. However, it would be untrue to assert that Su Ziding had not perceived something amiss. He had, in fact, identified the irregularities of the vase, which prompted his inquiry regarding the middle-aged female seller that mirrored my own questions. Subsequently, he inquired if I could make a purchase, already harboring an answer in his mind, albeit yet unable to pinpoint the exact flaw. He suspected that I had discerned the inconsistency, thus deliberately sought my opinion to preempt the seller's inquiries, allowing me the opportunity to elucidate. Given more time for Su Ziding to scrutinize, I surmised he would eventually uncover the flaw. Of course, it need not be the adhesive at the interface. Other elements could also reveal discrepancies, such as the degree of oxidation on the marks left by the impact of the repair nails. For a counterfeit, in the end, remains a counterfeit. Once one identifies the anomalies in an object and firmly believes in its fraudulent nature, numerous aspects that previously seemed unproblematic will, in a miraculous turn, appear increasingly suspect. Thus, uncovering the flaw is merely a matter of time. Chapter 23. Friends of the Mei family, the young man possesses remarkable discernment. Su Ziding could not help but commend me. Your flattery is unwarranted, sir, I replied. Before I arrived at the Suguya Ji, I was engaged in restoring props at a film studio, dealing daily with various adhesives. Thus, I have a profound understanding of their characteristics. Today, I fortuitously identified the issue with this bottle. I spoke the truth, albeit not entirely. You have experience in prop restoration? No wonder you could detect the adhesive problem. Su Mo remarked, her expression one of sudden realization. Su Ziding merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. How did you ascertain that the bottle does not belong to her? Su Mo inquired, presenting a rather naive question. Taken aback, I chuckled, just a lucky guess. Though it was not entirely a guess. Su Ziding gently sipped from his teacup. Since the antique was a counterfeit, the woman's words were likely fabrications as well. It was probable that the item did not originally belong to her. Most likely, someone had asked her to sell it. Such occurrences have been prevalent in the antique trade for ages, and the variety of schemes is ever increasing. Xiao Mei's assertion was, in truth, a stratagem to dismiss her, preventing any further entanglement. I see. Su Mo's lips formed a na shape in understanding. Xiao Mo, you must learn. The antique business is fraught with peril. Had it not been for Xiao Mei today, we could have incurred significant losses. After finishing his statement, Su Ziding turned his gaze back to me. Xiao Mei, your surname is Mei? Indeed, sir. My name is Meijio. The elder nodded in acknowledgement. Your surname reminds me of a dear old friend. They say I am a legend in the antiquities circle of Jinling, yet he is the true legend, a paragon of the entire domestic antiquities realm. A jolt of intrigue coursed through me at Su Ziding's words. Who might this old friend be? As I refilled his teacup, I contemplated whether to inquire, Sir, what is the name of your esteemed friend? The mere thought of a connection to my lineage, Meishi, piqued my curiosity, yet I recalled my grandfather's dying admonition. Never reveal that you hail from Meishi. Thus, hesitation gripped me. Noticing my silence, Su Ziding chose not to pursue the matter further, instead surveying the exhibition hall of Suguya Ji, reminiscent of a museum. You previously intended to transform this place into a museum. I was somewhat skeptical. The history of the antique trade in our country far surpasses that of the West. To forge a new path towards internationalization seems ill-advised. I fail to see the efficacy of such an approach. Su Ziding's remarks were directed at Su Mo, yet his gaze fell upon the taciturn fourth uncle. Xiao Si, do you not think the foot traffic has diminished significantly? Fourth uncle, standing at just under 5'7", with a slightly dark complexion and a lean yet muscular build, wore a black round-neck t-shirt, khaki work pants, and black combat boots. With a solemn demeanor, he managed a forced smile, as if smiling were a daunting task for him. Sir, one cannot draw such comparisons. Just because more people entered the store before does not imply they were all buyers. Indeed, Uncle C is quite impressive. His words strike directly at the heart of the matter. Sumo couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. I am unsure of Uncle C's origins, but his accent sounds peculiar, reminiscent of the dialects from the Guangxi and Guangdong regions. Xiaoxi, when did you also learn to speak nonsense? Oh, how is this nonsense? Sumo retorted, turning to Old Master Su and gesturing towards the exhibition hall with earnestness. My new Suguyaji has indeed seen a reduction in foot traffic by 1/3, largely due to the new decor style which has halved the merchandise in the store. However, the items that have been removed are of negligible value. Previously, our Suguyaji was brimming with an array of products, including trinkets priced at 1 or 2,000 yuan. Furthermore, upon reviewing the sales ledger from the past 5 years, I found that 80% of our transactions involved items priced under 100,000 yuan, with nearly half below 10,000. The total value represented no more than 20% of our sales. Isn't that entirely reasonable? Aren't antique shops in Jinling and across the nation similarly structured? Su Ziding questioned. Did you think antique stores routinely handle transactions in the millions or tens of millions? I disregard how other stores operate, but my Suguyaji cannot afford such a model. Expending 80% of our efforts to achieve only 20% of sales is far from prudent. I do not seek that 20% revenue. I equally desire to conserve 80% of our efforts, which translates to a significant reduction in manpower. The reason for the renovation was to further segment the market, filtering out less valuable merchandise and targeting a more discerning clientele. Although the foot traffic has diminished and sales have decreased, the efficiency of Suguyaji has improved. Efficiency? Su Ziding listened, utterly perplexed. He realized he could not outwit Sumo on this front. After all, the girl had studied abroad and specialized in art market investments. I do not concern myself with your efficiency metrics. My inquiry is straightforward. It has been half a year since the renovation. How is business faring? What is the status of our funds? The loan from the commercial bank is due next month. Su Ziding's double-barreled question caused Sumo's expression to shift abruptly from sunny to overcast. The account. Over the past 6 months, the store has indeed received several significant pieces, which you are aware of. I had previously discussed with Uncle Ren about selling a few to repay the bank loan. However, Uncle Ren advised against selling now, suggesting we wait. I also believe it is prudent to hold off. The antique market sees prices appreciating rapidly year by year. Su Ziding nodded in agreement. Indeed, the current antique market mirrors the property market from a few years ago, with prices skyrocketing. But the loan is imminent, and both Suguyaji and this antique street are mortgaged under your name. Failure to repay on time means we could lose both the shop and the street. Good grief! How much did this beauty borrow from the bank to not only mortgage her store but the entire street's worth? I am well aware of the stakes, which is why I have been preoccupied lately, contemplating the possibility of mortgaging several valuable antiques to secure a loan and settle the existing debts. I contacted several banks, and the lowest loan interest rate is 4.05. However, based on the trends of the antique market over the past 3 years, the significant pieces previously acquired by Uncle Ren are expected to appreciate by no less than 13 within a year, according to the market average. Therefore, securing a loan would make holding antiques in the medium to short term quite advantageous. Sumo truly deserves recognition for her international perspective on the art investment market. Having returned from France, Su Ziding nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while the antique trade is traditional, society is evolving, and this industry must adapt to contemporary trends. Hence, my decision to invest heavily in your overseas education years ago appears to have been prudent. Elated, Sumo leaned affectionately against the elder's shoulder. Nonetheless, the essence of the antique trade remains reliant on discernment. If the items are not authentic, no amount of calculation will suffice. Rest assured, grandfather, Uncle Ren is at the store, and I have adhered to your previous instructions, consulting him on all matters. Moreover, I have entrusted the store's operations entirely to him, while I solely manage the accounts. I hold Uncle Ren in the highest regard. He has been with me for over 20 years, and his eye for quality is on par with my own, so entrusting him with responsibilities is certainly wise. Therefore, in his absence, I would rather refrain from accepting goods than risk making hasty decisions. I assure you I do not act recklessly. Today I called Uncle Ren about this vase. He reviewed it via video and confirmed its authenticity before I invited Teacher Song over. It was he who personally contacted Teacher Song. If you doubt me, you may ask Xiao Mei. My skepticism is not directed at you, but merely a reminder that this industry is fraught with complexities. As Su Ziding spoke, his gaze fell upon the antique inspection register placed on the tea table, which Su Mo had just signed and set down after the middle-aged woman selling the jade pot spring vase had visited. It had yet to be tidied away. Chapter 24. The register. Su Ziding casually picked up the antique from the tea table to examine the daily register. Upon opening it, he immediately noticed the page for today, which was marked with a pen. What's going on? Su Ziding inquired, pointing at the 100-bird vase in the register. Su Mo glanced over. I'm not entirely sure. Regarding the business matters, you might want to wait for Uncle Ren to return and ask him. Su Ziding turned his gaze towards me. Xiao Mei, did you discover this? I nodded. Yes, sir. It was noted during this morning's routine inspection. What's the issue? Perhaps you should take a look yourself? I suggested, as I had merely recorded the observed phenomena, what anomalies appeared at what time and location, without delving into the reasons behind them, which was beyond my purview as a mere shop assistant. When Su Ziding inquired about the situation, I refrained from answering directly and instead encouraged him to investigate personally. All right, you push me over. I maneuvered Su Ziding's wheelchair to the display column housing the 100-bird vase, and Su Mo and Uncle C followed suit. The height of the display column was perfectly suited for Su Ziding, allowing him to observe without needing to bend down. I opened the display column's door, and Su Ziding immediately began to examine the 100-bird vase. During this time, I handed him a magnifying glass and a small flashlight. After approximately 4 or 5 minutes of scrutiny, he gently returned the vase to its original position, then reclined back in his wheelchair and turned to Su Mo. When was this double-handled vase acquired? Su Mo shook her head. It should have been before the shop's renovation. Let me check the ledger. No need. The elder waved his hand dismissively and rolled his wheelchair back towards the tea table. Is this for Uncle Rin? What's the matter? Su Mo followed closely behind, noting that everything in the shop was certainly collected by Uncle Rin. Su Ziding did not respond to her query. I could tell that he had discerned the issue with the 100-bird vase, yet he chose to remain silent. Nevertheless, it is a well-known fact that no antique shop in the world is devoid of forgeries. Moreover, which appraiser would dare assert with complete certainty that they would never make a mistake? Thus, it was rather ordinary for Su Gaia Collection to possess a 100-bird vase with such discrepancies, especially since it merely had an ear repaired. Although this 100-bird vase could not be considered a seamless restoration, a thorough examination would likely reveal the truth to a seasoned appraiser. Yet, even the fiercest of tigers occasionally doze. Xiao Mei, what do you think is the issue with this vase? Su Ziding posed the question as he returned to the tea table, not even waiting for me to take a seat. I feigned surprise, momentarily taken aback. You discovered this. Didn't you notice the problem? Honestly, I didn't pay much attention, I replied while preparing tea for everyone. I am responsible for inspecting the antiques in the display cases daily, noting any anomalies, after which Uncle Ren conducts a detailed inspection. Sir, is there an issue with this vase? I deliberately feigned ignorance and refrained from revealing the issues surrounding this antique. For I am not foolish. This vase is decidedly distinct from the previously mentioned jade pot. The jade pot was brought forth by the seller for sale, and I pointed out its flaws for the benefit of the shop. However, this vase is a different matter altogether. It is already an antique in the store and has been acquired by Uncle Ren. Who is Uncle Ren, you may ask? He is my immediate superior. Thus, how could I possibly disclose any issues regarding this vase? Su Ziding did not respond to my inquiry but cast a glance at Uncle C. Little C, it is already noon, and there is no meal provided here. We should return. I've been drinking water all morning, and I am quite hungry. I chimed in, Grandfather, are you scolding me for not hosting you well? Su Mo laughed and said, Let us go. It's a rare occasion for you to be here. I shall treat you and Uncle C to a splendid feast. I have no interest in your lavish banquet. It will undoubtedly consist of some French steak or foie gras, both dreadfully unpalatable. Su Ziding frowned and began to push his wheelchair toward the exit. Isn't foie gras delightful? If not, I could treat you to escargot. Time to head home. Little C, Please ask Aunt Chun to prepare a couple of small dishes for lunch. Let us enjoy a few drinks together. It has been ages since we last indulged. All right, I shall call Aunt Chun right away." Upon hearing the old man mention having a couple of drinks at noon, Uncle C instantly appeared rejuvenated. "You're drinking again," Suemo exclaimed. "I just had a checkup this morning. The doctor said my health is quite good. What's wrong with having a couple of drinks occasionally?" I accompanied Suemo as we escorted Su Zitting out of Su Guyaji, observing as Uncle C wheeled him out of the antique street and into the adjacent parking lot. Naturally, Su Guyaji does not serve meals. Every noon, the owner, Suemo, generally walks to a nearby CAF to purchase a coffee and a sandwich. Meanwhile, Uncle Ren and I typically order takeout. I usually assist Uncle Ren in placing his order when I order mine. He has a penchant for noodles and steamed buns, claiming they are convenient to eat, reminiscent of his youth when he subsisted on buns while working in the wilderness. Wilderness work? Uncle Ren's words stirred my imagination. I had read online about the legendary Su Laoji, who, after departing from the provincial archaeological team, had built his fortune from the treasures unearthed by local farmers across the nation. Thus, Uncle Rene's remarks prompted me to ponder whether he had once been involved in excavations in the north. Of course, I was merely speculating. Uncle Ren had returned to his hometown for business, initially taking 2 days off, yet he returned after just one. Suemo had intended to arrive early to open the shop, but unexpectedly, Uncle Ren was already seated inside, sipping tea. I arrived shortly after Suemo, and we both inquired in unison, "Uncle Ren, why have you returned so soon?" I was concerned. If another vase were to appear, would we still be able to conduct business? Uncle Ren chuckled. "Indeed, it is rather peculiar. I can hardly procure a few items in a month, and yet upon taking 2 days off, a substantial shipment arrives. If that were the case, Uncle Ren, you should take leave every day, and we would be able to acquire fine goods daily." Suemo laughed as she set down her coffee and laptop bag. "The issue is that I am not on anyone's radar. Yesterday, Master Ting happened to come by. Otherwise, we would have suffered significant losses. It was Mei Jiu who noticed that bottle. Did my grandfather not inform you? Is that so? Master Ting did not call me. It was later that I contacted Teacher Song and he mentioned it. Xiao Mei, you were able to discern something that even Teacher Song could not? I am uncertain how Song Jinggang communicated with Uncle Ren, but I believe he was unaware and would hardly trust that I perceived the Jade Hu Chun vase as a counterfeit. It was merely a coincidence that he noticed the glue issue with the vase. Suemo had preemptively assisted me in responding. Is that so? Was that vase so blatantly fake? Did the glue even overflow? Teacher Song did not notice? Uncle Ren wore an expression of disbelief. Surely not. I did not detect the glue issue while filming on my phone. It was visible only when illuminated strongly from inside the vase. I casually fabricated a response, hoping that Uncle Ren would not probe further into this matter. After all, I would not wish for him to realize my capabilities are too exceptional. Otherwise, I might find myself unable to retain even this temporary position as a shop assistant. Fortunately, Uncle Ren did not pursue the topic any further and instead casually picked up the daily logbook from the tea table. This logbook I had already stored away in the drawer yesterday, yet it had returned to the tea table. It was evident that Uncle Ren had come in this morning and had rummaged through the logbook to review my work from yesterday. Uncle Ren opened the logbook to the page for yesterday. Chapter 25. The reception at the antique shop. Upon seeing the register in Uncle Ren's hands, Suemo suddenly recalled something. "Oh, Uncle Ren, it seems there is an issue with the double-eared vase in the shop. My grandfather examined it yesterday." Uncle Ren was taken aback. Master Ting also looked at this double-eared vase? Indeed, Suemo nodded. He studied it for quite a while. He asked me what was going on, but I had no answers, so I suggested he contact you. He must have forgotten to call you. Uncle Ren furrowed his brow and turned to me. "What did you tell Master Ting?" The concern was palpable, for I knew Uncle Ren could easily guess that Master Ting would inquire about this matter. Fortunately, I had feigned ignorance and refrained from divulging any specifics. I merely noted a slight crack and recorded it. Beyond that, I had not discovered anything else. My words were intentionally vague. Uncle Ren remained silent, shifting his gaze back to Suemo. In truth, this vase is a restored piece, with one ear artificially aged and restored. Xiao Zhou acquired it over 6 months ago for 780,000. He thought he had stumbled upon a bargain and hastily left it in the shop without my inspection. Xiao Zhou? Oh, now I understand why you dismissed him, Suemo exclaimed. Uncle Ren nodded in affirmation. Yes, that was indeed the reason. Of course, it reflects my own mismanagement. I had intended to display the double-eared vase in the shop for sale, given the reasonable acquisition price, hoping that, if it sold, it would be as if nothing had occurred. However, I underestimated its condition, and it ended up cracking. Suemo, since Master Ting is aware of this, I will provide him with an explanation. I will personally purchase this vase. Upon hearing this, Suemo quickly reassured him. Uncle Run, this is not your fault. It is Xiao Zhou's issue. Furthermore, even with your expertise, one cannot guarantee that there are no fakes in the collection. In the antique world, no one can assert that their shop is devoid of counterfeit items, right? Even those prestigious auction houses, with their rigorous authentication processes, frequently encounter fake items. Suemo continued, no worries, let us just sell it as is. Worst comes to worst, we can remove the fake ear, and the rest remains authentic. We can sell the remainder. The price would be significantly lower, Uncle Ren remarked. But in business, one cannot expect every transaction to yield a profit. Let us proceed with the sale. If it doesn't sell within 6 months, I will consider it mine, and I will inform Master Ting. I was astonished to learn the true nature of this double-eared vase. I had initially believed Uncle Run had misjudged it. It turned out he merely wished to discreetly dispose of it as if nothing had transpired. This is understandable, as in the antiquities realm, the most crucial asset is discernment. Even if one makes a mistake, one must discreetly hide it away. Though Uncle Ren did not appraise this vase, as the person responsible, he naturally bears the burden of management. Unfortunately, fate was not on his side, and the issue was ultimately uncovered. However, it seemed Master Su Xingting had not contacted Uncle Ren, likely choosing not to hold him accountable, given their long-standing association. Moreover, as Suemo aptly remarked, it is quite commonplace for an antique shop to acquire items with certain imperfections. At this juncture, the matter of how to handle the double-eared bird vase is a concern solely for Uncle Ren. I shall continue with my task of tidying up and inspecting the antiques. Once I concluded my cleaning, I retrieved the registry from the tea table to examine the antiques. However, Uncle Ren instructed me to temporarily remove the double-eared bird vase from the display column and place it in a brocade box, stating that it would be brought out for sale only after it has been repaired. Obeying his directive, I carefully took the vase from the display case and placed it into the brocade box, which I then handed over to Uncle Ren for safekeeping in the second-floor safe. As soon as Uncle Ren ascended to the second floor, customers entered the shop. It is my responsibility to greet and attend to patrons. The reception in an antique shop differs markedly from that in many other industries. One cannot be overly enthusiastic. Introductions to the items should be succinct, and if the customers do not solicit further information, one should refrain from excessive commentary. This is primarily because genuine antique buyers, often termed collectors, possess a common tendency to regard their discerning eye as exceptional, believing themselves to be well-informed. Thus, they prefer to inspect the antiques independently. Should one excessively promote their wares, it may inadvertently engender disdain among collectors and even raise suspicions about the quality of the antiques. Typically, when customers enter, I offer a polite smile and inquire about their interests. If they specify an area of interest, I guide them while briefly outlining what our store has to offer. Thereafter, I remain by their side, allowing them the freedom to explore. If they do not pose questions, I generally refrain from speaking further. Of course, most patrons who visit an antique shop lack a specific direction. It is akin to browsing on a marketplace. There is seldom a clear focus unless the purchase is intended as a gift. Consequently, most customers will enter with the statement, "No worries, I'll take a look myself." In truth, the sales approach in an antique shop is not as intricate as in other sectors. There is no need for extravagant techniques. Everything relies on one's discerning eye, as each individual believes their perception to be remarkable. The two individuals who entered did not engage in conversation but rather dispersed to examine the antiques independently. Observing this situation, I instinctively followed one of them, understanding that further dialogue was unnecessary. As they separated, I could only accompany one. I noticed that he was not scrutinizing the antiques themselves but was instead focused on assessing the prices of each item. After examining the prices of 7 or 8 antiques, he finally spoke. "Your shop specializes in larger pieces." "I see." I nodded and smiled slightly, responding, "Indeed, our establishment primarily deals in high-value antiques, catering to significant collectors." He nodded in agreement. "Do you purchase them?" he inquired, as if the answer were self-evident. "If we didn't purchase, how could we sell?" I replied. "Of course, we do acquire them." "Even larger items?" he asked, intrigued. "We can collect even the largest, depending on the quality," I clarified. He nodded in response, then turned his attention to another patron examining the display case. "Is Mr. Huang here?" he asked, lifting his gaze towards me. "Mr. Huang is indeed present," I casually replied. However, upon recognizing his face, I was taken aback. "Goodness! Sun Wensher, May boss?" Sun Wensher recognized me at a glance. How astonishingly small this world is, and even more so the ancient realm of Jinling. In just a few days, both Song Jingon and Sun Wensher have crossed paths with me. However, drawing from my experience with Song Jingon yesterday, I felt assured that Sun Wensher would not disclose my dealings with the Buddha statues. Thus, I greeted him with composure. "Hello, Mr. Sunday." "Ah, Mr. May, what brings you here?" "Oh, I am an employee of the Sugu Yaji." "Ah, is that not Mr. Sun?" A voice echoed from the staircase. It was Uncle Ren. "What a pleasant surprise. What brings you here? Surely, you haven't sold out all the items at Bohuaxian and come to restock at my Sugu Yaji?" "I wish that were the case. Unfortunately, with your esteemed Sugu Yaji being the premier antique shop in Jinling, we dare not be so audacious." "Oh, Mr. Chun has also arrived. It seems today is a day of good fortune." Chapter 26. How to combine when I existed in solitude. Perhaps Sun Wensher still regarded me as a person of significance, respectfully addressing me as Boss May. However, once he discovered that I was merely an employee of Su Gaiaji, my presence completely dissipated before Renshu. The complexities of human relationships often arrive abruptly and unceremoniously. A few exchanged pleasantries revealed that everyone else were old acquaintances, with only Su Mo and the individual accompanying Sun Wensher being strangers to one another, prompting Sun Wensher to facilitate introductions, though I was conspicuously absent from this social ballet. Unperturbed, I settled down to prepare tea for everyone, a task befitting my role as a humble shop assistant. I had long heard of Miss Su's return from her studies abroad, bringing with her remarkably progressive concepts of antique commerce. Today, witnessing the shop's decor and arrangement was indeed an eye-opening experience. Sun Wensher shook his head in wonderment, exclaiming, "Mr. Sun, as a veteran in the antique trade, please do not mock this junior. What mockery could there be? If I were to renovate Bohuaxian, I would surely draw inspiration from your Su Gaiaji, but do not accuse us of infringement when that time comes." I remarked, "Mr. Sun, you already have 5 branches of Bohuaxian. Will you continue to expand? Is there no morsel left for others?" Renshu quipped, gazing at Sun Wensher with a grin. "Am I not here to share a meal with everyone?" Sun Wensher replied, "Oh, it seems that Mr. Sun has a significant item that he cannot digest." Renshu laughed heartily. "Boss Chun possesses a blue and white jar," Sun Wensher remarked, glancing at his companion, Chun Shoha. Before Sun Wensher could finish, Renshu eagerly inquired, "From what era?" "The Ming?" "It should be from the Yuan," Sun Wensher responded. Renshu's eyes widened in astonishment. I too was taken aback. The Yuan blue and white porcelain is indeed a remarkable find. The surviving pieces are exceedingly rare, each commanding a hefty price. Over a decade ago, a blue and white jar depicting Giguzi fetched an astonishing 230 million at auction. If that piece were to be auctioned today, it would likely surpass 400 million. It was no wonder that Sun Wensher sought out Renshu at Su Gaiaji. In the antique business, when encountering particularly significant items, several shops often collaborate to mitigate risks. "Have you seen it?" Sun Wensher nodded. "Not only I, but the other 4 appraisers from Bohuaxian have also examined it. Hence my visit to Su Gaiaji." Sun Wensher glanced towards Su Mo, for she was indeed the proprietor. "What is the price?" Renshu continued to inquire. Without a word, Chun Shoha extended 3 fingers. 300 million. 300 million. Both Renshu and Suemo were taken aback. Is 300 million exorbitant? Chun Shoha queried, retrieving his phone. You have not seen the jar. Once you do, you will understand its worth. Remember, over a decade ago, that Giguzi jar sold for over 200 million. Take a look, Chun Shoha offered, handing his phone to Renshu. The screen displayed an image of a blue and white jar adorned with the depiction of the immortal from the South Pole. From the photograph, the jar's size appears to be quite comparable to that of the esteemed Giguzi descending the mountain, valued at over 200 million. In fact, it even seems to possess a superior aesthetic. However, despite this, its worth may not necessarily exceed that of the Giguzi. The valuation of antiques can often be rather enigmatic. Identical items can sometimes command vastly different prices. This discrepancy is not solely dictated by the antique itself, but also hinges on the narratives surrounding it and the potential for speculation. Consequently, most high-value antiques are typically sold at auction. Auctioning acts as a form of indirect promotion, as auction houses engage in continuous marketing efforts, occasionally employing shills to artificially inflate bids, thereby raising the auction price. Nevertheless, auctions are not without their drawbacks. For instance, they can easily compromise the privacy of collectors. The auction fees are substantial, with both parties typically required to pay 15% of the final bid. Furthermore, auctions are public transactions, necessitating the payment of significant taxes. Thus, a high auction price does not guarantee that the seller will reap greater rewards, leading some collectors to prefer not to engage in public auctions. Returning to the blue and white jar featured on the mobile device, it is indeed impressive. If it is genuinely from the Yuan dynasty, while the valuation of 300 million may be debatable, it will certainly fetch over 200 million. Renshu glanced at the image on the phone before passing it to Suemo. After a brief examination, Suemo returned the phone to Mr. Chun. Mr. Sun, surely 300 million is within your reach at Bo Huaxian? Suemo remarked with a subtle smile. Miss Su, it's not a matter of whether we can afford it. We share the feast after all. It's an age-old custom in the antique business to mitigate risks together, he replied. In Jinling, this is a tradition established by your esteemed Su family patriarch. In truth, this practice is not exclusive to Su Ziding, but rather a time-honored tradition. However, the antique trade experienced a hiatus during the 1960s and 70s, and it is likely that Su Ziding reintroduced this collaborative principle when revitalizing the antique market in Jinling in the 1980s. Does your second boss know about this? Suemo inquired casually while sipping her coffee. In a business of this magnitude, how could he be unaware? He sent me to discuss matters with Mr. Huang. Mr. Sun replied. Suemo nodded. And what are the terms? The usual, a 50-50 split. Mr. Sun, let us first assess the items before making any decisions, she stated, neither affirming nor denying Mr. Sun's intentions. Indeed, we must first examine the items, Mr. Sun concurred. After all, these treasures are precious and cannot be handled indiscriminately. Moreover, I anticipate that the appraisal will not be completed in a single round, given the value involved. The jar will temporarily reside in the bank's vault. If convenient, I shall arrange to visit the bank tomorrow morning for an initial inspection. Once the final number of buyers and collaborative methods have been established, we shall find a suitable location to present the jar for on-site appraisal by relevant experts, as it would be impractical to do so at the bank with a large group present. Chun Shoha's remarks were quite prudent. Naturally, we will also discuss the details regarding subsequent payments after the appraisal is completed. In truth, Chun Shoha is merely an intermediary, not the genuine proprietor of the antiques. To put it plainly, he serves as a broker, facilitating the buying and selling of antiquities. However, these particulars are of little consequence. Transactions involving significant antiques typically entail the signing of relevant agreements, and for exceptionally large items, it is customary to engage a notary for authentication. Very well, let us defer our discussions until after you have viewed the items tomorrow, Sun Wensher remarked as he rose to take his leave. Mr. Sun, you are rather pragmatic. Once business is concluded, you do not even indulge in a few cups of tea before departing. Uncle Ren also stood and chuckled. Why should I be overly courteous with you? We are partners on a venture worth hundreds of millions. Just like you, my shop cannot function without personnel. If you, Bo Huaxian, were to step away, would you cease your business entirely? Do not jest. Should our second boss catch wind of such remarks, I might as well resign. Chapter 27. Yuan blue and white. The following morning, I found myself alone in the shop as Uncle Ren and Su Mo had ventured to the bank to examine the blue and white jar. However, before noon, Uncle Ren returned solo. The expression on his face suggested that the jar was indeed exquisite. I too harbored a deep curiosity about this Yuan blue and white jar, for genuine antiques valued in the hundreds of millions are a rarity. Moreover, Yuan blue and white pieces are exceptionally scarce, existing only in limited quantities. Most collectors in the antiquities realm may never encounter a true Yuan blue and white artifact throughout their lifetimes. Uncle Ren, how was the Yuan blue and white jar? I inquired. With a smile that radiated warmth, he gently shook his head. Remarkable. My grandfather once said that first impressions are paramount. One must first appreciate beauty before discerning authenticity. To be candid, having immersed myself in the world of antiquities for 30 years, I have encountered numerous so-called Yuan blue and white pieces. Yet, I have likely only held genuine pieces made from the rare Su Maliqing material a handful of times, and even those instances were somewhat ambiguous. However, the jar I beheld today truly opened my eyes. It was authentically crafted from Su Maliqing, exhibiting the finest hues within the Su material. Its color was rich and profound, reminiscent of sapphires, with a lustrous sheen and an exquisite texture. This Yuan blue and white jar was quintessential, a definitive specimen of its kind. Uncle Ren spoke with an air of enchantment. In the realm of antiquities, countless enthusiasts exist, and outsiders often assume that transactions involving items valued in the tens of millions are commonplace. In reality, the majority of individuals may only encounter a handful of items worth millions throughout their lives, let alone handle them. Of course, this excludes what is seen in museums. Uncle Ren, a seasoned expert, has undoubtedly witnessed great treasures as the chief appraiser of the prestigious Su Guyaji in Jinling, having accompanied the legendary Su Ziding for over 20 years. Yet, witnessing Uncle Ren's expression, I surmised that this Yuan blue and white jar must indeed be extraordinarily beautiful. The crucial aspect was the jar's impeccable condition. It surpassed a similar jar sold at auction over a decade ago, which bore numerous scratches from wear. While this Antarctic immortal jar also had a few minor blemishes, its overall quality was vastly superior. Uncle Ren sipped his tea, marveling at its beauty. To have handled such rare antiquities over a lifetime would certainly provide ample material for boasting to future generations. Indeed, possessing such exquisite treasures is more than enough to boast about. Uncle Ren, where's the boss? I suddenly recalled that Su Mo had not returned with him. Xiao Mo went back to consult Master Ting, he replied. I found this peculiar, as I thought the business was under the boss's purview. Hadn't Master Ting stepped back from Su's affairs? While that is true, how could such a significant transaction proceed without consulting Master Ting? Xiao Mo, having returned from studying abroad, is undoubtedly capable. However, Uncle Ren paused. In terms of experience, she still requires further accumulation. It is only prudent to consult Master Ting regarding such a substantial business deal to ensure all is in order. By midday, just as Uncle Ren and I finished our lunch, Su Mo returned. How did it go? What did Master Ting say? Uncle Ren eagerly inquired before Su Mo could even take a seat. Grandfather was undoubtedly exhilarated, given that it was a piece of Yuan blue and white porcelain. Upon viewing the photographs I sent him, he shook his head repeatedly, lamenting that it would be splendid if he could collect it himself. Su Mo sat down and immediately drank the tea I had just poured for her. However, he cautioned that the more valuable an item, the more prudence it demands. High returns come with high risks. Uncle Ren nodded in agreement, acknowledging that grandfather was indeed prudent. It might be wise for us to invite Mr. Chun to bring the item to our Su Guyaji, allowing grandfather to personally inspect it. Grandfather's discerning eye was certainly a necessity. Yet, Su Mo paused for a moment, expressing that grandfather harbored some concerns regarding our joint venture with the Hua family. Concerns? Uncle Ren was taken aback, wondering if grandfather feared the Hua family might engage in tricks. Su Mo shook her head, clarifying that this was not the case. After all, the Hua family had prospered largely due to our Su family in earlier years. Even though they had acquired numerous assets from us over the years, it was all above board. Engaging in underhanded dealings against us was unlikely and unnecessary for them. Moreover, we currently had little that would pique their interest. We only had the street and one shop. Indeed, the Hua family owned 3 antique markets and 5 floral pavilions, making our street not particularly enticing for their schemes. So, what was the old gentleman concerned about? His apprehension lay in the risk of funds. In truth, I shared this concern as well. Funds? Was he worried that we lacked the capital to make a payment? Suemo nodded, explaining that our current liquid assets amounted to just over 30 million, which also accounted for the rental income from the antique street for the next quarter. However, we were due to repay 100 million to the bank next month. Even if the antique pawn loan we previously discussed could secure 100 million, we would first need to settle the bank loan, and then swiftly mortgage the street, at best yielding only 130 million. Yet, we could not allocate all our funds to purchase a single piece of yuan blue and white porcelain. We must retain 20 to 30 million for the daily operations of the shop. Furthermore, acquiring this porcelain would not allow for immediate resale. It necessitated a period of concealment to appreciate in value before it became a worthwhile investment. Thus, by calculation, we could only muster 100 million. The yuan blue and white jar was priced at 300 million. Grandfather might be able to negotiate slightly, but it would likely not fall below 270 million. His suggestion was to seek another partner. Another partner? Who? The Rong family. Uncle Ren was taken aback, his expression shifting instantly, brow furrowing. The Rong family? They were our family's staunch adversaries. Without them, our Su family would not have. Suemo quickly gestured for Uncle Ren to refrain from continuing. I understood, and grandfather was certainly aware of it as well. However, he stated that business is merely business. In the realm of commerce, there are no friends or foes, only interests. Would the Rong family agree to collaborate? Uncle Ren could not help but express his skepticism. I shared this apprehension, yet grandfather was confident they would. With profit to be made, why would they refuse to collaborate? Suemo smiled slightly, agreeing that grandfather's perspective was indeed sound. Uncle Ren nodded in silence, lowering his head to sip his tea. As I sip my tea, my mind wanders into contemplation. I am oblivious to the identity of the Rong family that these two individuals speak of, but it is evident that they are the adversaries of the Su family and are likely connected to the recent decline of the Su clan. Uncle Ren, grandfather has requested that you communicate with the Hua family and accompany son Wencher to engage in discussions with the Rong family. Uncle Ren did not readily acquiesce. His hesitation hinted at his discomfort with the prospect of an alliance with the Rong family. On the other hand, it was evident that Uncle Ren paused, seemingly grappling with the idea, before he gradually articulated. Perhaps a little support for the store? Suemo shook her head and exhaled softly. Uncle Ren, you are well aware of the Su family's predicament over these past few years. There is no need for me to elaborate. As for grandfather, even if he possesses resources, he certainly cannot muster over 100 million in funds. Even if he were to mortgage his estate, it would hardly yield a significant amount. Surely it wouldn't suffice to mortgage the old man's estate. However, it is unlikely that he has no other assets at his disposal. Uncle Ren had been with Master Ting for 2 decades, and as Suemo began to speak, she gently waved her hand, interrupting him. Uncle Ren, let us not dwell on that. The crux of the matter is that I believe forming an alliance with the Rong family is indeed necessary, as the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. In truth, it was apparent that Suemo was reluctant to divulge much about her family's affairs, as the tales of a fallen house carry little glory. Moreover, as a temporary employee who has only just arrived, I should not presume to know too much. To Suemo, I am merely an outsider. Chapter 28. Conditions, however. The Rong family does not operate an antique shop. They only engage in the auction business. Uncle Ren remained somewhat perplexed. As long as there is profit to be made, the type of establishment is inconsequential. Moreover, wouldn't it be even more advantageous to have Rong Antique Studio involved? In the future, if this piece of yuan blue and white porcelain were auctioned by Rong Antique Studio, it might indeed yield better returns than selling it in our antique shop. Furthermore, Suemo paused momentarily before continuing. My grandfather often said that in the realm of antique collecting, discernment is paramount. Rong Antique Studio, being a prominent auction house, should be invited to participate. This would allow them to bring in several experts on yuan blue and white porcelain for authentication, thereby further reducing the risk of misjudgment. This is precisely why I believe it is essential to involve the Rong family. Uncle Ren was taken aback. Su Mo quickly added, Uncle Ren, please do not take offense. It is not a matter of doubting your expertise. After all, in such a substantial business venture, it is always prudent to have additional perspectives. You and Master Ting are correct. With such a significant item, one cannot afford to overlook any detail. Uncle Ren had gone to find Sun Wensher and had not returned for the entire afternoon. It was evident that Su Mo was quite anxious, as she frequently glanced towards the entrance. Although I did not fully comprehend the situation of the Su family, nor was I well versed in the financial operations of Su Guyaji, I sensed that this deal was of utmost importance for Su Guyaji, for Su Mo, and for the Su family. Su Mo's urgency resonated with me. After all, I too was counting on the success of this business transaction. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, nearing closing time, I assumed that Uncle Ren would not return today. However, he hurried back in haste. How did it go? Su Mo inquired as soon as she spotted Uncle Ren at the door. I quickly poured him a cup of tea, albeit the water had cooled. Uncle Ren waved his hand dismissively, remaining silent as he strode over and gulped down the tea, likely in a rush to return before we closed the shop. Nevertheless, I could already discern the answer from his expression. Su Mo would also not find it difficult to guess the outcome, yet it was still necessary to hear it confirmed by Uncle Ren. All right, the Rong family has agreed to the collaboration. Uncle Ren nodded, placing the teacup down and signaling for me to pour another. What did I say? Who would refuse a profitable venture? Su Mo's spirits lifted. However, the Rong family has certain stipulations. Conditions? Su Mo was taken aback. What conditions? The antiques must be auctioned through their house. That is acceptable. This was part of our initial plan, wasn't it? They also agreed that the fees would be at a minimum of 8% for us. Is that so? This comes as a pleasant surprise, but it is not without its stipulations. We must participate in Rong Antique Studios' autumn auction this year. Ah! Su Mo gasped in astonishment. The autumn auction of Rong Antique Studio is in November, leaving us with only a few months. Is this transaction truly feasible? Both Sun Wensher and I conveyed our thoughts to the Rong family, but they were quite insistent, stating that with a capital occupation of 100 million, a prolonged duration was untenable. They required a swift turnover. Surely it cannot be so. The Rong family is even more affluent than the Hua family. It seems improbable that they would be so miserly as to hesitate over 100 million. I share your sentiments, yet they assert that as their family expands, so too does their business, resulting in a more stringent cash flow. Moreover, the Rong family has invested significantly in real estate development in recent years, and with current stringent financial regulations, they claim their capital chain is under considerable strain. Upon hearing this, Su Mo furrowed her brow. If this is indeed the case, rapid transactions without a reasonable period for proper antique collection would merely amount to speculation, characterized by buying low and selling high. This may pose little concern for general low-value antiques, but for such high-value pieces, it is decidedly ill-suited. One must consider the various handling fees, taxes, and final auction costs. Hastily selling may not only yield no profit but could potentially incur losses. However, the Rong family has assured us a safety net. During the autumn auction, they guarantee that the pieces will not sell for less than our cost price, ensuring we do not incur losses, added Uncle Ren. This statement was crucial, and Su Mo finally exhaled in relief. If this is the case, it may be worth taking a gamble, as sending items to auction could indeed result in astronomical prices. Of course, if the auction fails to attract bidders, the Rong family will not provide a safety net. Should it fail to sell, it would allow for a longer period of concealment. Su Mo merely mentioned this in passing, for someone with her expertise should be aware that unsold antiques are detrimental to future appreciation. Uncle Ren nodded. Provided the antique itself poses no issues, based on the condition of this yuan blue and white porcelain, the Giguzi descending the mountain jar should fetch 230 million. I believe, under reasonable circumstances, it could achieve a price between 300 million and 400 million after more than a decade. Of course, the key lies in how Rong Gujai operates, which is vital. Su Mo nodded. She studied art market investment in France, and I surmised she must possess considerable acumen in this area. What are your next steps? Su Mo inquired further. If the two conditions proposed by the Rong family are acceptable to both the Su and Hua families, Then we should arrange a time for appraisal. We have agreed that the three families will convene to assess the item together. Given the size of the piece, collective discussion and consensus are imperative before any commitment is made. Should any party harbor doubts, none shall proceed. Isn't that natural? If there is uncertainty, the parties would certainly reject it. No, it is not merely a matter of rejection. If any one of our three families finds the piece unsatisfactory, the other two will also withdraw. I was taken aback. Uncle René's implication was that they aimed to utilize the collective expertise of the three families to unequivocally ascertain the authenticity of this yuan blue and white porcelain. If even one appraiser feels something amiss, the item shall not be accepted. They seek to entirely eliminate any risk of error. Moreover, beyond mutual assistance, there is naturally an element of mutual restraint at play. It goes without saying that if either the Hua or Rong families express disapproval, I too would not dare to proceed. Suemo shrugged. Xiaomo, I will return with you shortly to report to the elder. If all is in order, we will await news from the Hua family. Should they also find no issues, we shall agree on a time and place for the appraisal. Perhaps we could hold the viewing at my Su Guya Ji, making it convenient for grandfather to examine the item, suggested Suemo. This afternoon, I also mentioned it to the two families, and Sun Wensher's side responded affirmatively. However, the Rong family indicated that they would need to seek further consultation, as they still wish to invite relevant experts. If the number of attendees becomes excessive, it may not be convenient for them to come to our place. If necessary, we could consider Rong Gujai, as they are an auction house and undoubtedly possess greater space than we do. Suemo did not voice any objections. She glanced at her watch and exclaimed, "Oh dear, it's already past closing time. We should hurry to leave." Uncle Ren promptly secured the door, suggesting we depart together. As Suemo stated this, she began to tidy her computer. I hurriedly gathered the items from the tea table, disposing of the tea leaves and taking the teacups to wash in the restroom. Uncle Ren also conducted a security check throughout the store before turning off the lights and locking the door, officially closing for the day. However, just as we were exiting the shop, we heard a cacophony of curses from outside. What a shameless fool to open an antique shop on Jinling Old Street. Utterly disgraceful. I was startled and quickly looked up. Fortunately, the vitriol was not directed at our Sugayaji, but rather emanated from an antique store across the street. Chapter 29. The paintings of Qi Baisher, a grumpy gentleman in his 60s, approached, clutching a cylindrical tube as he made his way towards the Su Guya Ji. However, just as he arrived, Renshu was locking the door to leave. "Oh, please wait a moment," the old man called out, hastening his steps. "Excuse me, may I inquire if you collect calligraphy and paintings?" Initially, I intended to depart, as Sumo and Renshu were heading back to Sushiting while I was finished with work and ready to return to my rented accommodation. Yet, with this unexpected opportunity for business, it would be discourteous to ignore it and leave. I paused, refraining from directly answering the gentleman's query, instead glancing back at Renshu. The door had been securely locked by Renshu, with the key now tucked away in his pocket. Suddenly, a potential transaction presented itself. When one is open for business, they must engage with customers, even if they are initially disinterested. One must always maintain an appearance of hospitality, for it is unknown whether the visitor might indeed possess something of value. Nonetheless, from the gentleman's earlier irritable remarks, it was evident that he likely did not possess anything remarkable. Renshu, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired, "Good sir, what treasures do you bring?" "Paintings by Qi Baisher," the old man replied with a hint of pride. "Just tell me, do you accept them or not?" "Of course we do," Renshu affirmed, "as long as the items are authentic." Without further ado, the old man handed the painting tube to Renshu. "Take a look." The tube was quite exquisite, wrapped in brown satin. However, whether due to deliberate aging or simply the passage of time, the fabric appeared somewhat dusty, and the edges were glossy from wear. Renshu opened the tube and extracted a remarkably thin painting. The term thin was apt, as it was unframed, merely a sheet of rice paper. Unrolling the standard 3-foot rice paper, which had slightly yellowed and exhibited a few spots of mold, revealed a depiction of shrimp, 9 in total. The style indeed suggested it was Qi Baisher's work. However, it is well known in the antiquities community that if one were to compile a list of artists whose works are most frequently counterfeited, Chi Baisher would undoubtedly be featured prominently, especially when it comes to his shrimp paintings. The sheer volume of imitations, many of which are remarkably convincing, has led to a cautious approach in the antiques market. Without a clear provenance, Chi Baisher's shrimp are rarely accepted. From a technical standpoint, this painting was executed quite well, almost too well. Yet, a significant flaw was evident. There was no seal present, merely a line of text in the upper right corner. When discerning the authenticity of calligraphy and paintings, a crucial aspect is the presence of a seal. The absence of one raises questions about the painting's legitimacy, regardless of its artistic merit. Renshu, what do you think? Su Mo, waiting beside him, could not help but urge for his opinion. Uncle Ren chuckled softly before shaking his head. Sir, our shop is closing. Perhaps you might consider visiting other establishments, he suggested, preparing to roll up the painting to return it to the elderly gentleman. However, upon hearing this, the old man grew increasingly agitated. What do you mean? Do all the antique shops on this street lack discernment? Is this painting not genuine? You haven't even mentioned a price, and now you wish to dismiss it entirely? This is unacceptable. If you refuse to purchase it, at least provide me with an explanation. Uncle Ren found himself momentarily speechless at the gentleman's unreasonable demands. Suemo, waiting for Uncle Ren to depart together, interjected with a smile, Sir, when it comes to antiques, the trade is not like that of other goods. No one dares to purchase what they cannot see clearly. The fact that the shops on this street refrain from buying it speaks volumes. The old man, even more displeased, retorted, This painting was personally passed down from my father. It was painted by Chi Baisher himself and given to him. Have you even read the inscription? He seized the painting from Uncle Ren's hands, unfurling it once more, and pointed to a line in the upper right corner. For the benefactor who Mo, crafted in haste on the mountain path, hoping for understanding, Ding Si Year, Spring, Chi Baisher. The inscription is quite clear. Chi Baisher encountered bandits on the mountain path and was saved by my father. In gratitude, he painted this for him. My father preserved it, and I have seen it since childhood. How could it possibly be a forgery? The Ding Si Year corresponds to 1917, the year Chi Baisher fled to Beijing to avoid bandit troubles. I am well acquainted with Chi Baisher, and indeed, I am familiar with all calligraphers and painters, exceptionally so, as I hail from a background in professional painting. Thus, the inscription could likely be verified, and there are stories to be told. However, Chi Baisher's biography is readily accessible. A simple search online yields ample information, making it entirely plausible for someone with ulterior motives to fabricate such a narrative. Observing the old man's insistence, Su Mo refrained from outright declaring it a forgery to avoid escalating the conflict. In the antique trade, there are rules one may choose not to buy, but one should not speak too definitively, especially in public. If this were in the shop, a more direct approach would be acceptable. Sir, there is not even a seal on this painting. How can you expect me to purchase it? Uncle Ren remarked with a furrowed brow and a wry smile. Uncle Ren, let maid you handle this, we should return home now. My grandfather's health is poor, and he rests early, Su Mo suggested, casting a glance at me to indicate I should take on this contentious matter. Uncle Ren nodded, a mischievous smile crossing his face as he handed me the cylindrical container. As I accepted the cylinder, I felt a surge of discontent, thinking to myself that I had been excluded from the pleasant tasks and left to deal with this troublesome situation. However, upon receiving the cylinder, I was taken aback by its unexpected weight. I had assumed it was merely a paper tube and nearly dropped it. Sir, I apologize. We must take our leave due to pressing matters. Nevertheless, I will have my colleague remain to discuss the painting with you. He can determine how to proceed with it. Upon hearing this, the old gentleman could not conceal his displeasure. However, due to personal matters at home, he refrained from expressing his discontent further. He merely waved his hand, too weary to engage in conversation. Uncle Ren patted me on the shoulder before turning to leave with Su Mo. They had scarcely taken 10 steps when I suddenly called out to him. Uncle Ren, may I keep this painting for myself? At the sound of my voice, Uncle Ren halted, turning back to me with a smile. Well, if you are not afraid of the risk, you may take it. I replied, Alas, I lack the funds to purchase anything that is not readily apparent. Upon hearing my response, Uncle Ren glanced at Su Mo. It is after hours. Your personal time is your own and does not pertain to the shop. With that, Suemo continued walking ahead. In the world of antiques, the unwritten rule dictates that whether one is a mere shop assistant, a junior employee, or a chief appraiser, none may privately acquire goods while within the store. Watching the two of them retreat, I couldn't help but smile. For in the brief moment when Uncle Ren conversed with the old gentleman, I had noticed something rather peculiar about the tube housing the painting. Chapter 30. The painting tube. I took the painting from the elder's hands and unfolded it once more. However, I found myself devoid of the enthusiasm to scrutinize the artwork. My attention was drawn instead to the rather weighty painting tube, which seemed somewhat peculiar. The exterior was enveloped in a layer of brocade, now aged, with its protruding ends polished to a glossy sheen. This wear was not a deliberate act of aging. Rather, it was the result of genuine passage of time. While the exterior was adorned with brocade, the inner lining was composed of a thin layer of cotton fabric, some parts of which were tattered, revealing the material beneath. A glance inside astounded me. The tube was fashioned from a solid piece of Wangwali wood. Good heavens! It appeared that one was purchasing not only a painting but also a remarkable tube. Old sir, do you know why antique shops along the entire street are reluctant to acquire your painting? I gently inquired, observing the elder who seemed somewhat deflated. Alas, he sighed deeply. I am aware that there are countless forgeries of Qi Baisher's works, which has rendered collectors wary. Yet this piece has been handed down authentically. Old sir, isn't it customary for sellers to proclaim the authenticity of their wares? I countered. But if a shop were to take it in, they cannot claim it was an heirloom like you do. My words rendered the elder momentarily speechless, his mouth agape in silent contemplation. Antiques possess a unique nature. What one perceives is inconsequential compared to the beliefs of the buyer. Frankly speaking, the painting is indeed quite well executed. What does well executed mean? It signifies that it is a work by Qi Baisher. How could it be lacking? However, the painting bears no seal. Even if it were an original, who would believe it? As I spoke, I retrieved my phone, gesturing towards it. Consider this phone. I claim it to be of the fruit brand, but it bears no insignia of such. Would anyone purchase it? The elder paused, momentarily bewildered, staring at my phone. The artist's seal on a painting is akin to the brand logo on a phone. Without it, even an authentic piece may be deemed counterfeit. But this artwork bears Qi Baisher's signature, the elder exclaimed, pointing to the 3 characters inscribed on the painting. It is likely that he lost his seals while evading bandits. This is akin to my phone lacking a brand emblem. If I were to inscribe one by hand, would anyone recognize it? The elder appeared utterly perplexed, frowning as he sensed the flaw in his reasoning, yet unable to articulate it. Old sir, I surmise you have traversed numerous shops. Even if you scoured every antique store in Jinling, it is probable that few would express interest. Antiques are exceedingly peculiar. It is preferable to forego them than to risk acquiring a counterfeit. The repercussions of a misjudgment could be monumental. The elderly gentleman couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, lamenting the absence of a seal. Sir, are you certain this is a painting by Qi Baisher? Did your father explicitly tell you so? I had merely posed the question casually, yet it rendered the old man momentarily speechless. He opened his mouth but uttered no words. Judging by his expression, it seemed rather unlikely. This painting, I surmised, was indeed a forgery. Nevertheless, it seemed rather incongruous for a counterfeit to be housed within a Zetan scroll tube. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Could it be that I had been deceived all along, only to find myself ensnared in someone else's ruse? Perhaps this old man was merely using the scroll tube as bait. To be honest, I had discovered the painting among my father's belongings, having stored it away for many years without understanding its value. Recently, someone suggested it might be by Qi Baisher, a name I had never encountered before, but I was informed that his works command exorbitant prices, sufficient to trade for a large house in Jinling. Thus, I considered selling it. At this juncture, I must confess I am genuinely uncertain of the veracity of the old man's claims. After all, the world of antiquities is fraught with depth and deception. Hailing from a lineage of antiquities connoisseurs, with a legacy spanning centuries from Meiji, the last thing I desire is to become a mere pawn in someone else's game. The thought of my grandfather discovering this misstep would surely rouse him from his eternal rest in indignation. I contemplated examining the scroll tube more closely, But in the presence of the old man, I felt it inappropriate to pry open the fabric for a thorough inspection. "Young man, did you not express a desire to collect it yourself?" he suddenly inquired, fixing his gaze upon me. His question intensified my wavering uncertainty. Observing my prolonged silence, the old man furrowed his brow and shook his head, remarking, "Forget it, it's of no consequence. I merely intended to see if it might sell." As he spoke, he reached for the painting and the scroll tube, and I willingly handed them over. Reflecting on the Zeton scroll tube I had just glimpsed, I felt confident it was genuine. Unless, of course, only the exposed portion was authentic Zeton, with the remainder being something else entirely. Alternatively, the scroll tube could be made of Zeton, yet the old man might not be interested in the tube itself but rather fishing for a deal. "Sir, if you genuinely wish to sell, I am indeed willing to purchase it. However, I would need to acquire both the painting and the scroll tube. To be candid, I am primarily interested in the scroll tube, as it is crafted from fine wood, likely Zeton. As for the painting, regardless of its authenticity, if you cannot sell it, I would have no means to sell it myself, and it would merely adorn my wall." The old man was taken aback. "Is that so?
Zeton?
Is it valuable?" "Its worth largely depends on the overall condition of the scroll tube," I replied. "I only caught a glimpse earlier. Why don't we remove the brocade covering to inspect it further?" I communicated the situation regarding the scroll tube to the old man, for without discussing it, I would have no means of verifying its authenticity on the spot. If I were to forego an immediate inspection, who knows what discrepancies may arise. Upon hearing my intention to remove the brocade, the old man grew slightly displeased. "The brocade is perfectly fine. It would be a shame to dismantle it. Can still be wrapped back up. If it comes to that, I shall offer you 100 yuan. Regardless of whether I purchase your painting, you may take this sum to any calligraphy and painting shop to have a new brocade wrapped. To speak candidly, I am merely curious to ascertain whether this painting tube is indeed made of rosewood. If it is authentic, it could very well be valued at several thousand, perhaps even tens of thousands. Is it possible for a wooden tube designed to hold artwork to be worth so much? Please do not misunderstand. I am not asserting that it is necessarily worth tens of thousands. Upon careful inspection, it might be worth a few thousand, or it could indeed reach tens of thousands." The elderly gentleman nodded and said, "Very well, let us unveil it. After all, the outer silk fabric has seen better days." I took the painting tube from his hands, located the seam, lifted the fabric, and with a firm tug, the brocade enveloping the tube fell away. Chapter 31. Misguided optimism. As I unwrapped the luxurious silk, a brilliantly polished solid wood cylinder emerged, its intricate patterns reminiscent of a transformed mask. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming sense of regret washed over me. I lamented why I hadn't mustered the resolve to purchase it right then, instead of opening it in front of the elderly gentleman. Yet, amidst my remorse, I found myself perplexed. Why would someone choose to enshroud such exquisite yellow rosewood in silk? This painting cylinder was slightly more slender than the typical ones I had encountered. Most notably, when viewed from above, it was a seamless, singular piece carved from a solid log. The old gentleman appeared taken aback, exclaiming, "Isn't this merely a piece of wood?" My word, I felt faint. However, to the untrained eye, it indeed resembled just a piece of wood. I nodded, feigning certainty. "Sir, I believe I am correct in asserting that this is indeed rosewood, and to be candid, its condition is quite commendable." I specified rosewood, deliberately omitting yellow rosewood, thus employing a slight ruse. For connoisseurs, the distinction would be immediately apparent. Yet for the average person, there is a notable difference between rosewood and yellow rosewood. "How much is it worth?" the elderly gentleman inquired with palpable eagerness. I pondered briefly. "To be honest, sir, had I not just disclosed that this cylinder is made of rosewood, and had I quietly made an offer to acquire your painting, would you not have included this cylinder as well?" The gentleman nodded silently. However, since I had broached the subject, I resolved to be forthright and not undervalue your item. Thus, I offered you 20,000 yuan for this exquisite cylinder. How does that sound? 20,000. The gentleman seemed uncertain. In truth, most people have no idea of the actual worth of yellow rosewood. Many might assume it's merely a piece of wood, and how expensive could it truly be? Others, having heard of yellow rosewood's esteemed reputation, may believe it to be worth tens or even hundreds of thousands or even millions. However, such exaggeration is unwarranted. While this cylinder is indeed beautiful, its size is modest. Moreover, it lacks distinctive craftsmanship or historical provenance. Therefore, I estimate it to be valued around 40 to 50,000 yuan. Noticing the gentleman's hesitation, I felt compelled to clarify. To put it plainly, this is simply a cylindrical piece carved from wood. The material is indeed exceptional, but it lacks a discernible age. If it were from the Ming or Song dynasties, or had been utilized by a renowned figure from centuries past, it would hold considerable value. This was used by a historical figure. He interjected. The great painter Qi Baishi utilized it for an extended period. Couldn't help but chuckle. Sir, wasn't Qi Baishi acquainted with your father? How long could that possibly have been? The gentleman paused, then laughed in return. Yes. Qi Baishi wasn't he from ancient times. He struck me as quite endearing. He likely wasn't he attempting to haggle, for he genuinely seemed unaware of Qi Baishi's identity. Yet, was 20,000 perhaps too modest? Just look at how splendid this cylinder is. Ah, the gentleman truly is delightful. But is the cylinder truly as beautiful as he claims? What exactly constitutes its beauty? In truth, the elderly gentleman was utterly clueless. However, he epitomized the quintessential Chinese elder, who would never forego bargaining. Thus I was prepared, and my initial offer of 20,000 was intentionally made with room for negotiation. I tossed the ball back to him, inviting him to propose a price. Regardless of my subsequent bids, he would invariably demand a higher sum. By allowing him to state a price, I effectively placed a cap on his expectations. After a moment's hesitation, he announced, well, if you take the painting along, let us settle on 40,000. Sir, acquiring this painting merely for personal admiration at home holds no market value. I feigned difficulty, though I recognized that 40,000 was indeed a sum I could accept. Yet, I could not acquiesce too readily. Young man, this painting and the scroll case have been together for decades, both attributed to Qi Baishi. They cannot be sold separately. Do you still dare to invoke Qi Baishi? No one would believe that, I retorted. Regardless, I assert it is indeed Qi Baishi's work. 40,000 is my final offer. Take it or leave it. Shaking my head in feigned distress, I ultimately resolved, very well, I shall accept the 40,000. Both the elderly gentleman and I found joy in this transaction. My elation was self-evident. Having procured a Hainan yellow sandalwood scroll case for 40,000, I estimated a potential profit of 10 to 20,000 upon resale. The elder was pleased as well, for after visiting numerous antique shops with no interest shown, he unexpectedly sold the unassuming scroll case for 40,000. Upon returning to my quaint courtyard in the suburbs, I found that Xiao Wu had yet to arrive. Previously, while working on props at a film studio, I had rented a small room. After selling a Buddha statue for 150,000 a fortnight ago, Xiao Wu and I moved to a more affordable location between the film studio and the antique street. We had initially planned to rent separate rooms, but the suburban rents were exceedingly reasonable. Hence, we opted for an entire courtyard, not only for its affordability but also because Xiao Wu was particularly fond of the kitchen. Xiao Wu, an adept cook since childhood, enjoyed preparing meals, and upon my return from work in the evenings, he typically had dinner ready. However, Xiao Wu had recently been busy working as a stunt double at the film studio. Consequently, I stopped by the roadside to purchase a few steamed buns and a salted duck. Yet, rather than indulging in the buns, my focus turned to the scroll case in my possession. Originally enveloped in brocade, the fabric had been removed, yet a layer of glue still clung to its surface. I filled a basin with hot water and used a cotton cloth to warm the glue on the scroll case, softening it before gently wiping it away. Once the thin, translucent layer of glue was removed, the cylindrical case gleamed under the light. To my astonishment, it exhibited a slight transparency with an amber hue, reminiscent of a varnished exterior. As I caressed the surface, it felt as smooth as a baby's skin, silky and warm, devoid of any roughness or splinters. Bringing it closer to my nose, I was taken aback. It was indeed exquisite Hainan yellow sandalwood. This object is worth far more than 50 or 60,000. At the very least, it must be around 100,000. My excitement was palpable. I initially thought I might earn a modest profit of 10 to 20,000, and even purchased a whole salted duck on my way back. Little did I know, I had stumbled upon a significant fortune. I quickly took a hearty bite of steamed bun to calm my nerves, then resumed my task of examining this Hainan yellow rosewood painting tube. Previously, at the entrance of the Su Guya Ji, I had only removed the brocade from the main body of the tube, leaving the brocade on the lid untouched. I proceeded to dismantle the brocade from the lid, also tearing away the thin cotton cloth inside. However, once I removed the cotton cloth from the lid, I was even more astonished. The inner surface of the lid, previously concealed by the cotton cloth, bore 2 lines of engraved characters. Chapter 32. The 9 shrimp painting. I had initially thought I had stumbled upon a stroke of luck, only for an even more unexpected revelation to unfold. As I peeled back the cotton fabric from the inner wall of the painting cylinder, 2 lines of text emerged. In the year of Gengin May, serendipitously acquired exquisite Hainan yellow rosewood, self-crafted scroll. This cylinder truly belonged to Qi Baisher, and moreover, it was crafted by his own hands. Those familiar with Qi Baisher's life are aware that he began his career as a carpenter before venturing into the realm of painting. The year Gengin corresponds to 1890, a time when Qi had just transitioned from carpentry to full-time artistry. Thus, his creation of a Hainan yellow rosewood painting cylinder served as a personal reminder to inspire himself to produce extraordinary works. Being a carpenter by trade, Qi Baisher undoubtedly recognized the value of Hainan yellow rosewood. Yet, it raises questions as to why such a stunning painting cylinder was enveloped in silk. Perhaps it was precisely because he understood its worth that, amidst tumultuous times, he chose to safeguard it with such luxurious fabric. But if safety was the concern, why not opt for a more modest, ordinary cloth? It seems the narrative falters here. In any case, this painting cylinder was devoid of any contents, and thus the story need not be continued. As it stands, this cylinder is worth far more than a mere 100,000. With the inscription by Qi Baisher and the craftsmanship of his own hands, the cylinder instantly brims with allure, its value multiplying several-fold, perhaps even exponentially. I hastily stuffed half a steamed bun into my mouth. This delightful surprise was indeed quite abrupt. However, just as the bun touched my palate, a thought struck me. If the cylinder truly belonged to Qi Baisher, what of the painting that once resided within it? Where is the painting? I quickly bit down on the half bun and searched for the artwork. Fortunately, it lay discarded on the bed, unharmed. Previously, my focus had entirely been on the cylinder, and I had scarcely examined the painting. To say that would be an understatement. I had observed it initially, and based on its techniques, my first impression had been correct. It resembled Qi Baisher's style closely, almost indistinguishably. Upon a second glance, however, it became clear that this was not merely similar. It was unequivocally an authentic piece. This illustrates that the appraisal of antiques, especially calligraphy and paintings, is inherently subjective. When one perceives authenticity, every aspect seems justified. Conversely, if doubt arises, even genuine pieces appear suspect. This particular work, The 9 Shrimp, by Qi Baisher, is indeed of great value. What I thought was acquiring a painting with a complementary cylinder has transformed into purchasing a cylinder alongside a painting. According to current market prices, a painting of this size by Qi Baisher typically commands a baseline of 3 to 5 million. However, if it possesses a compelling story, the potential value expands exponentially. Alas, the only lament is the absence of a seal. Without this mark, while it could still be authenticated by a reputable appraiser, the process would be rather cumbersome. To find an expert for authentication, one must have the proper channels. Yet even then, one might lose at least a third of the potential value. Moreover, without a seal, regardless of whom you consult, the intrinsic worth remains stagnant. The value of a painting by Qi Baisher without a seal is uncertain. It is indeed a pity. I gaze upon the painting sprawled across my bed, depicting 9 shrimp. A complete narrative unfolds in my mind. The elderly gentleman selling the painting recounts how his father, Hu Mo, once saved Qi Baisher on a mountain path. In gratitude, Qi Baisher hastily created a painting for Hu Mo, specifically the 9 shrimp, symbolizing the life-saving grace. Yet, for some unknown reason, no seal was used. Perhaps it was misplaced or temporarily unavailable. A hastily created artwork on rice paper, unframed, is difficult to preserve. Thus, Chi Baisher gifted the painting along with his portable painting tube to Hu Mo for safekeeping. Years later, after Hu Mo's passing, his son discovered the tube and its contents, but when he attempted to sell it, no one showed interest. Ultimately, fate led me to an unexpected fortune. Naturally, I need not elaborate on my serendipity. One could embellish the tale further, adding layers to the legendary narrative of this antique. Artifacts possess stories, and their value escalates accordingly. Now, with a story in hand, the only regret lies in the absence of a seal. Just a single seal. As I nibble on my steamed bun, a thought spontaneously arises. I do not wish to create a forgery. This artwork is indeed the genuine piece by Chi Baisher. It is merely that the esteemed artist neglected to affix his seal, which causes many to question its authenticity. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary disputes, I must assist the venerable Chi Baisher in adding a seal. Engraving is a simple task for me, as I am formally trained in painting and sculpture, and I am renowned as a master of imitation. A seal is trivial. However, I cannot carelessly carve a random design. It is not as straightforward as that. Chi Baisher's seals are exceptional. He began as a carpenter, possessing remarkable skill in carving. His seal engraving art is profound, and throughout his life he used numerous seals, each varying across different periods. Thus, I cannot simply stamp any seal without consideration. A mistake could not only fail to enhance the painting's value but could also transform a genuine piece into a counterfeit. Hence, there is no rush. I must thoroughly study the chronological sequence of Chi Baisher's seals and their meticulous significance. This is fundamental groundwork that any restoration expert must undertake to avoid leaving any temporal inconsistencies. Such inconsistencies, where phenomena should not appear in a given era, are absolutely unacceptable. This is a core criterion for authenticating antiques. Not only must I diligently research Chi Baisher's seals, but I must also seek a suitable piece of Shoshan stone, as Chi Baisher typically carved his seals from this material. Some may wonder why I am so meticulous when I am merely replicating an antique. One may casually select any stone to carve a seal, as long as the imprint is identical. However, this is not merely about creating a replica. It is about aging authentically. The essence of aging lies in the very notion of antiquity. In the words of my grandfather, true aging equates to authenticity. The materials must be genuine, and the craftsmanship must be sincere. Everything that can be real must strive for truth. Only then can the creations evoke a seamless passage of time. The practice of using copper to masquerade as gold or plastic to imitate jade is beneath the dignity of a true artisan of antiquity. If one desires to craft gold ornaments, they must be fashioned from genuine gold, and the gold content must align with that of the era being emulated. If one seeks to create exquisite ancient jade, authentic Hettian jade must be utilized. Aging is an art of time. Yet, when all other elements are genuine, the passage of time itself becomes inconsequential. Returning to the seal, it is indeed possible to carve an identical imprint using alternative stones. I could achieve the same result with ease. Moreover, employing computer scanning and laser engraving could yield a flawless replication, precise and efficient. Yet, a seal crafted through laser lacks the intrinsic aura of stone and metal. Its outcome may be classified as a high-quality imitation or a sophisticated replica, but it will never attain the status of an absolute imitation. Perhaps, to the majority of collectors and appraisal experts, it may pass muster, but when confronted by true connoisseurs and masters, its authenticity will inevitably be revealed. In contrast, the antiquing produced by Meishi is unequivocally undetectable. Chapter 33. Appraisal of yuan blue and white porcelain on that particular morning. A sign indicating temporary closure was prominently displayed at Su Gu Yeji. This day was significant, as it marked the appointed time for the Su, Hua, and Rong families to convene for the appraisal of a yuan blue and white jar. I arrived early at Su Gu Yeji to make preparations. In truth, there was little to prepare. It merely entailed tidying up the tea table and arranging the necessary items for the forthcoming appraisal. After brewing some tea, I awaited the arrival of the guests. They arrived in a steady stream. As the host family, the Su family had their elder, Su Shiting, refrain from receiving guests at the door due to his seniority. Instead, it was Su Mo and Renshu who welcomed the guests. As a humble staff member, I had the luxury of merely sitting back and ensuring the tea was well prepared. Fortunately, The tea table at Su Gu Yaji was sufficiently long to accommodate at least 12 individuals. The table was filled to capacity. In addition to the 5 members of the Su family, Su Shiting, Su Si, Su Mo, Ren Shu, and myself, there were 2 representatives from the Hua family of Bo Hua Xian, Sun Wenshi, and another appraiser from a branch of Bo Hua Xian. The Rong family was represented by 3 individuals: Wu Shueqian, the general manager of Rong Gu Zhai, along with 2 esteemed appraisers frequently engaged by them. Su Yiding, a renowned porcelain appraiser in the country, had been specially invited from Kyoto. The other, Song Jingang, was a well-known expert from Jinling. However, I had already witnessed Song Jingang's capabilities a few days prior. While I would not venture to judge his expertise in sculpture, I questioned whether it was prudent to rely on him for porcelain appraisal. Of course, as a mere tea server, my opinions held little weight. On the seller's side, aside from the intermediary Chun Shou-hee, there was also an attorney present, though the true owner was conspicuously absent. This was not unusual. Collectors of such high-value antiques are often celebrities or prominent entrepreneurs, who typically prefer not to appear at such gatherings. They usually delegate the entire process to their legal representatives. This is a common practice, as evidenced by many auction events where numerous buyers participate remotely, utilizing phones to delegate their bids. Once everyone had gathered and enjoyed several cups of tea, Chun Shou-hee gestured for a specially crafted aluminum safe to be gently brought over. The seller had invested heavily in this blue and white porcelain, commissioning a bespoke case and hiring 2 bodyguards for its transport. It had been delivered directly from the bank's vault to the tea table at Su Gu Yaji. All tea utensils were removed from the table, and a protective felt cloth was laid down. The safe was opened, and the blue and white jar was carefully extracted and placed securely on the table before the safe was removed. "Everyone, please proceed with the appraisal," Chun Shou-hee declared with a cheerful gesture. Yet, to his surprise, no one moved. "Ah, how polite everyone is," he exclaimed, noticing the hesitance in the crowd. He then turned to Su Shiting, elder, as a senior figure. "Perhaps you would like to begin?" Su Ziding smiled and waved his hand. "As the host, it is only proper for the guests to take the lead." He continued, "Let us invite General Manager Wu from Ronggu Zhai and the 2 expert teachers to proceed first, as we at Su Gaiaji and Bo Huaxian have already had our turn. Following them, we shall welcome General Sun and General Zhang from Bo Huaxian. Finally, my esteemed elder will take a look. What does everyone think?" Ren Shu's suggestion was met with nods of agreement from the crowd. General Manager Wu Shueqian of Ronggu Zhai gestured for Su Yiding and Song Jingang to proceed. "Experts, please, the floor is yours. Director Su, as a specialist in ceramics, you may go first." Song Jingang encouraged Su Yiding to take the lead. Su Yiding nodded, unreserved, and took a clean white towel to wipe his hands before directly engaging with the artifact. Previously, Su Yiding served as the deputy curator of a museum in Kyoto and has made significant contributions in the field of ceramic appraisal. However, after gaining prominence on television and frequently participating in various assessments, he resigned from his museum position to focus solely on antique appraisal. Nevertheless, he is still respectfully referred to as Director Su within the industry. It was evident that he was eager to begin. This eagerness was understandable, as when the safe was opened, revealing the exquisite blue and white porcelain, everyone present was left in awe. Though each individual had spent decades navigating the antiquities world, the opportunity to physically handle an ancient artifact valued in the hundreds of millions is indeed rare. Even someone like Su Yiding, a former deputy curator, would likely have only encountered a handful of genuine yuan blue and white pieces in his lifetime. At this moment, the tea set was cleared away, and I, the tea server, had already stepped away from the table, standing alongside my 4th uncle behind Su Ziding and the others. To be honest, under the illumination, this yuan blue and white porcelain was strikingly beautiful. Its condition was exceptionally pristine, glimmering under the light with remarkably few scratches visible. This shimmer was not the glaring sheen of newly fired porcelain but rather a soft, flowing luster that was pleasing to the eye. It was no wonder that Ren Shu had returned earlier, shaking his head in admiration. Indeed, it was quite magnificent. As for the appraisal of the porcelain, I shall not elaborate further. The general process has been discussed numerous times. Regardless of the expert's background, the techniques employed are largely similar. In truth, there is little to appraise with this yuan blue and white porcelain. Although it holds significant value, there are very few replicas worthy of serious consideration. Why is this so? Because Yuan blue and white is a unique phenomenon. The term itself was only established in 1952 by Professor Pop from America. Prior to that, the concept of Yuan blue and white did not exist in the world. Hence, there were no replicas before this time. Although, as the value of Yuan blue and white gradually gained recognition in the antiquities community, replicas began to emerge. However, the majority of these items are undeniably counterfeit. In the 1980s and 1990s, Jing Dejun produced a remarkable batch of high-quality replicas of Yuan blue and white porcelain, which initially deceived many. Yet, it did not take long for the academic and antique communities to delve deeper into the study of Yuan blue and white porcelain, leading to the realization that authentic pieces are fundamentally impossible to replicate. The pigments used in genuine Yuan blue and white porcelain are exceedingly unique, with their formulations having long been lost to time, rendering any imitation futile. Thus, the replicas from the 1980s and 1990s are, in contemporary eyes, merely obvious fakes. Consequently, there is little to authenticate regarding Yuan blue and white porcelain. It is either genuine or a forgery. Seasoned experts in the antique community can almost instantly identify the authenticity with the naked eye, as the characteristics of Yuan blue and white porcelain are strikingly distinct and irreplicable. Yet, today, the tea table is filled with individuals engaged in serious discourse. The reason for this solemnity is not due to the difficulty of authenticating Yuan blue and white porcelain, but rather because of its exceedingly high value. Chapter 34. The perspective of an antiquities expert. Though there were numerous individuals seated around the tea table, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. All eyes were intently fixed upon the person who was meticulously handling a porcelain jar, deeply engrossed in his examination. They scrutinized the body of the porcelain, the glaze, and the artistry of the painting. The primary focus, however, lay in the pigments beneath the glaze, observing their hues and mottling. The unique characteristics exhibited by the cobalt blue glaze used in Yuan dynasty ceramics set it apart from others, naturally drawing the collective attention of the assembly. The two experts from the Rong family, Su Yiding and Song Jingang, after their inspection, refrained from drawing any conclusions. They gently placed the porcelain back and invited Sun Wensher and others to take their turn. Although Sun Wensher and the others had already had their chance to examine it, they could not resist the urge to take another look. Having completed their evaluations, it was now the Su family's turn. "Ren, would you like to take another look?" inquired Su Ziding. "Please, Master Ting, you go ahead. I'll have a look afterward," replied Uncle Ren, positioning a high-powered magnifying glass beside him. The elder gentleman carefully steadied the jar, examining it with great diligence. He scrutinized nearly every inch of the jar's surface with the magnifier. Standing behind him, I too was captivated, watching intently as he inspected the jar. Indeed, this piece was, as Uncle Ren had previously stated, a quintessential example of Yuan blue and white porcelain, resembling a specimen. However, its exquisite beauty left me, a descendant of antiquities experts, feeling somewhat uneasy. This reaction stems from the unique psychology inherent to our profession. We tend to perceive objects through the lens of aging and deterioration. It is a purely technical perspective, distinct from that of a potential buyer who, upon encountering something beautiful, is overwhelmed by an insatiable desire to possess it. This desire often leads them to search for flaws or imperfections, driven by an underlying psychological motive of ownership. Once the desire to possess ignites, it frequently clouds one's ability to remain objective and rational. This is why even seasoned collectors, possessing considerable expertise in authentication, often bring along one or two appraisers when making significant purchases. The involved party is prone to bias. However, my perspective is not merely that of an observer. I approach this from the vantage point of an antiquities expert. The striking beauty of this blue and white porcelain inevitably sparked curious thoughts within me. I pondered how I might create a piece so exquisite yet undetectable as a forgery. Yet, my mind quickly shook its head, recognizing the impossibility of the first step. No one has successfully replicated the long-lost cobalt blue formula, and thus, lost in contemplation, I mused on how to age Yuan blue and white porcelain. Suddenly, a fleeting thought flashed through my mind, startling me. No, the cobalt blue has indeed been mastered by someone. However, this notion did not arise from mere whimsy. Rather, At the moment I was startled by my own thoughts. The venerable elder had already set down the magnifying glass and gently placed the porcelain jar back in its rightful position. "Ren, do take another look," he urged. Uncle Ren nodded and proceeded to examine it closely. His scrutiny was relatively swift, given that he had previously inspected it, yet I surmised that he was as meticulous as the elder had been. Once Uncle Ren had restored the porcelain jar to its place, Chun Shoha cast a cheerful glance at the assembly. "Gentlemen, shall we deliberate?" He turned to the elder. "What are your thoughts?" Wu Xueqian was the first to direct his gaze towards Su Ziding, inquiring, "Shall we defer to the experts first?" Su Ziding did not seize the limelight, though everyone present was already aware of the answer. All eyes naturally gravitated towards Su Yiding. Without hesitation, he nodded and began. "From my perspective, there is no doubt. This piece of yuan blue and white porcelain is quintessential. The richness of the hue, the brown flecks, as well as the porcelain body, artistry, form, weight, and density, all align perfectly with the characteristics of yuan blue and white." Su Yiding's declaration was steeped in the typical jargon of an expert, yet he did not assert that it was definitively yuan blue and white. He merely stated that it conformed to its characteristics. His words, though succinct, encapsulated the essence of the matter. The terms he employed, porcelain body, artistry, form, weight, density, sufficiently clarified the situation. There was no need for elaboration, for all present were seasoned connoisseurs in the realm of antiquities. This was not a television appraisal show that required detailed and simplistic explanations. In this setting, such elaboration was unnecessary. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd, affirming Su Yiding's conclusion. The simplicity of the verdict rendered further discussion moot. No one had identified any points of contention. In light of this, perhaps we should discuss the price. Chun Shoha proposed with a grin, his heart brimming with joy, for the pivotal issue of authenticity had been resolved, and his commission as the intermediary was nearly secured. At that moment, Sun Wunsher glanced at Uncle Ren and Wu Xueqian, both of whom nodded slightly, seemingly having conferred beforehand. Sun Wunsher then turned to the lawyer seated beside Chun Shoha. "In that case, we shall not haggle. Given the exquisite nature of this piece, I propose a flat price of 270 million, exactly 90 million for each of our three parties." The lawyer, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded gently. "If you would kindly allow me a moment, I must make a call to consult with my client." "By all means," came the reply. The lawyer took his phone and stepped outside Su Guyaji to make the call. While the lawyer was engaged in his conversation, Chun Shoha pointed to the porcelain jar on the tea table and remarked, "Gentlemen, this item is quite valuable. If there are no objections, I shall have it returned to the safe." "Indeed, let us secure it while we enjoy our tea," Uncle Ren concurred. "No rush on the tea. The jar may be safely returned, but let the safe remain open on the table for now," Wu Xueqian from Ronguzhai casually remarked. Yet his words elicited knowing smiles from the crowd. His intent was unequivocal. The antique must remain within sight. It would be unacceptable for a piece to be deemed authentic only for it to encounter complications once out of view. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the realm of antique collecting. As a box was brought forth, ready to be repacked, I found myself unable to restrain my curiosity and spoke from behind Su Ziding. "May I have the opportunity to examine it?" My inquiry momentarily stunned the onlookers, who turned their gazes toward me, standing behind Su Ziding. I could distinctly sense their astonishment and disapproval. Their eyes conveyed a clear message. "What is your standing? Do you possess the right to handle such treasures? You ought not even to broach such a question. Handling it? This is worth billions. Should anything happen, who would be held accountable?" Their gazes lingered on me for just an instant, before swiftly shifting back to Su Ziding in his wheelchair. Once they recognized me as merely a humble tea shop attendant. Chapter 35. Thermoluminescence. Upon hearing my words from behind, Su Ziding slowly turned his head to glance at me. I hastily added, "Master Ting, the jar is placed in the box. I won't touch it. I can simply examine it with a magnifying glass." Su Ziding paused for a moment, then turned back to the group at the tea table, offering them a faint smile. "It is commendable for young people to be eager to learn. Go ahead, feel free to try. If anything goes awry, it will be on the shop's account." The others, upon hearing this, found themselves at a loss for words. However, Su Mo and Uncle Run, who were seated nearby, were furrowed brows, particularly Su Mo, who looked at me with evident disapproval. It was clear that even she dared not handle the delicate blue and white jar, yet here I was, a mere shop assistant, boldly requesting to do so in front of everyone. If Su Ziding were to refuse my request, it would be entirely understandable, given the precious and fragile nature of the item. Yet, denying my request could also come off as stingy. Thus, my demand was one that a mere employee should not have made, akin to placing the owner in a precarious position. Nevertheless, my insatiable curiosity overwhelmed all reservations. I needed to validate the thoughts swirling in my mind. Very well, take a look. Su Ziding slightly adjusted his wheelchair to grant me a bit of space. Whether his gesture stemmed from genuine intent or the desire to save face was inconsequential. I observed the two individuals holding the box. It's all right. You may proceed to place the porcelain jar back in the box. I won't handle it, I declared, thus sparing Su Ziding any potential embarrassment and mitigating the risk involved. I could sense a collective sigh of relief from the others. With a high-powered magnifying glass in hand, I scrutinized the blue and white jar meticulously, confirming the details I had envisioned. My keen observational skills allowed me to swiftly identify anomalies, and although I examined only half of the jar, I did so with remarkable efficiency. Gently lowering the magnifying glass, I nodded at Su Ziding and stepped back. Finished so soon? Su Ziding chuckled, yet refrained from inquiring about my findings. Naturally, the others were indifferent to my conclusions. However, Su Mo cast a glance at me, rolling her eyes in disdain, likely contemplating how to reprimand me once this matter concluded. My pace was swift, and the lawyer's was equally brisk. Just as I retreated, the lawyer re-entered from outside, nodding to the group. The client has agreed to the price. We can proceed with signing the contract. The announcement elicited expressions of satisfaction from all present. Wait, can we conduct a thermoluminescence test? Su Mo unexpectedly interjected at this juncture. Her words momentarily stunned everyone. What is thermoluminescence? In simple terms, it is a method for determining the firing date of ceramics and similar artifacts. Technical authentication of antiques is quite common, especially in the West. However, in the realm of antique transactions within the country, there exists a scarcity of individuals engaged in technical appraisal. Most rely on experts who base their evaluations on experience. This is primarily due to the fact that technical assessments are time-consuming and cumbersome. Furthermore, many authoritative and advanced appraisal methods are not yet feasible domestically, necessitating the artifacts to be sent abroad. Yet, the exportation of antiques presents significant challenges, often rendering it nearly impossible. Additionally, the process of appraisal requires sampling, which inevitably inflicts some damage upon the antiques. Globally, numerous institutions are capable of conducting thermoluminescence testing, including several universities within the country that have established such laboratories. Nevertheless, in the expansive world of antique trade, only two appraisal entities are widely recognized and hold legal authority among industry peers: the Oxford Authentication Limited in the United Kingdom and the Antiquities Research Laboratory at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. The protocols of these institutions involve extracting a 10 mm equilateral triangle from the base of the artifact or drilling a 4 mm diameter, 5 mm deep cylindrical sampling point, typically requiring 2 samples per piece. One must ponder how many collectors would willingly allow their valuable antiques to undergo such invasive procedures. Moreover, many exquisite porcelain items are already quite delicate, complicating the sampling process. Furthermore, thermoluminescence testing is not infallible. There have been instances where excavated porcelain yielded results indicating an age of less than a century. Thus, when Su Mo proposed undertaking thermoluminescence testing, the assembly fell into a momentary silence, for such a request is indeed rare in domestic antique transactions. Furthermore, the authentication of this Yuan blue and white porcelain is not particularly challenging. In fact, many present had already reached a consensus on its authenticity. Nevertheless, Su Ziding exhibited no surprise, as it was evident that Su Mo had informed him in advance. The need for thermoluminescence testing seemed unnecessary, yet Su Mo had insisted upon it. It appears that the authentication result holds little significance for Su Mo, as a conclusion had already been reached. What truly matters is the time required for the assessment, which, at the very least, will take 4 weeks. For Su Mo, This duration is entirely sufficient to renegotiate the mortgage and secure the necessary funds to cover the purchase of this yuan blue and white porcelain. However, should they sign the contract and make payment now, what means would Su Gaiaji have to fulfill the payment? Regarding Su Mo's insistence, the Rong and Hua families found themselves at a loss for words, recognizing that this was a step towards further authentication. Moreover, the body of the yuan blue and white porcelain is robust, making it suitable for sampling. Yet, the critical question remains, would the owner of the porcelain consent? Thus, the collective gaze of the group shifted towards the lawyer, who had yet to take a seat. The lawyer paused momentarily, stating, "I must contact my client." Without waiting for further discussion, the lawyer turned and exited with his phone in hand. At the tea table, an awkward silence ensued. Uncle Ren, sensing the tension, broke the stillness with a smile, remarking that, given the item's valuation nearing 300 million, a thorough appraisal would be prudent. Sun Wensher nodded in agreement. Indeed, a formal appraisal would be beneficial. With an Oxford certificate in hand, the chances of the blue and white jar failing to attract bids would be negligible, potentially even enhancing its value further. The group erupted into laughter at this notion. The lawyer returned expeditiously this time, and while walking, he earnestly addressed the tea table. The client consented to conduct a thermal test. Upon hearing this, everyone involuntarily exhaled a sigh of relief. This was indeed the best outcome. However, the client stipulated that sampling for the test would inevitably damage the antique. Therefore, the buyer must first place a substantial deposit amounting to 30% of the transaction price. Moreover, the appraisal must also be commissioned by the buyer, and if any damage were to occur during the appraisal process, the buyer would bear the responsibility. This requirement sounded somewhat stringent, yet upon closer reflection, it seemed reasonable. After all, the current antique market favors sellers, particularly for exquisite items. Su Gaiaji has no objections. How about you, General Sun and General Wu? Should we confirm with a phone call? The two gentlemen were informed. The 30% deposit amounts to 10% per entity, totaling 27 million, which the Su family can readily manage. Sun Wensher nodded. Bo Huaxian had originally planned to pay the full amount today, so paying 30% was naturally acceptable. Wu Xueqin frowned slightly, revealing his reluctance, yet he also acquiesced with a nod, indicating no issues. If all is agreeable, let us proceed to sign the contract. The lawyer stated as he retrieved a pre-prepared contract from his briefcase, subsequently adding temporary supplementary clauses in the blank spaces at the back. This is merely a draft. Please take a look, and if there are no objections, I shall have the final version printed immediately. The elder Su did not scrutinize the contract, as he entrusted it directly to Su Mo, who was well-versed in such matters. While Su Mo examined the contract, Su Ziding gently remarked, "I need to use the restroom." He reclined his wheelchair slightly, and his fourth uncle, pushing him, prepared to assist him to the restroom. However, I interjected, "Allow me. The restroom floor is a bit slippery from water." Initially, his fourth uncle hesitated to move, but upon receiving a nod from the elder in the wheelchair, he acquiesced. The restroom for Su Gaiaji was located beneath the stairs on the second floor, a short distance from the tea area. As the wheelchair approached the restroom door, I lowered my head and murmured softly, "Ting Yi, something seems amiss with this yuan blue and white porcelain." Chapter 36. No more. I suddenly lowered my head and remarked, "Ting Yi, this yuan blue and white porcelain seems rather dubious." My words left Su Ziding, seated in his wheelchair, momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he slowly turned to face me. I refrained from rushing to provide an explanation. I was waiting for the old Master Su to pose his inquiry. I was eager to hear his response. Should he be inclined to listen, I would reveal the truth. If he expressed skepticism or even derision, then so be it. I would let it slide. I estimated that the downfall of Su Gaiaji would not occur too swiftly, allowing me another 6 months to a year. "Xiaomei, what did you just discern? Is there an issue with this jar?" Su Ziding inquired with a hint of a smile, his demeanor relatively humble. Coupled with his earlier generous consent for me to examine the yuan blue and white, I felt no reason to withhold the truth from him. I nodded and succinctly replied, "Counterfeit." "Hiss!" The old gentleman gasped, his face a canvas of disbelief. "Is it truly that authentic? The coloration, the luster?" He paused, as if mentally retracing every detail of the porcelain jar he had just observed. Yet he pondered, how could there be any discrepancies? Could yuan blue and white be so convincingly replicated? His brow furrowed deeply, yet I discerned that his furrow was not one of doubt towards me. Rather, it stemmed from the incredulity that nearly no one in the world would accept that the yuan blue and white resting on the tea table could be a counterfeit. It seemed impossible, for no one had ever unraveled the mystery of Su Maliqing. Seated in his wheelchair, the old gentleman appeared lost in thought, attempting to unearth the fallacy himself. This is a common affliction among seasoned collectors in the antiquities realm. They trust only their own discerning eyes. I remained silent, awaiting his inquiry. However, after considerable contemplation, he merely shook his head gently. He had no answer. Xiaomei, where lies the flaw? The old gentleman raised his gaze once more, earnestly regarding me. I nodded slightly and proceeded to elucidate my authentication process. From the changes in Su Ziding's expression, one could discern the extent of his shock and disbelief as he absorbed my words. Yet ultimately, how fortunate he was. Hiss! The old gentleman inhaled sharply, his eyes fixed on me, as if he wished to articulate something. However, at that moment Sumo's voice interrupted. What is going on with you? Have you finished reviewing the contract? Su Ziding gently rotated his wheelchair and inquired of Su Mo. Have you finished? Yes, the terms are acceptable. They are standard industry contracts, with merely a few additional clauses regarding buyer inspections. Su Mo approached, asking, Grandfather, have you finished in the restroom? Why the delay? Su Ziding did not respond to Sumo's question. As she stepped closer, he finally spoke. Xiaoma, there is an issue with that blue and white. Issue? Su Mo was momentarily taken aback. SNT that fortuitous? Sending it for appraisal 1 TB in vain. Su Ziding could not help but shake his head. However, the contract stipulates that any issues arising during the inspection process are our responsibility. As the old gentleman uttered these words, his expression suddenly tightened, as if he had been struck by the weight of his own statement. After a moment of contemplation, it appeared he was questioning himself. Why did the seller specifically emphasize that any problems during the inspection would fall on the buyer? Su Mo was momentarily taken aback, then curiously remarked, Grandfather, isn't that quite normal? Both parties in a transaction can conduct inspections. Whoever undertakes it bears the responsibility. Yet, human psychology is such that once doubt arises, it lingers persistently. This is particularly true in the realm of antiquities, where the distinction between genuine and counterfeit can be stark. Porcelain is exceedingly delicate. Any misstep could lead to its shattering, especially if someone harbors malicious intent. The old gentleman's words left Su Mo in a daze. Could it really be that serious? Nearly 300 million. How could it not be fine? Yet many had examined this porcelain jar without issue, hadn't they? The old gentleman did not directly address Su Mo's inquiry. Instead, he pondered for a moment before gently nodding. That, in turn, is what makes it all the more frightening. Xiao Mo, we cannot sign this contract. We shall not take this yuan blue and white porcelain. What? Su Mo was stunned into silence. However, Su Ziding did not look at her. Instead, he wheeled himself back to the tea table, bypassing the restroom entirely. I hurriedly followed, pushing his wheelchair back to the tea table. Although Su Mo was still unclear about the situation with the yuan blue and white porcelain, once she returned to the table and glanced at Su Ziding, she calmly announced the decision. Esteemed elders, I apologize, but this yuan blue and white porcelain does not meet our standards at Sugayaji. The tea table fell into an immediate, stunned silence, only to erupt into a cacophony moments later. What is happening? Why the sudden change of heart? Old gentleman, did you perceive something? The crowd was left dumbfounded. Even Ren Shu, seated beside Su Ziding, wore a perplexed expression. Master Ting, what is going on? As everyone glanced between Su Ziding and the open box containing the porcelain jar, their voices rose in a tumultuous chorus. Su Mo hastily began to clarify, Esteemed elders, when it comes to antiques, each family has its own perspective. Given the considerable size of this yuan blue and white porcelain, after thorough consideration, our decision to decline should be understandable. But, Miss Su, the three families had agreed on this. We just examined it and found no issues. Why the sudden withdrawal? Indeed, Master Ting needs to provide an explanation. Otherwise, how can we collaborate in the future? It was evident that Su Ziding did not wish to speak. Yet sometimes, the decision to remain silent is not within one's control. Like now, one must offer an explanation. Su Ziding nodded and smiled. As for antiques, the decision to accept or decline hinges on two aspects. Either the object lacks authenticity, or its value is deemed excessive and unworthy. Master Ting, is it that Su Gaiaji has chosen to decline due to one of these reasons? Wu Xueqian, the general manager of Rong Guzhai, was clearly displeased. He had been irked when Su Mo decided to send the porcelain jar for inspection and was even more agitated now. The tone of speech naturally carried a hint of irritation. Su Ziding paused momentarily, seemingly making a resolute decision. Cannot be a forgery. The moment those words escaped his lips, a wave of astonishment washed over the crowd, prompting them to glance once more at the yuan blue and white porcelain they had examined several times before. Particularly, Su Yiding could not help but cautiously retrieve the porcelain jar from the box, meticulously scrutinizing it once again. As Su Yiding examined the jar, all present held their breath, their eyes fixated upon him. A palpable tension enveloped the room, especially among the prospective buyers, who fervently wished for the porcelain jar to be an authentic piece of yuan blue and white. However, Su Ziding's recent proclamation had sown seeds of doubt in their minds. At this moment, they yearned for Su Yiding to declare it a counterfeit, as such a revelation would extinguish their inner desire for possession. Yet, they simultaneously hoped for his solemn nod, a definitive affirmation that it was indeed an irrefutable genuine artifact. Only then could they resolve their indecision. Thus, the buyers found themselves in a state of anguish. Meanwhile, the sellers experienced a profound sense of frustration. They were not conflicted. Their sole desire was for Su Yiding to discern no flaws. Su Yiding meticulously examined the jar for an exhaustive 10 minutes, both inside and out. Finally, he could not help but furrow his brow and utter a conclusion. Impossible. If this were a counterfeit, I would never again engage with it. He paused before adding, yuan blue and white. I had expected him to declare that he would never again touch antiques. I was taken aback that he narrowed it down to such a specific category as yuan blue and white. Yet, with that pause from Su Yiding, an air of uncertainty began to permeate the crowd. Chapter 37. Spiral Su Yiding's words brought a sigh of relief to both the sellers and Chun Shoha from the fiber-laying side. Similarly, the buyers, including Sun Wuncher and others, also breathed a sigh of relief. However, this relief was only partial, failing to completely dispel the doubts that had already taken root in their hearts. Master Ting, please speak candidly about what you have observed. Truth cannot be disguised, and falsehood cannot be validated. Su Ziding nodded slowly and then turned to look at me. Standing behind him, everyone was attentively watching the old man's every move, puzzled by his intentions towards me. Hadn't he just returned from the restroom? Or was he simply inclined to have a cup of tea before discussing matters? Meizhou, could you please share your thoughts with everyone? What? Several pairs of eyes simultaneously turned towards me, their gazes sharp and filled with astonishment and confusion. Even Renshu and Su Mo were taken aback. The two bodyguards specially hired to escort the safe wore expressions of disbelief. This person, the tea-serving staff? He had merely glanced at it for less than a minute. How could he possibly discern any issues? The assembly comprised seasoned experts from the ancient artifacts realm, and they had failed to identify a problem. How could this young man in his 20s do so? Question marks loomed over everyone's faces. In truth, I was equally bewildered. I hadn't anticipated that Su Ziding would ask me to explain personally. I had thought that, after relaying the authentication process at the restroom door, he would take the initiative to disclose it. To my surprise, he had passed the spotlight to me. Yet, I did not desire such attention. I preferred to remain low-key. However, the unfolding of events often diverges from our expectations. Since the moment had arrived, there was no turning back. After all, I had spoken up. Su Ziding gently adjusted his wheelchair, making room for me. Observing this, Renshu promptly shifted aside to allow me entry. Not wishing to be impolite, I stepped forward to the tea table. All eyes were upon me, eagerly anticipating my utterance. Yet, I offered only 4 words. This is a counterfeit. To my astonishment, silence enveloped the tea table. No one spoke, No one inquired why. They merely stared at me, seemingly waiting for me to elaborate, or perhaps they did not take my words seriously at all. Although their reaction was unexpected, it did not faze me. If they were disbelieving, then so be it. Let them remain unconvinced. I chose not to speak further and simply retrieved my phone, finding a photo online related to the authentication of yuan blue and white porcelain. I handed my phone directly to Su Yiding across the table. Had he not stated that if this yuan blue and white were indeed a counterfeit, he would never touch such items again? Then let it begin with him. The image on my phone was a magnified close-up of the distinctive features of yuan blue and white porcelain. The original appearance of the porcelain was obscured, as this was a microscopic enlargement. One can only discern the typical characteristics exhibited by the Su Mali-Qing utilized in the production of yuan blue and white porcelain after its firing. Su Yiding glanced at his phone, puzzled. What does this mean? I senti this precisely the hallmark of yuan blue and white? I nodded and casually picked up the high-powered magnifying glass from the tea table and handed it to him. Director Su, please take another look at this porcelain jar and compare it for any discrepancies. Su furrowed his brow. He had already examined it twice with great scrutiny. There is no difference. The characteristics presented by this jar are identical to those in the image, an epitome of what Su Mali-Qing should exhibit. The colors are vibrant, and the shapes are distinct. Everything checks out. Su Yiding refused to take the magnifying glass for a third inspection, feeling it challenged his discerning eye. If you won't look, then I shall show you. I retrieved the phone from Su Yiding's hand, opened a magnifying glass app, and took a photograph of the porcelain jar. Although the image appeared somewhat blurred when magnified many times, it still revealed what needed to be seen. I sent the photo to Su Mo and said, "Boss, may I borrow your phone for a moment?" Su Mo, still looking somewhat bemused, said nothing and handed her phone to me directly. I placed both phones on the tea table. One displayed Su Yiding's recent microscopic examination of typical yuan blue and white, and the other, the image I had just captured of the porcelain in the box. Everyone, observe and note any differences. The onlookers leaned in, carefully comparing the two images. They look the same. I cannot discern anything different. Can you? Su Yiding cast a quick glance before intentionally asking others. Naturally, they all shook their heads, indicating they saw no peculiarities. This was to be expected. If they could identify the difference, there would be no need for the current discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, observe this newly captured image. There is a pinhole in the center of the speckles, and the colors fade gradually from the inside out. Indeed, I senti it true that authentic Su Mali-Qing displays gradation of color, transitioning from rich to faint, from the interior outward. Wu Xueqian interjected before I could finish. Upon closer inspection, does the coloration in this newly taken image not spiral outward? The tea table fell silent, only to be punctuated by sudden exclamations. Oh, it does appear to spiral. The myriad shapes beneath the glaze manifesting in a spiral formation seems quite normal. Does it not? Su Yiding wore a look of disdain. Yet, he was correct. While various shapes may emerge, it is rather unusual for all color speckles to exhibit a systematic outward spiral. As soon as I finished speaking, Sun Wensher casually picked up the high-powered magnifying glass and leaned over the blue and white porcelain jar. Ah, indeed. Every single part showcases a spiral pattern. Sun Wensher exclaimed as he observed. After a brief moment, he handed the magnifying glass to Su Yiding. Now, Su Yiding accepted it without hesitation and bent down to inspect the jar as well. A multitude of individuals took turns examining the porcelain jar with a magnifying glass, only to be met with bewilderment. At this juncture, one might wonder why I am able to perceive the colors in a spiral formation while so many esteemed experts fail to do so. The answer is rather straightforward. I am privy to the fact that the formula for the elusive Su Mali-Qing has been deciphered. However, the sole flaw in this imitation of Su Mali-Qing is that it causes the colors to manifest in a spiral pattern from within, accompanied by a pinpoint in the center. Yet, the experts present remain oblivious to this detail. They employ the universally accepted standards for assessing yuan blue and white porcelain, and thus, they are unable to discern what I can. Even if they were to notice it, they would not approach the matter from the perspective of authenticity versus forgery. Instead, as Su Yiding recently remarked, they would regard it as a normal shape. Indeed, it does exhibit the rare spiral formation, But this cannot serve as a definitive criterion for identifying the authenticity of Yuan blue and white porcelain. Su Yiding's tone has noticeably grown cautious. Furthermore, this blue and white porcelain jar, viewed from any angle, displays the quintessential characteristics of Yuan blue and white. If this piece were deemed a counterfeit, it would require the existence of an individual who has rediscovered the original formula for Suma Li Qing. Chapter 38. The paper Su Yiding's conjecture was indeed accurate. There are individuals in this world who have successfully unraveled the mystery of Suma Li Qing. Earlier, while Su Yiding was appraising the Yuan blue and white porcelain jar, I found myself lost in thought, pondering how I might artificially age this piece. This notion suddenly evoked a memory of a particular paper, one that I did not author, despite my own contributions to several high-quality papers published in core journals. This paper was entirely in Japanese, and I had received it from my advisor a few months ago while pursuing my graduate studies at Kyoto University. Although the paper had been published 3 or 4 months prior, it was still a novelty upon its arrival in my homeland. My advisor urged me to find someone to translate it, asserting that it was of significant importance and would profoundly impact future research on Yuan blue and white porcelain. I expended the equivalent of 2 meals to enlist a faculty member from the foreign language department to translate the paper for me. The paper detailed how a research group at Japan's Aiden University had achieved a breakthrough, successfully replicating the long-lost pigment formula of Yuan blue and white porcelain and even firing it successfully. It meticulously explained the principles behind the formulation research and included a plethora of images. The images showcased successful replicas of Yuan blue and white alongside comparisons to authentic examples. Through these comparisons, the paper identified 2 primary distinctions between the replicas and the originals. The first difference was the presence of pinholes in the replicas, albeit minute and difficult to detect. The second was that the colors of the replicas exhibited a spiral pattern from the inside out. Why does this phenomenon occur? The paper speculated that this was due to the fact that the replicated formula was composed entirely of modern chemicals, whereas the genuine Yuan blue and white utilized Suma Li Qing, which is derived from entirely natural materials. The modern chemical formulas, with their absolute purity in each ingredient, resulted in a predictably uniform appearance upon firing. In contrast, natural materials inevitably contain a myriad of unpredictable elements, leading to a variety of shapes in the resulting color spots. Director Su, you are correct. Indeed, there are individuals who have managed to replicate Suma Li Qing. As soon as I uttered these words, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Impossible. Su Yiding immediately dismissed my claim without a moment's thought. All those present were seasoned practitioners in the antiquities field. Surely, we were aware of the feasibility of replicating Yuan blue and white and to what extent it could be achieved. Indeed, ever since a batch of Yuan blue and white was produced in Jingdezhen during the late 80s and early 90s, there has been no genuine replication in the market. Even that batch from Jingdezhen now appears blatantly counterfeit. Wu Xueqian couldn't help but echo this sentiment. I was reluctant to waste further breath. Those entrenched in the antiquities realm tend to be particularly stubborn. Engaging in dialogue with them was unnecessary. Presenting direct evidence would serve as the most compelling argument. I once again picked up my phone and shared a screenshot of the paper I had previously sent to the foreign language department. Director Su, take a look. It is an academic paper, one you should be quite familiar with. As a former deputy director of the museum and a researcher of considerable standing, he was undoubtedly well acquainted with scholarly works. Upon hearing the mention of a thesis, Su Yiding's complexion instantly paled. I had presented other forms of evidence, which he might have dismissed with disdain. However, the document I revealed was a scholarly paper, a matter of gravity underscored by authoritative backing. In the realm of antique studies, respect for authority prevails. Su Yiding took the phone, wishing to scrutinize the content, only to find it incomprehensible, as it was entirely in Japanese. Japanese? Su Yiding appeared utterly bewildered. This is a paper recently published by the University of Waseda in Japan, discussing how a research group there has successfully resolved the formulation of the blue and white porcelain pigment. I had deliberately refrained from presenting the translated Chinese version, as the original Japanese text inherently possesses greater credibility. Is there anyone here who understands Japanese? I asked deliberately. Oh, I have a translation app on my phone that can translate via photo capture. Suemo chimed in, picking up her phone to take a snapshot of the screenshot on mine. In reality, translation was unnecessary. For the professionals present, especially Su Yiding, a mere glance at the comparative images in the paper should suffice to ascertain the veracity of my claims. Naturally, with the aid of Sumo's app providing translation, the astonishment among the attendees was amplified. This is indeed a counterfeit. Sun Wonshur cast a glance at the blue and white porcelain before turning his gaze toward Chun Shoha. Chun Shoha appeared quite embarrassed, yet as the intermediary, he was also quite innocent. Don't look at me, Mr. Sun. You all cannot discern it, so how could I? Sun Wonshur then turned to the lawyer beside him. The lawyer remained expressionless, asserting that in the realm of antiques, differing perspectives can exist between buyers and sellers. There is no singular truth. At this juncture, the crowd experienced a roller coaster of emotions. While they had not secured a masterpiece of blue and white porcelain, they had successfully averted a significant loss. However, Su Yiding remained transfixed by the paper on the phone for an extended period. Among those present, he and Song Jingang were the experts, and as a researcher, he hailed from a prestigious academic background. Thus, being confronted by a mere paper left him feeling somewhat disconcerted. Young man, where did you acquire this thesis? Su Yiding inquired, his expression rife with suspicion. His question piqued the curiosity of the onlookers, who turned their attention towards me. I knew precisely what they were thinking. You are merely a clerk in an antique shop, perhaps not even a high school graduate, yet you delve into scholarly papers, and in Japanese no less. Su Yiding, indeed, as my mentor remarked, has perhaps become somewhat inept after years of wandering in the field. In truth, I was acquainted with Su Yiding, albeit not personally. I had heard of him on numerous occasions due to his commendable expertise in ceramic appraisal. My mentor had spoken of him frequently, having once shared a close rapport, though their paths had diverged in recent years since Su Yiding left academia to become a full-time appraiser. I genuinely preferred not to divulge too much, lest my identity be revealed. However, it is impossible to remain silent. I previously worked at an antique shop in Kyoto. As I spoke, I glanced at Su Ziding and Rinshu. Oh, Meijio is our newly appointed appraiser at Suguya-ji. He was formerly in Kyoto and has recently arrived in Jinling. Appraiser? Su Ziding unexpectedly referred to me as an appraiser. Is this a sudden promotion? During my time in Kyoto, I became acquainted with numerous professors from the Archaeological and Museum Studies Department at Kyoto University, as well as researchers from various major museums. This paper was obtained from them. I genuinely feared that Su Yiding might persist with his inquiries. After all, he is from Kyoto, and if he were to verify my claims upon returning, my fabrications would be exposed. Even if my falsehoods were unveiled, it would be of little consequence. However, should my true identity be revealed, it would be quite problematic. Having concluded my statement, I hastily glanced at Su Ziding with my phone in hand, preparing to retreat behind him. Yet, as is often the case, what I feared materialized. Su Yiding indeed wished to inquire further. However, as soon as he began to speak, he was interrupted by Su Ziding. Ladies and gentlemen, I have provided my account. As for antiques, indeed, as the seller just stated, both parties in a transaction are entitled to their own judgments. I Suguya-ji shall withdraw. Mr. Sun, Mr. Wu, there is nothing more to discuss. Since the paper has been unveiled, what further discourse is needed? Sun Wonshur shook his head and cast a glance in my direction. Wu Xueqian appeared somewhat dejected, as if a promising deal had been thwarted. Naturally, anyone would feel disheartened when unable to acquire something of value. Chapter 39. The ancient drift Su Mo and Uncle Ren escorted each guest to the door. I busied myself tidying up the tea table, gathering the felt cloth and replacing it with an array of tea utensils. Su Ziding sat in his wheelchair, his head bowed, lost in thought, and remained silent throughout. It was not until everyone had departed that Su Mo and Uncle Ren returned to the tea table and sat down. It seemed as though they had just emerged from a life-and-death struggle. None of us had any words to share. I continued to brew my tea, serving each of them a cup, which I gently placed before them. Each person lifted their cup and took a sip, as if only after tasting the tea could their spirits finally ease, allowing conversation to flow. However, rather than discussing the recent incident regarding the yuan blue and white porcelain, they all turned their gazes toward me. Meijio, what exactly do you do? Su Mo was the first to break the silence, her pent-up curiosity finally spilling forth. I poured more tea into her cup. Dear friends, have I not mentioned before? Before coming to our Suguya-ji, I spent a few months at a film studio where I worked on prop restoration. Prior to that, I resided in Kyoto for 6 or 7 years, studying painting, clay sculpture, carving, and basic antique conservation. I have been drifting in the antique world, so to speak. I even coined a term for it, ancient drift. What I spoke was, in fact, the truth. During my 4 undergraduate years, I studied painting and sculpture, followed by 3 years of graduate studies focused on artifact restoration. No wonder your appraisal skills are so high. You've done a bit of everything. Suemo appeared to have an epiphany. I feigned astonishment and chuckled. My expertise is merely a stroke of luck. I had previously read papers on this subject, and fortuitously, I had retained images on my phone. Otherwise, even if I spoke of it, no one would believe me. My discerning eye can only be likened to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Can I truly claim to be more skilled than Director Su or Teacher Song? Am I superior to Ting Yi, Uncle Ren, or even General Sun? True enough. Suemo nodded in agreement. Su Ziding remained silent, quietly listening, lost in his own thoughts. Yet, I sensed that my words might have convinced Suemo, but they would not deceive Su Ziding. He is a legend in the antique realm of Jinling, a seasoned veteran with decades of experience. Previously, I had discerned flaws in the jade vase that even he had overlooked. Today, I had also identified the yuan blue and white jar as a counterfeit. A phrase like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat would hardly suffice to mislead him. Su Ziding must have already sensed the depth of my insight, my level of expertise in antique appraisal. Uncle Rin gazed at me and could not help but smile. Xiao Mei, your talents are truly wasted as a mere shop assistant, he jested. Ting Yi Xiaomo, with Xiao Mei around, might it be time for me to consider an early retirement? Uncle Rin chuckled, though I could not discern whether he held any reservations about what the elder had previously said regarding my role as an appraiser. However, Suemo immediately grew anxious upon hearing him. Uncle Ren, you are not even 60 yet. Why talk of retirement? Did I not hear that your youngest son is looking to buy a house in the city? Has that been settled? Upon hearing this, Uncle Ren hastily waved his hand. With the current exorbitant housing prices, where could one possibly afford a home? Hadn't he just returned to his hometown to build a house a few days prior? Why the urgency to take leave? Once the Sugaya collection is renovated, business will undoubtedly flourish. The substantial inventory we procured previously will yield dividends in the coming years, enabling you to purchase a home in the city directly, rendering a return to the countryside unnecessary. You, dear girl, are treating Uncle Ren's jest as truth. Su Ziding couldn't help but smile gently at Suemo. In truth, it was understandable for Suemo to feel anxious. In the realm of antiquities, the essence lies in discernment. Without a reliable in-house appraiser, one should not even consider opening a shop. The group at the tea table erupted into laughter. Yet, to be candid, as one ages, one's eyesight does indeed diminish. Master Ting, I dare not mention age in your presence. You speak true. I have long asserted that with age, one's observational skills significantly decline. Moreover, memory falters, rendering past knowledge elusive. Reactions slow as well. Indeed, hence my decision to retire early is ultimately for the benefit of the shop. But Uncle Ren, you are still quite young. In the antiquities field, you are in your prime. You could easily work for another decade. This is indeed the case. Much like traditional Chinese medicine, the ages of 40 to 50 are considered the pinnacle of one's career. Knowledge and experience are well cultivated, and one's energy can keep pace. Conversely, age can hinder performance. Although one may possess vast experience, as Master Su Ziding mentioned, diminished observational skills and faltering memory impede the utilization of one's knowledge. To put it plainly, with age comes a propensity for confusion. Amid their light-hearted banter, a phone rang. It was Sumo's mobile phone, which she promptly answered. Oh dear, I almost forgot about this. My apologies, Kevin. Please hold on a moment. She covered the phone with her hand and glanced at Su Ziding and Uncle Ren. I scheduled a visit to the bank today to appraise some antiques. I nearly overlooked it. Appraise antiques? Uncle Ren appeared bewildered. Clearly, Suemo had not informed him of this prior. I apologize, Uncle Ren. I made this last-minute decision last night. I was merely inquiring with a classmate, who took it quite seriously and arranged for this afternoon's visit to assess the types of antiques, so that later we can invite experts and auction houses for appraisal and valuation. I intended to inform you this morning, but got caught up and forgot. So sudden? I had thought we finalized the purchase of that yuan blue and white porcelain this morning, with a funding gap of nearly 100 million. I was quite anxious, considering having the bank expedite the appraisal to swiftly process the loan to settle the previous one. Then, we could release the antique street shop from its mortgage and use these funds for the yuan blue and white payment, as you well know, Uncle Ren. Uncle Ren nodded. Then let them come to see. However, the bronze vessel appears somewhat irritable. Perhaps it would be prudent to attend to its maintenance to alleviate its discontent.
Onkel Ren.
While speaking, cast a glance towards Su Zitting. The vessel's agitation implies that it may have been unearthed only recently, or, if it has been out of the ground for some time, it might not have been adequately preserved, still revealing signs of its recent origins. In principle, bronze artifacts predating the Song dynasty are not permitted to be traded. Nonetheless, items with a well-documented lineage may be exceptions. Yet, for even the most historically significant bronze pieces, participating in formal auctions presents challenges, as proof of provenance is required. Furthermore, only a handful of esteemed auction houses in the country are authorized to auction bronze artifacts. This, however, does not impede the clandestine transactions that occur in antique shops. Consequently, these establishments often navigate the gray areas of the law, acquiring items with visible signs of their recent excavation to restore them to a more refined state. By polishing and nurturing these artifacts, they transform them into objects that appear to possess a storied heritage. I see no issue with its current state, I remarked, observing it with a critical eye. Suemo, while shielding her phone, furrowed her brow. Uncle Ren, why did the shop accept items from the ground?
Su Zitting suddenly adopted a serious demeanor.
Noticing the elder's expression, Uncle Ren hastily clarified, it is not exactly from the ground. It has likely passed through several hands. Yet, it still exhibits some rawness, and I believe it prudent to handle it further. Su Zitting nodded and then turned to Su Mo little Mo. In this matter, it is wise to heed your Uncle Ren's counsel. Certain boundaries must not be taken lightly. Let us have the bank representatives come in a few days to inspect it. Su Mo nodded in agreement, apologizing to the person on the other end of the line before scheduling a visit for 3 days hence. It could not be delayed beyond this time frame, as next month they must repay their loan. In Sumo's words, navigating the intricacies of mortgage loans is exceedingly troublesome, and she feared they might not have enough time. If there were any delays in repaying the current due loan, the Su family would be in dire straits. Chapter 40. Rest. Su Mo scheduled a visit to examine antiques at the bank 3 days later, which conveniently fell on a Tuesday. Su Mo was quite precise in her timing, as Tuesday is the designated day for inventory and rest at Su Gaia's establishment. Arranging for the bank to bring people to view the antiques on this day spared the need for an additional closure. I had initially hoped to catch a glimpse of the significant items stored in the large safe on the second floor, but alas, I was off on Tuesday. Thus, I perfectly missed the opportunity to see the noteworthy pieces that Su Mo had mentioned several times. However, I was not idle during this time. In the days preceding, I had taken the opportunity to purchase 2 blocks of plain Shoshan stone, seals from a stall in the antique street, spending a total of 700 yuan. I found these Shoshan stone seals rather appealing, possessing a quality reminiscent of horned frozen stone. You might assume that 700 yuan must equate to a counterfeit Shoshan stone. In truth, Shoshan stone is not as exorbitantly priced as one might envision, with some pieces reaching tens of thousands or even millions of yuan. Such high-value items are often authenticated antiques or exceptional Shoshan stones that are substantial in size, of superior quality, and exquisitely crafted. Conversely, the ordinary Shoshan stones currently being mined can be acquired for several hundred yuan for a small block, which is a reasonable price. Of course, one could also find so-called Shoshan stones online for a mere few dozen yuan, sometimes even with intricate carvings and prompt delivery. However, the prevalence of counterfeit stones is significant. I intended to use this particular block of Shoshan stone to complement the recently discovered painting of 9 shrimp, which was missing a seal from the esteemed Bai Shirji. For me, the art of carving is not daunting. From a young age, I learned the craft of antiquing under my grandfather's tutelage, initially focusing on kneading clay and carving. These two skills formed the foundation of my learning, and I have invested the most time mastering them, as they are essential techniques for creating aged artifacts. In crafting many items, one must first shape the clay. Thus, the initial form is crucial. Achieving a recognizable shape is relatively simple, yet grasping the essence and character is quite challenging. Through my early lessons with my grandfather, I learned primarily about form, while my university studies further deepened my understanding of essence and character. Consequently, I believe my skills in antiquing, when compared to my grandfather's, fall somewhat short, as he has decades of experience that render him far more adept. He might take half a month to complete a piece, whereas I would likely require a month or even longer. Nonetheless, I feel that my comprehension of antiquities, particularly regarding artistic antiques, is more profound and nuanced than my grandfather's. While carving a seal in the style of Qi Baishe is not particularly difficult, I still sought out numerous stones to practice on. On this day of rest, Xiao Wu was also free from filming. I was in the courtyard carving my stones while Xiao Wu, with nothing to occupy him, sat idly. In truth, I should have been lounging in bed, enjoying a leisurely sleep-in, but Xiao Wu, having grown accustomed to early mornings from his military days, was up at dawn to exercise. After his workout, he prepared breakfast and stubbornly roused me to join him at the table. In truth, what does it matter? It is merely a bun and soy milk purchased from outside, accompanied by a hastily fried egg. They grandly label it a nutritious breakfast. Sleeping until noon and enjoying lunch would be far more delightful than this. After consuming breakfast, there is no chance to return to slumber. One must sit in the courtyard carving stones. Yet, I had barely made any progress on my stone carving when the phone rang. It was Su Mo calling. I was perplexed as to why she would reach out to me on a day off. This was entirely uncharacteristic of her. Meiju, could you come to the shop for a moment? Su Mo got straight to the point, her voice tinged with urgency. What's the matter? Isn't the bank coming to appraise the antiques today? Oh, but Uncle Ren has yet to arrive. What? I glanced at the time. It was nearly 9:30, which was quite unusual for Uncle Ren. I was unable to reach him by phone. His mobile was switched off. The bank was scheduled to arrive at 10, and this time they had brought along an appraiser for the preliminary evaluation. Meiju, could you come to the shop first? Since Uncle Ren isn't here, could you assist with communicating with the appraiser? I am not well versed in this. Okay, I'll be there shortly. As a shop employee, I found it difficult to decline the owner's request. Besides, I was genuinely curious to see the significant items in the safe. Take a taxi. I'll reimburse you, Su Mo instructed before hastily ending the call. The inability to reach Uncle Ren struck me as odd. As Su Mo had said, his phone was never turned off. Now, suddenly being unreachable made me ponder if he had fallen ill at home, unnoticed. I had no time to dwell on Uncle Ren's situation and quickly set aside my work. There's an urgent matter at the shop. I need to step out. As I turned to leave, I was surprised to find Xiao Wu silently following me. What are you doing? I'm bored at home. I'll accompany you for a stroll. I had no time for further conversation with Xiao Wu and hurriedly hailed a taxi. After all, traveling from the suburbs to the antique street usually took nearly an hour by taxi. Fortunately, it wasn't peak commuting time. Today was not an official workday, so bringing Xiao Wu along wouldn't be too conspicuous. After finishing at the shop, Xiao Wu and I could find a place to grab a bite, as there wasn't much worth eating in our suburban area. Thankfully, when I arrived at the shop, the bank representatives had not yet arrived. This is my friend Xiao Wu. We were outside when I received the call, so he came along. I fabricated a casual excuse. Xiao Wu was almost mesmerized by Sumo's beauty. I surmised he never anticipated that my workplace, an antique shop, would have such a stunningly attractive young female owner. Suemo smiled gently at Xiao Wu. Your friend can sit and enjoy some tea for now. Meiju, let us head to the second floor to examine the antiques. The bank representatives have arrived and are parking. All right, I nodded and followed Suemo upstairs. Today, she was not donned in her usual Qipao-style dress but rather appeared more formally attired. Draped in a black lace dress, complemented by a silver blazer and adorned with silver stiletto heels, she sported a sleek ponytail, exuding an air of professionalism and poise. It was evident that her attire was meticulously chosen in anticipation of the bank's visit today. What could be troubling Uncle Ren? I inquired casually as I walked, seeking updates on his situation. I just attempted to reach him, but my calls went unanswered. His phone remains turned off. Could it be that he has fallen ill at home? Suemo paused, taken aback by the thought, then shook her head resolutely. That's unlikely. He doesn't live alone, he's with his wife. That only deepens the mystery. Should we consider checking on him? No need. I've already informed grandfather, and he will likely send Uncle C over. As we conversed, we ascended the staircase to the second floor. One half of the space was occupied by a large safe, while the other half served as a studio. The so-called studio was merely a place for the maintenance of antiques, featuring an expansive table surrounded by 2 rows of shelves. These shelves were cluttered with an assortment of tools and materials for antique preservation. My visits to the second floor had been infrequent, primarily for organizing the studio. I had never once witnessed the large safe being opened. Chapter 41. 4 antiques. The keys to the Sugaya collection are possessed by both Renshu and Suemo. Consequently, in Renshu's absence, Suemo took it upon herself to unlock the grand safe. I remained stationed in the outer studio, awaiting her completion of the task before stepping inside. The safe was indeed immense, akin to a large wardrobe. As the heavy door swung open, it revealed an array of ornate boxes of various sizes and colors. At the bottom tier lay 4 boxes, the antiques that were to be appraised for collateral at the bank. As Suemo spoke, she led the way in carefully extracting one of the boxes, transporting it to the spacious workbench outside. I promptly followed suit, cradling another box with both hands. In total, there were 4 boxes, 3 square and 1 elongated. The square box's contents remained a mystery, while the elongated one likely contained a calligraphic piece. These were significant acquisitions from the past year, costing me over half of my loan. More than 70 million. Suemo sighed as she spoke, but then a smile involuntarily graced her lips. However, Renshu had assured her that the purchases were astutely made. If held for another year or 2, their value would likely double. The notion of 4 antiques valued at 70 million, touted as a bargain, undeniably piqued my curiosity. Some may ponder whether 70 million for 4 antiques is excessive. Averaging less than 20 million each seems rather trivial. Yet, as I previously mentioned, transactions involving antiques in reality rarely exceed tens of millions. Most dealings occur at values ranging from tens of thousands to several hundred thousand. It is the same for even the most esteemed antique shops in Jinling or across the nation. Since Renshu is away, could you assist me? When the bank representatives arrive, help facilitate communication with the appraiser to secure a higher valuation, Suemo casually suggested. She must have recognized that mere conversation would not sway the appraiser's assessment. I nodded in acknowledgement and casually opened one of the ornate boxes. Upon unveiling its contents, I was immediately taken aback by the dazzling brilliance under the light, nearly blinding. Admittedly, my description may be somewhat exaggerated, but the initial impression was indeed breathtaking. Inside the box lay a piece of porcelain, specifically, a bold vase of blue and white design. This vase bore a striking resemblance to another I had recently encountered, characterized by a 5-clawed dragon. The presence of this dragon indicated the vase's extraordinary provenance. Without inspecting the base mark, I could discern its significance from the dragon's distinctive features. It was a piece from the imperial kills of the Qing dynasty during the Yongjing reign. This imperial blue and white vase was adorned with 9 dragons weaving through tumultuous waves. Gently, I lifted the vase from its box and examined the base mark. Indeed, there it was, the 6-character inscription in regular script, made during the Yongjing period of the Great Qing dynasty. I couldn't help but muse that I had serendipitously come across 2 Yongjing imperial wares in a mere fortnight, both featuring 5-clawed dragons. What extraordinary luck! Of course, the previous red-glazed jade vase had turned out to be a cleverly crafted counterfeit. As I contemplated this matter, an inexplicable sensation washed over me. It was not that I had discerned any specific issues, for I had yet to examine it closely. Rather, a sudden recollection struck me. This bottle seemed eerily familiar. Indeed, I recalled that just a few days prior, I had witnessed an identical bottle at a major auction held last autumn. The full designation of this bottle should be Qing Yongjing Blue and White faintly decorated bold-style vase with wave and dragon motifs. This exquisite piece had fetched an astonishing price of 85.1 million last year. Of course, The existence of two identical bottles does not necessarily imply that one is a counterfeit. It is rather commonplace to encounter identical antiques, particularly porcelain. The wares produced by folkkills, for instance, are commercial items, thus their similarity is to be expected, which is why they are relatively inexpensive. Even in the case of imperial or official kills, many porcelain pieces are produced in pairs. If favored by those in high places, additional pieces may even be commissioned. Therefore, the emergence of identical porcelain is quite normal. However, what struck me as peculiar was that Sumo had just mentioned that 4 antiques had cost 70 million. Could it be that all of that was spent on this single piece? Boss, how much did you acquire this vase for? 33 million. What? I questioned, doubting the reliability of my own hearing. Isn't that rather inexpensive? Uncle Ren also remarked that the acquisition was quite favorable. When did you acquire this piece? Not too long ago, approximately 3 months back. 3 months ago? That shouldn't be. It has been over 6 months since last autumn's auction. The prices should be transparent by now, regardless of whether the seller is a professional. Anyone with a modicum of awareness would likely check the market value of their items before selling, wouldn't they? Boss, did you verify the price before the acquisition? What price should I check? I leave all business matters to Uncle Rin. Please don't dwell on these questions. Hurry and take a look. They will be here shortly. I nodded, having no time to scrutinize the vase further. I gently returned it to the brocade box. The other boxes opened revealed a bronze goblet, a blue and white tall cup, and a piece of calligraphy and painting. Without the luxury of time to examine the artwork, I first glanced at the bronze goblet and the blue and white tall cup. However, my heart sank as I realized the truth. Counterfeits. This bronze goblet was undoubtedly a forgery. Moreover, the aging process employed was rather mediocre. It might fool an unseasoned collector, but to my discerning eye, it was evidently a fake. The dark green patina was unproblematic, yet it appeared unnaturally uniform. This was not the most glaring issue. What stood out most was the fact that it had been mechanically polished. Authentic bronze artifacts typically require a molding process, and the resultant pieces often bear excess material that must be meticulously removed. Nowadays, forgers use machines, sometimes even employing welding techniques. A truly dedicated craftsman would invest time and effort to eliminate these blemishes. Yet this bronze goblet had not been properly refined. It was likely a recent imitation. I lifted the bronze goblet to my nose and inhaled deeply. No wonder Uncle Ren remarked that the goblet had an unusual vitality. However, this anger is not crude in nature. Rather, it carries the essence of modern mechanical craftsmanship. As this thought crossed my mind, I momentarily froze. Could it be that Uncle Ren was oblivious to this scent? How much did this bronze goblet cost? It was acquired for a mere 7-8 million. I advised him not to dwell on these matters and urged him to examine the items quickly, so we could strategize our communication with the seller. Nodding, I hurried off to inspect the other pieces. I swiftly unfurled a painting, only to discover it was a work by Fu Baosher, titled Autumn Forest Journey. My expertise lies in painting. Though my mentor deemed me incapable of becoming an artist, I could certainly aspire to be a first-rate master of imitation. Thus, at first glance, I discerned that this painting was a copy. More precisely, it was an innovative variant of imitation. Although the reproduction was executed remarkably well, certainly qualifying as a fine piece, it lacked the true spirit. The distinctive brushwork of Fu Baosher was absent, revealing traces of imitation within. Such marks would elude the notice of most, even experts in appraisal. Unless one has personally painted and practiced for years, it is exceedingly difficult to detect. Only someone like me, a master of imitation who has replicated countless works, could truly appreciate the subtle differences. I set the painting aside and turned my attention back to the nearly 100 million yuan Yongjing vase. Suddenly, I heard Xiao Wu's voice from downstairs. Young Master Jiu. Young Master Jiu? Su Mo paused, her expression one of bewilderment as she looked at me. Someone had arrived at the shop seeking Miss Su. It must be the bank representatives. I will attend to them while you continue your examination. We must prepare to take the items downstairs shortly. As Su Mo spoke, she turned and descended the stairs. Having just acquired the Yongjing vase, I held it up to the light, peering inside. Wait. I placed the vase down and quickly seized Su Mo, who was already on the stairs. What are you doing? She exclaimed, her face a picture of surprise. Grasping her shoulder, I insisted, "Go down and concoct a reason for the bank representatives to leave. We cannot view the antiques today." What? Chapter 42. All counterfeits upon the delicate and distinctly contoured visage of Suemo. A slight furrow formed between her brows, as if a multitude of questions were etched upon her face. What could be amiss? Counterfeits? What did you say? Suemo nearly exclaimed. I clearly observed the instant change in the beauty's complexion upon hearing those two words. Of the 4 items, 3 are forgeries. I have yet to examine the 4th. What did you say? There is no time for explanations. Hasten downstairs and concoct a reason to send the bank representatives away. Inform them that the appraiser has met with an accident and is en route to the hospital, and that you must hurry there immediately. Ah! Sumo's feet seemed glued to the floor, rendering her momentarily immobile. How could this be? You declare them forgeries without proof. Suddenly, Suemo appeared incensed by my assertion. I had been somewhat naive. Despite the significant elevation of my standing in her eyes following the recent Qinghua incident, and the full endorsement of my appraisal skills by Uncle Ren, I still lacked the authority to unequivocally declare authenticity or forgery in her presence. After all, I remained merely a junior clerk. If Suemo did not believe me, that was of little consequence. Surely someone would. Boss, since Uncle Ren is unavailable, if you have doubts, you may call Master Ting. I shall speak with him, and he will understand upon hearing it. Suemo cast a glance my way before retrieving her phone to make the call. With Uncle Ren absent and her unfamiliarity with the business, this was the only call she could make. Grandfather, Meijo wishes to speak with you. As she spoke, Suemo handed the phone to me. Oh Xiao Mei, what matter brings you to me? Master Ting, the bank has sent representatives to examine the antiques, and they are waiting downstairs. However, I have inspected these 4 items, and at least 3 are forgeries. Ah, but the boss does not believe me. Perhaps you could speak with him. A brief silence lingered on the line. Yet, in just a second or two, Su Shiting responded. Xiao Mei, please hand the phone to Xiaoemo. I passed the phone back to Suemo. Xiaoemo. He'd Meijo's words. I shall be there shortly. The proximity of the two allowed me to distinctly hear the elder's voice through the phone. Ah, he said nothing at all. Grandfather. The call ended abruptly. Suemo, holding the phone, wore a bewildered expression, gazing at the screen as if contemplating a second attempt to call back. Yet, after glancing at me, she turned and hurried downstairs. Perhaps she had rushed too hastily, or the weight of the revelation was too burdensome for her. As her high heels faltered, her entire form began to tumble down the staircase. Fortunately, I was close enough to reach out and grasp her hand, pulling her back to safety. Be more careful. I noticed that Sumo's hands had grown clammy, and her body trembled slightly. I understood the gravity of the truth I had conveyed. If my words were indeed accurate, it heralded dire consequences for Suemo. The inability to repay the loan would result in the entire antique street of Sugu Yaji being seized by the bank. The Su family would be irrevocably doomed. First, we must dispatch the bank representatives. Without clarity on the situation, the outcome remains uncertain. I intended to console the beautiful lady, but she unexpectedly struck my arm with a slap. Let go. Oh, I quickly released my grip, and Suemo swiftly turned and descended the stairs.
Susan.
Long time no see. A man's voice echoed from below, albeit with a somewhat effeminate tone. Oh dear, Susan, what has happened to you? You look rather unwell. I apologize, Kevin. We had originally planned to examine antiques today, but I just received a call. My chief appraiser was in a car accident on his way here, and I must rush to the hospital. It was evident from Sumo's expression that her distress was genuine, leaving no room for pretense. Even those downstairs could discern that something was amiss. It's all right, Susan. You should hurry to the hospital. Mr. Gao, Professor Lin, perhaps we should reschedule? Today seems rather unfortunate. It's fine, Miss Su. Attend to your urgent matters. Seizing the opportunity while conversations flowed downstairs, I hastily picked up the blue and white high-footed cup for inspection. Such porcelain pieces are relatively common, existing throughout the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. Yet the price disparities are staggering. Upon examining this particular cup, I noticed the mark, made in the Shende period of the Ming dynasty. If it were genuine, its market value would be no less than 20 million. Yet, alas, It is merely a counterfeit. If all 4 antiques were authentic, their combined worth would undoubtedly exceed 150 million. Indeed, a remarkable doubling. Regrettably, they are all forgeries, and the quality of imitation varies considerably. The bronze goblet is a standard copy, while the blue and white high-footed cup is of moderate quality. The Yongjing bottle is akin to the jade pot spring bottle I had seen previously, categorizing it as a high-quality replica. However, the finest imitation among them, which I recognized immediately, is the painting Autumn Forest Journey by Fu Baosher, a true masterpiece. The latter 2 pieces might deceive most collectors, even seasoned appraisers, such as Uncle Ren. Yet, I surmised that the first 2 would surely not escape Uncle Ren's discerning eye to find their way into the secure vault of Su Gaia's collection. I heard Su Mo usher the individuals downstairs out, and I carried 2 boxes down with me. I made 2 trips to bring all 4 pieces from the brocade boxes and place them on the tea table. How did you manage to bring them all down? Su Mo glanced at me and then at Xiao Wu. Wait, isn't Ting Yi coming? It wouldn't be convenient for him to examine the items upstairs. Su Mo nodded in agreement. Don't worry, boss. Xiao Wu is a brother I trust implicitly. He won't disclose anything about today's events. What's happening? Xiao Wu looked bewildered. Just drink your tea. Don't ask anything else. Xiao Wu nodded and busied himself with his tea, neglecting to pour me a cup. Su Mo was indifferent to Xiao Wu's presence, her thoughts entirely consumed by matters at hand. Meijiu, please tell me quickly, which piece is a forgery? All 4 pieces are. What? How is that possible? These were personally collected by Uncle Ren. Even if there are forgeries, how could he possibly miss that all 4 are counterfeit? This question eludes my ability to answer. Perhaps only Uncle Ren himself could provide the insight sought. Yet, where is Uncle Ren? Su Mo meticulously scrutinized the 4 antiques on the tea table, but she could hardly discern their significance. I contemplated enlightening her about the flaws present, yet deemed it unnecessary. It would be better to await the arrival of the elder to witness it himself. Moreover, Su Mo was currently preoccupied, her mind far from my analysis. She incessantly checked her phone, making calls to Uncle Ren and then to Su Ziding. I requested Xiao Wu to pour me a cup of tea and did the same for Su Mo, but it was evident that she had no time for such indulgences. After sipping several cups over the span of half an hour, I finally heard a commotion at the entrance. The wheelchair made its appearance, pushed in by a middle-aged woman in her 50s. To my surprise, it was not the 4th uncle who was assisting. Aunt Chun, you may take a taxi back. I will accompany Xiao Mo shortly, Su Ziding instructed, allowing Aunt Chun, who had brought him, to leave before he personally wheeled the chair towards the tea table. Su Mo had already risen and hurried over, her face etched with urgency. Grandfather, please have a look. Meijiu merely glanced at them and declared them forgeries. How could that be? These were all personally acquired by Uncle Ren. You must see for yourself. As she spoke, she hastily propelled the elder's wheelchair closer to the tea table. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Slow down. What is the rush? In times of great importance, one must remain composed, especially in the world of antiquities. Young lady, why the impatience? Chapter 43. The revelation of strength. Su Ziding was pushed to the tea table by Su Mo. However, instead of hastily examining the antiques in the brocade box, he glanced at Xiao Wu and cheerfully inquired, and who might this be? Hello, I am a friend of Xiao Juyi, Xiao Wu replied. Xiao Juyi? Su Ziding was momentarily taken aback. After all, given his age, it seemed somewhat inappropriate for someone to address him as Yi. Yet, Xiao Wu had grown accustomed to this form of address since childhood. To him, Xiao Juyi was simply his name. Oh, he possesses a higher generation. Xiao Wu chuckled awkwardly. Master Ting, this is my brother, Xiao Wu. The boss called me this morning and asked me to come over. We happened to be together, so we came along. Rest assured, Xiao Wu. Before I could finish my sentence, Master Ting smiled at Xiao Wu. I am Su Mo's grandfather, the former owner of this establishment. Naturally, I have no concerns regarding Xiao Mei's friend. Grandfather, Su Mo gently called out to Su Ziding, clearly perplexed by the elder's continued small talk at this moment. However, the elder paid no heed to Su Mo. Instead, he turned to me with a slight smile and asked, Xiao Mei, what is the matter? Master Ting, perhaps you should examine the items first? I suggested, gesturing towards the 4 antiques on the tea table, indicating that Su Ziding should assess them independently to avoid any influence from my judgment. The elder nodded in agreement. Su Ziding first deliberately picked up the bronze goblet that Uncle Run had mentioned a few days prior. He examined it and even took a whiff, but within a minute, he placed it back into the brocade box. It was evident that he had discerned the authenticity of the bronze goblet at a glance. After setting down the bronze goblet, he took up the blue and white high-footed cup. This Ming Xuanda high-footed cup was marginally better than the bronze goblet. While it was not immediately apparent as a fake, evading Su Ziding's keen eye was nearly impossible. The elder scrutinized it for 2 to 3 minutes before gently returning it to the brocade box and casually picking up the Yongzheng dragon pattern vase. He examined this vase for a good 10 minutes, utilizing both a magnifying glass and a flashlight. Ultimately, he set down the flashlight and turned his attention to the painting. Unfolding the artwork on the tea table, the elder scrutinized it for quite some time. Then, he looked at Su Mo and inquired, "When was this painting acquired?" "This was the earliest of the 4, collected before the store underwent renovations last year." The elder nodded once more and then turned to me. "Indeed, as Xiao Mei has indicated, 3 of the 4 antiques are forgeries." 3? Su Ziding was surprised that he had failed to identify one of them. Most likely, it was the painting by Fu Baosher titled Autumn Forest Journey. In the realm of antiquities, the most challenging aspect of creating forgeries lies in artworks. Unlike bronzeware, ceramics, or jade, which many craftsmen can replicate to varying degrees, achieving a semblance of authenticity is considerably more arduous. Even if one manages to mimic the appearance, it remains a formidable task. The art of aging paintings and calligraphy is a specialized field, requiring rigorous training. An artist must spend over a decade meticulously copying works before they can genuinely offer their creations to the world. A fine piece of calligraphy or painting, when aged and replicated, must not only resemble the original in form but also in spirit. An exceptional replication that embodies both form and spirit poses a challenge for appraisers to discern, unless they themselves are skilled in the art of replication. Many appraisers, who are not artists themselves, often approach their evaluations not from the artistic essence of the work but rather from the habits of the original creator, such as their choice of paper or brush techniques. For instance, they might consider whether the depicted time period aligns with the artwork's characteristics. Such evaluations are akin to the empirical methods employed by seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Take, for example, this piece by Fu Baosher. A typical appraiser might note that he favored using leather paper, which he would not crumple, and preferred a smooth, polished finish. These established criteria can often be circumvented by adept practitioners. The true challenge lies in capturing the artistic prowess of the calligrapher or painter, a skill that is exceedingly difficult to replicate. If a forger were to master this, they would inevitably ascend to the status of a master themselves. As for the 3 pieces being forgeries, Su Mo's complexion paled. Yet, is there a genuine piece among them? Just as the elder was about to speak, I interjected. "Ting Yi, I believe this painting by Fu Baosher is also a forgery." Su Ziding was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of confusion. His astonishment stemmed not from the revelation that all 4 pieces were forgeries, but rather from my ability to pinpoint which was counterfeit without him disclosing his own thoughts. How did I discern that the Autumn Forest Journey was a forgery? In my haste, I inadvertently revealed my acumen. However, I surmised that Su Ziding had likely grasped the essence of the Yuan blue and white porcelain the other day. With the emergence of these 4 forgeries today, he would be even more adept at discerning the truth. There was no choice but to allow Su Mo to present the forgeries for appraisal. Unless I wished to expose my own insights, so be it, exposure is inevitable. After all, one's abilities will eventually come to light. Some degree of humility is simply unattainable, particularly since this piece is indeed an impressive imitation, aligning almost perfectly with all of Fu Baosher's established appraisal standards. Every aspect, from the paper and ink to the timeline depicted in the painting, conforms seamlessly. Yet, if one were to scrutinize it through the lens of conventional appraisal standards, the flaws may remain elusive. The elder, listening intently, furrowed his brow. Then, from what vantage point did you discern the discrepancies? Ting Yi, I previously mentioned that I have studied painting. Moreover, I have replicated numerous calligraphic and pictorial works. Thus, I am aware of the distinctions between replication and true originality. Indeed, you did mention your artistic studies a few days ago. This autumn forest journey is essentially a disguised imitation, based on Fu Baoshir's high elegance in forest and springs, interwoven with elements from his other works, culminating in this piece. The flaw lies in the fact that the replicator, while contemplating the original, painted at a relatively slow pace. This deliberate tempo results in a lack of fluidity in the brushwork. Particularly, the distinctive brushwork of Fu Baoshi is most conspicuously flawed, appearing somewhat disjointed compared to the original piece. Of course, my assertion of its obviousness can only be truly appreciated by one who has wielded a brush and engaged in the art of imitation. Master Ting, I presume you have not taken up the brush for such endeavors? Su Ziding nodded, confessing that while he could manage a few characters, he was not an artist. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that you failed to discern the intricacies of this painting. Generally, even appraisers find it challenging to identify such nuances unless they are themselves painters or adept at imitation. Your observation has prompted me to suddenly notice a flaw in this artwork. As Su Ziding spoke, he pointed to the area of the painting where the ink was most concentrated. Fu Baoshir's works are known for their meticulous use of ink, often employing the old ink from the Ming and Qing dynasties during this period, resulting in a faint purplish hue in the darker ink areas. However, in this piece, the purple is somewhat glaring. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, the purple in this painting appears rather artificial upon closer inspection. Yet, this sense of artificiality can only be felt once one recognizes the painting as a forgery. If one does not perceive it as such, the subtle issue of the purplish tint would likely go unnoticed. Nevertheless, Su Ziding's discovery still stems from the habitual practices of the artist rather than the intrinsic qualities of the work itself. Chapter 44. What should be done regarding the intricacies of the piece titled Autumn Forest Journey? Su Ziding refrained from elaborating further. It was not the moment for a discussion on authentication techniques, nor did he possess the inclination or energy for such discourse. He slowly rolled the artwork back up and carefully placed it within the silk box. The other three items were similarly arranged and the lid was closed. Grandfather, Su Mo's complexion turned pale as she gazed at the elder in a state of confusion. This was personally authenticated by Uncle Ren. He has been with me for over 20 years, and I am well aware of his discerning eye. It is at least on par with mine, if not superior. Su Mo was taken aback. Grandfather, do you mean Uncle Ren? I can identify 3 counterfeits. Even if Ren, in a moment of oversight, failed to notice the issue with the bottle, he should have recognized the bronze goblet and the footed cup. The elder paused abruptly and then turned his gaze towards me. Xiaomei, do you not find that this bottle bears a striking resemblance to the red-glazed jade spring vase we examined some time ago? I was astonished that the elder shared this thought. I had just sensed a similarity upstairs and had quietly mused whether it was related to the Yongzheng Imperial Kiln. You mean both are from the Qing Yongzheng Imperial Kiln, adorned with 5-clawed dragon motifs, and their bases are joined? Su Ziding nodded. The spring vase had its base mended with a technique involving patches, while this bottle was evidently pieced together during the firing process. The body of the spring vase is authentic, yet its base is a forgery. Conversely, this bottle possesses a genuine base but a fabricated body. What? The 3 individuals at the tea table were taken aback, including Xiao Wu, who also found the revelation perplexing. Are you suggesting that these 2 vases? Su Ziding gestured with his hands in a slight crossing motion. I nodded in affirmation. These 2 Qing Yongzheng Imperial wares likely originated from the same artisan. If my conjecture is accurate, the original red-glazed jade spring vase was indeed an authentic piece, but its base was dislodged. Furthermore, it seems that it was repaired with patch nails over a century ago. However, now it has been deliberately disassembled, resulting in the creation of 2 new Yongzheng Imperial wares from 1 authentic base and 1 counterfeit body. Impossible! The glazes of the red and blue flowers, as well as the colors of the bases, are not the same. Su Mo impulsively opened the silk box of the bottle and pointed at the base of the blue and white porcelain. This bottle utilizes a genuine base with a false body, having been refired. Thus, the original glazed surface and base color of the authentic base were first treated, and then it was reconnected to the counterfeit body before being redrawn and glazed anew, followed by a secondary firing. Consequently, the resulting porcelain appears seamless, devoid of any signs of assembly. Moreover, due to the genuine base, even if subjected to testing, it would present no issues whatsoever.
No wonder. Sumo suddenly exclaimed.
The seller had confidently asserted that he could arrange for testing and cover all expenses himself. I chose to disregard Sumo's remark and continued, however, the refiring process necessitates protecting the genuine base from high temperatures to ensure it passes inspection, which requires the application of special materials. This discrepancy in translucence under bright light, compared to other areas, can indeed be discerned by seasoned and experienced appraisers. As for the jade vase, it possesses an authentic body but a counterfeit base. Given the genuine body has an eye, the only recourse was to reapply adhesive and reattach it with the original nails. While the craftsmanship and materials of the repair appeared sound, the excessively clean seams revealed flaws. In truth, it was only after examining the gallbladder vase that I recalled the jade vase's body was real, while its base was not. Initially, I had assumed the entire vase was a mere imitation. Yet what necessity could there be for such duplicity? If the vase with red glaze is indeed authentic, why fabricate two counterfeit pieces? Sumo's expression was one of sheer perplexity. Surely, many would share her bewilderment. Transforming the genuine into the false seems utterly foolish. Naturally, if the red-glazed jade vase were a complete porcelain piece, no one would dare to undertake such an act. However, it happens to be a damaged and restored item. This repaired red-glazed jade vase would fetch no more than 4 to 5 million. Yet, if it were transformed into two pieces from the Yongzheng Imperial Kiln, both passing inspection, the value could soar nearly 20-fold. Just this gallbladder vase alone could be worth close to 100 million. Such a staggering figure? Sumo's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Ziding could not help but let out a deep sigh. What a grand scheme! Scheme? What scheme? I did not grasp what the elder meant, but bringing both pieces to Su Gaia collection for sale could either indicate the folly of those involved or a deliberate act. Grandfather, could this all be orchestrated by Uncle Ren? Sumo's sentence trailed off as Su Ziding gestured for her to cease. We shall discuss it once we find him. Hadn't fourth uncle already visited his home? Is he not there? He moved out the day before yesterday. Oh, but Uncle Run was still at work yesterday. Once we locate him, you may inquire further. Su Mo nodded, sensing her grandfather's stoic demeanor masked a profound anger and disappointment within. How could one not feel such emotions? After all, Uncle Ren had served the elder for over 20 years, and appointing him as the general manager and appraiser of Su Gaia collection effectively entrusted him with the entire establishment. The multimillion-dollar antique transactions were entirely under his purview. Yet, unexpectedly, he had covertly deceived the Su family. No, this was far beyond mere deception. Su Mo had already mortgaged the last remnants of the Su family to the bank, using the majority of the loan to acquire these 4 antiques. To discover that these 4 items were forgeries meant the family's loan had evaporated. Unable to repay the loan, this entire antique street, including Su Gaia collection, would cease to exist. Thus, this was not mere deception. It was a veritable inferno, a scheme designed to drive the Su family to ruin. It was no wonder the elder had just sighed deeply, exclaiming what a grand scheme it was. Grandfather, what should we do now? We shall proceed as necessary. The earth shall continue to turn regardless of who is absent. The elder remarked as he lifted the teacup from the table and took a gentle sip. Please set these aside for now. Everything else remains unchanged. Will Su Gaia still be operating tomorrow? With Renshu absent, we must continue as usual. We cannot allow anyone to know that Su Gaia has encountered such an incident. Remember, in the realm of antiquities, particularly within antique shops, discernment is paramount. It is imperative that no one learns of the significant oversight that has occurred at Su Gaia. Su Mo nodded, fully aware that such matters must remain confidential. However, how can the shop function without an appraiser? Su Ziding set down his teacup and turned to me. Xiao Mei, could I trouble you to temporarily assume the role of appraiser for a few days? Once we locate Ren and clarify the situation, we shall deliberate further. Before I could respond, Su Mo furrowed her brow at me. Her skepticism may have stemmed from a habitual doubt towards my abilities, but in an instant, she seemed to acknowledge the reality that my discernment surpassed that of Su Ziding. Rest assured, our Su family shall not neglect our employees, especially the appraisers. Just like with Wei Ren, I interjected before the elder could continue, nodding in agreement. Tingyi, let us not discuss compensation for now. I am willing to assist. We shall address the pressing matters at hand first. In truth, finding Ren was not the most pressing concern. Even if we locate him, what difference would it make? In the business of antiques, authenticity and deception rely heavily on one's eye. Could we truly return these 4 counterfeit items? Grandfather, what about the loan at the bank next month? Sumo's greatest worry lay here. We shall discuss it once he is found. I could not fathom why the elder insisted on waiting until Ren was located. Although we could not definitively ascertain that Ren had indeed dug this pit, it seemed quite evident. Chapter 45. The appointed appraiser the following day, Wednesday, Sugaya Gallery opened its doors as usual. Uncle Ren was absent, and naturally, it was Suemo who arrived to unlock the door. I had expected that Suemo would arrange for the door lock to be changed after yesterday afternoon's incident. However, to my surprise, she merely retrieved the same set of keys to open the entrance. Though curiosity piqued within me, I refrained from inquiring about it, suspecting that perhaps Su Ziding had orchestrated this intentionally. Despite my role as an appraiser, I found myself once again undertaking the tasks of tidying up and inspecting the antiques after unlocking the door. Yet, when I settled down to sip tea at the table, a profound transformation washed over me. It felt as though I had been elevated to a higher realm. Although I held little regard for the title of acting appraiser, I could not help but sense an innate authority emerging from within. Even with the owner, Suemo, seated beside me, I was no longer the most junior presence in the gallery. No, even though I had stepped into Uncle Ren's role, his absence still rendered me the least experienced. Nevertheless, the distinction lay in my identity as an appraiser, empowered to influence the transactions of Sugaya Gallery. It dawned on me that I was the authority here, and I subconsciously reveled in the newfound strength. Suddenly, I comprehended why so many individuals aspired to positions of power, because with authority comes strength. Although my experience felt markedly different, the routine remained unchanged. Sipping tea, daydreaming, scrolling through my phone, and awaiting customers. Suemo, as always, immersed herself in her computer, scrutinizing her data. What set her apart this day, however, was the persistent furrow in her brow that had settled in as soon as she powered on her laptop. Occasionally, I stole glances at Suemo dressed in a pale pink qipao and with her hair elegantly styled in a bun. She wore an expression tinged with worry that lent her an indescribable air of classical grace. I continued to enjoy my tea and peruse my phone, making a conscious effort not to disturb her. I was aware of her focus. She was analyzing interest rates, monitoring schedules, and assessing cash flow. Yet, what troubled her was the fact that the foundation upon which all these calculations rested had crumbled. The meticulously devised funding plan she had crafted was now destined to dissolve into nothingness. It was not until noon, when I contemplated ordering takeout, that I casually asked Suemo if she would like to join me. Don't bother with takeout. I see you often eat steamed buns with side dishes with Uncle Ren. One might think you've been working in the fields, Suemo remarked, closing her laptop with a flick of her wrist. I'll grab lunch and bring you a tuna sandwich. It's quite delightful. Why not give it a try? I suggested. To be candid, I had indeed grown weary of steamed buns, so I readily embraced Suemo's proposal. The gallery had seen only a handful of tourists that morning, and legitimate customers were conspicuously absent, leaving my duties as an appraiser rather leisurely. Yet, this was the nature of an antique shop. One might go 3 years without a sale, only to feast for 3 years when business finally picks up. However, the moment Suemo stepped out, customers began to trickle in. The man who entered appeared to be in his 30s, donned in a tailored suit, complete with black-rimmed half-frame glasses, and carried a briefcase in hand. Upon entering, he remained silent, leisurely perusing the display cabinets in the exhibition hall filled with antiques. This manner of browsing is typical for most visitors to an antique shop, who meander without a specific purpose, simply indulging in the act of looking. However, it is quite rare to encounter a young man, impeccably dressed in a suit and carrying a briefcase in such a place. As per usual, I maintained a distance of 2 steps behind him, following at a leisurely pace and waiting for him to speak. The man circled the shop, surveying the antiques with casual interest. After a while, he turned to glance at me, then at the tea area. Where is your boss? To my surprise, he discerned that I was not the owner, likely having visited before. Yet, considering I am merely in my 20s, I certainly do not fit the mold of an antique shop proprietor. The owner just stepped out. Do you need to speak with her? I inquired. When will she return? She went to buy coffee and will be back shortly. The man nodded and, without waiting for an invitation, made his way to the tea area, taking a seat with an air of familiarity. Sensing he must be a regular customer, I promptly sat down and poured him a cup of tea, which I gently placed before him. And where is Uncle Rin? He asked, regarding me with a bemused expression, yet not reaching for the cup. Uncle Rin is unavailable today. Are you an appraiser? Yes. I wonder if you are here to buy or sell. To buy. Might I inquire if you found anything of interest? Indeed. Which piece? I could retrieve it for you to examine closely. The man shook his head, a smirk playing on his lips. No need. I've already seen it. Is it the price that concerns you? Our prices at Suguyaji are generally at the bottom line. Price is not an issue. As long as you are willing to sell, we can sign the contract now. If price is not a concern, then naturally you are ready to sell. Please specify which item you are referencing. I furrowed my brow, responding somewhat distractedly. I sensed an odd undertone in his demeanor, as if he were not inclined to engage in straightforward conversation. This shop and the entire street. I was taken aback. No wonder he sought the owner right away. Before I could respond, the sound of clicking high heels echoed at the entrance. Suemo had returned. The bespectacled man turned to greet her. Miss Su, it's a pleasure to see you again. Suemo, carrying a paper bag, paused momentarily upon noticing him at the tea table. And you are? Miss Su, forgive my imposition, we met last year. As she continued toward her seat without pausing, she remarked, apologies, but running a business means encountering many faces throughout the year. It is impossible to remember every individual. Her words subtly indicated that she indeed recalled who he was, yet her tone was far from cordial, revealing her reluctance to offer him a warm reception. The bespectacled man remained unfazed, maintaining his sardonic demeanor. Indeed, the tougher the business climate, the more effort one must exert. Suemo disregarded the man, taking a seat and extracting a sandwich and coffee from her paper bag. Perceiving her indifference, the bespectacled gentleman got straight to the point. Miss Su, my name is Zhao Cho, and I am the attorney for Rongguang Group. We met last year at Mr. Su's residence. Suemo did not respond, but instead placed a sandwich and a drink in front of me, seemingly absorbed in her own thoughts. Regarding the acquisition proposal put forth by Mr. Rong last year, I am curious about the Su family's current considerations. Mr. Zhao, please convey to the Rong family that the assets of the Su family shall never be sold to them, neither in the past, nor in the present, nor in the future. Sumo's voice was calm, yet I could discern the intense fury she was suppressing beneath the surface. Mr. Zhao could not help but smirk slightly, a smile that genuinely irked me. I felt a strong urge to slap him. In business, one should never confront financial realities head-on. Would you agree? Your family has been in the antique street business for decades, and today, there are 6 antique markets in Jinling. The business has long been diluted and divided. The profits here are barely enough to cover utilities. There is no need to struggle unnecessarily. I understand your perspective. A friend of mine at Jinling Commercial Bank informed me that your family has a loan of 100 million due next month. I wonder if you might require assistance? Chapter 46. Lawyer Zhao. The words of the bespectacled lawyer Zhao caused Sumo's brows to furrow in indignation. Attempting to take advantage of a misfortune? Dream on. Even if the street were to be seized by the bank, my Su family would never sell it to the Rong family. Miss Su, why must you be at odds with money? If the bank takes over, you will receive not a penny. Selling to the Rong family would leave you with some residual value. I would rather embrace the bank's seizure, Suemo retorted, her face flushed with anger at the smug lawyer. Yet she refrained from hurling insults, instead nodding with a smile. Rest assured, the street is not solely desired by your family. Many others covet it. I shall gladly sell it to someone else. The bespectacled man was taken aback for a moment before a sneer crept upon his lips. Then by all means, give it a try. In Jinling, who besides the Rong family could possibly purchase it? A threat, blatant and raw. I never anticipated that this impeccably dressed lawyer would be such a scoundrel. Years later, after enduring countless hardships in this world, I would come to understand the truth. Lawyers, who appear to embody righteousness, can often be the most shameless individuals. They are well-versed in law, navigating both light and shadow with ease. Thus, if their conscience falters, they may become the most sinister and malevolent figures in existence. Of course, this is a relative observation. Not all lawyers lack integrity. There are indeed righteous individuals amongst them. So, let us not argue. Lawyer Zhao, this is an antique shop, not a real estate agency. If you are not here to purchase antiques, kindly take your leave. I genuinely admired Su Mo's politeness and restraint. Had it been another woman, I suspect she would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Miss Su, time is of the essence. Please leave. This man truly was insufferable, seemingly oblivious to reason. I set down my teacup, exerting great effort to maintain composure. Did you not hear our boss? Please exit. Yet he disregarded me, continuing his insipid smile directed at Su Mo. The bank would reclaim what was due at maturity. Leave. I slammed my palm on the table, my voice a thunderous roar. The bespectacled man nearly tumbled from his seat, and Su Mo was startled as well. I rose, glaring fiercely at him. Do you dare to test my resolve? He was taken aback by my sudden ferocity, standing up to adjust his half-rimmed glasses, and with a cold smirk, he taunted, try laying a finger on me, and I'll ensure you spend a year in jail. Very well, you've provoked me. With that, I kicked my chair aside and advanced directly towards him. The lawyer, not expecting my reckless advance, was caught off guard. Realizing I was undeterred by his threats, he grabbed his briefcase and made a hasty retreat, as a wise man knows not to court danger. These lawyers are indeed quite shrewd. Even if I were to strike him, he could easily have me incarcerated for a time. Yet, he would be the one truly suffering. Thus, he would never allow himself to be put at a disadvantage. You are quite formidable. In Jinling, I shall surely deal with you in due time. This fellow, while making his escape, left behind a cutting remark. A refined scoundrel. Should you ever dare to set foot in my Suguyaji again, I shall confront you each and every time. I uttered this in frustration before returning to my seat, only to find Su Mo staring at me with wide eyes. Mei Jiao, I must admit, you possess quite the manly spirit. Boss, what do you mean by that? You appear so calm on a regular basis. Who would have thought you could exhibit such explosive energy in critical moments? Is that not self-evident? When I am in your company, it is difficult to unleash my own fervor. Thank you for earlier. Su Mo smiled faintly at me. Such individuals are the most troublesome. Had it not been for you, he would likely have lingered. You really need not be courteous with such a person. There are only two ways to deal with him. One is straightforward, resolving matters with force. The other is to repay him in kind, outdoing him in his own wickedness. Su Mo couldn't help but chuckle at this. Indeed, he is quite despicable. However, to outdo him in depravity seems a daunting task. Then let us keep it simple and direct. A knockout. As a woman, I find that rather challenging. Boss, you are far too polite. Some matters and some individuals demand a straightforward approach. If you cannot best him in strength, then at least drive him away with words. Su Mo chuckled knowingly once more. Let us eat. I assumed you didn't drink coffee, so I ordered you a cup of milk tea. I am quite unparticular about food and drink. I casually responded, then unwrapped my sandwich and took a bite. After a couple of mouthfuls, curiosity got the better of me, and I asked a question I had long pondered. Boss, why is the entire antique street only mortgaged for a mere 100 million? There must be quite a number of shops along this street, right? Su Mo nodded, setting down her sandwich and gently wiping her mouth with a napkin. There are a total of 47 shops on this street. Sounds like a lot, and one would think it would be quite valuable, but that is not the case. This street has a history of over a century, and thus the buildings are all 1 or 2 stories old structures, classified as cultural heritage sites under municipal protection. Therefore, it is impossible to redevelop or demolish them. Even for repairs and renovations, one must submit reports to the city for successive approvals. Consequently, these shops are not easy to sell. If priced too high, no one will buy them. If priced too low, there is no incentive to sell. Moreover, my grandfather is determined to preserve this antique street and does not wish to transform it into any other commercial venture. I had contemplated reclaiming a few shops to open a CAF, but he vehemently opposed the idea. Thus, when this street was mortgaged, the bank could only assess its value based on rental income. With 47 shops, the rental income must be considerable, right? The rent is considerable, yet the business on Antique Street is not as prosperous as one might envision. Much of it has been usurped by the antique market, resulting in a gradual decline in rental prices. Consequently, the bank's appraisal remains rather modest, and they are inclined to offer discounts. Thus, only 100 million has been lent for the entire street. Now, regarding the aforementioned Rong Group, why are they still contemplating acquiring this area? The Rong Guang Group. They possess a subsidiary, Rong Xing Media, a company devoted to the production of television dramas and films. Rong Xing Media? I was taken aback. Is this not the media company associated with Wanli? Hadn't I nearly signed a contract with them previously? Their intention is to purchase this street and transform it into a cinematic thoroughfare, perfectly preserving the exterior of the old buildings for filming purposes and to promote tourism. To be honest, their idea is quite commendable. Su Mo nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is a good notion, but it will not be sold to the Rong family. The Rong family? Boss, is this the same Rong family that collaborated recently to purchase the blue and white porcelain? Yes, it is indeed that family. Ah, I was astonished. Given that the two families are at odds, how could they possibly collaborate? Su Mo shook her head in disbelief. I share your sentiments. However, my grandfather always said that business is business. Among peers, alliances must be formed when necessary, devoid of personal grievances. Impressive. I couldn't help but admire the breadth of their vision. This is the mindset of those who achieve great things. Chapter 47. Motorcycle. I never anticipated that within a mere day of serving as an appraiser at the Su Gaia collection, unforeseen changes would transpire. After attorney Zhao departed that afternoon, no one else entered the establishment. On my inaugural day as an appraiser, aside from a few tourists, there was not a single genuine client. I adhered to my schedule, arriving on time and departing promptly. When the day concluded and I returned to my suburban abode, Xiao Wu had yet to come back. He was scheduled to shoot a night scene, so I surmised his return would be delayed. On my way home, I casually purchased some marinated dishes and steamed buns for a quick meal. Afterward, I resumed carving my seals. In truth, the crafting of a seal can be accomplished swiftly. A master like Qi Baisher carves as effortlessly as one writes, completing a seal in mere moments. Typically, even for those less skilled, the task can be finalized in about 10 minutes. Qi Baisher's artistry in painting is unparalleled, and his seal carving is equally remarkable. As previously mentioned, he hailed from a background in carpentry, making sculpting second nature to him. Qi Baisher approached seal carving with the precision of a writer, never retracting his blade to amend. He executed each piece in a single breath. Many endeavor to emulate his seal carving techniques, yet few truly grasp the essence. It is not from a lack of desire, but rather from insufficient skill that they struggle to replicate his finesse. However, having honed my carving skills since childhood and undergone 4 years of systematic study at a prestigious art academy, I found that replicating cheese seals was not overly daunting. Nevertheless, I continued to seek out various stones for practice. After all, while stones abound, the authentic 9 shrimp painting exists solely as one masterpiece. Once a seal is imprinted, it must be flawless. Any imperfection would not only fail to enhance the painting's value, but could also ruin it altogether. I diligently replicated dozens of seals until Xiao Wu returned, forcing me to pause my work. Upon his arrival, Xiao Wu bore a large bag of barbecue delicacies and beer, making it impossible for me to continue. Yet, just as I took a sip of beer, my phone rang. At this late hour, I wondered who could possibly be calling. To my surprise, it was Su Mo. Can you come over now? Now? To the store? No, to my grandfather's house. I'll send you the location shortly. What's the matter? Uncle Run has been found. All right, I'll be there immediately. Hurry up. Though I was uncertain as to why Uncle Ren's discovery warranted my presence, my curiosity was piqued. Since she had called me over, I felt compelled to go. Perhaps it was for a confrontation. After all, discerning the authenticity of antiques necessitates clarity. Once I ended the call, Sumo's location was promptly sent. However, as it was late at night, I summoned several ride-hailing services, yet none accepted my request, given the remote nature of the suburbs. All right, Xiaojiu, I'll drive you there, Xiao Wu declared, discarding the bamboo skewers in his hand and grabbing a large helmet from the doorway. I recalled that he had inexplicably borrowed a motorcycle recently and had even purchased a leather jacket for riding. That leather jacket looks quite dashing. Where did you get it? It was not a purchase, but rather provided by the production team. A stunt double, perhaps, as they are currently filming a cycling scene. As Xiao Wu corrected my phrasing, he tossed the helmet into my hands. Though I lack the ability to ride a motorcycle, Xiao Wu is quite adept. In his own words, there are few modes of transportation he cannot operate. From the skies to the earth, he can pilot an aircraft with ease. While I cannot ascertain the truth of his claims, it is certainly plausible given his background as a special forces soldier. After all, how else could one excel as a stunt double? I was astonished by the speed of the motorcycle, feeling as though I were soaring through the air. In less than half an hour, we arrived at Su Ziding's residence. This place, while also suburban, differs from the area where I reside. The elder Su's home is nestled on a hillside, surrounded by tranquility, offering a far superior environment compared to my own, which is essentially an urban village in the suburbs. Upon our arrival, Su Mo was still at the entrance. She was taken aback as I dismounted the motorcycle, elegantly removing the helmet. "You were quite swift. Aren't you in a hurry?" she remarked. Su Mo seemed non-committal, stealing a glance at Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, please wait outside for me. It shouldn't take long." I turned to Su Mo, asking, "It won't be too long, will it? If it takes a while, let Xiao Wu head back." "It's fine. Let Xiao Wu come in and sit," she replied. Xiao Wu and I followed Su Mo into the courtyard. This quaint Jiangnan-style garden, though modest, exudes charm and simplicity. There are no elaborate pavilions or winding paths. Instead, it features a bottle gate, decorative window screens, stark black and white walls, and clusters of slender bamboo. While the area is not extensive, its understated elegance is quite pleasing to the eye. "Xiao Wu, please take a seat in the courtyard," I suggested, noticing a stone table surrounded by 4 stone stools. Su Mo did not object, and we proceeded through the courtyard directly into the living room. The spacious room boasted a reception area on one side and a dining area on the other. Voices could be heard within, and I recognized Uncle Ren's tone. "Ting Yi, I have nothing left to say. I accept it all. Ren, you have served the Su family for over 20 years. Have I ever treated you poorly? No. Even though our Su family has fallen victim to schemes, I have never wronged you. Su Gaiaji offers you a salary of 200,000, plus a 10% share in profits. Is that not substantial? Indeed. Then pray tell why the discontent. Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi? His demise due to Qingshan's entanglement pains me deeply. However, why blame the Su family when you do not hold the Rong family accountable? Whether to blame or not has become irrelevant. Xiaoqi is gone, and Xiaosong must not meet the same fate. Xiaosong? Ting Yi. I find myself powerless. Xiaosong has been ensnared by the Rong family, just like Qingshan. I had no choice. I followed Su Mo as we approached. Su Ziding sat in a wheelchair, with my 4th uncle standing beside him. Uncle Ren was bound with tape, his legs similarly restrained, hair disheveled, leaning awkwardly against the sofa. Witnessing this scene, I felt a twinge of regret for coming here. In truth, this affair had little to do with me. "Ting Yi," I murmured. I greeted Su Ziding as Xiao Mei arrived. Su Ziding glanced at me with a faint smile and nodded. "Initially, I had intended to call you over to discuss those 4 antiques with Weiren, but it is no longer necessary, as he has acknowledged them. Therefore, may I take my leave?" However, before I could finish my sentence, the old master Su gestured towards the sofa. "Xiao Mei, please take a seat. I happen to have something to discuss with you." I nodded and was about to sit down when the old master's words nearly made me leap from my seat. "Weiren mentioned that you are sent by the Rong family?" "What?" I was utterly bewildered. What did that mean? The Rong family? I am unfamiliar with them. The Rong family is the arch-nemesis of the Su family, although I remain oblivious to the intricacies of their feud. Yet, the old master's statement startled me. I could not fathom why Uncle Ren would say such a thing. Am I not merely a humble shop assistant? Even though I discerned those 4 antiques, there should be no need for such retribution against me. Moreover, even if I had not recognized them, the personnel hired by the bank would certainly have done so. Of course, perhaps if others identified them, the repercussions for the Su family might differ significantly. Chapter 48. The traitor. Didn't Tisong Jingang introduce you? Old Master Su remained silent, but But Uncle Ren spoke up. I see now. This is a banquet of treachery. It became clear that my late-night summons was not for the purpose of clarifying the matter of the 4 ancient artifacts. Instead, I was being regarded as a traitor. What comes next? I turned to Uncle Ren, eager to hear how he would weave this narrative. Song Jingang was a protégé of the Rong family, inherently one of their own. I had previously mentioned that I was introduced by a props master named Wan Li, who might have known Song Jingang. Suddenly, I recalled something Suemo had said earlier that day. The Rong family owned a media company called Rongxing Media, and the very Wan Li who introduced me was a props master there. My goodness. I hadn't realized the intricacies of this situation. Yet, why did Wan Li recommend me to Su Gaiaji? Was this truly orchestrated by the Rong family? I was uncertain, and now was not the time to ponder such matters. I recalled that I had previously worked with props at a film base, under a props master from Rongxing Media named Wan Li, who had indeed facilitated my interview at Su Gaiaji. If this was deemed an assignment from the Rong family, then so be it. Su Ziding smiled and waved at me. Xiaomei, please sit down, do not misunderstand. You've already stated that you do not know Song Jingang. I remember. I plopped down onto the sofa. If I were not mistaken, it appeared that the Rong family intended to send someone to assist him, but rather, it was to supervise him. Am I correct, Ren? Uncle Ren's complexion turned pale, and he fell silent. I was utterly bewildered. What in the world was going on? I was sent here to assist or supervise, and I was completely unaware of it? Old Master Su, noticing my dazed expression, chuckled softly. It seems the time to contact you and activate you has not yet arrived, so you remain in the dark. Am I akin to a computer virus that requires activation? I mused. It is unfortunate. I doubt the Rong family anticipated that Xiaomei would prove to be so skilled, causing matters to unravel over a month earlier than expected. Reflecting on it now, the glazed red jade vase must have been orchestrated by the Rong family as well, right? Uncle Ren remained non-committal. Your leave was not to return home. Rather, it was a ruse to facilitate the sale of that jade vase. Had it not been for Xiaomei's keen observation, I suspect you would have continued to request leave periodically until you had effectively displaced the Su family, I surmised. Uncle Ren reclined against the sofa, trembling slightly. Master Ting, I was compelled. One of my 2 sons has already perished. I cannot afford to lose the other. Indeed, Su Ziding nodded, glancing back at 4th uncle. Let him go. Release him. Everyone else looked on, bewildered. Huang Weirin, you have served the Su Ziding family for over 20 years. I have never wronged you nor owe you anything. The only regret I harbor is for Shaoqi, who was tragically caught in the crossfire. Thus, today you betray the Su family to save Shaosong. Yet I choose to let you go. Could be said that the old Master Su has repaid a life to Shaoqi. He paused momentarily, asserting that the Su family no longer owes the slightest debt to Huang Weirin. You may leave now. Uncle Ren remained slumped against the sofa, trembling uncontrollably. I surmised that he, too, had not anticipated such an outcome. Upon finishing his words, the old master raised his hand and waved it dismissively. 4th uncle approached and swiftly tore off the tape binding Uncle Ren's limbs, then seized him by the collar and propelled him toward the exit. I had expected Uncle Ren to collapse before the old master, overwhelmed with tears and gratitude, uttering words of thanks. However, such melodramatic scenes did not unfold. Instead, Uncle Ren was silently pushed out by 4th uncle, who could be heard bellowing from the courtyard. Scram! Not even a dog would want you. The living room fell into a profound silence until 4th uncle returned. Master Ting, are we just letting him go like that? What else should we do? Should I break a leg or stomp on a hand? It would merely vent my frustration, and it cannot transform a counterfeit into a genuine article. Moreover, it would leave us vulnerable to unnecessary risks. If the Rong family were to catch wind of it, it would be all the more troublesome. Grandfather, why don't we report this to the authorities? Report it? That would be akin to slapping our own faces. The antique business has its own rules. If we were blind to the truth and fell for their trap, what good would it do to involve the police? But isn't it clear that Huang Weirin colluded with the Rong family to deceive us? And what of it? Do you possess any evidence? Wasn't Huang Weirin's confession just now evidence? The old master shook his head, exclaiming, Naive, he may speak here, but once he reaches the police station, He will sing a different tune, especially since his son is at the mercy of the Rong family. Not only will he not speak, but he might even turn against us, accusing us of kidnapping. Su Mo was taken aback, realizing that her perspective had been overly simplistic. Or perhaps the old Master Su was merely overthinking the situation. To be frank, I too had believed Su Ziding would deal with Uncle Ren in a manner befitting a dramatic narrative, perhaps with severed hands and feet, or even a more fatal resolution. At the very least, he would be left severely beaten. Yet, none of this transpired. The old Master Su had actually let him go. I was left wondering whether I had consumed too many novels or if reality truly unfolded in this manner. Su Ziding glanced at me and chuckled softly. In my youth, I was no stranger to violence, but times have changed. The old master waved his hand dismissively. One can only blame the Su family's poor judgment in selecting associates. The rapid decline of our family over the years has stemmed from human errors. A few years ago, Mo's father was ensnared in a trap set by the Rong family, losing nearly all of our family's assets overnight. Once, a third of the antique trade in Jinling passed through the Su family. But now we are but a shadow of our former selves. I had come across some gossip regarding the decline of the Su family online, but those were merely whispers of rumor. Hearing the old master recount the tale clarified the animosities involved. It became evident that the downfall of the Su family was orchestrated by the Rong family. No wonder the two families were sworn enemies. Yet, I remained perplexed as to why the old master would confide such intimate matters to an outsider like me. Grandfather, what should we do now? Sell the antique street to the Rong family? Or let the bank take it away? Sumo's face was etched with anxiety. However, Su Ziding remained calm and gentle, betraying no sign of distress. The old man did not respond to Sumo's inquiry but continued to gaze at me, as if suddenly recalling something. Xiaomei, where do you hail from? I am from Huizhou, not too far from Jinling. I had anticipated this answer long before leaving Meishi. Your discernment is indeed remarkable, far surpassing mine. I speak not of my present self, for age has dulled my senses, but rather of my prime, which would still pale in comparison to your keen perception. I could sense the astonishment from Su Mo and my fourth uncle upon hearing such praise from the old gentleman. They must not have expected him to bestow such high regard upon me. Master Ting, you flatter me. As I mentioned, it is merely a stroke of good fortune. I replied modestly. The old man did not contest my assertion of luck, maintaining a serene smile. I have noticed that your perspective on antiques diverges from that of the average person. His words startled me. What did he mean? You seem quite knowledgeable about the art of aging. Chapter 49. The true antiquities restorer. The words of Su Ziding resonated in my mind, leaving me momentarily dazed. Had my true identity been unveiled? It seemed implausible. Could my recent behavior truly reveal that I am an antiquities restorer? Perhaps it might be somewhat evident. Yet, a sudden thought struck me. Even if others were to discern my profession, what of it? The role of an antiquities restorer is not solely confined to Meishi. Wherever there is an exchange of antiques, there exists a restorer. Moreover, in this era where collecting has become a widespread phenomenon, one can find restorers in abundance. However, restorers can be categorized into two types, those from Meishi and those from other regions. No, I shouldn't overstate this. I recalled my grandfather once mentioning another type of antiquities that could rival those from Meishi, those from Luqiao. The saying goes, South Meishi, North Lu, a sentiment shared among the elders of the antiquities community. Thus, I need not overanalyze Su Laozi's remarks. Perhaps he merely recognized certain traits in me that are characteristic of a restorer. Yet, this does not imply anything definitive. Master Ting, I have studied antique preservation and restoration for several years, as well as various artistic crafts, which naturally influences my perspective when examining antiques. It may be a somewhat unorthodox approach, so I must continue to learn. You share the surname Mei, which reminds me of an old friend, the elder mused, shaking his head lightly before casting a casual glance into my eyes. I remembered that Su Ziding had previously mentioned an old friend in connection to my surname. Could this be related to my lineage from Meishi? I had contemplated inquiring before, but fear of revealing my identity caused me to hesitate and miss the opportunity. Yet, in that moment, I resolved not to let it slip away again, for it was an excellent chance to delve deeper into the past. Master Ting, You mentioned this old friend in your shop last time. May I ask his name? Why does my presence evoke thoughts of him? I inquired with an affected air of nonchalance. Regrettably, I do not actually know his name. I suspect that even within the antiquities community, few would know of him. Alas, was that a futile question? However, the place where he resides bears the character May in its name, Meishi. I wonder if you have heard of it. Before these two characters, I realized maintaining my composure would be a challenge. Without a mirror before me, I could not witness the transformation of my expression. Nevertheless, I was acutely aware that Su Laozi, seated in his wheelchair, was observing every nuance of my demeanor. He lowered his gaze for a moment before lifting it once more to meet mine. He also had a nickname, Nine-Fingered Plum Blossom. This moniker belonged to my grandfather, Mei Hanyuan, who had only 9 fingers, having lost one pinky from his left hand. My father once told me that this pinky had been sacrificed for him. In his youth, my father had attempted to sell a restored piece without disclosing its true nature to the buyer. Naturally, the buyer could not discern the forgery and ultimately paid a price equivalent to that of a genuine article. My father, elated with a considerable sum, returned home only to face my grandfather's wrath, who threatened to sever his hand as punishment, because he violated the rules of Meishi, which strictly prohibit the sale of fakes. The villagers often remarked that my father was still young and deserved a chance, pleading with my grandfather to spare him this time, assuring that it would not happen again. My grandfather nodded, without uttering a word, and took up an axe to sever his own little finger. The rules of Meishi are not to be trifled with. A father's burden must be borne for a son's transgressions. This event must have occurred in the early 1990s, a time when people's minds were agile and the youth were less constrained. However, after this incident, no one in the village dared to challenge the rules of Meishi again. One can imagine my shock upon hearing the phrase Nine-Fingered May Blossom. What? You've heard of it? Truly, wisdom often accompanies age. Suddenly, I realized that this was all part of Su Ziding's scheme. He seemed to be deliberately testing me step by step. I sensed that he had discerned my expertise as an antiquities restorer. After all, he is a legend in the world of antiquities, having navigated its complexities for decades, which would not be difficult for him. Yet, he likely did not know that I hailed from Meishi. Although not everyone from Meishi bears the surname Mei, my surname inevitably evokes associations. Thus, he employed such words to probe me, and ultimately, I fell into his trap. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As soon as I inquired about his old friend, I had prepared myself for the exposure of my identity. For, should Su Ziding possess even the slightest clue regarding the events of those years, I must seize it tightly. I had indeed heard of this nickname. Before I could finish my thought, Su Ziding pressed me, asking if I had heard of it. I too did not allow him to continue. Master Ting, I have heard that the Nine-Fingered May Blossom visited Jinling over a decade ago. Since you are his friend, might he have sought you out during that time? Having broached this subject, I felt no need for excessive restraint. I would ask directly and see what unfolded. What is your relation to him? Su Ziding queried, his gaze fixed intently upon mine, his expression calm and gentle. Oh, I merely heard an old friend in Kyoto recount tales of the antiquities seen in Jinling, mentioning some matters regarding the Nine-Fingered May Blossom, stating that he had visited Jinling 15 years ago, after which the antiquities world had not seen. I paused, refraining from uttering the words Meishi goods. Meishi goods? I nodded, offering an awkward smile. A faint smile returned to Su Ziding's face. You are an antiquities restorer? The old gentleman's words elicited surprise from Su Mo and my fourth uncle. Not quite. I possess but a superficial understanding. Modesty is the hallmark of true antiquities restorers. The old gentleman nodded in agreement. However, not everyone is familiar with Meishi goods, especially in this era. Those 3 words are seldom mentioned. Aside from genuine antiquities restorers, very few truly know of Meishi goods. True antiquities restorers? In this day and age, many may claim to be restorers. Yet, it is evident that few fit the mold of what Su Ziding deems a true antiquities restorer. Am I one? Pondered. But that is a question best directed at the old gentleman. However, to speak candidly, I have not truly created any authentic antiquities. If one were to consider, the only piece is still in the process of being crafted. At present, I can at most be deemed a person with extensive knowledge of antiquities. Yet whether I am indeed a genuine master of antiquing remains to be validated by the market. I refrained from responding, neither affirming nor negating the words of the venerable Mr. Su. My thoughts drifted to the phrase nine-fingered plum blossom, and just as I prepared to inquire further, I was taken aback by a sudden exclamation. Young Master Jiu. I thought my ears were playing tricks on me. I turned to Mr. Su, confirming that these three words had indeed escaped his lips. I recall that your friends refer to you in such a manner. Mr. Su smiled gently at me. Oh, you mean Xiao Wu? He is here too, in the courtyard, Su Mo casually remarked. The old gentleman paid no heed, clearly indicating that he did not intend to speak of Xiao Wu. I found the title quite fitting. It aligns well with your identity. My identity? What identity? I listened in bewilderment, entirely confused about what the old gentleman was attempting to convey. Tingyi, if there is something you wish to say, please be direct. The title Young Master Jiu is merely a playful address from Xiao Wu. Do not take it to heart. No, from now on, you shall be known as my Su Gaia Collection's Young Master Jiu. Chapter 50. Little Ninth Master, not just myself, Su Mo, and Uncle C, but every face around us was etched with astonishment and confusion. What does this mean? How did this fellow become the master of Su Guya Ji? How old could he possibly be? The venerable patriarch of the Su family, over 70 years old, is addressing him as master? Master Ting, please do not jest with me, I implored. I am not joking. I speak with utmost seriousness, Su Shiting replied, pausing briefly as he observed the bewildered expression on Sumo's face before turning his gaze toward me. Little Ninth Master, from this moment forth, you shall serve as the chief appraiser and general manager of Su Guya Ji. You possess 50% of its shares. What? I was utterly taken aback, while Su Mo appeared equally astonished. Uncle C, where have you gone? Grandfather, what did you just say? Previously, Uncle Ren only held a mere 10% of the profits. How is it that you are granting half the shares now? Is 50% truly valuable at present? Su Shiting regarded Su Mo gently, inquiring, do you comprehend the significance of the word now? A moment of realization struck Su Mo. The crux lies in the present. Worthless. The entirety of Su Guya Ji, as well as the entire street of antique shops, has been mortgaged to the bank. The bank's loan is due next month, and Su Mo currently possesses only 4 counterfeit items. The balance reveals a stark reality. It is utterly worthless. However, there remains a month during which we can devise a strategy. There are 30 million in liquid assets in the account. If we can gather 70 million to repay the bank's impending dues, I could then proceed with further refinancing. But where shall we procure 70 million? Even if I were to sell this estate and liquidate your properties in the city, it would still fall drastically short. Surely you do not believe, like others, that I possess additional assets? Su Mo bit her lips softly, falling silent. It has long been lost to your father, Su Qingshan. Fine. Even if we hypothetically gather enough funds to resolve the immediate predicament, what then? Should Su Guya Ji continue its operations? Su Mo nodded affirmatively. Yes, it absolutely must continue. Grandfather, you are a legend in the realm of antique collection in Jinling. How could you possibly abandon it? One must understand the value of the Su Guya Ji name alone. If we are to proceed, then who will oversee Su Guya Ji? Without adequate discernment, that prestigious name is rendered equally valueless. Su Mo was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Shiting turned to me. Little Ninth Master. Quickly raised my hand. Master Ting, please, give your orders directly. Do not call me in the same manner as Xiao Wu. Before you, I can hardly bear it. No, you can bear it. Addressing you as master bears no relation to age. In the realm of antique collection, it is about experience. One often adheres to seniority. However, this does not imply that individuals in this domain are antiquated and rigid. Rather, this approach serves to swiftly and easily ascertain a person's discernment. Discernment is the core competitive advantage within the realm of antique collection. It is not merely about age or experience, but about the capacity to perceive value. Possess discernment, and one is a master. Lack discernment, and regardless of age, one is merely a grandchild unworthy of notice. Though Su Shiting's words were somewhat extreme, they left me speechless. Indeed, It is not merely within the realm of antique collecting that one finds the competition of core competencies. Every industry is a testament to this struggle. In the marketplace, lacking a core competitive advantage renders one a mere pawn. Hence, I affectionately refer to you as Little Master Joe, a title that transcends age. Your discernment is worthy of such an honor. I am confident that soon, the antique community of Jinling will also regard you with the same reverence. Such praise inevitably inflates one's ego. Being hailed as master by a legendary figure in Jinling's antique scene would certainly elevate anyone's spirits. However, I am mindful not to let pride take hold of me. There is no such thing as a free title. Little Master Joe, I shall rely on you for the future of Su Gu Yaji. As Su Ziding spoke, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards me. I quickly raised my hands in a gesture of surrender. Master Ting, please hold on. I cannot accept this 50% stake in Su Gu Yaji without having earned it. While it sounds appealing, it is, in truth, valueless. You have not gained anything substantial. Indeed, from a financial perspective, this assertion holds merit. Not only have I gained nothing, but I also stand to lose. Lose what, you may ask? If I were to become a shareholder, my modest salary of a few thousand each month would vanish. Yet, as Su Mo aptly stated, the brand of Su Gu Yaji possesses intrinsic worth. The critical condition is that one must possess sufficient discernment to uphold this brand's reputation. Frankly speaking, this 50% may appear attractive, but it will soon be claimed by others. Thus, the future of Su Gu Yaji and the entire antique street now rests upon your shoulders, Little Master Joe. Am I? Surely you jest. 70 million is a staggering sum. If I had 70 million, why would I concern myself with a mere 50%? I could easily establish my own 100% antique store. Master Ting, you hold me in far too high regard. A month's time is insufficient for me to safeguard the antique street. Little Master Joe, as a restorer you must have a solution, he insisted. A restorer? Is Su Ziding implying that I should fabricate counterfeit antiques? To amass 70 million in a short span, selling a high-value antique would be the only feasible route. Yet, I would never partake in such an act. As a restorer from Meishi, I may create replicas, but I would never sell fakes. However, a sudden thought struck me. Perhaps there is a way after all. Noticing my unexpected silence, Su Ziding gently addressed Su Mo. Tomorrow, let us finalize the contract for the transfer of shares. From tomorrow onward, Little Master Joe will take the lead at Su Gu Yaji. Understood, Su Mo replied with a nod. In truth, I had not acquiesced to Su Ziding's request, yet he was convinced I would not refuse. After all, who would decline such an offer? For me, even if I ultimately gain nothing tangible, I would not lose anything either. Even those few thousand in salary would be inconsequential if the shop were to vanish. I would simply seek other opportunities. The crucial point is, what if I do possess a solution? If I were to resolve the pressing crisis, would that not be a remarkable stroke of fortune? In reality, I am not particularly interested in the shares themselves. What truly captivates me is the platform that is Su Gu Yaji. I previously mentioned that in the realm of antiquities, while the discourse revolves around discernment, the influence of a platform and its authority is a form of discernment that can surpass mere perception. It possesses the power to transform the dead into the living and the counterfeit into the genuine. If I were to truly acquire the platform of Su Gu Yaji, it would undoubtedly propel me further into the depths of the antiquities world. However, my initial inquiry was meant to pertain to the matter of the nine-fingered plum blossom. Yet I was sidetracked by Su Ziding. Now that the issue of the 50% stake has been settled, I am eager to press on and delve deeper. Master Ting, you have yet to elaborate on the subject of the nine-fingered plum blossom. Are you particularly intrigued by it? To speak candidly, it is the tale of a legendary predecessor in our field of antiquities, and I have occasionally heard whispers of it. Since you are his friend, my interest is naturally piqued. However, it is getting late, and I find myself somewhat fatigued. Once this challenging period has passed, let us convene again, and I shall regale you with tales of the antiquities seen in Jinling and indeed across the nation. A single remark from Su Ziding sent me away. It seems this fellow is using the matter of the nine-fingered plum blossom to gauge my resolve. The implication being, if I cannot unravel the current conundrum, there is little point in sitting down to hear any stories. Xiaomo, please see off young Master Joe for me. Chapter 51. different identities. As I approached the door, I noticed Xiao was seated in the courtyard, engrossed in his phone, which prompted a memory to surface. Turning my head, I observed Su Ziding being wheeled back to his room by my fourth uncle. He had seemingly vanished moments ago, only to reappear in the blink of an eye. Truly elusive. Master Ting, is the Sugu Yaji truly at my discretion? The elderly gentleman in the wheelchair paused, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. Of course, the contract for the transfer of shares will be ready for your signature tomorrow. However, I must reiterate, ensuring its preservation is in your capable hands. Very well. I wish to add another individual to Sugu Yaji. Agreed. Su Ziding did not inquire further about who it would be, merely acquiescing. But I must say, Xiao Wu. The elder continued nodding. Everything in the store is under your authority. Rest assured, Xiao Wu will not draw a salary. I shall allocate 10% of my 50% share to him. That is your share. How you choose to manage it does not require my approval. However, given the customs of the antique trade, any additional personnel must be accounted for. All right, that is acceptable.
Su Ziding nodded.
You should rest now. With that, I turned and exited the living room, making my way toward Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, let us go home. Su Mo accompanied us to the entrance of the courtyard, her expression one of bewilderment, seemingly still processing the recent developments and Su Ziding's decision. Boss, do you have any questions? Please refrain from calling me boss. You are a boss as well. Huh? Xiao Wu, standing nearby, wore a puzzled expression. From now on, call me Su Mo Jiuyi.
Su Mo gently addressed me.
That title, Jiuyi, sent a delightful shiver through me. Delightful. Yet Xiao Wu appeared utterly astonished. What is going on? I reached for my helmet and placed it upon my head, then patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder. Let us discuss it at home. As the motorcycle roared to life, the wind rushed past us. Xiao Wu raised his voice with questions, clearly impatient to wait until we returned home. I, seated behind him, raised my voice in response, relaying the events of the evening as we traveled. Xiao Wu, we are now the owners of Sugu Yaji, the foremost antique shop in Jinling. What about me? Of course, you are included. You will receive 10% of the 50% shares, though there will be no salary. Wow, such a grand antique shop. And I get 10%? Xiao Wu's incredulity was palpable, causing the motorcycle to wobble with excitement. Brother, steady the bike. There was little I could do. Even the motorcycle seemed to share in our exhilaration. However, the tenure of these shares remained uncertain. They might very well be claimed by the bank next month. If they take it, so be it. At least I can say I was once a grand boss. Tomorrow, I shall resign from my role as a stuntman at the film studio. I am heading to the antique shop to embrace my role as a boss. The following day, I ventured to Sugu Yaji alone, while Xiao Wu indeed set off to resign from his position at the film studio. Alongside returning the motorcycle and other props, Xiao Wu was truly reluctant to part with the bike. He insisted on taking one last ride, delivering me to the antique street. I promised him that once we had the means, I would purchase a motorcycle for him, one even more luxurious than this one. Young Master Joe, I eagerly await your vehicle, he declared, before swiftly riding off on the eye-catching motorcycle to resign from his job. To be candid, if I were affluent, I could indeed buy Xiao Wu a high-end motorcycle right now. All I would need to do is sell the scroll containing the exquisite painting of the shrimp, which would suffice. However, I cannot part with that painting and scroll just yet. I must do everything possible to preserve Sugu Yaji. To my surprise, upon arriving at Sugu Yaji, I found that Su Mo had already arrived. Boss, why are you here so early today? I inquired. I've told you not to call me boss. Just call me Su Mo, she replied. Apologies, it's a habit. Young Master Joe, I've brought the contract, she continued. Wait a moment. Could you refrain from calling me Young Master Joe? I am not much older than you, and being addressed as such makes me feel ancient, I protested. That's not possible. My grandfather calls you Young Master Joe, how could I not? But he is he and you are you. He refers to me as Young Master Joe according to the customs of the antique world, and I call him Ting Yi, which sounds quite reciprocal. However, you calling me Young Master Joe leaves me at a loss for how to address you in return. Perhaps Su Grandma? She burst into laughter. Who is Su Grandma? I am the master, are you the grandmother? Enough, she exclaimed, rolling her eyes at me. So, let us agree on this. You 1T call me master, and I 1T call you grandmother. I will call you Sumo, and you can call me Meijio. Or you may call me delicacy if you wish. What? Delicacy? Is that a reference to fine wine and gourmet food? Her laughter was infectious. You weren't like this before. How did you suddenly become so tedious and shameless? Shameless? Not quite. Perhaps just a bit audacious. It's only natural. My status has changed. I was merely a humble shop assistant, and how could I dare to joke with you, the owner? And now you feel emboldened? Of course. You made me the boss. If I am to be the boss, I must embody that role. I cannot continue being overly cautious if I wish to establish Suguyaji. I never made you the boss. That detail is inconsequential. Since we are now colleagues, we must behave as such. Thus, you should be prepared for the occasional jest to lighten the atmosphere. Ah, do I need to prepare mentally for that? I realized I was somewhat out of sync with this beauty who had returned from studying abroad. Now, let us review the contract, I suggested as Sumo handed it to me. In truth, there was little of interest within merely the terms of the equity transfer. Notably, the contract bore only my name, omitting Xiao Wu's, an understanding between us that did not necessitate inclusion. What troubled me slightly was that the name on the contract was Meijio. However, this name is merely a facade, and for me it poses a significant risk. What if, just what if, I were to have a falling out with the Su family one day? In that case, my 50% stake could very well evaporate. Yet, if I were to abandon this alias and revert to my true name, Mei Yuding, my identity as a native of Meishi would be exposed. Weighing the two options, safety undoubtedly takes precedence. Moreover, this 50% was, to begin with, an illusion. If it disappears, so be it. Su Ziding has already affixed his signature to the contract, and upon signing, Sumo provided me with a copy. Thus, from this moment forth, you shall be the true proprietor of Sugayaji, the master of this establishment. Sumo gently folded another copy of the contract, revealing a hint of her melancholy. How could she not feel disheartened? Half of her family's enterprise was to be relinquished to another. Although she understood that this half held no real value, it was still a part of her legacy. Sumo, rest assured, I shall ensure that your family receives even more. I uttered a statement that startled even me. A faint smile graced Sumo's lips in response. Let us hope that grandfather did not err in his judgment. I am uncertain of what Su Ziding might have misjudged, but I recognize that we are all taking a gamble. I am wagering on my ability to safeguard the street for the Su family, betting that I have nothing left to lose. Su Ziding is wagering that he has not misjudged me, betting that desperate measures may yield unexpected results. Chapter 52 Meeting Master Joe, what are your plans moving forward? Sumo inquired eagerly, having tucked away the contract. Her curiosity piqued about how I intended to safeguard this street and the establishment. First, we shall open the shop and commence our work. Once the tasks are completed, we can discuss further. I refrained from articulating my thoughts directly, despite having spent a sleepless night contemplating the matter. The initial task of each day in the shop, naturally, was to tidy up, followed by inspecting the antiques within. Upon witnessing my diligence in cleaning, Sumo felt compelled to join me rather than remain seated sipping coffee as she had previously. Together, we polished the display cases and mopped the floors. The sentiment of working as a proprietor was distinctly different from that of a mere employee. Just yesterday, I had marveled at my role as an appraiser, albeit acting as one, but the sensation of being in the shop was entirely transformed. Remarkably, in the span of a single day, I had become the owner of this establishment. It was quite audacious indeed. Such a term is fitting. Only in a novel could such a scenario unfold. However, to speak candidly, it was not simply due to the generosity of old Master Su. As he had indicated, I had not truly reaped any tangible benefits. In fact, he intended to exchange half of the Suguyaji for my assistance in preserving an entire antique street. If this were to materialize, it would not be I who struck gold, but rather the Su family who would reap the rewards. Indeed, the synergy between a man and a woman in collaboration proved to be invigorating. By the time we settled at the tea table, it was still only a little past 9 o'clock. As I prepared the tea, I had yet to pour it when Xiao Wu rushed in with the swiftness of the wind. Little Master Joe, Miss Su, I've arrived, Xiao Wu exclaimed, his face aglow with enthusiasm. Your speed is impressive, I remarked. I took a taxi here. Just in time, let us convene, he declared. Convene?
Sumó echoed.
Her expression one of confusion. With the contract signed, I now held half the shares of Suguyaji, with authority over its operations. Let us proceed according to my plan. Do you have any objections? Suemo paused, then shook her head.
No objections.
Excellent. I poured each of us a cup of tea. Starting today, the staff at Suguyaji would comprise 3 individuals. Myself, Suemo, and Xiao Wu. Both Suemo and Xiao Wu nodded in acknowledgement. The division of responsibilities is as follows. I shall serve as the general manager and chief appraiser, overseeing all matters within the shop and primarily managing business operations. Suemo will be the deputy general manager, responsible for finance, legal affairs, and additionally handling sales and customer reception. She will take the lead in welcoming customers in the future. What? I'm in charge of reception? Am I to be a mere salesgirl? Suemo exclaimed, visibly taken aback. What salesgirl? From now on, we will only have owners at Suguyaji, not employees. You hold 50%, I hold 40%, and Xiao Wu 10%. Each of us is a boss, a leader. However, everyone must work, and tasks will be allocated according to individual strengths and the needs of the work. But why must I handle reception? Who else could be more suited than you? Given your beauty, the clientele of an antique shop predominantly comprises men, particularly middle-aged and elderly gentlemen. Tell me who is most apt to engage with such customers. What kind of individuals are typically employed in other antique shops, such as Bo Huaxian? Suemo, having been bombarded with questions, pouted in silence. I am aware that the reception at Bo Huaxian is handled by an enchanting lady, for I have visited before. In fact, most antique shops, including those on this antique street, predominantly employ women as staff. However, it is worth noting that in many antique shops, one might not encounter a beautiful receptionist. Often, the proprietor themselves attends to customers, especially in smaller establishments where hiring additional staff is unnecessary. Across the nation, approximately 70 to 80% of antique shops are managed by their owners, as these businesses seldom expand significantly. Even the renowned Suguyaji in Jinling is quite modest in size, and it too is staffed by lovely women. As a graduate returning from overseas studies, I trust you are already familiar with the underlying business principles at play here. Although Suemo was reluctant, she ultimately nodded in agreement. This is all to ensure the shop thrives. As long as business flourishes, our specific roles are of little consequence. Suemo shot me a glance of disdain, clearly underestimating my authority as the owner. Xiao Wu, you are also the deputy general manager of Suguyaji. Me? Deputy? Xiao Wu exclaimed, clearly delighted. You are responsible for security and external relations, as well as collaborating with me on acquisitions. External relations? What external relations do antique shops have?
Sumó inquired, puzzled.
Of course, antique shops require external relations, and they are quite significant. Conducting business in this field is not merely confined to a physical location. In the past, did Uncle Ren not venture out to sell or acquire goods? While Uncle Ren occasionally went out to inspect items, he did so alone, and I had never accompanied him, except for that one time with the Yuan blue and white porcelain. In the antiques trade, establishing a shop serves merely as a platform for communication. To grow and enhance the business, external connections are crucial, especially regarding acquisition channels. I believe Suguyaji must have had such connections before, and this is something I can later discuss with Uncle Ting. No need to consult my grandfather. I have everything he provided me. That's splendid. I suggested a simple structure. I will take overall responsibility while you two assist. Xiao Wu will handle external matters and primary acquisitions, and Suemo will manage internal affairs and sales. Does that sound agreeable? Both Suemo and Xiao Wu nodded in assent. Furthermore, I genuinely appreciate the overall decor and layout style of Suguyaji. While everyone adheres to tradition, I believe we should embrace some innovation, which I find quite appealing. However, I feel that the shop displays too few antiques, particularly lacking in smaller items, which is an aspect that requires modification. Upon hearing this, Sumo's expression soured considerably. The decor style I've chosen is deliberately designed to exclude lower-value small antiques. We focus exclusively on high-quality pieces. I could not help but chuckle. My dear, your understanding of the antique trade, especially within the domestic collection sphere, seems somewhat limited. This differs significantly from the global concept of art investment. In theory, what you propose makes sense, minimizing transactions of lower-value antiques to concentrate resources on high-value items, thus enhancing efficiency. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that without the trade of smaller antiques, how can one expect to engage in transactions of larger antiques? Is there a connection between the two? Certainly. You must recognize that cultivating customers is essential, right? Suemo nodded. She was well aware of this. Not every antique enthusiast enters the realm of antiquities as a seasoned collector. Regardless of their wealth, they all begin their journey with smaller items. Therefore, if we dismiss the significance of minor antiques, we effectively forfeit potential major customers. Moreover, the majority of transactions in antique shops, approximately 70 to 80%, are centered around medium and small antiques, which essentially serve as a conduit for customer traffic. The focus on medium and small items in antique shops is not driven by profit but by the influx of clientele. Only with a steady flow of customers can substantial transactions occur. Although there are many collectors in the country, the circle of true major collectors remains quite limited. With an increasing flow of customers, if the shop offers quality items, even if a purchaser of smaller items does not buy today, they might recommend it to others or return later after furthering their own collecting journey. Therefore, I believe it is imperative to continue dealing in medium and small antiques. Of course, items that are excessively small, such as those priced at a few hundred or 1,000 or 2,000, are indeed unnecessary to pursue. Thus, I shall establish a rule. Henceforth, the starting price for antiques at Sugu-Yaji will be set at 10,000, and we shall not engage in transactions below this threshold. Chapter 53 Lin Zhengqing Suemo wore an expression of palpable anxiety. Ninth Master, everything can be adjusted as you wish in the future, but right now the shop is on the brink of closure. I understood Sumo's distress all too well. However, matters must be approached systematically. Yesterday, I meticulously catalogued all the inventory in the shop, totaling 47 items. As I spoke, I retrieved a notebook from the drawer beneath the tea table and opened it, revealing a simple summary chart I had sketched by hand. Among the 47 antiques, there were 35 genuine pieces, 9 replicas, and 3 damaged items. Suemo frowned upon hearing this. It was evident that she was taken aback by the figures. Do not fret. To be candid, these numbers are not as grim as they appear. Which antique shop is devoid of replicas? My words were not mere platitudes. They were indeed truthful. Compared to many antique shops in the country, the proportion of replicas in Sugu-Yaji was relatively low. I would like to remind readers interested in antiques that in many shops, the genuine items often constitute less than half of the inventory. Thus, if one wishes to peruse antique shops in search of hidden treasures without a discerning eye, I suggest you merely observe. That said, Sugu-Yaji is, after all, the foremost antique shop in Jinling, and its discerning standards should match its esteemed reputation. Yet, I was uncertain when Uncle Run had begun to dig a pitfall here. Hence, this data may not sit well for Sugu-Yaji or for Suemo. However, Suemo refrained from voicing any discontent. What was done was done. Yet, while the number of replicas in our shop was not excessive, the capital they consumed was substantial. As I stated this, Sumo's brow furrowed. This was the crux of the issue. Those few replicas had depleted most of the loan. The remaining 35 genuine pieces, along with 3 damaged items, could roughly be valued at around 30 million in the market. Suemo nodded, likely finding this figure consistent with her own records. However, selling such a quantity of antiques at market value would require at least 6 months to a year, and that would depend on fortune. Some obscure antiques might languish unsold for 2 or 3 years. Therefore, to convert them into cash in a short span, we would have to sell to peers at a discount. To offload to peers, we would need to accept at least a 30 markdown or even lower. Optimistically, we could tentatively value the shop's inventory at 20 million. Suemo continued to nod, tentatively agreeing with my assessment. How much cash is still on hand? With the rental income expected next month, we would have approximately 30 million. Thus, in total, we now possessed 50 million, indicating we still needed an additional 50 million. Ideally 70 million. What do you mean by ideally 70 million? Sumo's brow furrowed, clearly displeased with my statement. How could lacking funds be deemed better? If we could avoid selling the inventory at a loss to peers, it would indeed be preferable, as acquiring such goods is no easy feat therefore. I meant that it would be best if we could gather 70 million. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Indeed, I had spoken a tautology. Yet, it was not without purpose. Our target was 70 million. If that proved unfeasible, we could settle for 50 million as our bottom line. Well then, ninth master, how do you plan to gather the 70 million? I naturally have my own strategies. Suemo, how many people came from the bank the last time you arranged a meeting? 3. My classmate Kevin, his superior, and an appraiser. What is the appraiser's name? I don't know his name. We were pressed for time that day, and didn't he have a chance to introduce him before he was sent away? His surname is Lin. Professor Lin, Xiao Wu suddenly interjected. I recalled that Xiao Wu was also present that day, seated below, sipping tea. What is his name? How would I know? I only heard that rather effeminate person call him Professor Lin. Effeminate? That's how he speaks. You mustn't let Kevin hear you say that, as he detests being referred to in such a manner, Suemo retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu chuckled sheepishly. Suemo, you are quite familiar with your classmate K, aren't you? Kevin. I am, after all, a distinguished graduate from a top university. Had it not been for the upheaval at home, I would genuinely be a bona fide PhD. Surely, I can handle this bit of English. Suemo wore an expression of disdain typical of a common laborer, and I couldn't be bothered to argue with her. Kevin, you're quite close, aren't you? Indeed. We studied abroad together. He majored in finance while I focused on art investment. That's splendid. Please call Kevin and inquire about the name of the professor who came for the appraisal that day. What do you mean? Suemo was puzzled by my intentions, questioning how 70 million could possibly relate to the professor from the bank. Just ask. I shall explain later. Additionally, ensure that it is indeed Professor Lin who will come to assess our antiques. Huh? You want the bank to appraise the antiques as well? Without the appraisal, and without collateral, how am I to conjure 70 million for you? Upon uttering this question, Suemo seemed to grasp my plan, realizing what I intended to do next. Before I could elaborate, she picked up the phone to call Kevin. Suemo exchanged pleasantries with Kevin and apologized for the previous incident before getting straight to the point, asking when it would be convenient for them to return for another appraisal of the antiques, assuring him that there would be no further mishaps this time. Kevin mentioned that he would need to coordinate with the appraiser and his superior to check their schedules. Suemo then casually inquired if it would still be Professor Lin from last time, and naturally, she managed to ascertain his name. Lin Jingqing. I initially prepared to swiftly search for the name Suemo had just mentioned on my phone. However, there was no need for that. I was already familiar with this individual. Lin Zhengqing, Vice Dean of the School of History at Jinling University, is a professor of cultural relic appraisal. During my graduate studies at Kyoto University, 2 of my papers published in core journals were reviewed by him, and he had given them high praise. Of course, this was information imparted to me by my advisor. I am acquainted with Lin Jingqing, though our familiarity is merely superficial. I am aware of his expertise and accomplishments within the academic realm. However, we have yet to meet in person, and our connection does not extend to mutual recognition. Lin Zhengqing serves as the curator of the Archaeological and Art Museum at Jinling University, with his scholarly focus primarily on artifact authentication, particularly in the realms of ceramics and metalwork. Naturally, he possesses knowledge in other areas, such as calligraphy and miscellaneous artifacts. Thus, should the bank engage Lin Jingqing to appraise antiques, I would know precisely how to tailor my approach accordingly. Suemo engaged in casual conversation with Kevin and arranged a time for coffee together. Ultimately, she urged him to expedite the scheduling of the antique appraisal and emphasized the necessity of accelerating the subsequent approval process, as she is in urgent need of assistance on her end. Chapter 54. The risk of gambling. After Suemo ended the call, she turned to me. Ninth Master, what shall we do? What to do? Continue to summon them for collateral. Collateral? With what? Just one piece. Which piece? The Autumn Landscape by Fu Baosher. Why not choose that exquisite blue and white bold vase? That piece is worth nearly 100 million, because Lin Zhengqing specializes in ceramics and antiquities. Although the vase is a remarkable imitation, I believe it is unlikely to escape his discerning eye. So you opted for the painting? Relatively speaking, Lin Zhengqing should be less adept with calligraphy and paintings. Furthermore, this autumn landscape is a sufficiently good imitation, with a higher chance of evading his scrutiny. Su Mo regarded my assertion with evident skepticism, her expression laden with doubt and concern. It was clear that she recognized the blatant gamble I was undertaking. Submitting a counterfeit for a professor's appraisal was indeed a significant risk. If I could discern the flaws, how could the professor possibly overlook them? Su Mo, do you have a better approach? She gently shook her head. Let us proceed as you suggest. After all, Su Guyaji is now under your direction. I recall you mentioning that this autumn landscape was acquired earliest. Yes, over 6 months ago, before the renovation of Su Guyaji. Were previous significant acquisitions not subject to the scrutiny of Master Ting? Like this autumn landscape? Uncle Ren did consult grandfather regarding this painting, intending to invite him for a viewing. However, grandfather declined. After the painting was acquired, Uncle Ren expressed a desire to present it to grandfather personally, but he was again refused. Grandfather stated that since it had already been accepted, there was no need for further inspection. He declared that unless it was an exceptionally substantial deal, he would not intervene and would leave matters entirely to me and Uncle Ren. Thus, it is how these counterfeits have entered the collection. If I am not mistaken, Uncle Ren was coerced by the Rong family over 6 months ago to ensnare the Su family. Initially, both the Rong family and Uncle Ren were concerned about being exposed, hence the counterfeits acquired were of high quality, such as this autumn landscape. After some testing, they discovered that old Master Su had absolute trust in Uncle Ren. Consequently, their audacity grew bolder. First came the Qing Yongzheng vase, which was also a relatively decent imitation, followed by the blue and white tall cup, and even a bronze goblet, each of progressively lesser quality. Nevertheless, fortunately, this autumn landscape is still quite well crafted. At the very least, even Su Ziding failed to detect any flaws. Thus, I am quite confident in my ability to deceive Lin Zhengqing. Let us proceed with this autumn landscape, along with 2 genuine pieces from the store as collateral. It would be wonderful if we could indeed pull this off. The market for Fu Baosher's works is currently thriving, having appreciated significantly. I wonder if this piece might be valued at 50 million. This artwork is derived from Fu Baosher's High Elegance of Forests and Springs. 10 years ago, the painting High Ambition by the Forest and Springs was auctioned for over 40 million. Now, a decade later, one might wonder how much its value has appreciated. It is reasonable to assume it could be worth between 60 to 70 million. Su Mo appeared elated, as if the counterfeit tucked away in the safe were already valued at such a lofty sum. Just half an hour after Su Mo made a phone call, Kevin reached out again. Remarkably, an appraisal was already scheduled for the day after tomorrow. The efficiency of foreign banks is indeed commendable. As Su Mo hung up the phone, she remarked that Kevin had arranged for an on-site appraisal at the bank, considering our urgency. Should any samples be required, the bank would also facilitate their collection for testing. If no samples were needed and results could be provided directly, arrangements would be made to sign the relevant documents on-site and proceed with the collateralization. Collateralization? Do we have to give them the items? Of course, it is not real estate. A property certificate would suffice, as the physical property is secure. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, we could not take the items away and sell them, leaving the bank with no recourse. It is best to settle everything at once. Undoubtedly, foreign institutions operate with higher efficiency. However, their processes remain quite stringent. Kevin mentioned that the bank would also invite professional appraisers from a recognized institution for the evaluation. This was an unexpected development. Would they not trust Lin Zhengqing and the others? Securing a loan from the bank can be quite cumbersome. Although Professor Lin is highly esteemed, he cannot issue an appraisal certificate. The bank requires documentation to approve loans. Therefore, the true evaluation would depend on the professor, while the appraisers would primarily be responsible for providing the necessary documents. That makes sense. If the professors at the History Academy are deemed unreliable, then to whom can we turn? I finally exhaled, quickly lifting my teacup for a calming sip. In truth, running an antique shop can be rather tedious, especially during quiet hours. The 3 of us sat in the shop, Xiao Wu and I perusing our phones, while Su Mo remained engrossed in her computer. Occasionally, she would share some statistics with me, such as if the annual interest rate were 4. 05 How much interest would be owed monthly on 70 million?
Su voz.
You handle the financials. Just keep me informed. I will focus on acquiring and selling antiques, and we can tally the profits at year-end. No, if you neglect finances, what business are you really running? Su Mo retorted, leaving me momentarily speechless. But I had no experience in business matters. All right, let us simplify things. Please conduct a financial review of the shop and prepare a straightforward table for me to understand. No complex financial jargon.
Su Montag nodded in Resignation.
Is the boss in? Finally, business was afoot. Yet, Su Mo remained as unperturbed as ever in her seat. I raised an eyebrow at her, gesturing for her to attend to the customers promptly. Su Mo was momentarily taken aback, mistaking my playful gestures for something else, and she shot me a disapproving glance. As customers arrived, she took charge of the reception. I frowned and quietly urged her to respond. Oh, realizing the situation, Su Mo reluctantly closed her laptop and stood up. Yet, it must be said, this enchanting beauty in her Chong Sam-like dress was truly a perfect fit for the role of a receptionist in an antique shop. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? The moment Su Mo spoke, Xiao Wu couldn't help but give me a thumbs up. Her voice was so melodious. My decision was indeed sagacious. It would be a pity not to have such a beauty in sales. We aren't looking for anything in particular. I understand you deal in antiques? So they are purveyors of antiques. This was our forte. Sir, please have a seat over here, and let us enjoy some tea while we converse. Xiao Wu hurriedly adopted the mannerisms he had observed during his time at the Bo Hua Pavilion, warmly welcoming the guest. Chapter 55. The Imperial Edict. A young man, seemingly in his 20s or 30s, entered cradling a long, ornate box in his arms, presumably containing some form of artwork or calligraphy. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea. The young man promptly took a seat, and I hurriedly poured a cup for him. What treasures have you brought today, sir? I inquired. Is the former appraiser of your shop not here anymore? It appeared he had visited before. Are you referring to Mr. Huang? He has retired. Do you know Mr. Huang? No, he merely sold antiques at your shop in the past. I nodded and reiterated my question. So, what fine item have you brought today? Oh, a remarkable piece, a decree. The moment I mentioned the decree, both Xiao Wu and I exchanged puzzled glances, while Su Mo looked on with curiosity. The young man handed me the ornate box, but I refrained from accepting it. Sir, you may place it on the table. It would be unfortunate if it slipped from your hands. Oh, it's not porcelain. What is there to fear? He boldly set the box on the tea table and opened it himself. Inside was a scroll that indeed resembled the legendary imperial edicts. I casually picked up a white towel from the table to wipe my hands. Although my hands were immaculate, I intended to convey my seriousness to the seller. As I took the scroll from the box and unfurled it, I could hardly contain my laughter as soon as I revealed a corner. This item lacked even the merit to be deemed a mere counterfeit. The scroll, now spread out on the tea table, was purportedly an imperial decree from the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty. Amusingly, it was crafted from paper. My friend, where did you acquire this decree? I asked, stifling a chuckle. It's a family heirloom. A few days ago, while renovating my house, I discovered it in the old residence. Found it in the old house? Yet, the box appears quite new, I remarked, glancing at the box. Although it bore some signs of aging, it was evident that little effort had been made to weather it. There was no box initially. I merely grabbed this one to store it. Typically, such decrees sold at flea markets come with a silk pouch. What do you mean? This is a family heirloom. How could it be from a flea market? Unable to contain myself, I burst into laughter. My friend, imperial edicts are written on satin. Yours is inscribed on paper. At the very least, a forgery should resemble the original. To be frank, in the realm of antiques, this wouldn't even qualify as a counterfeit. What? The young man chuckled in response. Brother, it's that fake? I jested. Did you acquire this from a film studio as a prop? I casually suggested this, not anticipating it to be true. How did you know? I actually picked this up at a film studio. My intention was to sell it in the antique market. They told me they couldn't determine its authenticity and suggested I bring it here, claiming your shop is the finest antique establishment in Jinling. I even spent 50 yuan on this box. I was taken aback. This fellow was indeed a simpleton, completely unaware that he had been duped. "Brother, they are merely jesting with you." As I spoke, I rolled up the so-called imperial edict and placed it into a brocade box. "If you wish to return it, go ahead and sell it back to him. Will you not accept it?" I shook my head. A modest sum of 50 would suffice to reclaim the cost of the box. "Apologies, but we are an antique shop, not a decorative goods store." The man chuckled, seized the brocade box, and departed. What an array of characters there are. Some do not even know what an imperial edict is made of, yet they come to sell antiques. Suemo could not help but voice her thoughts. There is little we can do. The trend of antique collecting has surged in society, particularly with the treasure appraisal shows on television, where one casually discovers an antique and sells it for hundreds of thousands or even millions. After watching such programs, who wouldn't desire to stumble upon an antique and achieve overnight wealth? Xiao Wu astutely pinpointed the root of the issue. On this first day, I had also arranged for Xiao Wu to change the door locks. Although Suemo argued it was unnecessary since Uncle Ren had already relinquished the keys, she believed, based on her understanding of him, that he would not duplicate any extra keys. Were I still merely an employee in this establishment, I would undoubtedly heed Sumo's advice and forgo the change. However, as the owner, I trust Sumo's judgment in Uncle Ren, but I do not share her confidence. I thought to myself that if the Su family truly understood Uncle Ren, they would not find themselves in such a predicament today. Furthermore, people are capable of change. The individual you know may only be a reflection of their past, not a guarantee of their present character. Thus, I resolutely insisted that Xiao Wu find someone to change the locks. Replacing only the main door lock would suffice. For the safe, a simple change of the code would be adequate. The day unfolded much like any other, with a sparse trickle of a dozen guests. This compelled Suemo to frequently rise to attend to them, a habit she found quite uncomfortable and rather displeasing. It is worth noting that she had previously been the true boss, sitting in her position without so much as lifting her gaze. Now, she found herself in the role of a receptionist. Most of the visitors were tourists, primarily there for sightseeing. After all, Sugaya's establishment was designed like a museum, which might not particularly interest seasoned collectors, yet it certainly attracted tourists. Antique Street is one of the cultural heritage sites of Jinling, a must-visit for outsiders exploring the city. Suddenly, an idea struck me. Why not leverage the regional advantage of Antique Street? 99% of tourists entering an antique shop are unlikely to purchase antiques. They come merely to browse and marvel, much like a visit to a museum. However, visitors to museums often buy souvenirs. I thought, given the high volume of tourists and the museum-like ambience of Sugaya, why not sell items that appeal to them? For instance, I could develop unique souvenirs, much like many grand museums that create cultural and creative products, often priced quite expensively. Moreover, as I am trained in art and also skilled in antiquities, developing such creative products would be a cinch for me. The more I contemplated this venture, the more promising it seemed. However, it is not the right time just yet. Once the pressing issues before us are resolved, my partner Xiao Wu and I will undoubtedly be able to hold onto this 50% stake. After all, this is merely a preliminary step. The Suguyaji establishment typically closes its doors around 5 in the evening, and this day was no exception. After we tidied the tea table and checked the security systems within the shop, we stepped outside only to be hailed by a man in a straw hat. "Good sirs, are you here to collect something?" I turned to glance at him. The man wore a straw hat, his shirt sleeves rolled up well past his elbows, and he clutched a black backpack. "Are you bringing something of value?" The man surveyed the surroundings with an air of mystery. "Would it be possible to go inside and take a look? It seems rather inconvenient out here." I nodded and then pushed the door open once more, illuminating the interior of the shop. Chapter 56. Coincidence. The three of us returned to the shop, where we ushered the gentleman in the straw hat to the tea table. "What treasures do you have for us to behold?" I inquired. The man nodded and placed a black backpack on the table, unzipping it to reveal a plastic bag. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a refuse bag. As he opened the black plastic bag, a large clump wrapped in newspaper emerged, releasing a potent earthy aroma. In an instant, I comprehended the source of this peculiar item. The gentleman had brought something freshly unearthed. The scent of the soil was rich and unmistakable. When the green patina came into view, I was taken aback. The newspaper encased a piece of bronze where, "Look, boss, this is a bronze guet," I exclaimed, noting its weathered surface, obscured by layers of grime. Yet the form of the vessel was still quite admirable. I picked it up from the newspaper for a closer inspection, bringing it near my nose. Indeed, this was a genuine artifact, freshly excavated from the earth. While many replicas are buried to produce an earthy scent, an experienced appraiser can easily discern the genuine from the counterfeit. The aroma of an item that has truly lain in the ground for millennia is both pungent and refreshing, an essence that words cannot encapsulate, nor can it be artificially replicated. Although there are numerous antiquities made to appear aged, few skilled artisans attempt to craft items that seem just unearthed, as the earthy scent is inimitable. Admittedly, one might encounter bronze artifacts adorned with dirt in certain markets, but these are either authentic or blatant fakes, designed to deceive those seeking quick fortune. This particular bronze guet was undeniably real, freshly extracted from the soil. I noticed it was relatively clean, suggesting it had been previously tended to. There are inscriptions. The gentleman pointed to a notably clean spot within the guet. Eagerly, I leaned closer to the light, and indeed, 6 characters were visible. The presence of inscriptions significantly increased the value of this piece. The worth would ultimately depend on the meaning of the inscriptions. If they chronicled a historical event, the value would be even more remarkable. However, with just 6 characters, it may not be exceedingly significant. I could recognize many inscriptions on bronze artifacts, yet this one was still encrusted with dirt and patina. While I could discern the presence of 6 characters, the specific strokes remained elusive, and therefore, I could not yet confirm their reading. To do so, further cleaning would be essential. I longed for a bamboo stick to gently clear away some grime and uncover the characters. Understanding the content of the inscriptions would greatly assist in appraising the bronze piece. However, the gentleman appeared rather impatient. "Boss, will you buy it? What price?" he asked, raising 3 fingers. "A firm price of 180,000, that's 30,000 per character, a fair market rate." The price indeed reflects the market conditions. However, it pertains to the realm of antiques rather than that of common vendors. A common seller cannot reasonably price their items according to antique market standards. At the very least, the valuation should be reduced to 1/3 of the original price. For this particular piece, I would offer no more than 60,000, a mere 10,000 per character. I couldn't help but glance at Sumo, who, despite her silence, displayed a slight furrow of concern upon her brow. I shared her apprehension, as such items with soil residues are notoriously difficult to appraise. Moreover, the presence of inscriptions only amplifies the potential risks involved. Nonetheless, in the antiquities trade, claiming one would never engage with items bearing soil is nearly impossible. It can be said that no antique store in the country entirely avoids such items. They merely vary in the extent to which they do so. "Brother, with so many shops on the antique street, why did you come directly to mine?" I inquired with a smile, hoping to establish rapport before engaging in negotiations. The seller hesitated, then explained that he was drawn to my shop due to its reputation as the foremost antique establishment in Jinling. I was momentarily taken aback, as I had heard this assertion twice that day. "Who made such a claim?" I asked, curious. "I don't know. I'm not familiar with them. Just tell me whether you'll take it or not. Night is falling, and if you want tea, I'll have to take it elsewhere." "Brother, you might as well take it to another shop. We cannot accept such items." The uncle frowned, seemingly surprised by my response. "Cannot accept? Then why do you even run an antique shop?" "Gold medal in Jinling." "Indeed," I chuckled softly. "Brother, we operate a law-abiding antique shop and do not accept artifacts that have been unearthed." The uncle burst into laughter, clearly skeptical. "Are you trying to fool me? Just tell me your price. If I can buy it, I will, to save myself the trouble of running around." I raised my hand, adopting a serious expression. "Brother, I am speaking sincerely. At Suguyaji, we adhere to the law and refuse to accept items bearing soil. You should visit other shops." 100,000. How about that? "Brother, I'll pretend you never came here." Upon hearing my words, the uncle was momentarily stunned. Without further ado, he grabbed the black bag and hastily stuffed it into his backpack before turning to leave. My statement held considerable weight, essentially implying that I would disregard his presence. But should he linger, my courtesy would soon dissipate. After the uncle departed, Xiao Wu appeared perplexed. Young Master Jiu, this bronze gui is quite good. Why wouldn't you accept it? The risks are far too great. Isn't that a common occurrence? Aren't antique shops accustomed to this? They acquire items, maintain them for a while to dissipate any adverse energy, and then, I waved my hand, frowning. It's not that kind of risk. Have you not noticed something amiss? Something amiss? Xiao Wu looked bewildered. Su Mo shook her head in agreement. The seller of the imperial edict earlier and the one with the bronze vessel both uttered strikingly similar phrases. Really? These are entirely different types of items. As it dawned on her, Su Mo recalled that they had mentioned someone suggesting she visit the most esteemed antique shop in Jinling. A look of perplexity crossed her face. Yet, was there truly an issue with that statement? Indeed, we have long been hailed as the finest in Jinling, and such remarks were not uncommon. The phrase "why not take a look at the finest in Jinling" was quite accurate in her assessment. After all, Su Guyaji had maintained its reputation for many years, drawing attention like a towering tree. The business that other shops shunned might simply have been a casual remark directed towards us. However, today felt oddly unsettling. Initially, I did not perceive anything amiss with the imperial edict received in the morning, but the arrival of a bronze artifact in the afternoon struck me as an uncanny coincidence, both events seemingly converging upon us. Two occurrences were still manageable, perhaps mere coincidence. Su Mo mused that I was perhaps overreacting. The edict seemed too fabricated. A jest from another, suggesting we visit the finest in Jinling, was inconsequential. Yet, such a remarkable bronze gui, what antique shop would deliberately decline to accept it and instead direct it towards us? My words inadvertently rendered both Su Mo and Xiao Wu momentarily speechless. Indeed, such a fine item would not be rejected. Negotiations would only falter due to price discrepancies. However, if it were a matter of haggling, it would be improbable for the seller to guide us. Young Master Jiu, what do you imply? Su Mo inquired, her brow furrowed as she regarded me. I could not ascertain with certainty, merely speculating. I harbored a suspicion that someone was deliberately probing us. The morning's edict was alarmingly counterfeit, far too implausible even for dramatization. Conversely, the bronze artifact was undeniably authentic. Yet should we purchase it and make payment? What if someone were to observe us from the shadows and make a call to the authorities? That would spell our doom. Ah! Su Mo exclaimed, taken aback. Surely, it cannot be that exaggerated? No, it is not an exaggeration. I find young Master Jiu's speculation highly plausible, I replied, sensing that the nonchalant demeanor of that man earlier was deliberate. Xiao Wu, having served as a special forces soldier skilled in reconnaissance and counter-surveillance, was acutely aware of the stakes. Regardless of whether our conjectures seemed far-fetched, we must exercise caution until we resolve our bank loan situation. Once this challenging period has passed, we can deliberate our next steps with greater clarity. Chapter 57. Transformation. I selected a piece of porcelain and an ancient jade artifact from the Su Guya collection, their combined value estimated at around 4 million. The choice of these two items was driven by their excellent condition and their status as the most valuable antiques within the collection. Additionally, I aim to cater to Lin Zhengxing's preferences, as his expertise lies in ceramics and stone art. Thus, I chose both porcelain and jade, along with Fu Baosher's Autumn Forest Journey, to be sent for appraisal at the bank. Although the Autumn Forest Journey is a commendable imitation, I could discern its flaws, leaving open the possibility that other skilled eyes might also detect them. While Su Mo mentioned that the appraisers from the bank's external agency typically merely go through the motions, issuing certificates, one could never be too certain. What if a true expert were to review it? That would render my efforts futile. Therefore, I felt compelled to further refine this painting. Typically, once antiquities are artificially aged, they become challenging to alter. Each antiquities restorer employs distinct techniques, craftsmanship, and materials. Many subtleties are known only to the original restorer. If another were to attempt modifications, it would likely result in superfluous embellishments. However, should a master undertake the task, the outcome could be entirely different, as they possess the ability to perceive all aspects, both commendable and flawed. I do not presume to be a master of aging artifacts. Yet, given the pressing timeline, I had no choice but to adopt that persona. Beginning the following day, I sequestered myself on the second floor. The most glaring flaw in Autumn Forest Journey, in my view, was the sluggish brushwork, which diminished the distinctiveness of Boucher's style. This lack of clarity, when compared to the original work by Fu Boucher, resulted in a loss of dynamism. Fu Boucher's painting technique is characterized by rapid strokes executed with spontaneity, producing sharp and graceful lines. In contrast, some strokes in this imitation lacked sharpness, with the ink application appearing overly uniform due to the slower brush speed. Furthermore, there were issues with the ink, a fact discovered by Su Ziding. If he could identify it, so too could others. This, too, required rectification. Fortunately, the antique street proved to be a treasure trove, offering a plethora of items, particularly various small trinkets. I spent 100 yuan to acquire half a piece of Qing Dynasty lacquered ink. It was a defective piece, yet I had no intention of collecting it. My purpose was to use it directly. On the expansive workbench on the second floor, I unfurled the scroll and scrutinized the painting from top to bottom. I contemplated how best to proceed with the modifications, pondering where to apply my brush. I spent the entire morning in deep thought, even borrowing Sumo's laptop. As I meticulously examined Autumn Forest Journey, I simultaneously researched various works by Fu Boucher online. At that moment, my keen observational skills proved to be invaluable. After perusing hundreds of paintings by Fu Boucher, I have systematically summarized certain characteristics of his artistry. These traits diverge from the vague descriptions often provided by art critics, such as fluid brushwork, subtlety, and an apparent chaos governed by principles. My observations are straightforward and meticulous, akin to the perspective of a primary school student. For instance, the withered brush strokes ascend at a 45-degree angle, often resulting in 4 to 5 branches. Additionally, the lines depicting footwear measure approximately 0.3 centimeters. My analysis, rooted in the perspective of an antiquing artisan, focuses on specific and intricate details that are readily applicable in practice. Upon revisiting the piece titled Autumn Forest Journey after examining hundreds of original works, I discerned numerous flaws. However, it is evident that this painting is a commendable imitation. While the essence may be somewhat lacking, considerable effort has been invested in its representation. In fact, I only added 6 strokes to the artwork. My primary aim was to sharpen certain areas where the brushwork was noticeably slower, thereby introducing a variation in the ink's intensity, which rendered the strokes more ethereal. These 6 strokes were the limit. Exceeding this would risk introducing new inconsistencies. After the additions, I gently used a hairdryer to subtly dry the ink on the canvas, being cautious not to overdo it, as the heat could leave undesirable marks. I set the painting aside to air out for a while. Following lunch, I instructed Xiao Wu to procure 2 items, a strong ultraviolet lamp and incense. I specifically requested the type of incense used in temples, ensuring it was devoid of any fragrance. When Xiao Wu returned with the items, the painting was nearly dry. I lit the incense, though not on the second floor, but rather on the first floor in the restroom, as I feared the smoke would leave an odor on the canvas. Although the scent of a couple of incense sticks would likely go unnoticed, a true master of antiquing is exceedingly meticulous. Every detail demands rigorous standards, much like my grandfather. The purpose of lighting the incense was not to perform a ritual but to acquire the ash. Once I had the incense ash, I sent Xiao Wu to gather some dust from the roadside. I sought relatively clean dust, which might prompt some to wonder if dust can indeed be clean. The answer is affirmative. It resembles flour, devoid of impurities and exhibiting a gray-white hue. Such dust is indeed clean and bears a resemblance to the incense ash. This type of dust can be found in homes that have not been cleaned for a long time or alongside roads frequented by vehicles. Only a small amount is necessary. I mixed the incense ash with the dust collected from the roadside, then evenly applied it to the painting. Why undertake this step? Primarily to age the strokes I had just added, and secondly to age the entire canvas. In truth, the artwork had already been convincingly aged. However, the ink employed was not sufficiently authentic. As previously mentioned, Fu Boucher utilized ink from the Ming and Qing dynasties, which tends to exhibit a slight purplish hue. This imitation, crafted with care, similarly exhibits a purplish tint. Yet this coloration arises from the addition of pigment to the ink, rendering it relatively glaring and lacking authenticity. Thus, I applied ash and dust evenly across the canvas, with the intention of softening the relatively glaring shade of purple. Naturally, this application was exceedingly delicate. Using a soft cotton ball lightly dipped in ash, I gently powdered it, akin to dusting a baby. It required a tender touch, ensuring that the surface remained intact and devoid of any marks. Once the powdering was complete, I simply blew it away, ensuring that no residue remained. This process was repeated thrice, gradually transforming the initially harsh purple into a more gentle and natural hue. Moreover, no dust would linger on the canvas, as a small portion of it was absorbed by the pigments, rendering a sense of natural aging, reminiscent of decades of accumulated dust. Having completed this, the time had come to conclude the day's work. The artwork was left on the workbench, and I procured a large cardboard box to cover it. Inside, I placed a strong ultraviolet lamp to illuminate it overnight. What was the purpose of this? Aging. It was a process of simulating the passage of time. In industrial experiments, there exists an aging test designed to replicate the long-term changes of an object within a short duration. For instance, the aging test of rubber seals aims to simulate 30 years of use within a 3-month period through various enhanced methods. Such experiments were commonplace during my graduate studies at Kyoto University, where I frequently engaged in examining the long-term changes of various materials used in the restoration of cultural artifacts. Chapter 58. Aging. In truth, the painting Autumn Forest Journey has been sufficiently replicated. At the very least, Su Ziding could not discern any flaws. Nonetheless, I remain apprehensive about potential issues. I believe that while foreign banks exhibit greater flexibility compared to state-owned banks, they should be even more stringent in risk management. Therefore, if perfection is attainable, one must indeed strive for it. I desire to render this artwork aged in a more natural manner. Thus, I employed intense ultraviolet light to expedite the aging process. This method offers a relatively authentic aging experience, as opposed to superficial alterations. The essence of antiquing lies in achieving a natural wear, as this is the most perceptible area where imperfections can be detected. Even a layperson might remark, "This item does not appear old. It seems new." When it comes to calligraphy and paintings, the aging process is somewhat more challenging than with other antiques. However, no obstacle is insurmountable for counterfeiters. Many artworks undergo aging through the use of smoke. Burning firewood, straw, or even being suspended in a rural kitchen for an extended period to allow the greasy smoke to impart age is common practice. This method is straightforward and yields commendable results in a short time. However, the greatest flaw of this technique lies in the odor. It carries a distinct smoky scent. Although numerous methods exist to mitigate this aroma, akin to the lingering essence of smoked meat, it remains detectable. This scent permeates every aspect of the artwork, including the paper and ink. Consequently, such pieces cannot evade the discerning noses of experienced appraisers. True masters of antiquing would disdain employing such techniques. Yet, ironically, within the antique market, these artificially aged artworks abound. The deception is not aimed at seasoned collectors or veteran aficionados, but rather at those seeking a fortuitous bargain, yearning for sudden wealth. Before covering the painting with a cardboard box and activating the ultraviolet lamp, I used a small humidifier to moisten the air within the box for 6 minutes. The humidification was brief, primarily to ensure that the air inside the box was adequately humidified. This precaution was taken to prevent the artwork from becoming excessively dry during the ultraviolet exposure for aging. Nowadays, many artworks undergoing aging have adopted prolonged exposure to light or, like me, intense ultraviolet irradiation. However, the flaw in such practices is that compared to naturally aged pieces, they tend to be overly dry. Excessive dryness manifests as a lack of luster, rendering the surface dull and lifeless. Genuine artworks, having endured decades or even centuries, may show signs of decay or deterioration. Yet, the ink will retain a patina reminiscent of the unique marks left by time, akin to the sheen on ancient ceramics. My use of the humidifier to moisten the air is a method I conceived during my graduate studies, based on the conditions used in museums for temperature and humidity-controlled restoration of artifacts. Furthermore, I conducted experiments in the laboratory, successfully deriving relevant data. In fact, I had completed a thesis on this experiment, but before I could publish it, I withdrew from my studies. During the ultraviolet exposure, the air was humidified to simulate the passage of time and environmental changes. The air fluctuates between dampness and dryness, allowing objects to undergo a natural transformation. However, the regulation of humidity must be executed with utmost precision. Excessive moisture can mar artworks with unsightly marks or even water stains, while insufficient humidity will yield a lackluster effect, rendering the pieces parched. The humidifier employed is a compact, programmable device, initially set to add moisture for 6 minutes, followed by 1 minute every half hour. Once the humidifier is configured, the ultraviolet lamp is activated, and the cardboard box is sealed to prevent any leakage of UV light. With that, I can conclude my workday, eagerly anticipating the results by morning. This day marks the appointment that Sumo and I arranged for the appraisal of antiques at the bank. Early in the morning, I hurried to Suguya-ji, anxious to see the state of the painting, Autumn Forest Journey, after a night of treatment. Unfortunately, the results did not meet my expectations. After all, one night is hardly sufficient to age an object by decades. However, the painting did have an inherent foundation of antiquity, and given that Fu Baosher's works are not too distant from the present, it could be worse. Had it been a painting from the Ming or Qing dynasties, the outcome may have been dire. With Xiao Wu managing the shop, Sumo and I proceeded directly to the bank with 3 antiques in tow. Upon arriving at the bank's VIP reception area, we found that the others were already present, awaiting our arrival. Upon our entry, Sumo's classmate Kevin promptly escorted us to the conference room, where the antique appraisal was to take place. Entering the conference room, I was taken aback by the spectacle before me. One might think it was a television recording. The room, though not expansive, was equipped with 2 cameras positioned at either end. Do not misunderstand, Kevin quickly clarified. This is part of our bank's standard procedure for on-site appraisal of movable property. The process involves issuing documents, sealing them on-site, and completing the pledge procedures, all of which must be recorded. This not only adheres to our compliance requirements, but also ensures transparency for both parties, should any issues arise with the pledged items. Indeed, while foreign banks exhibit flexibility, such adaptability is underpinned by stringent risk control. In stark contrast to our state-owned enterprises, which often exhibit rigidity to the point of foregoing business rather than risk non-compliance, the difference is glaring. Of course, behind the scenes, violations still occur. Otherwise, we wouldn't hear about so many news reports of depositors' funds being misappropriated. As Sumo and I settled into our seats, Kevin invited the remaining attendees into the room. I was once again astonished by the influx. Besides Kevin, 6 individuals entered. Among them were 3 appraisers, a risk control manager, and 2 notaries from the public notary office. To my surprise, not only did they include the notaries, but among the 3 appraisers was also Lin Zhengqing, accompanied by 2 professional appraisers, one from an antique appraisal agency in Zhonghai and the other a specialist and price evaluator from an international auction house in Hong Kong. Upon Kevin's introduction, my heart raced with anticipation. The appraiser from Hong Kong was an unexpected revelation, yet since the bank had arranged for this individual, we had no grounds for refusal. Moreover, the antique and art auction industry in Hong Kong is immensely prosperous, ranking among the foremost in the world. Hence, the expertise of the appraiser from Hong Kong should be quite exceptional, particularly in the realm of contemporary art. Notably, Fu Baosher's paintings fall within this category. They enjoy considerable popularity in the Hong Kong auction market, and I can only surmise that the appraisers there possess profound insights regarding them. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance and made modifications to the piece titled Autumn Forest Journey. Nevertheless, I find myself apprehensive in the presence of the Hong Kong appraiser, as this marks my inaugural encounter with a genuine market evaluation. This book has received its first urging for an update, hence the additional content. I extend my gratitude to the reader Shen Hui, Nai He Gui Chu, and all the generous supporters. While everyone is here to enjoy reading for free, if you find joy in the experience, a simple gesture of appreciation is all that is needed. There is no necessity to spend money on gifts for me. Chapter 59. The appraiser from Hong Kong. Regarding the appraiser from Hong Kong, Kevin elucidated that his primary role was to conduct valuations. As the bank is a foreign entity, it places greater trust in the auction houses of Hong Kong for appraising antiques, while harboring skepticism towards those in the mainland. I must admit, I can genuinely understand this sentiment, for the auction houses here can be quite unscrupulous. Before the appraisal commenced, Kevin provided a brief introduction, primarily to acquaint us with the 3 experts present. Lin Zhengqing appeared considerably younger than I had anticipated. I had assumed he was well into his 60s, yet he seemed to be in his 50s at most. This age is regarded as a golden period in both the realms of antique collecting and academia. It was evident that he would be leading today's appraisal. However, as he is a local from Jinling, and our submission party also hails from the same place, the bank had specifically enlisted professional appraisers from Shanghai and Hong Kong for this occasion. In truth, I do not concur with Sumo's assertion that this was merely a procedural formality to issue a certificate. Rather, it appeared to be a deliberately orchestrated tripartite appraisal. I carefully arranged the 3 antiques on the table in the following order: a Qianlong period famille rose vase, a Warring States period dragon jade ring, and the autumn forest carriage scene. The sequence of the appraisers consisted of Professor Lin Zhengqing from Jinling University, Level 1 appraiser Zhou Zhang from Zhonghai Antique Appraisal Center, and Chief Appraiser Mac William from the Hong Kong Jaffer Auction House. The appraisers did not each take turns to inspect their own piece. Instead, they examined one item at a time collaboratively. After assessing one piece, they would reach a consensus before moving on to the next. Lin Zhengqing took the lead, inspecting the item before passing it to Zhou Zhang, followed by Mac William. Throughout their examination, the appraisers remained silent, handing the item to the next expert upon completion. Once all 3 had collectively evaluated an item, they would then articulate their respective conclusions. If all 3 concurred that an item was authentic, it would be deemed genuine and certified as such. However, should any one of them declare it a forgery, the item would be rejected, but not officially marked as counterfeit. It would simply be declined by the bank. To be candid, this evaluation standard is rather stringent. Should an appraiser possess lesser expertise and encounter a contentious antique, the likelihood of passing would be slim. Fortunately, the famille rose vase and the dragon jade ring both successfully passed the appraisal. In reality, I did not place significant value on these 2 antiques. They were chosen not for collateral valuation but merely as an appetizing prelude to the appraisal. Both items were in commendable condition, selected to leave a favorable impression on the appraisers. I sought to avoid presenting a piece with poor quality or controversy right from the outset, as that would surely raise their suspicions. Once the appraisers were at ease, I presented the autumn forest carriage scene. Upon its unveiling, Lin Zhengqing could not help but smile slightly. Contemporary art is not my forte. Although paintings, particularly modern and contemporary artworks, do not fall within his specialization, many appraisal methods for antiques share commonalities. For instance, when examining antiques, one must first consider the timeline for any discrepancies and observe for obvious signs of aging. Lin Zhengqing meticulously scrutinized the mounting and paper, spending merely 3 to 5 minutes before handing the painting to Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang, however, examined it with far greater diligence and for a considerably longer duration, at least 10 minutes. Yet, it was evident that he was still assessing the artwork through traditional dimensions of appraisal. The expression on Zhou Zhang's face suggested that he had not detected any flaws. When it was McWilliam's turn, I noticed that he had actually been fixated on the painting for quite some time. While the previous 2 appraisers were conducting their evaluations, he had already been meticulously observing the artwork. It seemed that McWilliam had a genuine interest in this piece. Su Mo and I sat quietly beside him, saying nothing. It is worth mentioning that many collectors tend to talk excessively when presenting their antiques to experts, often eager to elaborate on the merits of their items and their provenance. However, such verbosity is merely an attempt to guide the appraiser's perception. In reality, experts tend to find this behavior off-putting. The more one speaks, the more likely they are to evoke a negative reaction. The ideal approach is for the appraiser to remain silent, responding only to direct inquiries without further elaboration. Moreover, given the particularly formal and professional nature of our current evaluation, conversation is even less appropriate. I could sense Su Mo's anxiety, especially when the painting Autumn Forest Journey was handed to McWilliam. Rest assured, William excels in the appraisal of calligraphy and paintings, particularly contemporary art. Kevin, noticing Su Mo's evident nervousness, couldn't he help but offer a slight smile of reassurance. However, his attempt at comfort inadvertently heightened Su Mo's tension. She merely smiled back at Kevin and then glanced at me, unable to contain her unease. As McWilliam took the painting, He similarly began his examination from the most basic and apparent aspects before focusing on whether the artwork aligned with the artist's distinctive style and essence. His appraisal time was noticeably longer than that of the first two appraisers, particularly due to his intense focus on the painting itself. McWilliam's expression revealed little emotional fluctuation, which seemed indicative of the professional demeanor typical of appraisers on the island. The conclusion would not emerge from his lips until the very end, leaving the others unable to anticipate it. Unlike Lin Jingqing and Zhou Zhang, who, despite not verbalizing their assessments, had already conveyed their conclusions through their facial expressions. As McWilliam scrutinized the painting with a high-powered magnifying glass, my heart raced, for the area he was examining was precisely where I had added a touch just the day before. I was confident that, due to my aging technique, McWilliam would not discern any signs of alteration from the details. The sole potential flaw would be a mismatch in artistic style, as I had only made a few additions and could not fundamentally alter the essence of the painting. Nevertheless, I remained quite assured about those few strokes, which exhibited a distinct richness in ink and a sharp, elegant execution. The more apparent flaws have been concealed. In my perspective, this painting still bears imperfections. However, I am, after all, an expert in the art of aging. The details I perceive are not readily apparent to the average observer. When McWilliam set down the magnifying glass, my heart did not follow suit, for he remained expressionless. The three appraisers exchanged glances. Lin Zhengqing nodded and remarked with a smile, "From the material and framing of the painting, I see no issues." Zhou Zhang, succinct and to the point, merely nodded and stated, "Pass." McWilliam, however, did not respond immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brow. This slight expression sent a jolt through me. This was not good. As I previously mentioned, professional appraisers typically arrive at one of two conclusions: yes or no. It is unequivocal. There should be no ambiguity or uncertainty. Yet McWilliam's furrowed brow and his subsequent glance at the edge of the painting suggested otherwise. Though silence enveloped the room, had you been able to hear, you would have caught the sound of a crack as my heart shattered with McWilliam's frown and glance downward. Chapter 60. A Silver Lining in Misfortune. William. Kevin gently reminded McWilliam when he noticed that McWilliam had not reached a conclusion in a timely manner. McWilliam pressed his lips together, suddenly lifting his head upon hearing Kevin's prompt, and offered an apologetic smile. "I beg your pardon." McWilliam's words carried a hint of Hong Kong dialect. "What? I thought I must have misheard." However, upon seeing Sumo's expression, I realized that I had not erred. My heart, which had felt shattered, was instantly mended. Although Sumo was overwhelmed with joy, she stifled her excitement, striving not to exclaim aloud. I found myself perplexed, wondering what had been going through McWilliam's mind just moments ago, and why he had not articulated his conclusion directly. He furrowed his brow, as if he perceived some anomaly in what he had observed. Nevertheless, this was no longer of consequence. Regardless of his thoughts, the crucial matter was that we had passed. "William, I would now appreciate your final appraisal of these three antiques." Kevin nodded, signaling McWilliam to proceed with the valuation segment. "Given the trends in the antique art auction market over the past 3 years, I estimate the Qianlong powder-painted celestial globe vase at 2.3 million, and the Warring States dragon jade ring at 1.4 million. Overall, McWilliam's appraisals for these two antiques aligned closely with my prior estimates, albeit slightly lower. It is not unusual for the prices to fall below my projections. Typically, auction houses adopt a conservative approach in their valuations. The estimates provided by this professional appraiser from Hong Kong are reasonably close to the market level. Had a mainland appraiser been tasked with the valuation, their figures would likely have been even lower. Hence, it is common to witness auction prices soaring far above the estimates. As for the painting Autumn Forest Journey by Fu Baosher, its style lacks distinctiveness compared to his contemporaneous works, and its brushwork appears somewhat constrained. Upon McWilliam's remark, the risk control manager at the bank furrowed his brow. "Surely this painting cannot have issues?" No. McWilliam quickly waved his hand with a smile. "While the painting style may be somewhat restrained, it undeniably retains Fu Baosher's signature touch. It simply does not stand out as prominently as some of his other pieces. It is a given that a painter's work will not always exhibit uniformity, and the artistic merit of artworks will naturally vary. Furthermore, when appraising Fu Baosher's paintings, the type of paper used serves as a critical criterion. This particular work employs Guizhou's leather paper, a medium that cannot be easily replicated. Therefore, authenticity is assured, though the artistic quality is slightly diminished, leading to a correspondingly lower market valuation. The risk control manager and others present could not help but feel enlightened. I too experienced a moment of clarity, understanding why McWilliam had been frowning and hesitating to convey his conclusion earlier. In fact, he had been grappling with his thoughts, engaging in self-analysis and persuasion. Of course, professionals possess a unique confidence. Once they ascertain a matter, they proceed with unwavering certainty, no longer plagued by doubt. However, I must clarify that Guizhou's Dune leather paper is not as unreplicable as legend suggests. In recent years, the production of Dune paper, recognized as an intangible cultural heritage, has begun to occur on a larger scale. Although the output remains relatively modest, it has shattered the myth of its irreplicability. It is worth noting that even the aged Dune paper utilized by the renowned artist Fu Baosher could be replicated. While the artisans skilled in crafting Dune paper are few, merely a handful in the entirety of Guizhou, adequate financial compensation would indeed enable the production. The art form fell into obscurity largely due to its lack of profitability. Unsold products discouraged artisans from pursuing the craft. Nevertheless, those who possess this skill still exist, albeit they are not widely known, primarily being antiquities restorers. Consequently, when appraisers evaluate Fu Baosher's paintings, they often cling to the standard of the paper as a golden criterion. Unbeknownst to them, this standard has already been unraveled by some adept restorers. Thus, although the appraiser from Hong Kong discerned certain discrepancies in the painting's brushwork and style, he ultimately convinced himself of its authenticity due to its conformity with the paper standard. After a moment of contemplation, the appraiser solemnly presented his valuation for the painting, Autumn Forest Journey, which he estimated at 51 million. This figure was significantly lower than our previous estimation of 60 to 70 million. Su Mo cast a concerned glance my way, as if to say that it was futile to rely on the bank's choice of a professional appraiser from Hong Kong. Despite the flaws in brushwork preventing the painting from being deemed a forgery, they nevertheless impacted its valuation. This could be seen as a silver lining amidst the misfortune. Kevin nodded, promptly retrieving a calculator to perform a quick calculation. The total valuation for the three antiques amounted to 54.7 million, which was satisfactory as it met our minimum requirement of 50 million. Su Mo appeared somewhat reassured by this outcome. However, Kevin remarked, Susan, with such a valuation, the bank is unlikely to provide full collateral. At best, they might offer 80. This translates to a loan of 43.76 million. Ultimately, the final amount would still require approval from higher authorities. I presume Su Mo shared my sensation of plummeting from a great height. Just moments ago, she felt a glimmer of hope, only to be abruptly brought back to reality. Even if we pooled all of the Su family's current funds and liquidated every antique in the Su Gaia collection, the 43.76 million loan would still fall short by 6 to 7 million of the 100 million due. Would it truly come to Su Ziding having to sell his charming Su-style courtyard? Susan, if there are no objections, I will proceed with the paperwork, Kevin stated. Once the three appraisers affixed their signatures, we would be able to secure the collateral and seal it. The notary was already present. As Kevin handed the necessary forms to the appraisers, he glanced at Su Mo and reminded her. Su Mo's furrowed brow indicated her concern. We were still far from sufficient. Even the aspirational goal of 70 million was a distant dream, as we were still lacking the minimum requirement of 50 million. Kevin, could you kindly ask the three appraisal experts to wait a moment? There happens to be another exquisite painting in the store, a piece by Qi Baisher. Ever since Kevin mentioned the figure, I have been contemplating how to bridge the 6 or 7 million gap. Ultimately, if it comes to that, I will certainly have to urge the Su family to liquidate their properties, as that would be preferable to the bank seizing the Antique Street and Suguya-ji. However, if we reach the point of selling the Su family's assets merely to preserve the Antique Street and Suguya-ji, then my 50% stake would feel a bit unsatisfactory. Thus, I have resolved to offer my unfinished painting of the 9 shrimps as collateral. Su Mo appeared utterly bewildered, as there are no Qi Baisher paintings in Suguya-ji. Nonetheless, given the presence of outsiders, she refrained from questioning me directly. Oh, There is a painting by Chi Beischer? Kevin had yet to respond, but McWilliam exhibited considerable interest. Indeed, it is the iconic shrimp by Chi Beischer. However, this particular piece is not just an ordinary painting. It holds immense value for those studying Chi Beischer's life, as it carries a story within. Really? McWilliam unexpectedly interjected in English, indicating genuine intrigue. Apologies. McWilliam quickly realized he had just spoken in English and awkwardly chuckled. Recently, Chi Beischer's works have surged in popularity, and coincidentally, there are clients actively seeking his paintings. How fortuitous. If you all could wait a moment, I shall retrieve it. It won't take long. Kevin glanced around the room and, seeing no objections, I promptly exited the conference room. Chapter 61. 1 minute of seal carving. I hastily exited the conference room, only to find Sue Mo trailing closely behind me. What are you doing out here? Hurry back. The antiques are still inside, I exclaimed. Isn't there video footage in there? She replied. No, I'm concerned that if we're not present, they might resume their discussions about the paintings, and complications could arise, I quietly cautioned. That's true, Sue Mo nodded, but her expression was one of confusion, making it evident that she couldn't refrain from asking. But there aren't any Chi Beischer paintings in the shop, right? Where will you find one? This painting is my own. I'll retrieve it from home. Oh, she exclaimed, her lips forming a small A shape. Quickly return and remind them to secure the antiques. Sue Mo nodded and turned back. I hailed a taxi and returned to my small courtyard in the suburbs. Although I had carved numerous seals using Chi Beischer style, to the point where I could almost do it with my eyes closed, I still hesitated to stamp the 9 shrimp painting. I feared that a careless mistake might lead to undesirable consequences. But now, the moment had arrived where I could no longer delay. I retrieved a plain seal carved from Shoshan stone, took a deep breath, and with a vigorous motion of my wrist, pressed down the knife. In less than a minute, the seal was complete. Some might question how I could replicate the carving so swiftly. The answer is simple. It was essential to be quick. Those who have studied seal carving know that Chi Beischer's technique is profound, and he carved seals with remarkable speed, favoring the Chong knife technique. The Chong knife technique involves forcefully carving from one end to the other in a swift motion. It is a fundamental method in seal carving, yet mastering it is quite challenging, demanding exceptional foundational skills. The continuous force of the Chong knife, executed without interruption, results in fluid strokes that are both robust and dynamic. Consequently, the lines produced are straight and vigorous. However, this technique necessitates the carver to maintain a vertical posture, which increases the resistance encountered during the carving process. Thus, the carver's wrist strength and precision in controlling the knife are of paramount importance. A moment's inattention or insufficient speed could lead to the knife wobbling, resulting in crooked or uneven lines. Therefore, I must complete the carving in one uninterrupted motion to best capture the quintessence of Chi Beischer's seal carving style. Fortunately, the numerous seals I practiced over the past few days were not in vain. The results on paper were indeed commendable. Yet, even with good results, I could not directly stamp the painting. Further refinement was necessary. New seals bear traces that, compared to well-worn seals, reveal a discernible difference. While the average observer might not notice, an expert, such as a professional appraiser like McWilliam, specializing in calligraphy and painting, would certainly discern the distinction. I took fine-grit sandpaper to slightly polish the seal. Polishing is a fundamental and simple procedure utilized across various industries and professions. However, in the field of antiquing, polishing is treated with utmost precision, as it inevitably leaves behind marks of the process. Although the average person may not discern signs of polishing with the naked eye, any form of abrasion inevitably leaves traces, particularly under a high-powered magnifying glass, where nothing can escape scrutiny. Thus, for a skilled antiquity artisan, the art of polishing is of utmost importance. I grasped the seal in my hand, meticulously polishing it in a figure-8 motion on the finest sandpaper. This technique prevents directional marks from appearing, and with a deft touch, even the traces left behind are minuscule. Moreover, the pressure I apply during the continuous polishing is varied, alternating between 4 to 5 levels of intensity. Initially, I press down firmly, then gradually ease the pressure, resulting in increasingly subtle marks on the seal. The duration of polishing should not exceed 1 minute. After all, the seal itself will not be visible to others, and there is no need to strive for perfection under magnification. What the appraiser examines is the impression left on paper. After a brief polishing, I dip the seal into the ink paste and vigorously stamp it onto newspaper, a method intended to age the seal and allow the ink to permeate, creating an authentic vintage effect. A continuous series of impressions, numbering in the dozens, reveals a rounded, mature appearance. I retrieve the shrimp painting from the tube, unfurl it, and take a deep breath. A single impression could mean the difference between several million and a mere few hundred. With utmost care, I apply the seal, but this is not the end of the process. The freshly applied seal remains moist and vibrant, easily identifiable as having been recently stamped. Thus, further aging is necessary. I find some clean, pure dust and gently dab it with a cotton ball, promptly blowing away the excess. At this point, the color of the ink has already dulled from its original brightness. After repeating this process 2 or 3 times, the aging effect on the seal begins to manifest. However, given the brief time frame, only 5 to 6 minutes, this effect cannot be described as flawlessly seamless. Yet, there is no alternative. Making someone wait too long might provoke unnecessary suspicion. I must rely on the authenticity of the painting itself to mitigate any flaws in the seal. With the painting tube in hand, I head straight to the bank. Fortunately, the entire endeavor took me less than 10 minutes, and the taxi is still waiting outside. Upon my arrival at the bank, I find Sue Mo anxiously waiting at the entrance. "Why did you take so long?" she inquires. "Was it really that long?" "It's been almost an hour and a half." I explain, "What can I say? I live in the suburbs." In truth, this was relatively fortunate. It was not rush hour, and there was no traffic congestion, allowing the driver to speed through. "Let us head inside," I suggest. "Is that all right? We're still short by 6 or 7 million. Sue Mo mutters softly, casting doubt on whether this painting is indeed worth such a sum, especially considering I was merely an employee earning 5,000 to 6,000 a month just days ago. I remain silent, offering her a gentle smile. "I apologize. There was roadwork on Chihuai Road, and a dump truck collided with 2 smaller vehicles, causing a delay of several minutes." Upon entering, I immediately extend my apologies to those engaged in conversation within the meeting room. Of course, my words are not mere fabrications. Firstly, it is indeed true that Chihuai Road is undergoing construction, a fact I am well aware of as I pass by it daily. Furthermore, an incident has indeed occurred in that vicinity, as I overheard while in a taxi. Therefore, let us hasten. William needs to catch his afternoon flight back to Hong Kong Island. Kevin hastily urged me, promptly activating the camera to record the entire process. I nodded and placed the cylindrical container holding the artwork directly onto the table. The 3 appraisers were momentarily taken aback, for it is rare to see artwork sold in such a cylindrical form. Typically, it is housed in elongated silk boxes or wooden cases. What astonished the appraisers even more was the sheer beauty of the cylinder itself. At first glance, it captivates the eye. The cylinder gleamed in a brilliant yellow, translucent like amber, and remarkably, it bore a clear depiction of a ghostly face pattern. Chapter 62. One-of-a-kind Si Huang. The 3 exclaimed almost in unison, exchanging astonished glances. Lin Jingqing was the first to take action. "Oh, what a remarkable find! Truly exquisite Si Huang." With just a glance and a couple of touches, he arrived at his conclusion. "What a stunningly beautiful Si Huang painting tube. This is indeed my first encounter with such a masterpiece." As he spoke, he opened the lid and discovered a painting inside. However, his focus remained on the tube itself, which was astonishingly carved from a single piece of raw wood. A complete piece of Si Huang? Zhou Zheng was taken aback. "Indeed," Lin Zhengqing nodded, handing the tube to Zhou Zheng. "Take a look, Mr. Zhou. It is a rare treasure." Zhou Zheng examined the tube with equal fascination, completely disregarding the painting within. "Goodness, I came primarily to appraise the painting for collateral. How much could a mere tube be worth?" "Ah, there are inscriptions on the lid," Zhou Zheng suddenly exclaimed, and upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in disbelief. "In the year of Gung Yin, I fortuitously obtained this exquisite Si Huang to craft a tube." After reading, he lifted his gaze towards Lin Zhengqing and McWilliam. "It's by Qi Baisher." McWilliam quickly took the lid in both hands, and with a single glance, he nodded affirmatively. This is indeed Qi Baisher's handwriting. A painting tube personally crafted by Qi Baisher is truly a rare find. As he spoke, he passed the lid to Lin Jingqing for further examination. Lin Jingqing, after reviewing it, nodded in agreement. Before achieving fame, Qi Baisher was a carpenter, and the year of Gung Yin marked his formal transition into a painter. This painting tube holds immense research value. McWilliam analyzed the tube, revealing his expertise and deep understanding of contemporary artists and their works. "Mr. May, shall we appraise this painting tube for collateral as well?" he inquired. "To be honest, I have not made up my mind. If the painting's value suffices, there may be no need to mortgage the tube. Otherwise, if the bank seizes everything in the end, it would be a futile endeavor. Let us first examine the painting," Zhou Zhang suggested. "Oh, yes, there is still a painting inside." This reminder brought everyone back to the purpose of their gathering. This time, McWilliam took the initiative to extract the painting from the tube instead of Lin Jingqing. It was still an unframed original, Zhou Zhang remarked, but McWilliam fell silent upon receiving the painting. Gently, he spread it out on the table, using paperweights to hold down the edges, and immediately began his scrutiny. Much like before, he adopted a stoic demeanor, appearing remarkably calm and objective during the appraisal. The authentication process for this piece, titled 9 Shrimp, was significantly shorter than that of the previous work, Autumn Forest Carriage, given the simplicity of the painting and the absence of a frame. After approximately 10 minutes, McWilliam raised his head and relinquished the space to Zhou Zhang and Lin Jingqing. Zhou Zhang and Lin Jingqing were far from the impassive and aloof demeanor of McWilliam. Judging from the text inscribed on the painting, it seemed to harbor a narrative, prompting Zhou Zhang to inquire. Though I typically refrained from speaking, the appraiser's question naturally compelled me to respond, for I had been anticipating their curiosity. Without their inquiries, the tale would struggle to unfold. This painting and its accompanying tube were received from Hu Mo's son, as inscribed upon it. According to Hu Mo's son, many years ago, Qi Baisher encountered bandits on a mountain path, and it was his father, Hu Mo, who saved his life. In gratitude, Qi Baisher created this painting specifically for Hu Mo. Consequently, the artwork remains unframed. The tube was a considerate gesture from Qi Baisher, recognizing that Hu Mo, a mere porter, would not preserve the painting with care. Thus, he casually gifted the tube alongside it as a token of his gratitude for the life saved. Upon concluding my narrative, the 3 appraisers could not help but express their astonishment. Among them, the most astonished was undoubtedly Su Mo beside me. Her face a canvas of surprise and confusion, yet unable to articulate her thoughts. She had indeed seen this painting before. "No wonder," Lin Jingqing exclaimed. "This story alone must be worth several million." Zhou Zhang chuckled and shook his head in amusement. Moreover, the beauty of it lay in the fact that the story was inscribed upon the painting, providing evidence that holds significant value for the study of Qi Baisher. After Lin Jingqing finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards McWilliam and Zhou Zhang. "As for this painting, my conclusion is that it is an authentic piece. What say you both?" Zhou Zhang nodded in agreement. "I concur." "Passed," McWilliam succinctly affirmed. "Then may I request William to assist in appraising its value?" Kevin once again sought McWilliam's valuation. "I estimate this 9 Shrimp painting at 27 million. The moment those words were uttered, both Lin Jingqing and Zhou Zhang were taken aback. It is widely accepted in the antique community that a single shrimp by Qi Baisher generally fetches between 1 to 1.5 million. Yet, this painting commanded a staggering price of 3 million per shrimp. Moreover, this was merely an estimation. As previously mentioned, appraisals are typically conservative. To be blunt, a valuation of 70 to 80% of the market price is already quite close. 3 million for a single shrimp? Zhou Zhang was visibly astonished. McWilliam hastened to clarify, "This painting cannot be compared to Qi Baisher's typical social works. It is a heartfelt creation made in gratitude for a life saved. Firstly, the artistic quality is notably high. It is evident that considerable effort went into the painting. Of course, it still falls short in comparison to Qi Baisher's later shrimp works. Secondly, the 9 shrimp symbolize the gratitude for saving a life, making it unique and unparalleled. Lastly, this painting possesses distinct value for the study of Qi Baisher. Therefore, tripling the minimum price is by no means excessive." Lin Jingqing nodded in agreement. I concur with Mr. McWilliam's assessment. This is a work of art with historical research value, embodying its uniqueness. Oh, I nearly forgot. McWilliam suddenly turned to me, his expression grave and earnest. Mr. May, do you wish to have this painting tube appraised as well? The valuation of this artwork at 27 million, with a discount of 20, amounts to 21.6 million, which significantly surpasses the 6 to 7 million range. Therefore, I believe there is no need to mortgage the painting tube. It would be best to keep it for oneself. However, I am quite curious about its value. What price might the painting tube fetch? This depends on whether you are appraising it separately or together with the painting. Is there a substantial difference? Indeed, there is, and the price variance is considerable. The presence of the painting tube enriches the entire narrative significantly. For many ardent collectors of Qi Baishe, they would undoubtedly be more inclined to invest substantial sums in acquiring it. Indeed, for genuine collectors, their interest extends beyond the mere market value of antiques. They also consider their social significance and narrative. Consequently, when comparing similar antiques, those associated with renowned figures or possessing intriguing stories often appreciate in value by several times, or even dozens of times, compared to those without such connections. Chapter 63. Unethical. If I were to appraise this exquisite painting tube, crafted from top-quality sea and personally created by Qi Baishe, I would estimate its value at 2.8 million. Lin Zhengqing and Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging McWilliam's valuation. The figure of 2.8 million is, in fact, somewhat more extravagant than I initially anticipated. While I had considered a tenfold increase over a sum of 100,000, I remained uncertain about its true worth. However, my internal valuation hovered around 1 million, with a tolerance for figures in the 100,000 range. Thus, McWilliam's estimate of 2.8 million genuinely astonished me. Now, what about the combined value? Together, the painting and the tube I appraise at 35 million. The total surged by over 5 million in an instant. With the previous three antiques valued at 54.8 million, the grand total reaches 89.8 million. If we apply a conservative 20 discount, we could secure a mortgage loan of 71.84 million. This arrangement would not only spare us from liquidating the Su family's estate, but also allow us to retain the antiques of Su Gu Yaji. After some contemplation, I realized that while possessing the painting tube was secure, it did not maximize its potential. When combined with the painting, its value could immediately increase by 5 million. Although this sum would ultimately need to be repaid, it is not without significance. Should Su Gu Yaji be preserved, future developments would require funding for acquiring and storing antiques. According to Sumo's plan, this loan, coupled with the 30 million in our accounts, would amount to a total of 100 million, sufficient to repay the earlier loan, followed by utilizing the antique street as collateral. The mortgage on the antique street would then be repaid to the foreign bank, allowing us to reclaim the antiques. However, the foreign bank's mortgage loans typically take at least a year. During this period, financial liquidity is essential. Rather than liquidating Su Gu Yaji's antiques, it would be wiser to mortgage the painting tube. After all, selling the antiques would be quite disadvantageous, especially since I hold a 50 stake alongside Xiao Wu. Therefore, it would be preferable to include the painting tube in the mortgage. All right, let us proceed with the mortgage together. With a total valuation of 89.8 million and an anticipated loan of 71.84 million, shall we apply based on these figures? Kevin glanced at Su Mo, the legal representative of Jinling Gu Su Investment Company, Limited, whose authority was unquestionable. Su Mo nodded, and the remaining steps would follow the established procedures. However, the disbursement of funds would not be swift. Although the foreign bank had made considerable progress, it would still take at least a week. Upon exiting the conference room, McWilliam hurriedly caught up with me. Hello, Mr. May, Miss Su. Mr. McWilliam, what can I do for you? I wanted to inquire whether you are considering selling this set of Qi Baishe's paintings and the accompanying tube. Are you suggesting an auction? An auction would suffice, or perhaps a private transaction. As I mentioned earlier, I have an esteemed client seeking Qi Baishe's works. This set is truly unique, and I believe he would be quite fond of it. Mr. McWilliam, the paintings have been mortgaged. We shall discuss it further once the loan is repaid and the items are released. It matters not, as long as communication with the bank is effective. The selling price exceeds the bank's appraisal, and the funds are directly deposited into the bank. Truthfully, I am quite eager to sell. After all, such a high price is indeed enticing. However, once the money goes to the bank, how will I settle accounts with the Su family? Currently, it remains a muddled affair. Therefore, it might be wiser to retain the items. Once the loan is settled, the items will be released back to me, as the Su family cannot possibly keep what rightfully belongs to me. For now, I shall not consider it further. I outright declined McWilliam's suggestion. Should you wish to proceed with the sale, do feel free to contact me. McWilliam then politely handed us 2 business cards. After bidding farewell to McWilliam and exchanging greetings with Kevin, Su Mo and I exited the bank. As soon as we stepped outside, Su Mo eagerly inquired, "Ninth Master, that painting of yours looks quite familiar." Familiar? What a delicate way to put it. Couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't that the one an elderly gentleman attempted to purchase from us not long ago? At the time, Uncle Ren had outright refused him. So this painting is indeed an authentic piece? I nodded and suddenly raised my hand, exclaiming, "Hey, I did ask you all back then, and you and Uncle Ren agreed that I could keep it personally. Why are you so anxious? I harbor no ulterior motives. It was Uncle Ren's lack of discernment, and I would not compete with you." Sumo's face was a canvas of suppressed frustration, and she couldn't resist asking again, "How much did you acquire this painting for?" 40,000. Ah! Su Mo exclaimed in shock, her expression exaggerated and full of disbelief. 40,000? And then appraised at 35 million? What a steal! I couldn't help but smile with pride. But wait, I distinctly remember this painting lacked a seal before. That's why Uncle Ren refused to take it. Yet just now, it had a seal, so I must have spent quite some time returning to have it stamped. Ah! Sumo's face was filled with exclamation points. A freshly stamped seal? Is that for real? If the appraiser believes it to be authentic, then it is indeed genuine. Su Mo shook her head, realizing why her grandfather had said that discernment is crucial in the world of antiquities. What a profound slap in the face. My Su Gaia collection inadvertently missed out on 35 million. Dear lady, what do you mean by missing out on 35 million? Even if Uncle Ren had the discernment to recognize it, would he have purchased it for you? He would merely dig a pit for you instead. Thus, ultimately, this painting is destined to remain unrelated to your Su family. Su Mo nodded, pouting in agreement. However, I think you are rather unscrupulous. If you had noticed it back then, why didn't you mention it? Su Mo murmured softly. Upon hearing that, I felt rather displeased. Let's clarify, at that time, I did not recognize the painting as genuine. The reason I acquired it was that I wished to obtain the scroll case, having realized it was made of Wangwali wood. My assessment led me to believe it could be worth 50 to 60,000, so purchasing it for 40,000 would yield a modest profit of 10 to 20,000, which cannot be considered a steal. Moreover, this was also agreed upon by you all. It was only upon returning home that I discovered the painting was, in fact, genuine, a fortunate find on my part. However, I never anticipated it would fetch such a high valuation. Moreover, had I realized this at the time, would a mere shop assistant like myself have the authority to voice an opinion? I cast a glance at Su Mo, feeling a surge of irritation. Even if I had spoken up, would you and Uncle Ren have taken my words to heart? Su Mo merely shrugged her shoulders, her expression non-committal. Am I truly lacking in integrity? Today, I have even pawned that painting to safeguard both the Antique Street and Suguya-ji. Is that not commendable? Su Mo fell silent. At this juncture, as the financial officer of the store, I urge you to devise a plan upon your return. While I hold a 50% stake in Suguya-ji, the future management and profit sharing of the establishment, the terms of the pawned funds, and whether additional working capital is required, all of these matters remain unresolved. Rest assured, I have been contemplating these issues as well. Once the loan is secured, I shall formulate a comprehensive plan to clearly delineate the accounts for both Suguya-ji and the Antique Street. I nodded, my countenance betraying my displeasure. Master Joe, I regret the way I expressed myself earlier. I sincerely apologize. The beautiful woman pouted and furrowed her brow, resembling a contrite little girl. Chapter 64. Assessment upgrade. The bank's mortgage has essentially been processed successfully. We are merely awaiting the final approval of a figure. However, as Kevin put it, The requested amount is likely to be approved without any unexpected issues. This suggests that the crisis facing the Su family has been largely resolved. Nonetheless, for the sake of caution, Su Ziding specifically called me, requesting that I refrain from divulging this news for the time being. In Jinling, apart from Xiao Wu, I have no one else to share this with. Even if Su Ziding had not mentioned it, the outcome would remain unchanged. Since the bank's mortgage was smoothly approved, I have noticed a shift in Sumo's demeanor towards me. She has become increasingly respectful and compliant. I am uncertain whether this change stems from her newfound recognition of my capabilities due to the bank's approval, or if Su Ziding has imparted further instructions. Su Guyaji has truly begun to operate under my direction, and she nods in agreement with my arrangements. Initially, she was somewhat reluctant to host guests, but now she displays a newfound eagerness, her smile appearing much more genuine. Suemo, being well-versed in antique art investment and hailing from a family entrenched in the antique business, naturally excels in her role of receiving clients who wish to sell antiques. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and I find ourselves idling in the shop, sipping tea like two old gentlemen. I am indifferent to this, but Xiao Wu is growing impatient. "Young Master Jiu, could you please assign me some tasks?" he implores. "What's the rush? We must wait." Wait for what? For Su Ziding to unveil certain connections and channels related to the Su family. In the antique business, the essence lies not in selling but in acquiring. This has been reiterated numerous times before. With the departure of the chief appraiser, Uncle Ren from Su Guyaji, along with his network and resources, we find ourselves at a standstill. While Su Mo possesses some knowledge, she is not involved in the business dealings, so we must await the return of Old Master Su. To access the most critical assets, we must first wait for the foreign banks to disperse their funds, thereby resolving the immediate crisis. Thus, patience is required. Some may argue that we could procure goods independently. Indeed, it is possible, but navigating such paths alone is far too slow. The decades of connections and resources amassed by the Su family are incomparable, regardless of my skills or insight. The very reason I value the platform of Su Guyaji is precisely for this reason. Moreover, let me clarify. This is not a television drama where one can casually stumble upon a trove of invaluable antiques. In the genuine realm of collectors and antique dealers, stepping outside does not unveil treasures, but rather reveals a landscape riddled with forgeries. During this waiting period for the bank's loan disbursement, I have also observed a rather unusual phenomenon. The influx of individuals seeking to sell antiques at Su Guyaji has surged. Curiously, the items being presented over the past few days have predominantly been replicas. From props resembling imperial edicts to exquisite pieces akin to the Yongzheng jade pot spring vase, it appears as though this is a series of evaluations aimed at testing me as the new appraiser of Su Guyaji. In truth, a few days ago, the imperial edict and the bronze vessel already stirred a sense of unease within me. The consecutive arrival of a multitude of forgeries is undeniably peculiar. Not only do I find this abnormal, but both Su Mo and Xiao Wu share my sentiments. Could it be that Old Master Su has dispatched someone to scrutinize young Master Jiu? Xiao Wu jested towards Su Mo, but she solemnly refuted him. Impossible. My grandfather has always been trusting of his subordinates. Since he can allocate half of the shares to young Master Jiu, it is evident that he possesses absolute confidence in his discernment. I also find it unlikely that Su Ziding is involved, for judging by the items sent over, it is clear that whoever is assessing me lacks a proper understanding of my character. While Su Ziding may not know me intimately, it is improbable that he would send a ceremonial edict my way. The three of us sat at Su Guyaji and for a while, we could make no sense of the situation. Furthermore, in the business of antiquities, one cannot simply refuse gifts of old artifacts. Who can ascertain their authenticity? It was not until a fine piece was delivered to the shop that I suddenly deduced who was orchestrating this mischief. That afternoon, a middle-aged man entered, cradling a brocade box. His attire marked him as a typical aficionado of antiquities, a traditional Chinese tunic, paired with cloth shoes and spectacles. He nonchalantly settled at the tea table and gently placed the brocade box down, offering me a faint smile. An authentic Ming Xuande bronze statue. I have consulted several experts. I urgently need cash, 380,000. The condition is quite commendable. Without waiting for me to inspect the item, he bluntly stated his price. Let us first examine your piece. Of course, but there's not much to see. Several experts have already appraised it. As he spoke, the man casually opened the brocade box. I sat opposite him, with Xiao Wu beside me, as the man slowly unveiled the contents of the box. Before I could catch a glimpse of the treasures within, Xiao Wu couldn't help but burst into laughter. I glanced at him. He remained silent but subtly gestured for me to look at the bronze statue and not at him. My curiosity piqued. I wondered what kind of ancient artifact could provoke such amusement in Xiao Wu. Turning my head, I beheld a bronze statue quietly nestled inside. At first glance, I too felt a chuckle welling up within me, but I restrained myself. The statue in the brocade box was none other than the Buddha figure I had intercepted on the day of my interview at Suguyaji. What a small world. It has come full circle back to me. Boss, this Buddha statue seems rather familiar, I remarked casually, then pretended to examine the statue I retrieved from the box. Is that so? The man seemed taken aback, then chuckled. Similar Buddha statues tend to look alike. However, mine is an authentic Ming Xuanda. Where did you acquire this Buddha statue? I inquired. It was procured over a decade ago from a renowned collector in Kyoto. It has been appraised by several experts and even featured on a television program. I thought to myself, you can keep spinning your tales. Appearing on television, you say? Let me see it. I held back my curiosity, but Xiao Wu could not restrain himself. Is that so? I am uncertain which program it pertains to. Does the boss still possess a link? Let us search online. The man seemed momentarily taken aback but quickly shook his head. It was a program from several years ago. I do not have the link. If you are interested, you may look it up yourselves. This man lied without the slightest hint of embarrassment, showing no signs of discomfort when questioned. I could not help but glance back at Xiao Wu, signaling him to remain silent. In the antique trade, the unspoken rule is to see through but not expose. Boss, I did not observe any Xuanda markings on this statue. To speak candidly, I believe it is merely a decent imitation. If you wish to sell, I can offer you 30,000. I was reluctant to engage in further conversation with this fellow and chose to present the result and price directly. What nonsense! This statue isn't even from that era. I shook my head, as I had indeed encountered an abundance of forgeries in recent days and had little desire for idle chatter. Perhaps you should explore other shops. To be honest, the price I am offering is quite generous. Other establishments would likely not even provide an offer. Young man, does your shop not have an appraiser? Operating a shop like yours is not sustainable. This fellow had the audacity to act superior. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately opened his mouth to speak, but I raised my hand to stop him. I knew what he intended to say. He surely wanted to point out that this statue had originally come from our hands, and that the man was attempting to deceive us. Boss, if this piece is to be sold, it is for 30,000. The middle-aged man, enraged, abruptly picked up the brocade box and turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Suemo could not help but pout in curiosity. Ninth Master, could it be that this individual is also here for an assessment? Have we now progressed from modern forgeries to Qing imitations? The thought suddenly struck me with surprise. Chapter 65. The investigation concludes. Sumo's words took me by surprise. I couldn't help but glance at Xiao Wu. Could it be that the Hua family was behind this? The Hua family? Suemo appeared perplexed, unable to grasp the connection. Do you recall the day I interviewed at Suguyaji, when someone sent a Buddha statue to sell? It was rejected by Uncle Ren, right? Suemo pondered for a moment, then shook her head. I don't remember. Are you suggesting that it was this very statue? I nodded. Indeed, it is that statue. What a coincidence. But how does that relate to the Hua family? Because we later purchased this Buddha statue and subsequently sold it to Bo Huaxian, where I happened to meet Song Jingang and Sun Wensher. Oh, no wonder Song Jingang referred to you as Boss Mei. At this point, Suemo suddenly recalled the main topic. Are you implying that the fakes we've encountered these past few days were sent by the Hua family? That seems implausible. Before I could explain, Xiao Wu immediately dismissed her assertion. I understood his reasoning, but since we sold the statue to the Hua family, it would be illogical for them to attempt any deceit using an item we had previously sold to them, right? That would be a confession in itself. Could it be that the recent transaction was merely a coincidence? Perhaps Bo Huaxian sold the statue, And the buyer brought it back to us? I nodded, acknowledging the possibility. So, who is truly orchestrating this? I initially believed I had deduced the answer, yet I remained utterly baffled. However, the matter resolved itself the following day when the influx of counterfeit items suddenly ceased. On that day, not a single person entered the shop to sell goods, leaving the three of us feeling quite unsettled. It seemed likely that Xiao Zhou's assessment had concluded. Even as the afternoon drew to a close without any visitors, Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle with a hint of disappointment. It seems you must have failed the assessment, as no antiques were received during these days. Suemo joined in with a jest. Whatever, let's head home. I finished my tea in one gulp and stood up, signaling to Xiao Wu and Suemo to tidy up and close the shop. After locking the door of Su Guyaji, the three of us made our way to the parking lot adjacent to the antique street before parting ways. Suemo drove her Maserati home, while Xiao Wu and I walked for 2 minutes to the bus stop, embarking on an hour-long journey back to the suburbs. Why don't I drive you both home? After all, I have nothing else to do. Suemo often suggested this, yet both Xiao Wu and I consistently declined. During rush hour, a round trip to the suburbs would take at least 2 hours. If Suemo were to drive us home, she likely wouldn't arrive back until after 7 in the evening. Xiaozhou, when will we buy a car? A 4-wheeler would be ideal, but a 2-wheeler would suffice. It's so inconvenient to take the bus every day. After parting ways with Suemo, Xiao Wu and I headed towards the bus stop. Once the banking matters are resolved and if I find myself with some surplus funds, we shall discuss it further. I casually remarked, just as my phone began to ring. To my surprise, it was a call from Wan Li. Meizhou, I'm in the vicinity of the antique street on business. Have you finished work yet? It's been a while. Let us have a meal together. The invitation from Wan Li took me aback, as I felt somewhat flattered. It should be I who treats you to a meal. You choose the place, I have just finished work. Although I did not share a close bond with Wan Li, I owed him a favor, considering it was he who recommended me to Su Guyaji. However, one cannot help but wonder if the motives behind such a recommendation are as untainted as Su Shiting had previously suggested. Thus, I was keen to dine with him and engage in conversation. Wan Li selected a Sichuan restaurant near the antique street. Upon seeing my companion Xiao Wu, Wan Li's brow furrowed slightly, revealing an air of displeasure. Mr. Wan, this is my brother Xiao Wu. He is not an outsider. Wan Li nodded, refraining from further comment. Mr. Wan, today I shall cover the bill. I have long wished to treat you. Once we entered the private room, I preemptively set the tone for the evening, ensuring Wan Li did not feel burdened by the notion of hosting while I brought a guest along. The fare was not extravagant. Anyone could pay, but the primary aim was to reconnect after such a long time apart. Wan Li settled in with a warm smile. I casually picked up the menu, ordering 5 dishes and a soup, which should suffice for the 3 of us. Shall we have some drinks? Let us start with a bit of beer. Since we had arrived relatively early, the dishes were served promptly. After a few rounds of beer, Wan Li cheerfully inquired about my work at the antique shop. I replied that it was satisfactory. Wan Li nodded and then smiled at me. So, do you wish to return to the film industry? Pondered. Why was he so kind as to treat me to a meal? Could it be that he wanted me to return as his cash cow? Nonetheless, I preferred the antique business. Working with props was not quite my calling. Wan Li quickly waved his hand. You misunderstand. I am not inviting you back to be my assistant. Our company has recently taken on several major productions, and the future workload will only increase. Therefore, we seek to cultivate a chief prop supervisor, not to directly engage in productions, but to serve as a technical director at the company level, overseeing and coordinating prop work for each project. Let me tell you, this position represents the company and, theoretically speaking, is a rank above us prop masters. Is that true? Mr. Wan, why don't you apply for this position? Upon hearing this, Wan Li chuckled lightly. Firstly, this position demands a high level of technical expertise, and frankly, I believe no one is more suited for it than you. Secondly, to speak candidly, taking up company roles often means relinquishing the lucrative opportunities that come with working on external projects. Wan Li's words rang true. Indeed, the rewards of working on external productions were substantial. Yet, I found myself questioning why he would think of me for such a beneficial opportunity, given our limited acquaintance. Before I could hint at my doubts, Wanli seemed to perceive my uncertainty and took the initiative to speak. Xiaomei, to speak candidly, this position, though presented as a company role to assist and guide those below, is essentially one of supervision and scrutiny. Therefore, everyone is nurturing their own prospects, myself included. My recommendation for you to assume this role is rooted in the hope that we may collaborate in the future. This explanation, indeed, held a degree of plausibility and aligned well with Wan Li's character. Mr. Wan, does a recommendation guarantee a position? You need not concern yourself with that. I have my connections within the company. Of course, securing the position would be ideal. If not, there will be opportunities to pursue later. I nodded, acknowledging the validity of his statement. However, how could I possibly relinquish my 50% equity for the role of a prop supervisor? Mr. Wan, I am currently faring well at the antique shop and do not intend to change jobs for the time being. The role of a prop supervisor is salary-based and likely commands over 200,000 a year. I senti that more than what you earn as an appraiser at the antique shop? Appraiser? I was taken aback. Mr. Wan, how do you know I work as an appraiser? Ah, I heard it from teacher Song Jingang. How did he know I was an appraiser? He hasn't visited Su Guyaji recently. Could it truly be as Su Ziding analyzed? However, upon reflection, given that Renshu of Su Guyaji had disappeared, my role as an appraiser over the past few days would likely have circulated among peers. Thus, it was quite natural for Song Jingang to be informed. Chapter 66. Whatever the case may be, the Su Guya collection is the largest antique shop in Jinling, where I work as an appraiser, enjoying a reasonable salary. Upon hearing this, Wanli couldn't help but shake his head. This establishment will soon cease to exist. I was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Our Rongxing media has long aimed to acquire this antique street, transforming it into a cultural and cinematic avenue. The group has already commenced preparations, and with the strength of our Rongguang group, acquiring this shop is merely a matter of time. You should consider leaving while you still can. Mr. Wan, are you not a covert agent sent by Rongxing to undermine Su Guya? I jestingly inquired, a smile gracing my lips. Is it necessary? With the vastness of Rongguang group, do we really need to resort to such tactics to acquire Su Guya? Wanli couldn't help but smirk. I sensed that he was not lying. However, it was also possible that he was unaware of being used as a pawn. Should Su Guya truly go under, we shall address it then. Then, positions will not wait for you. Opportunities arise but once. If you choose not to pursue this, I will recommend someone else. I appreciate your suggestion, Mr. Wan, but I prefer to remain in the antique trade. Wanli shook his head, wearing an expression of disappointment. He then indirectly extolled the virtues of being a prop master, but upon realizing my steadfastness, he opted to drink a few more beers and found an excuse to leave early. The dishes that had arrived remained largely untouched, and Xiao Wu and I instructed the waiter to pack them up, intending to savor them back at the courtyard. Though the payment was the same, the atmosphere in that private room felt uncomfortable. It was far less enjoyable than sitting in our own courtyard, drinking and boasting. I found it quite coincidental that Wan Li would suggest I join Rongxing at this juncture. I casually remarked as I accepted a bottle of beer handed to me by Xiao Wu. Indeed, it is a remarkable coincidence. However, I could not discern any deceit in his micro-expressions or gestures. Ah, so you can read micro-expressions. I had learned a bit about that during my military service. The absence of deceit in Wan Li's words did not necessarily imply mere coincidence. Are you suggesting that Wan Li is oblivious to his role as a deliberate emissary from the Rong family? I nodded and took a hearty gulp of beer. The Rong family wished to purchase the antique street, yet the Su family refused to sell. Thus, they had previously enlisted Uncle Ren as an undercover operative, aiming to render the Su family insolvent. Now, having been discovered and extracted by the Su family, with me overseeing Su Guya, the Rong family has been incessantly probing me these past few days. Regrettably for them, my discerning eye has rendered their attempts futile. They had confiscated a counterfeit. Thus, they devised a secondary strategy, sending Wan Li to attempt to lure me away from Su Guya. However, I felt that the Rong family need not resort to such measures. Xiao Wu furrowed his brow. He was indeed more adept than I in the realm of intelligence analysis. Consider this. The Rong family had essentially achieved their primary objective with Uncle Ren. Su Guya had accumulated a plethora of fakes, and insolvency was already a foregone conclusion. They merely awaited the bank's demand for repayment in a fortnight. If the news of us mortgaging a counterfeit at the foreign bank had not leaked, the Rong family would have had no reason to engage in such superfluous actions, simply waiting for the bank to reclaim the antique street. I was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Wu's analysis was indeed plausible. Furthermore, it was quite reasonable for Wan Li to recommend you for that position of chief advisor, as he stated, to cultivate one's own people for mutual assistance in the future. To put it plainly, it essentially means turning a blind eye during inspections later on. I found Xiao Wu's reasoning to be sound, yet I sensed something amiss, though I could not articulate it. So, the instigators of the recent events were neither the Hua family nor the Rong family. Could it truly be the Su family themselves? I was utterly perplexed, feeling somewhat dazed. Young Master Jiu, you are overthinking it. Why concern yourself with any particular family? With your discernment, what difference does it make even if the heavenly family were to come? Indeed, Xiao Wu was correct. It matters not which family it is. As long as the goods delivered manage to escape my scrutiny, even if they are counterfeit, they can still be sold as genuine. I possess that capability, and I must also harbor that confidence. The approval process at the foreign bank was far more precise than I had anticipated. When they said 7 days, they truly concluded the approval in 7 days. Su Mo informed me that the loan had been approved, and the amount was exactly as previously requested, not a penny less. She mentioned that once the loan from Jinling Commercial Bank expires in a few weeks, we would proceed with repayment arrangements. Can we repay early? Why must we wait for several weeks? Recent events have left me feeling that the nights are long and dreams are many. Who knows what complications may arise in a few more weeks? Of course, early repayment is possible, but is it necessary?
Sumoluct puzzled.
If early repayment is an option, let us settle it. Moreover, are there any transfer restrictions on the funds allocated by the foreign bank? Since we are dealing with a mortgage loan and the amount is not substantial, there should be no restrictions. Why do you ask this? If there are no restrictions, we could first transfer the funds to another bank account, conducting multiple transfers before returning it to the commercial bank. Why go through such trouble? Su Mo was bewildered, unable to grasp my intentions. Do you recall that lawyer from the Rong family who came last time? Su Mo nodded. The Rong family has connections at Jinling Commercial Bank. If we were to transfer funds directly from the foreign bank, and they were to notice that we had borrowed from the foreign bank and learned that we were using counterfeits as collateral, they might inform the foreign bank. Oh, young Master Jiu, I understand your meaning now. Before I could finish, Su Mo had an epiphany. It is good that you understand. In any case, let us swiftly conclude this matter to avoid any prolonged uncertainties. I shall go to the commercial bank today to apply for the loan settlement. However, before Su Mo could reach the commercial bank, representatives from the bank came looking for her first. 2 individuals from Sugaya entered, and I immediately recognized the leading figure. It was the lawyer Zhao Cho, the representative of Rongguang Group. How did I tell you last time? Do you dare to return? I pointed accusingly at lawyer Zhao Cho, my voice filled with menace. However, Zhao Cho cast a cold smile in my direction, then disregarded me entirely, turning his attention to Su Mo instead.
Misu.
Today I am not the main party. I am merely accompanying Manager Wang. As soon as Zhao Cho finished speaking, a middle-aged man, not yet 40, who had been examining antiques, suddenly raised his head and approached. Manager Wang, what brings you here today? Su Mo instantly recognized the visitor as the manager of the credit department at Jinling Commercial Bank, whom she was intending to meet. Greetings, Miss Su. I have come specifically to assess the status of the bank's mortgaged assets and to discuss a matter with you. Please take a seat, Manager Wang, and let us enjoy some tea while we converse. No, I have several other appointments to attend to. May I inquire what matter you wish to discuss today? Could you, Gusu, repay the loan in advance? What? Su Mo was taken aback, her brows furrowing, and she glanced at me. There was no need for further thought. This was undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by the Rong family. I could not help but look at the lawyer, Zhao Cho, beside me. Though his face remained impassive, a subtle air of sinister satisfaction was unmistakably seeping through. Chapter 67. Early repayment. Why? Su Mo gazed at Manager Wang, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Manager Wang appeared somewhat troubled, pausing for a moment. It is like this, Our bank's assessment has revealed that the mortgaged property you provided is at risk of damage and depreciation. Therefore, we require you to repay the loan early. Risk of damage and depreciation? What kind of risk? Surely, you cannot expect me to repay early simply based on a vague statement. This is not a mere 10,000. This is 100 million. Risks abound, particularly concerning fire safety. This is the greatest concern for real estate. Should a fire occur? Manager Wang remained silent, but Zhao Chou interjected on his behalf. Manager Wang, if you insist on early repayment, you must provide a legitimate reason. Do you not agree? Su Mo disregarded Zhao Chou, pressing Manager Wang for justification. Honestly, Miss Su, the decision comes from higher up. I am merely the messenger. If you seek justification, it is quite straightforward. Just as Attorney Zhao mentioned, there is a fire risk. The loan agreement stipulates that if the bank deems the mortgaged property to be at risk of depreciation, it may demand early repayment or an increase in collateral at any time. Yet, you cannot simply assert this without proper documentation. Surely, a formal written justification is in order. This seems like a fabrication. Miss Su, if you require a risk assessment report, we can provide that as well. Su Mo nodded, a smile escaping her lips. In truth, I intended to proceed with early repayment today, but now I shall delay it. Ha! As if the Su family would ever consider early repayment. Do you even have the funds? Zhao Chou sneered from the side. Excuse me, your opinion is unwarranted here. Leave immediately. You are not welcome. I could no longer tolerate this impertinent individual. Glaring at him and raising my voice. Stop showing off. He stood unmoving, observing Su Mo's cold smirk. Xiao Wu, please escort this trespasser, who has disregarded multiple warnings, out of here. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu sprang from the tea table, grasping Zhao Chou by the collar and lifting him effortlessly toward the exit. The lawyer was taken aback by Xiao Wu's sudden action and even more astonished by his sheer strength, as he hoisted him up with one hand. Hey, what are you doing? Let go. I can walk by myself. Xiao Wu, indifferent to his protests, carried him out of the exhibition hall and unceremoniously tossed him onto the antique street. Get lost. I was uncertain how the passers-by on the antique street viewed the lawyer sprawled on the ground, but inside the exhibition hall, Manager Wang was utterly dumbfounded by the scene before him. Should he dare to return, I will break his legs, Xiao Wu declared, calmly returning to his seat to resume his tea. Xiao Wu's swift removal of Attorney Zhao surprised Su Mo but also instilled a sense of calm within her. Manager Wang, if you insist on early repayment, please provide a legitimate and lawful written assessment report, adhering to the contractual terms. Very well, consider this a breach of contract, and you shall compensate our side. Su Mo was not swayed by Manager Wang's words. After all, she had a formal education and a solid understanding of financial matters. To put it plainly, with less than a month until the repayment deadline, even if the bank could issue a written report and initiate legal proceedings, what purpose would it serve? By the time the process concluded, the repayment period would have arrived. The reason behind the charade was merely to pressure the Su family before the loan's expiration. The Rong family believed that if the antique street were seized by the bank, it could not be directly sold to them. It would have to go through a public auction process, which could introduce risks and potentially inflate the price. Hence, the current scene of collusion between the Rong family and the bank to squeeze the Su family. They hoped to force the Su family into selling the antique street. However, to their surprise, Su Mo was not easily intimidated. All right, I will report back to my superiors, Manager Wang said with a frown before turning to leave. Su Mo shrugged at me. It's not that I don't want to repay early. It's that they won't allow it. Fine, then no early repayment. Though I said this, I felt increasingly compelled to repay early to avoid complications. However, my concerns were resolved within half a day. Before noon, the commercial bank called, stating that the bank leadership insisted we proceed with early repayment. The breach of contract portion could be negotiated, and Su Mo should discuss it at the bank. The situation was unmistakable. The Rong family was clearly colluding with the commercial bank to relentlessly pressure the Su family, aiming to corner them into submission. By the time Su Mo and I arrived at the commercial bank, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, just an hour before closing time. The bank personnel appeared noticeably impatient, as our meeting was originally scheduled for 2 o'clock, but we had been occupied elsewhere, intentionally making them wait. To my astonishment, however, Lawyer Zhao was lounging in the VIP room, sipping tea with nonchalance. I was tempted to confront him, but unfortunately, I could not act against him in the bank. The bank wasted no time and demanded repayment within 3 days. All right, let us proceed with the standard procedure, Su Mo shrugged indifferently. No, we discussed early repayment over the phone to mitigate risks. Please refrain from mentioning procedural matters. Present your conditions. We have no conditions. 100 million is not a trivial amount. Even though there is less than a month until the loan's expiration, this month may feel short or long, but gathering 100 million in 3 days incurs significant costs. Repayment costs. Zhao laughed, growing more arrogant in the bank. As long as your Su family can gather 100 million in 3 days, the bank will cover the costs. Who do you think you are to speak here? I exclaimed, my eyes wide with disbelief. I beg your pardon, but Attorney Zhao is also a consulting lawyer engaged by Jinling Commercial Bank. As soon as I finished speaking, a representative from the bank retorted sharply. This fellow, Zhao, wore an even more contemptible expression, looking at me with a smug demeanor. As long as you can repay 100 million within 3 days, the bank will bear the cost of funds. Is that your decision? Su Mo provocatively inquired. Miss Su, are you not aware? Our Rongguang Group is a major shareholder of Jinling Commercial Bank. So, does my word not carry weight? Su Mo was momentarily taken aback. It seemed she genuinely did not know this detail. However, to be fair, Jinling Commercial Bank is not a publicly traded company, and changes in shareholding are not disclosed, making it quite normal for people to be unaware. Furthermore, if Su Mo had been aware that the Rong family was a shareholder of Jinling Commercial Bank, she likely would not have sought a loan here. Perhaps the 100 million loan granted to the Su family was a carefully orchestrated scheme devised long ago by the Rong family. Chapter 68. Is it your decision? Upon witnessing the somewhat astonished expression on Sumo's face, Zhao Chou could not help but swell with pride. I realized this fellow ought to be renamed to Seeking Trouble. What do you think? As long as your Su family can swiftly repay the bank loan and mitigate our risks, we are willing to bear a reasonable cost of capital.
What ist?
This amounts to 100 million. Even borrowing from loan sharks would be fraught with difficulties. Suddenly, Su Mo ceased to discuss the cost of capital and shook her head in refusal. You cannot secure a loan, yet your Su family possesses assets. Why not sell off goods from the antique street? On what grounds? We shall discuss repayment when the loan matures. If not, you may take it to court. Su Mo waved her hand dismissively, turning to leave. The bank, in a state of urgency, grew even more anxious. Miss Su, please do not depart just yet. Regardless, the deadline is less than a month away, and your Su family will ultimately have to repay it. Would it not be wiser to pay sooner and gain more? What more can we gain? Su Mo inquired, regarding Zhao Chou with scrutiny. If you repay within 3 days, we shall waive 1/4 interest. For a loan of 100 million, 1 month's interest amounts to over 400,000. Over a quarter, that sums to over 1,200,000. I have already advanced a month. This month should not incur interest at all. In essence, you are merely waiving 2 months of interest. Do you think the Su family has never seen money? We shall discuss this again upon maturity. With that, Su Mo tossed her words aside and turned to leave once more. Half a year's interest waiver. Zhao Chou exclaimed. Are you out of your mind? Unless the interest is entirely waived, I shall return only the principal. It is reasonable for your bank to reclaim the principal to avert risks, and internally, you can manage this through risk control. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, the bank personnel were taken aback. Firstly, they were astonished that Su Mo dared to make such an audacious demand, attempting to erase the entire interest and utilize 100 million from the bank without cost. Secondly, they were surprised that this beauty possessed such understanding, even comprehending the intricacies of the bank's internal risk control. When banks lend, preserving the principal is undoubtedly paramount. Should the principal be lost, the internal review becomes exceedingly stringent. Conversely, if the principal is safeguarded while accepting a loss on interest, justifying it through internal risk control tends to be relatively easier. However, before the bank representatives could respond, Zhao Chou preemptively spoke on their behalf. If you repay 100 million today, we shall waive all interest. Zhao Chou's statement was starkly candid, with merely an hour remaining before the close of business. Securing 100 million in an hour presents but one possibility for the Su family. They must immediately sign over the antique street to the Rong family. Should repayment occur tomorrow, only a half-year waiver would be granted. If the day after, a quarter's waiver. Miss Su, is this not a generous offer? Su Mo could not help but chuckle coldly at the proposition. Do you truly have the final say? After posing this question, she glanced toward the bank's leadership. Is it within your authority to decide? The bank's leaders exchanged uncertain glances, momentarily at a loss for words, clearly in a predicament. Is it within your authority to decide?
Sumo reiterated her injury.
Lawyer Zhao, the vice president in charge of credit at the bank, regarded Zhao Cho with a furrowed brow, speaking with evident hesitation, as it was inappropriate to be forthright in our presence. The interest waiver amounts to a substantial 5 million. For a commercial bank, 5 million is hardly a significant sum. Any single bad debt loss would exceed that figure. However, to casually grant such a waiver is no trifling matter. The process of verification is exceedingly cumbersome. Noticing the bank's reluctance, Zhao Chao's demeanor suddenly shifted. Zhou, I will personally guarantee this. Any expense you cannot justify will be covered by me. Perhaps we should confirm this with President Rong? Upon hearing this, Zhao Chao's expression soured. Yet before he could voice his displeasure, a voice unexpectedly emerged from outside the VIP room. No need, his word is final. This statement sounded somewhat peculiar, akin to having a chicken bone lodged in one's throat. Accompanying this phrase was a young man in his 20s, impeccably dressed in a suit with polished shoes, exuding the appearance of an imperious CEO. Oh, President Rong, what a surprise! Except for myself and Su Mo, everyone else rose to greet him. Rong Xiaodong, responsible for the Rong family's non-ancient business ventures. Su Mo remained seated, murmuring a brief introduction to me. I recalled having researched some gossip regarding the Jinling antiquities scene, and Rong Xiaodong, being the third generation of the Rong family, had entered the business world early, despite his youth and limited formal education. He primarily oversees ventures beyond their auction house, including film and television, cultural tourism, hospitality, and investments. His audacity, coupled with the Rong family's influence in Jinling, has allowed his enterprises to thrive. However, his notoriety stems not solely from business but also from various romantic escapades with numerous starlets from the entertainment industry. Rong Xiaodong is famously known as a flamboyant playboy in Jinling. Additionally, I recalled that he had pursued the eldest daughter of the Su family, presumably the very Su Mo seated beside me. After exchanging nods with several bank executives, he approached Su Mo directly. Miss Su, it has been a long time. I had just been contemplating how the voice that emerged from the VIP room sounded as if it were choked by a chicken bone. It seemed that despite his imposing demeanor, Rong Xiaodong spoke with a somewhat effeminate tone, his voice thin and pitched slightly high. I found it hard to reconcile his appearance with his manner of speaking, leaving me curious about the origins of his romantic rumors. Su Mo did not extend him a warm reception. You're just in time. Does what Lawyer Zhao said hold true? Indeed, Rong Xiaodong replied with a devious smile. However, I must stipulate one condition. If the debt is not settled within 3 days, the Su family will be deemed in breach of contract, and the bank reserves the right to reclaim the collateral. Ruthless. This fellow was far more severe than the lawyer. Su Mo wasted no time and turned her gaze toward the bank's vice president. The young master of the Rong family has graced us with his presence, and coupled with this factor, the bank naturally has no grounds for refusal. The vice president nodded in agreement. Very well, mere words hold no weight. Let us formalize an early repayment agreement in writing. The vice president remained silent, casting his gaze towards Rong Xiaodong. Miss Su, may I inquire where the Su family intends to procure 100 million? It is of no concern to you. The Su family's antique street can be partially sold to meet the requirement, she replied. Rong Xiaodong couldn't help but feel a sense of concealed triumph. In truth, he had been eagerly awaiting Su Mo's statement. Once the Su family liquidated part of their antique street, it would undoubtedly become the property of the Rong family in no time. Moreover, allow me to clarify, it is not 100 million. After deducting the 11 months of interest we have already repaid, the outstanding amount now stands at 512 million. Su Mo suddenly interjected. This lady, astonishingly, calculated the interest deduction in an instant. Zhou Xing, it's nearly time to clock out. Let's expedite the signing of the agreement so that the repayment can still be processed today. Rong Xiaodong instructed in an ambiguous tone. The vice president nodded and promptly directed his subordinates to proceed. The speed was indeed impressive. Within 5 minutes, the agreement was drafted and printed. Su Mo scrutinized it carefully and then casually produced the seal of her Jinling Gu Su Investment Company, limited to affix it. Those present, except for myself, were likely taken aback. Who would have imagined that this enchanting lady carried a company seal with her? Under the pressure exerted by Rong Xiaodong, the bank did not dawdle either. In less than 10 minutes, their procedures were completed as well. The bank's vice president handed a copy of the signed agreement directly to Su Mo. Miss Su. The agreement has been finalized. According to its terms, should the repayment not be made within 3 days, the bank is entitled to reclaim the collateral. Please make haste in preparing the funds. Chapter 69. Profitable. Receiving the agreement handed over by the vice president, Su Mo meticulously examined both the document and the seal. Confirming its validity, she could not help but cast a joyful glance in my direction, her face alight with uncontainable happiness. I had anticipated much of this scenario. The Rong family's collaboration with the bank to pressure the Su family played perfectly into our hands, allowing us to reap the greatest benefits. 5 million. What a delightful sum. Thank you, President Zhou. We shall settle our debt today. As Su Mo spoke, she swiftly retrieved a check from her bag and, with a resounding slap, placed it on the tea table. This is for 84 million. You may directly withdraw the remaining 672 million from my account at your bank. I have 30 million available, so funds are ample. The entire VIP room fell into stunned silence, astonished that we had come so thoroughly prepared. Zhao Chou leapt from his seat, eager to seize the check, but I deftly snatched it back. Do you have the right to see this? I asked. President Zhou, please send in your staff to verify the check and process the transaction. Also, kindly arrange for the transfer of the remaining funds in my account. Su Mo looked at the vice president, who in turn glanced at Rong Xiaodong. At that moment, Rong Xiaodong appeared utterly bewildered, clearly taken aback by Su Mo's unexpected display of a 70 million check. Verify it. Checks can be forged. The Su family is quite adept in that regard. The vice president nodded, promptly summoning a staff member to verify the check and handle the necessary formalities. As the staff member acknowledged the vice president's request, Zhao Chou's expression darkened, and he furrowed his brow at Rong Xiaodong, who seemed at a loss. Without waiting for the process to conclude, Rong Xiaodong rose and scoffed. Even if you can temporarily shift funds around today, you will ultimately owe 100 million. That street will eventually belong to the Rong family. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Zhao Chou hurriedly followed him out of the VIP room. Damn it, Zhao Chou, can't you come up with a legitimate plan? All you do is flaunt and offer terrible ideas. Rong Xiaodong's unpleasant voice echoed faintly outside the VIP room. Su Mo looked at me and couldn't help but chuckle. As Su Mo and I exited the commercial bank, dusk was approaching. The weather had been poor, darkening quickly, yet our spirits remained high. Ninth Master, I never expected you to foresee all of this. Your strategy has saved me 5 million. Earlier that day, when Su Mo received a call from the bank requesting a discussion about early repayment, I had advised her to first secure the loan from a foreign bank. Naturally, she was somewhat reluctant regarding the early repayment. However, I explained that if there were profits to be gained from early repayment, why not seize the opportunity? As for the nature of the benefit, I could not specify. We would have to assess the situation as it unfolded. Nevertheless, I outlined several scenarios to Su Mo and advised her to feign weakness and provoke the Rong family to raise their offer. Thus, we transferred over 70 million to another bank, issuing a check that we carried with us. To our surprise, we were able to make the payment on the spot. It is all thanks to Lawyer Zhao. The conditions he offered were simply exceptional. Now that your family's loan crisis has finally been resolved, hurry back and share the good news with the old master. Allow me to treat you to a meal. I am quite famished. But then again, you did call the old master this afternoon, and he is likely awaiting your response. As for dining, do we not share meals together almost every day? This is entirely different. Su Mo couldn't help but cast a glance of disapproval at me. Let us save the meal for tomorrow. especially since Xiao Wu won't be around. He has probably returned home from work by now. I shall not be extending an invitation tomorrow. You expect me to treat you to a meal and also bring Xiao Wu along? What is the nature of your relationship with him? Su Mo muttered under her breath. Do not speak nonsense. Couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Wu and I are like brothers. We both are straightforward. Go away. Su Mo's face flushed slightly at my words, and she retorted with a playful insult. The bond between Xiao Wu and me is something Su Mo, with her privileged upbringing, cannot fathom. With all my relatives in Meishi gone, I feel uprooted. Xiao Wu, having grown up alongside me, embodies the kinship I lost. In him, I see the essence of my family from Meishi, creating a bond that transcends mere brotherhood. This sentiment is one only those who are far from home can truly comprehend. As we parted ways at the bank entrance, she drove back to the Su family's quaint courtyard while I took the bus back to my own small abode. However, to my dismay, after 2 bus transfers and over an hour of travel, just when I was 2 stops away from my destination, I received a call from Su Mo. Su Ziding wishes to see me. If it is convenient, I should come over immediately. Naturally, it was not convenient for me, yet I felt compelled to go. I hurriedly alighted from the bus and hailed a taxi to head towards the suburban hills. I surmised that Su Mo must have gone back to report this afternoon's developments to Su Ziding, and the old master, in his excitement, wished to speak with me. After all, the crisis had been averted, and it was time to discuss future business endeavors. Su Ziding resides in the hills, a region characterized by rolling terrain, typical of the outskirts of Jinling. I had visited this place once before, and upon my arrival, as anticipated, Su Mo was waiting outside the gate. Have you arrived home? Was her first inquiry upon seeing me. Just 2 stops away, I replied. Su Mo smiled, a bit embarrassed. You must be hungry, right? Of course. I haven't eaten since noon. What do you think? Both Su Mo and I had skipped lunch, engrossed in securing loans from foreign banks after receiving a call from the commercial bank. You starve yourself, and yet when I offer to treat you, you refuse. Now, you claim to be hungry? I thought you wanted to report to the old master sooner. Could I not simply make a phone call? Fine. I overthought it. My good intentions have been misconstrued. Su Ziding, still seated in his wheelchair, greeted me with a radiant smile upon my entrance. Young Master Jiu, it is a pleasure to see you again. Master Ting, I told you I wouldn't misjudge anyone, thanks to little Jiu. Grandpa, can we chat a bit later? Little Jiu and I haven't eaten all day. We've been busy until now, and my stomach is growling. All right then, let us dine first and converse as we eat. Su Ziding said, glancing back at fourth uncle. Little C, quickly tell Aunt Chun to serve the meal. We can talk while we eat. What do you mean, talk while eating? Can't we chat after the meal? I was expecting a feast of delicacies for dinner, but to my surprise, it was simply fried sauce noodles. Su Mo looked bewildered at the noodles and the side dishes Aunt Chun brought out. She too had not anticipated this for dinner. Oh, is this what we're having tonight? Little Joe, I didn't know you were coming for dinner today, so I didn't prepare anything special, Su Ziding said with an apologetic smile. Fried sauce noodles are great. I actually enjoy them and haven't had them in quite some time. I spoke sincerely, not merely out of politeness. After spending 7 years in Kyoto, I had grown accustomed to and fond of fried sauce noodles. However, I was surprised to find that Su Ziding, a native of Jinling, also had a taste for them. Though I am a native southerner, having spent a significant amount of my youth in the north, I developed a fondness for this dish, which is why I occasionally asked Aunt Chun to prepare it. You should try it. Aunt Chun's fried sauce noodles are quite good, not inferior to those from any noodle shop. Chapter 70. No choice. Aunt Chun's fried sauce noodles are truly delightful, with fresh cucumber shreds, carrot strips, yellow beans, and cilantro. The ingredients are simple yet refreshingly crisp. The savory meat sauce is rich and substantial, with generously sized meat cubes that provide a gratifying experience. Most importantly, the sauce is not greasy, unlike the oily concoctions found in many noodle shops. Aunt Chun's version is perfectly seasoned, flavorful, and refreshingly light. Perhaps due to my hunger, I devoured a large bowl in one go. As Su Ziding reminded me before the meal, we refrained from conversation while eating. He occasionally urged me to add more meat sauce, but the simplicity and speed of enjoying fried sauce noodles are truly commendable. If we had been served 7 or 8 dishes to savor while drinking, it would have felt rather stifling. Instead, I found great satisfaction in finishing a large bowl in just a few minutes. With my appetite unabated, I ordered another bowl. By the time I set down my chopsticks, Su Ziding followed suit. Although he chewed slowly, his portion was modest. Let them take their time. Let's head over for tea, he suggested. The elderly gentleman maneuvered his wheelchair towards the reception area, and I promptly assisted him. I observed a commendable aspect of the Su family. During meals, Aunt Chun, Uncle Si, and others all gathered around the table together, unlike many affluent families where seating is segregated by status. Su Mo and the others continued to enjoy their noodles at the dining table while I returned to the tea table with the elder for a cup of tea. I took the initiative to prepare the tea, skillfully boiling water and rinsing the cups. The elder watched me with a smile, silently observing my practiced method. Once the tea was brewed and gently poured into his cup, I placed it before him. Young Master Joe, you seem quite adept at the art of tea, he remarked. Indeed, Ting Yi, I have spent considerable time in an antique shop, where brewing tea was a fundamental duty of a mere shop assistant. I replied, prompting a chuckle from the elder. You do not strike me as a mere shop assistant, he mused. What then? An antiquities restorer? I paused, nodding slightly with a faint smile, not wishing to elaborate further. My last visit had already led me to half admit to being a restorer. The elder lifted his cup for a sip before setting it down to look at me. This time, the crisis faced by the Su family was averted thanks to you, young Master Joe. I will refrain from expressing my gratitude. According to our prior agreement, you are entitled to 50% of the shares in Suguya Ji. However, due to the urgency of the situation, many details were overlooked. Now that the crisis has passed, it is time to clarify matters. I remained silent, pouring more tea into the elder's cup. As for specifics such as capital injection and dividends, let Su Mo devise a plan, and then you all can discuss it. It was evident that she had conveyed our previous discussions to Su Ziding. Tomorrow, let Su Mo handle the necessary changes regarding the equity of Suguya Ji at the business registration office. However, I found myself declining the elder's proposal. Master Ting, it seems prudent to forego the change in equity for now. Let us maintain the status quo openly. Our agreement suffices, for I place my trust in the Su family. Su Ziding nodded in acknowledgement, and at that moment, Su Mo finished her meal and approached us. Young Master Joe, I extend my gratitude to you. This way, I preserve the dignity of the Su family. In truth, my intention was not solely to uphold the reputation of the Su family, but rather, the agreement bore the name of Meijio. However, the process of altering the equity must be registered with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. And how could Meijio's identification card be procured? Rest assured, the Su family will ensure you do not suffer any losses. I smiled, pouring a cup of tea for Su Mo, and casually inquired of the elder, Master Ting, last time you mentioned discussing the intriguing tales of the nine-fingered plum blossom when you had the time. Today seems rather ample. The elder held his teacup, lifting his gaze to meet mine. The nine-fingered plum blossom, what is your connection to it? I was taken aback. Had Su Ziding uncovered my true identity? Master Ting, you do not think I also share the surname Mei, and thus we are related, do you? Su Ziding nodded slightly, though I remained unaware of his actual surname. The industry associates referred to him as Master Mei, leading me to assume he belonged to that lineage. Yet even if he were a Mei, there are many with that surname in the world. However, few possess the skill to create antiquities. In today's society, where antique collecting is all the rage, many can imitate the old. It is not unusual for several to bear the surname Mei. Yet, to possess such exquisite craftsmanship that could deceive a professional appraiser from Hong Kong in just a few days. Only two names come to mind in the country: Beilu Bridge and Nanmeixi. Alas, ultimately, I could not evade the keen perception of the elder Su. Master Ting, should you wish to establish a connection with the revered elder Mei, I harbor no objections. I maintained an air of nonchalance, sipping my tea as if indifferent. In truth, I had harbored suspicions since your last visit. However, as you suggested, it might have been mere coincidence. Yet now I am convinced it is no coincidence. With your prowess and age, the answer is singular. There exists no coincidence. I remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Observing my lack of reply, the elder Su set down his teacup and, lowering his head, uttered a statement that nearly caused me to leap. Are you curious about events from 15 years ago? I feigned composure, but his words stirred something within me. I remained mute, glancing at Su Ziding, who was preoccupied with his teacup. I was uncertain of the nature of the relationship between the elder and my grandfather and how much he truly knew of the past. If you are not connected to Master Mei in some way, I cannot disclose what I know of those past events, the elder Su stated, gradually lifting his gaze to meet mine. This man was deftly maneuvering my situation. To uncover the truth, I must divulge my own identity. I found myself with no choice. After all, I had drawn so close to the truth. How could I abandon my pursuit? It is but a matter of identity. What significance does it hold? I hail from Meishi, a place that is home to 21 families, nearly 100 souls. Must we still remain incognito in these modern times? In an instant, I found myself engaged in an internal struggle, attempting to convince myself. The nine-fingered plum blossom is my grandfather. In truth, I could discern that Su Ziding had likely surmised the answer. Yet, upon hearing my words, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. You are the grandson of the nine-fingered plum blossom? I nodded in affirmation. Su Ziding could not help but glance toward Su Mo, who sat nearby. Montag. What a twist of fate. Young Master Zhou is indeed the one I once mentioned to you. Su Ziding's words trailed off, but Sumo's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. I was left somewhat bewildered by the scene unfolding before me, unsure of its significance. I have not seen your grandfather in 15 years. How is he faring now? My grandfather passed away a few months ago. Oh, what a pity. Su Ziding sighed deeply, his expression tinged with a touch of sadness, though not overwhelmingly so. In life, we lacked the opportunity to reunite. It seems we can only gather again in death. Chapter 71. The route Su Ziding fell silent for a moment, then lifted his gaze towards me. It seems you bear quite a resemblance to your grandfather now. In the past, your grandfather and I were indeed old friends. Many of the skills I possess in antique appraisal were gleaned from him. He was an exceedingly modest man, never flaunting his abilities nor engaging in discussions about them, and I was perhaps the only one fortunate enough to seek his wisdom. In truth, the people from Meishi are generally quite unassuming, with the exception of your father, who is relatively more vivacious, though that is a matter of perspective. I nodded in agreement, acknowledging that my father was, indeed, a bit more spirited. Do you know which finger your grandfather lost and for whom? I was bewildered. Wasn't it his pinky for my father? It was for your father, but also for me. You see, your father sold me some antiquities that had been artificially aged. To be candid, it was during my peak of discernment, yet I still could not see through the deceptions crafted by your family. Yet, I must say, the antiquities from Meishi are so expertly aged that not even I, nor anyone else for that matter, could detect any flaws. Later, your grandfather, accompanied by your father and that very pinky, came to apologize to me. The sight of that decayed digit left me utterly astounded, and thus we became friends. How remarkably coincidental this all is. Moreover, Su Ziding chuckled as he regarded me. You are a year older than Xiao Mo years ago. When your grandfather saw Xiao Mo's mother with her prominent belly here, he made a pact with me. If she bore a girl, they would be betrothed to his grandson. You two are childhood sweethearts. No wonder Xiao Mo suddenly blushed with embarrassment just now. The root of this awkwardness lay here. Is that true? I couldn't help but exclaim, caught off guard by such an outlandish revelation. The veracity of the matter is of little consequence now. Times have changed, and childhood betrothals are no longer binding. You two may pursue your own paths. Grandpa, what are you saying? Xiao Mo's face deepened in hue at Su Ziding's words, revealing an unexpected conservatism in this cosmopolitan beauty. Am I mistaken? If you two do not wish to engage with each other, should I take the lead? Please, do not speak nonsense, Xiao Mo retorted, stealing a glance at me. Her furtive gaze was caught, prompting me to raise an eyebrow in playful challenge. All right, Xiao Mo and I will take our time, I declared. Xiao Mo shot me a disdainful look. Who said I wanted to talk to you? You two may take your time. I shall assist Aunt Chun with the table. Embarrassed, she exited the scene. I poured more tea for Su Ziding. Sir, did my grandfather visit you in Jinling 15 years ago?
Su Siting nodded.
Indeed, your grandfather came to see me 15 years ago and even stayed the night. However, he departed the following day. Where did he go? Su Ziting shook his head. I do not know. What do you recall about that time 15 years ago? 15 years ago, I was unaware of the incident involving your father. It was your grandfather who informed me. However, prior to that unfortunate event, your father had brought along 2 uncles to visit me, inquiring if I would be interested in acquiring a shipment of goods from Meiji. What kind of goods I could not ascertain. For over a decade, I have endeavored to steer the Su family towards a new direction, gradually severing ties with various local artisans across the land. Our antique shop has since refrained from accepting unearthed items or replicas. Thus, when your father approached me, I declined outright, not even inspecting the goods. Su Ziting paused momentarily, a smile escaping his lips as he continued. To be candid, I, Su Ziting, once built my fortune on the very goods sourced from local artisans. However, after years in the business, I discerned that regulations were becoming increasingly stringent, and persisting in this venture would inevitably lead to trouble. Consequently, I began the transformation of our family business, shifting our focus from antique trading to operating an antique market, and subsequently expanding into logistics, tourism, and hospitality. With a sudden sigh, Su Ziting lamented, our family experienced a precipitous decline from our zenith overnight. The elder gentleman shook his head, and I chose not to respond. My interest in the affairs of the Su family had waned. I was solely invested in uncovering the whereabouts of my father and uncles from years past. So, where did my father venture at that time? In the ancient capital of Jinling, within the realm of antiquities, the Su family reigned supreme, while Huaguowei had only recently established independence from my influence. I severed connections with local artisans, only to see him adopt my former path, allowing the Hua family to emerge as the second most prominent in Jinling today. I noted that Su Ziting, in his advanced age, tended to ramble. He had spent a considerable time reminiscing without arriving at the crux of the matter. Although I was anxious to interrupt, I chose to listen patiently. Meanwhile, the Rong family had already risen to prominence. Though they could not rival the Su family, they were not to be underestimated. More critically, while their influence in Jinling was dwarfed by ours, their reach beyond the city was extensive. It was rumored that the Rong family had backing from the Central Sea and even from the island of Hong Kong. Thus, in the realm of antiques, the Rong family could not compete with the Su family's acumen in sourcing goods. They were lacking in discernment even to this day. However, their external influence endowed them with formidable distribution capabilities and extensive channels. Consequently, although their antique shop had not flourished, they inadvertently thrived in the auction business, becoming the leading entity in Jinling. At that time, I presumed your father and uncles must have sought out the Rong family, for they alone had the capacity to handle the Meiji goods. Indeed, while our Meiji products were crafted to emulate age, their prices were merely a fraction 1/10 of those of genuine antiques. A single shipment entailed considerable value, and it likely took the Meiji several years to curate. The Rong family? Su Ziting nodded. Back then, the Rong family was led by Rong Zhengdao, who, lacking in discernment, focused solely on cultivating seedlings. You should be familiar with what seedlings implies. Yes? I nodded in acknowledgement. You are a native of Meiji and the grandson of the nine-fingered plum blossom. How could you possibly be unaware of the Miao? Su Ziting chuckled softly, shaking his head before continuing. Although your father did not confide in me, I believe he must have sought out Rong Zhengdao. However, your paternal uncles were not involved in matters arising from Jinling. How so? Because your grandfather once mentioned to me that the vehicle transporting your paternal uncles back to Meiji bore the license plate of Zhonghai. Zhonghai? This city is one of the foremost metropolises in the country. While it may lack extensive history, it serves as a hub for the gathering and trading of antiques, owing to the abundance of wealthy collectors. Indeed, Zhonghai. I surmise that your grandfather must have ventured there as well. Do I also need to go to Zhonghai? Yet, Zhonghai is vast, and I am utterly at a loss as to whom to approach. You do not intend to travel to Zhonghai, do you? Su Ziting seemed to perceive my thoughts. If you wish to uncover the answers of yesteryear, you ought to retrace the path your grandfather once traversed, for he followed the same route as your father. When he departed from here, he too sought out Rong Zhengdao. I nodded, understanding. Chapter 72. The master I was acutely aware of my next course of action, to seek out Rong Zhengdao. Subsequently, I gleaned some information regarding the Rong family from Su Ziding and Su Mo. The patriarch, Rong Zhengdao, is of a similar age to Su Ziding, but due to health concerns, he has long since stepped back from active management. He has two sons, the elder, Rong Ziming, and the younger, Rong Zizai. Rong Ziming and Sumo's father, Su Qingshan, were once sworn brothers. However, it was this very bond that led Su Qingshan down a path of no return, entangling him in gambling and drugs, which nearly obliterated the Su family's fortune overnight. Rong Ziming himself is riddled with flaws. Thus, he has also relinquished control over the family's business affairs. Currently, the Rong family's enterprises are overseen by two individuals. Rong Zizai, the younger son, manages an antique business primarily focused on the Rong Guzhai auction house. Meanwhile, Rong Ziming's son, Rong Xiaodong, is in charge of ventures outside of antiquities, encompassing film and media, tourism, hospitality, financial investments, and more. I had recently encountered Rong Xiaodong at the Jinling Commercial Bank. He was the somewhat effeminate yet domineering CEO. The Rong family is now under the stewardship of the second and third generations, and like all prominent families, there exists internal strife. The younger generation is defiant, and the elders tend to disregard them. Su Ziding chuckled as she spoke. However, Rong Zhengdao is indeed a formidable figure. Although he does not involve himself in the minutiae of the family's affairs, he turns a blind eye to their internal conflicts. Yet, when it comes to external matters, the family presents a united front. This cohesion is undoubtedly a factor in the Rong family's status as the foremost in Jinling. In truth, I harbor little interest in the family's internal affairs. My sole intention is to ascertain how to locate Rong Zhengdao and inquire whether my father had sought him out in the past. Rong Zhengdao resides in one of the most opulent villas in Jinling, the Zitan Palace. Su Mo informed me that a single villa in Zitan Palace is valued at nearly 100 million, and without proper authorization, it is virtually impossible for an ordinary person to gain entry. But am I just an ordinary person? I am. However, Xiao Wu is not. Xiao Wu gazed at me with a look of despair. Young Master Zhou, have you watched too many 007 movies? I may have served as a special forces soldier, but I cannot traverse the heavens and the earth. My skills are best suited for wilderness environments, but this urban villa poses significant challenges. Furthermore, I am a soldier, not a spy. Do not overthink it. Indeed, I had perhaps overestimated Xiao Wu's capabilities, naively envisioning him as an omnipotent figure akin to 007. Nevertheless, I resolved to investigate first. If entry into the villa proves impossible, I could always observe from the outside. After all, he cannot remain cooped up in the villa for eternity. He must eventually emerge. Once outside the villa, it would fall within my domain. Xiao Wu nodded, indicating his basic agreement with my plan. However, it is certain that a figure of Rong Zhengdao's stature would be accompanied by skilled individuals. Much like the fourth uncle beside Su Laozi, it would be no small feat for a stranger to approach him. Fourth uncle? Is he also a master? The fourth uncle, around 40 years of age, dressed quite ordinarily. Xiao Wu asserted he was a master. I had not perceived that. Yet, I could tell at a glance that this individual had military experience, and judging by his gaze and the nuances in his movements, he was undoubtedly skilled. This I could ascertain with absolute certainty. Could it be true? I couldn't help but glance at Su Mo beside me. I don't know, she shrugged. However, fourth uncle indeed served in the military, though not in our country. He was a mercenary in the Golden Triangle and later, for reasons unknown, was rescued by my grandfather and brought back home, where connections were made to secure his identity. He has been with my grandfather for many years. As I listened, a sudden clarity washed over me. No wonder fourth uncle's accent seemed peculiar. Indeed, he was not born in this country, yet he is of Chinese descent. His accent causes him to speak very little in the presence of outsiders. So what about fourth uncle's skills? Xiao Wu suddenly expressed interest. I haven't seen him, I replied. Fourth uncle is quite an honest person. I doubt he is the expert you imagine. Xiao Wu quickly waved his hand. Wasn't it fourth uncle who brought Ren uncle back last time? Were they both injured? With that question, I nodded in realization. Oh, according to your reasoning, fourth uncle is indeed remarkable. Bringing someone back is quite normal. isn't it? Suemo wore a disdainful expression. You've watched too many movies. For an adult to easily bring back another adult without injury, there are three possibilities. First, they comply and come willingly. Second, luck is on their side, and they use drugs. Third, they are skilled enough to subdue the opponent in one move. Considering Ren Uncle must have been hiding or on the run, Fourth Uncle's ability to subdue him is no small feat. It undoubtedly involves reconnaissance, tracking, and a series of techniques. Thus, Fourth Uncle is certainly an expert, and I will not entertain any rebuttals. I nodded in agreement, yet Suemo remained indifferent. Women, as a rule, tend not to concern themselves with such matters. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu quietly slipped away to Zeton Palace to scout the situation. As for Su Gaiaji, after his conversation with the Half-Mountain Courtyard and Su Ziding, the next day he passed down decades of accumulated connections and channels to Suemo, which she then handed over to me. However, these connections and channels are far more than mere contact information. The world of antiquities, while appearing sophisticated and elegant, harbors many hidden and dark dealings. Thus, it is not simply a matter of a stranger calling and claiming to be from Su Gaiaji for others to take notice. Consequently, Su Ziding personally selected several key individuals to make phone calls, informing them that Su Gaiaji now had a new leader and appraiser, and that their future cooperation would be greatly appreciated. After making each call, Su Ziding would inform me, prompting me to immediately reach out and extend my greetings. We would arrange for them to visit Su Gaiaji for tea or plan a time for me to pay a visit. Overall, Su Ziding was quite considerate in his approach. However, the connections accumulated by the Su family cannot be genuinely grasped by merely making a few phone calls. Whether others will show respect or truly collaborate in the future ultimately depends on how I manage these relationships. Simultaneously, Suemo swiftly developed a management plan for the future operations of Su Gaiaji. Although I possess half of the shares in Suguyaji, it is merely one establishment on the entire antique street, albeit the largest among them. Thus, Sumo's proposal aimed to extricate Suguyaji from the loan obligations. The loan from the foreign bank, exceeding 70 million, would be solely repaid by the Su family, having no connection to Suguyaji. Once the loan is settled, the collateral will be returned to its rightful place. The paintings and the painting tube that I had previously pledged will be returned to me. However, considering the future operations of Suguyaji, the proposal suggests an investment of 15 million. This means that both Xiao Wu and I are to contribute 7.5 million in cash to the account of Suguyaji. Upon calculation, it appears that 7.5 million aligns almost perfectly with the cash available in Sumo's account, which she could readily provide. Yet, the dilemma lies in the fact that neither Xiao Wu nor I can readily produce 7.5 million. 70,000 seems more feasible. Nevertheless, this time, the Rong family has fortuitously saved me over 5 million, allowing me to initially inject the Su family's 7.5 million. When the year-end dividends for Suguyaji are calculated, you may reimburse this amount then. This arrangement essentially allows us to utilize the Su family's funds to operate our shared Suguyaji, which does appear somewhat advantageous for me. This seems rather inappropriate. Perhaps a more equitable solution would be for your family to initially invest the 7.5 million, simply paying interest as per the bank loan, effectively treating it as a loan from Suguyaji. If this is the case, then the collateral of your paintings and painting tube, valued at several tens of millions, should also warrant interest, should it not? In truth, upon Sumo's suggestion, I realize I have not truly gained an advantage. Very well, let us proceed with this proposal. Chapter 73. The truth. Ever since my return to the Suguyaji from the quaint cottage, Suemo has regarded me with an odd expression, particularly after I dispatched Xiao Wu to the Zeton Palace for reconnaissance. When only Suemo and I remained in the shop, this graceful beauty seemed hesitant to meet my gaze. It was not merely reluctance. A tinge of shyness enveloped her demeanor. Each time I engaged her in conversation, she no longer held my gaze as she once did. Occasionally, when her eyes flickered towards me, her complexion would reveal an unmistakable hint of discomfort. Dear beauty, what has transpired? Why do you seem so flustered? I could not resist teasing Suemo playfully. Mind your own business, she retorted. Are you embarrassed because your grandfather mentioned our childhood betrothal? She shot me a glance laced with irritation, yet her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. Surely not. You have studied abroad and received a Western education. How can your mind be so unyielding? What's wrong with being a returnee? Does that make one Western? Suemo appeared slightly offended by my words. Not at all. Those who return from studying overseas often flaunt their Western education, claiming to possess open-mindedness and free-thinking. Some even adopt a London accent and pepper their speech with foreign phrases, eager to distinguish themselves from us local folks. Those people might as well tattoo pretentious on their foreheads. I am not one of them, she insisted. Although I studied abroad in high school, I hail from a family steeped in tradition and have been nurtured in a rich cultural heritage. I am not like those pretentious returnees. I nodded in understanding. Indeed, Suemo held her identity as a returnee in disdain. She seldom mentioned her time abroad and rarely interjected foreign phrases into her conversations. Only in the company of fellow returnees like Kevin would she occasionally share snippets of her foreign experiences. In truth, I perceived Suemo as a remarkable amalgamation of traditional values and Western education, embodying the essence of both cultures. She was both elegant and gentle, yet fiercely independent. Even if you are not one of those ostentatious returnees, there is no need for you to feel embarrassed. It is merely a childhood promise. Surely you do not take it to heart? Leave me be. You are the one who seems to take it seriously. I warn you, relinquish that thought. My standards are quite elevated. To be frank, who wouldn't yearn for a genuine connection with someone as elegant, gentle, and independent as Suemo? I too harbored such desires. However, at this juncture I lacked the emotional bandwidth for romance. I wished to unravel the mysteries of the past before allowing my grandfather to rest in peace, after which I could rightfully contemplate matters of love and affection. Thus, I merely smiled and replied, perhaps it is best to set this aside. I surely do not meet your lofty expectations, especially in terms of educational background. Suemo paused, her gaze lowered as she muttered something under her breath. At least you possess a measure of self-awareness. To my surprise, Xiao Wu did not return until the following midday, his eyes shadowed and weary. The realm of the affluent is indeed beyond the comprehension of us ordinary folk. After downing 2 cups of tea, Xiao Wu commenced with a profound reflection on life. The place is called Zeton Palace. Could it truly be a royal palace? Look at your cowardly demeanor. My disdain for Xiao Wu's astonishment was palpable. While it may not be as grand as an imperial palace, its opulence is undeniable. It is quite typical for the affluent to adorn their homes in a manner reminiscent of royal residences. Suemo echoed my sentiments, her tone laced with scorn. That's not what I'm referring to regarding the decor. Xiao Wu hastily interjected. I mean security. At the entrance of Zeton Palace, 2 German-imported German shepherds are stationed. Within the villa area, an additional 2 patrol ceaselessly around the premises. Good Lord! These 4 formidable dogs feast on fresh raw beef. I witnessed it firsthand. It is quite normal for the wealthy to keep guard dogs to instill fear, but it is not merely about dogs. The security personnel stationed at the entrance are all members of the prestigious Kyoto National Flag Guard, standing as rigid as telephone poles. The patrolling officers within are all veterans, and judging by their movements and reactions, they appear to be from elite combat units. Furthermore, the security measures are extraordinarily advanced. There is a single point of entry and exit, towering walls, and a surveillance system with infrared sensors that leave no blind spots. This is hardly a residential area. It rivals the management levels of a prison. As Xiao Wu described, the situation is indeed extravagant. However, today's wealthy individuals possess a level of affluence that is beyond imagination, to the point of having no place to spend it. Otherwise, how could collecting be so fervent? So after all this talking, have you uncovered any valuable intelligence? Or have you simply wandered outside the walls for an entire day and night? Young Master Jiu, your lack of trust is evident. Stop the pleasantries. Hasten to reveal the situation inside and how I may gain entry. I haven't entered either. Damn it. After all this time, you truly spent an entire day and night outside. What a blatant truth. I wanted to punch Xiao Wu, who was speaking in a manner as tedious as squeezing toothpaste. However, this annoying behavior was only directed at me. He would not dare act this way in front of others. I have spoiled him since childhood. Since it was unwise to alarm the inhabitants by entering directly, I opted to gather information from the periphery. I learned from the intermediary and the organic fresh supermarket at the entrance. Enough with the details. Get straight to the point. I discovered news about the housekeeper of the Rong Zhengdao family. I kept watch from dawn to day, following the housekeeper as she ventured out to buy vegetables and fruits, gathering quite a bounty. You cannot deny the wealthy are indeed different. Even their housekeeper is accompanied by a bodyguard. Can you refrain from meandering and share the crucial information? Beside us, Su Mo was thoroughly amused by the banter between Xiao Wu and me. She could hardly believe that Xiao Wu, who usually appeared quite serious, could be so frivolous at a critical moment. Conversely, I found myself to be the impatient one. Let us get to the point, I exclaimed. I now understand why you were dismissed from the army. Why? He retorted, you scoundrel. Get lost. Laughter erupted from the beautiful woman nearby, who could barely contain herself. Come on, speak up, my dear. It's not easy following you all this way. I continued, and what about that bodyguard? The nanny is lugging a heavy bag, yet he doesn't even offer to help. However, I must admit, he seems quite professional, only attending to his assigned duties. Fine, I won't rush you any longer. I'll patiently listen. Nevertheless, I couldn't help but notice that the nanny was truly stunning, possessing a remarkable grace. The affluent are indeed distinct. I followed closely, eavesdropping as the nanny conversed with various individuals and occasionally spoke on the phone. I gleaned an important piece of information. The day after tomorrow, on the first day of the month, Rong Zhengdao plans to visit Xixia Temple to pay his respects. Chapter 74. Xixia Temple. The illustrious Xixia Temple in Jinling is renowned far and wide. I shall refrain from elaborating on the vastness of its grounds or the grandeur of its architecture. In summary, before dawn, I waited at the entrance with Xiao Wu. He was aware that Rong Zhengdao would come to pay his respects that day, yet the specific hour eluded him. Thus, the most straightforward and perhaps least clever method was to remain vigilant. Fortunately, morning incense offerings typically take place in the earlier hours, and the elderly tend to rise quite early. Shortly after 8 o'clock, a black Rolls-Royce came to a halt outside the temple gates, and 3 individuals emerged from the vehicle. An elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, leaned on a cane. A middle-aged woman, seemingly in her 40s, assisted the old man, while a burly figure clad in a black suit, clearly a bodyguard, trailed closely behind them. From a distance of several dozen meters, I instinctively surmised that these 3 were indeed the individuals we awaited. Before I could retrieve my phone to compare their likeness to Rong Zhengdao's earlier photographs, Xiao Wu had already confirmed their identities. These 3 must be them. That woman is the Rong family's nanny. I focused intently on the nanny, my brow furrowing in skepticism. Are you certain she is the Rong family's nanny? Do you think her attire does not resemble that of a nanny? Xiao Wu responded. I initially thought the same, but after following her for a morning, it was evident she is indeed the nanny, personally going out to purchase groceries, and carrying them herself. What do you think? Is she not a nanny? Her demeanor certainly does not betray her role. One might easily mistake her for a young mistress. Thus I conceded, acknowledging that the affairs of the affluent were beyond the comprehension of someone like myself. Nodding in agreement, I realized that Xiao Wu's lack of worldly experience was not the issue. The 3 entered the temple and the car drove away. Xiao Wu and I, feigning the demeanor of tourists, followed suit. Xixia Temple is a celebrated tourist destination, bustling with visitors. Hence, maintaining a discreet distance ensured that we would not attract the attention of the bodyguard trailing Rong Zhengdao. Unlike the average tourist, Rong Zhengdao did not wander aimlessly. Instead, he headed directly toward the main hall. It is worth noting that Xixia Temple differs from conventional temples in that the main hall is not the Daxiong Baodian, but rather the Pilu Baodian. At the threshold of the Pilu Baodian, a jovial monk awaited, his demeanor radiating warmth. Master Huikong, what brings you here to wait? Rong Zhengdao called out from afar, quickening his pace toward the monk. Huikong, upon seeing Rong Zhengdao, offered a slight bow and gestured invitingly. Mr. Rong, please offer incense to the Buddha first, and afterwards we shall partake in tea. Rong Zhengdao nodded and, with the assistance of the nanny, proceeded to offer his incense. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and I made our way directly to the guest hall. The guest hall serves as the reception area of the temple. Xixia Temple is expansive, and its guest hall is no less so. Adorned with a traditional aesthetic, the The hall features rows of redwood chairs along either side. Within the hall, there is also a tea room, unmarked yet clearly designated for esteemed guests. As today is the first day of the month, many visitors have come to offer their incense. Moreover, there exists a tradition at Shisha Temple where free vegetarian meals are offered on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month. Consequently, the surroundings are bustling with people. However, as Xiao Wu and I entered the guest hall, we found it to be tranquil and devoid of any visitors. It is likely that everyone has gone to the dining hall. But what brings us here? Xiao Wu inquired with confusion. Why are we waiting here in advance? They will arrive shortly. How do you know? Did you not hear what the mage just said? After offering incense, one might go for tea. I heard. But that does not necessarily mean one will come here. In the temple, tea is typically served in two locations, the Zen room and the guest hall. The Zen room is the abode of the monk. Unless one shares a close relationship, it is generally not visited. The guest hall, which is the current setting, is where most receptions take place. Are you certain it is indeed here? I am not so sure. However, we were unable to enter the meditation room, so we decided to wait here, hoping for a stroke of luck. Moreover, judging by the demeanor of the monk we had just encountered, it seemed unlikely that he would escort Rong Zhengdao to his meditation chamber. Most likely, he would come here instead. Sure enough, after sitting down with Xiao Wu for merely 10 minutes, we began to hear voices gradually emerging. It was evident that the monk was engaging in casual conversation with Rong Zhengdao as they walked. Upon reaching the entrance, we overheard Rong Zhengdao say, Jin Qiu, why don't you wander around the temple for a while? Let Xiao Liang accompany you. I shall enjoy a cup of tea with the monk, and I'll call you once we're done. All right, I'll just head to the dining hall to ask for a bowl of vegetarian rice. As Master Huikong entered, he noticed Xiao Wu and me seated in the hall without any hint of surprise. After all, this was a designated area for receiving guests, and it was common for visitors to rest here. As the monk passed by us, he offered a slight nod, which Xiao Wu and I reciprocated in kind. The two of them then proceeded directly into the tea room, gently closing the door behind them. What happened next? Xiao Wu gazed at me with a bewildered expression. What happens next? Wait and see how the situation unfolds. Xiao Wu and I intentionally positioned ourselves in close proximity to the tea room, yet the door remained shut. Moreover, the two elderly individuals spoke in hushed tones, rendering it impossible for anyone outside to overhear their conversation. Fortunately, they conversed for only about 20 minutes before the door swung open. I observed Master Huikong emerging slowly from within, making his way toward the reception hall. The opportunity had arrived. I strode directly into the tea room. Mr. Rong was there, his head bowed as he savored his tea. Greetings, Mr. Rong. With a gentle greeting, I inadvertently prompted Rong Zhengdao to lift his head and scrutinize me. Do you know me? In the ancient realm of Jinling, who does not recognize you, esteemed Elder Rong? As soon as I arrived, I bestowed a grand compliment upon Mr. Rong Zhengdao. The esteemed elder listened with a beaming smile upon his face. After all, who among us does not delight in hearing words of praise? Young man, do you also have a penchant for antiques? To be frank, I own an antique shop. Oh, how impressive that you have ventured into the world of antiques at such a young age. The youth of today are truly remarkable. I must learn from esteemed predecessors like yourself. While I extolled the virtues of Rong Zhengdao, I took the liberty of sitting down uninvited. Rong Zhengdao, upon observing me seated, exhibited an air of indifference, for this was not his domain, and soon enough, someone would likely come to usher me away. With no one else around, it was a perfect opportunity for some idle chatter to alleviate the tedium. The young man's attitude was quite commendable. Where do you operate your antique shop? I inquired. On Antique Street, he replied. Do you run your own establishment, or are you employed by someone else? Both, in a sense. I am a partner, responsible for appraising antiques. Rong Zhengdao was taken aback, a smile breaking across his face. I must say, I did not expect someone as youthful as yourself to be an appraiser already. Please excuse my surprise. I am still in the process of learning. It was fortuitous that I came to Shisha Temple to pay my respects today and chanced upon you. I have two stories from the antique community from years past that I would like to discuss with you. They say that in the realm of antiques in Jinling, aside from the venerable Su family patriarch, you are the one who possesses unparalleled knowledge. Your discerning eye is indeed exceptional. Old Master Rong chuckled heartily. As the saying goes, 1,000 layers of clothing can be worn, but flattery knows no bounds. To be frank, my discerning eye pales in comparison to that of Su Ziding. However, I am quite familiar with many tales from earlier days. Chapter 75. The third encounter with the Buddha's statue. In truth, I have been in a state of inner turmoil. What is the source of this turmoil? I am entangled in the dilemma of how to broach the subject. Should I directly inquire of Rong Zhengdao whether, 15 years ago, the antiquities artisans from Meishi sought your counsel? Well, I estimate that there is an 80% chance I shall obtain nothing. However, time is of the essence, and opportunities are rare. I can no longer afford to weave tales or meander around, coaxing Rong Zhengdao into revealing the answer organically. At this moment, I have no alternative but to inquire directly. It is indeed a remarkable coincidence. Just yesterday, I was conversing with an old friend in the antique street, discussing the prevalence of artificially aged items in the current market. When conversing about the antiquarians of yesteryears, several tales were recounted, their veracity uncertain. It is said that only you and the esteemed Mr. Su could provide clarity on such matters. How fortuitous that I should encounter you today. Old Master Rong couldn't help but wave his hand, a broad smile adorning his face. Can those things from today truly be deemed old? Those fakes are all too obvious, lacking any genuine age. The most astonishing part is that they can still deceive people. Nowadays, individuals are far too restless. There are no true antiquarians left, only forgers. Indeed. I nodded in agreement. I heard that in the past, there were exceptionally skilled antiquarians who could create seamlessly aged pieces. Is that true? In the earlier years, there were indeed skilled antiquarians. However, in those times, the art of aging artifacts was approached with great meticulousness, producing only a limited number of pieces each year. This stands in stark contrast to the present day, where the process resembles factory production. The area of Baliukio and Nanmeixi is renowned in the realm of antiquities. I wonder if you, esteemed sir, have ever had the pleasure of witnessing it? As soon as I spoke, the expression on Rong Zhengdao's face began to shift. The broad smile he had just worn began to retract, though a trace of it lingered. Young man, those are merely legends, he remarked. However, I have heard that Nan Meishi is not far from Jinling. Yet, it seems that the tales of Meishi abruptly vanished over a decade ago. Just stories, indeed. Nevertheless, there are whispers that prior to the disappearance of Meishi's lore, the master of antiquities from Meishi sought you out. I mentioned this casually, as if I were recounting a long-forgotten tale I had chanced upon, with no personal stakes in the narrative. Yet, my seemingly inconsequential words caused the faint smile on Rong Zhengdao's face to evaporate instantaneously. He set down his teacup and regarded me with a bewildered gaze. Young man, who relayed such information to you? As I pondered briefly, just as I was about to speak, I heard the voice of Xiao Wu outside the door. Greetings, master. Ba. The dining hall is serving a meal. You may partake in a bowl for peace and safety. Very well, I shall remain seated for a while before I go. In the midst of our conversation, Master Huikong entered, cradling an exquisite brocade box. Upon noticing me seated at the tea table, the master appeared somewhat perplexed. I was about to clarify my presence when Rong Zhengdao, with a cheerful demeanor, interjected, Young man, in the realm of antiques, it is fortuitous that the master was away. Let us converse a bit. After all, he is also an appraiser. We might as well take a look together. Master Huikong took a seat. Everything is a matter of fate. Since we are gathered here, let us assist in the appraisal together. Master Huikong spoke as he opened the ornate box and placed it upon the tea table. This statue of the Buddha, which I had acquired a few days prior, dates back to the Ming Xuande era. I glanced up and felt an overwhelming surge of frustration coursing through me. How infuriating! This is the third time I have encountered this individual. You are not mistaken. Nestled within the ornate box lies the exquisite imitation of the Ming Xuande bronze statue from the Qin Yongjing era. I had previously sold it to the Bo Hua Pavilion, only for it to be acquired by an unknown party, who subsequently attempted to deceive me at the Su Guyaji. Ultimately, I resolutely rejected their advances. Who could have anticipated that I would encounter it once more within the West Xia Temple? It is truly disheartening to think that such unscrupulous individuals would extend their deceit even into sacred spaces. Of course, It is possible that the seller was unaware of the statue's dubious provenance. Mr. Rong, esteemed benefactor, may I implore you to take a closer look? Master Huikong gestured invitingly. Would you care to proceed? Rong Zhangdao gazed at me, and I hastily extended my hand in a gesture of deference. Of course, esteemed Elder Rong, you shall take the lead. The elder nodded, placing his hands together in a respectful salute before carefully retrieving the bronze Buddha statue. We were in a temple, in the presence of Master Huikong, which warranted his utmost respect. Had we been elsewhere, such as in an antique shop, he would not have bowed, nor would he have used both hands. Typically, one hand would suffice to lift the object directly. Rong Zhangdao examined the statue thoroughly, remaining silent before he presented it to me with both hands. Although I did not perform the gesture of bowing, I nonetheless accepted the statue with equal reverence. In truth, I was already aware of the statue's significance, but out of respect for both individuals present, I feigned a careful inspection. I then reverently returned it to the brocade box. How does that sound? The venerable Master Huikong, filled with eagerness, posed a question. However, Rong Zhangdao remained silent, turning his gaze towards me. In truth, from the expression Rong Zhangdao displayed while observing the statue, I discerned that this elderly gentleman, much like many antique dealers, had likely recognized that the statue was a replica. Yet, whether he could ascertain that it was a finely crafted Qing imitation remained uncertain. I surmised he probably could not, as Su Ziding had previously mentioned that Rong Zhangdao's discerning I was rather ordinary. Now, as Rong Zhangdao looked at me, it was evident he desired to coax a response from me. After a brief contemplation, I thought it inconsequential. I had come here for a reason. Master, may I inquire how much you paid for this statue? To be candid with both of you, this Buddha statue was acquired for a sum of 780,000. I have been plagued by a sense of unease, fearing that I may have made a grave mistake. 780,000. I was taken aback upon hearing this. It was not the astonishing price that surprised me, but rather the realization that the temple possesses such wealth. Master, do you intend to part with this Buddha statue once it appreciates in value? Or will you keep it in your collection indefinitely? Huikong couldn't help but chuckle. Ba, the Buddha statues we have in our temple are, of course, meant for eternal veneration. If this indeed is a statue from the Ming Xuande period, it would undoubtedly be a treasured gem of our Shisha temple. I nodded in agreement, expressing my congratulations to the master on the acquisition of such a significant relic. Although Master Huikong merely offered a slight nod, it was evident that he was genuinely pleased. However, Rong Zhangdao, who was nearby, appeared somewhat astonished, his mouth slightly agape. I quickly glanced at him, subtly shaking my head to signal him to remain silent. Rong Zhangdao paused for a moment, then could not help but smile faintly. Master, the time is nearly upon us. I shall not intrude any longer. I am leaving, he stated, rising to depart. Huikong hurriedly stood to see him off, and I naturally followed suit. Master, the Buddha statue remains inside. Please secure it promptly, so as not to misplace the temple's treasured relic. No need to escort me. I shall simply make a phone call, Rong Zhangdao remarked as he took out his mobile device to arrange a meeting with his caretaker at the temple gate. Huikong, not one to be impolite, offered a respectful bow before returning to gather his temple treasure. Rong Zhangdao proceeded towards the temple gate, and I hastily followed. Was that Buddha statue truly from the Ming Xuande period? Rong Zhangdao couldn't help but cast a glance at me, casually inquiring, Old Master. I did not say anything. I merely congratulated the monk on acquiring a treasured relic of the temple. Old Master Rong couldn't suppress a chuckle. Why do you deceive Huikong? For him, bringing back a statue of Buddha is an act of eternal devotion, unlike us worldly individuals who seek it for monetary appreciation. Therefore, the authenticity of the statue holds little significance for the master. He merely requires a source of solace to ensure he does not betray the Buddha. Chapter 76. Impatience. Rong Zhangdao could not help but shake his head upon hearing this. The great monk Huikong was surprisingly less perceptive than a young person like him. However, it cannot be solely attributed to him. After all, those embroiled in their own circumstances often find themselves confounded. Monks are human too, and being human entails having human emotions, even if one is a venerable monk. Rong Zhangdao nodded in agreement, feeling that my words carried a semblance of truth. Young man, I believe you would make an excellent abbot at Shisha Temple. Too kind of you to say so. With a cheerful smile, I promptly seized the moment to inquire, Esteemed elder, may I ask if you had the fortune of encountering the renowned nine-fingered plum blossom in your youth? The smile of Rong Zhengdao vanished once more, just as it had before. Without him uttering a single word, I could infer from his expressions that he undoubtedly possessed some knowledge. Otherwise, such a fluctuation in demeanor would not have occurred. Do you know the people of Meishi? Of course, I am unfamiliar with them. Was it not said that the individuals and events of Meishi vanished from the realm of ancient treasures over a decade ago? How could I possibly recognize them? Hence, I seek your esteemed guidance, esteemed elder. Rong Zhengdao appeared somewhat relieved upon hearing this. It has been said that those are merely legends from years past. Did you encounter the nine-fingered plum blossom over a decade ago? As I persistently pursued my inquiries, the elder couldn't help but furrow his brow. He cast a glance in my direction and inquired, Young man, what is your relation to Meishi? Why do you seek to know such matters? I am not someone from Meishi. Rather, I possess a profound admiration for the tales of our Tibetan ancient realm. I aspire to pen a novel about the early years of our Tibetan ancient community, hence my quest for material. In a moment of desperation, I concocted a reason. Since you are not affiliated with Meishi, there is no need to inquire about it. After speaking, Rong Zhengdao leaned on his cane and strode ahead with purpose. This fellow undoubtedly harbors knowledge of past events, and I suspect that the demise of my father and uncles may very well be linked to him. At this juncture, if I do not disclose my identity, it is improbable that Rong Zhengdao will reveal the truth. However, should I unveil my identity, and if my suspicions are accurate that Rong Zhengdao is connected to the deaths of my father and uncles, he would certainly be reticent, fearing the emergence of those seeking the truth about Meishi. Such a revelation could even place me in peril. Nevertheless, I refused to let this opportunity slip away, allowing Rong Zhengdao to depart unchallenged. I closely trailed him, maintaining a playful demeanor, relentlessly pursuing him like a reporter. Old Master Rong, I intend to write a book chronicling the legends of the Tibetan ancient realm in Jinling. I have interviewed numerous old Tibetan friends and learned many intriguing anecdotes from those times. However, regarding Meishi, there are but a few who possess knowledge. It is said that only a handful of truly seasoned individuals are aware. Therefore, esteemed elder, the enigmatic disappearance of Meishi back in the day is a matter I humbly seek your guidance on. Are you a journalist? No. I am the proprietor of an antique shop and have a passion for writing. I aspire to pen a book about our antiquities in Jinling. Youngster, I advise you to halt your endeavors promptly. You are still young, and the world of antiquities is far more vast and profound than you can perceive, involving more individuals than you can imagine. Some matters are best left in the shadows. Do you truly wish to unveil them? As Rong Zhengdao hastened his steps, he shook his head with a cold smirk, akin to courting death. No, I am merely seeking inspiration. I have no intention of penning anything substantial. The tales I weave are mere fabrications, devoid of genuine events or individuals. Young man, your recent interaction with Master Huikong indicates that you possess a commendable blend of kindness and wisdom. Thus, I offer you a prudent piece of advice. If you truly hail from the ancient Tibetan realm, you should be aware of its customs and refrain from inquiring into matters that are best left untouched. Focus on your studies and broaden your horizons. That is the essence of your journey. I long to pursue my inquiries in another manner, yet Rong Zhengdao's caretaker and bodyguard swiftly approached. Particularly the bodyguard, who seemed startled to see a stranger accompanying Rong Zhengdao, hastened towards us. Everything is fine. I was merely asking for directions and shared a couple of anecdotes about Shisha Temple. Dao Master, the vehicle awaits outside the mountain gate. I stood in a daze at the mountain gate, watching the sleek black Rolls-Royce speed away. What did you uncover? Did you learn anything? Xiao Wu slowly approached, gazing at the taillights of the vehicle. I shook my head. Am I being too hasty? Indeed, I was somewhat hasty. Who would reveal the secrets of yesteryears when confronted with the sudden inquiries of a stranger? If it does not concern you, it is bearable. However, once it does, it becomes utterly impossible. Young Master Jiu, there are certain matters where inquiring of others does not guarantee a response. Even if you receive an answer, It may not be the complete truth. Instead, it would be far more advantageous to engage in actions that prompt others to reveal information willingly. I was taken aback. Xiao Wu, a rough fellow, surprisingly spoke with such profound wisdom. Do not gaze upon me. I have learned from the special forces. Xiao Wu, with an expression of tranquil composure and hands clasped behind his back, descended the mountain, resembling a philosopher in demeanor. Upon our return to the Suguya gathering, Suemo had only just opened the door. Have you encountered Rong Zheng? I nodded slightly. Did I fail to inquire anything of significance? I nodded in agreement. Indeed, my grandfather was right. He knew that it would be impossible for you to extract any information from Rong Zhengdao. I couldn't help but lift my gaze towards Suemo. What else did the old master Su say? Grandfather remarked that he is familiar with Rong Zhengdao, a person who will not disclose what you seek unless he chooses to share it willingly. It seems that great minds think alike. Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle. Why didn't that old man inform me sooner? Even if he had, you would still have gone directly to seek out Rong Zhengdao, wouldn't you? I was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a nod. Indeed, no one could deter me from seeking out Rong Zhengdao to inquire about the events of yesteryear. In truth, even I was aware, prior to my visit, that it was highly improbable I would uncover any significant revelations. Yet, no one could hinder my resolve, not even myself. My eagerness to find Rong Zhengdao was insatiable. Young Master Zhou, my grandfather instructed me to convey to you, you are still in the bloom of youth, free to pursue any aspiration, but haste is not your ally. It is akin to the art of antiquing. When the time is right, everything will unfold beautifully. When the time is right, it is easy to speak of, yet challenging to execute. As I had just settled down and was about to lift the teacup placed before me by Xiao Wu, I heard a gentle voice call out at the door, "Is Mr. Mei in?" As I turned back, I noticed an elderly gentleman, approximately in his 60s, entering the shop. His attire was characteristic of a seasoned collector, and in his hands he cradled a small purple clay teapot. "Ah, Mr. Ku has arrived. It has been quite some time since you last graced our Suguyaji." Suemo recognized the individual and promptly rose to greet them. I stood up as well to join her. "Did not the old master Su call me a few days ago, mentioning that you had replaced someone at Sugaya? He specifically instructed me to come by at my convenience to make an acquaintance. Where is your new manager, Mei?" "Greetings, Mr. Ku."
"Ya Meiju."
The newly appointed head of the Suguya. "We have been in communication." As I spoke, I casually picked up a business card from the tea table and handed it to Ku Hongbing with both hands. "And you? Is this the appraiser of the Suguya collection?" Ku Hongbing looked at me with an expression of utter disbelief. Chapter 77. Flaws. I could discern the gaze of Ku Hongbing. After all, the realm of ancient treasures is akin to traditional Chinese medicine. The older one is, the more esteemed and experienced they become. Just as when one seeks the counsel of a traditional Chinese physician, it is nearly impossible to ascertain the true proficiency of the doctor at first glance. However, one inevitably considers the age of the practitioner. A youthful traditional healer often evokes skepticism, for, much like the world of ancient treasures, this domain is rooted in experiential knowledge that necessitates the passage of time for accumulation. So one wonders, how can one be so young? "Mr. Ku, my youth is of little consequence. What matters is that the items in our store are timeless." I made a playful remark to alleviate my slight embarrassment. "Oh, indeed." Ku Hongbing realized that he had somewhat lost his composure. After all, questioning others is never a commendable act, particularly in the realm of antiquities, where one often perceives yet refrains from voicing their thoughts. In this present era, the youth indeed exhibit remarkable prowess, displaying a level of maturity that far surpasses that of our generation. Indeed, we find ourselves in an era characterized by an explosion of information. In the past, acquiring knowledge required meticulous, hands-on instruction, and books were scarce. Yet now, behold, with but a smartphone, one can access the entirety of the world's knowledge. I uttered a few words of persuasion and promptly invited Ku Hongbing to sit down for tea. "Ah, Mr. Ku, it has been quite a while since you last visited the antique street. Is your home's antique shelf overflowing with items? If you possess an abundance of belongings, you might consider selling them at my Suguya. Just at that moment, a new appraiser arrived at my store, and perhaps you might find a hidden gem."
Suemo jested.
Miss Su, those are your words. I certainly do not intend to underestimate Mr. May. In this world, there are always exceptionally gifted individuals. What is wrong with young appraisers? Throughout history, every dynasty has produced prodigies. Regardless of whether Ku Hongbing's words stem from genuine sentiment, they undeniably hold substantial merit. Mr. Ku, as you visit today, is there anything in particular you wish to behold? I am open to everything, as long as it is of good quality. I am not picky. Have you recently received any new items in your store? Ku Hongbing's remark left me feeling quite awkward. Recently, the Sugaya collection has seen a significant influx of deliveries, yet I have not received a single item. It has been quite some time since your last visit. Everything in our store would be new to you. Su Mo deftly alleviated my embarrassment with a single statement. You're right. It has indeed been 3 months since my last visit, as I had some family matters to attend to. Ku Hongbing casually remarked. Well then, let us peruse the porcelain. Are there items such as pastel and dotsai? Recently, I came across a pastel plate at someone else's place, and I truly wish to acquire it, yet they are unwilling to part with it, leaving me quite tempted. There is indeed a piece of pastel in the store, but it has a slight issue. It was previously locked away in a safe by Uncle Rin. Mr. Ku, I do have a rather exquisite piece of pastel here. Would you care to take a look? It is certainly a sight to behold. Su Mo couldn't help but cast a glance at me, seemingly discerning my thoughts. I retrieved a brocade box from the safe on the second floor and gently placed it before Ku Hongbing. This item has been in my possession for over 3 months. I'm unsure if you have had the chance to examine it before. Please take a look. As I spoke, I opened the brocade box to reveal a pair of eared vases. Indeed, I previously discovered a Qing dynasty, Qianlong period, famille rose double-handled vase with an ear issue. Gently, I extracted the vase from its brocade box and placed it upon the tea table. The rationale behind this action was straightforward. After all, it was our first encounter with this piece. By personally presenting the vase upright on the table, I aimed to assure my counterpart that the porcelain was intact and would not shatter at a mere touch. This gesture signifies respect and serves to instill confidence in the other party. Ku Hongbing observed me with a nod, likely appreciating that this young man possessed an understanding of the customs. It is worth noting that, in today's antique market, many individuals are oblivious to these traditions. Even those who are aware often refrain from discussing them. However, for the older generation of collectors, these nuances hold great importance. Therefore, I deliberately performed this act in front of Ku Hongbing, knowing he is a seasoned collector, albeit not one with particularly discerning taste. Yet he possesses wealth and a passion for collecting. He embodies the type of collector who engages in an insatiable accumulation, rarely parting with his acquisitions. Such individuals are highly esteemed among antique dealers. This sentiment was previously conveyed to me by Old Master Su, who regarded Ku Hongbing as a genuine collector. While there are numerous enthusiasts in the antiquities realm, over 90% acquire antiques primarily for appreciation in value and profit, categorizing their endeavors as investments. In contrast, those who genuinely collect for enjoyment comprise less than 10%. This minority, who buy more than they sell, do so out of passion and love for the art. Interestingly, these collectors may not necessarily possess exceptional discernment. Ku Hongbing, after a mere glance at the double-handled vase I had presented, furrowed his brow and remarked, I have seen this vase before. Isn't it true that this is not something new from the Suguya collection? Were you perhaps indifferent to it before? It's not that I didn't appreciate it. Rather, I felt the price was somewhat elevated. However, upon reflection, this piece is indeed quite exquisite. Upon comparison, I find that the exquisite pastel plate I recently beheld far surpasses the one I previously encountered. Perhaps you might take another look. We can certainly negotiate the price. My words piqued Ku Hongbing's interest. However, he merely glanced at it casually, confirming it was the same century-old double-eared zune he had seen before, and then set it down. Please state your price. I have already assessed the double-eared zune, and if the price is reasonable, I shall acquire it. To be candid, it has been quite some time since I last collected anything. Which antiquities dealer would not appreciate a collector such as this? Mr. Ku, I must disclose to you that this esteemed piece possesses a slight imperfection. My words startled Su Mo. She had not anticipated that I would reveal such a detail. I surmised that she had likely assumed I intended to seize the opportunity to acquire this exquisite pair of earthenware at a bargain, presenting it as flawless. An imperfection? I had not noticed it previously, Ku Hongbing said, as he once again picked up the exquisite piece to examine it closely. However, after scrutinizing it from every angle, he still failed to identify any flaws. The term defect encompasses a vast range of interpretations. Ku Hongbing did not shift his focus. His attention remained fixated on the glaze, the base mark, and the porcelain body, neglecting to consider the ears of the piece. Indeed, the cracks that appeared on the ear are exceedingly minute. Unless one observes this exquisite double-eared vessel daily or possesses exceptional observational skills, it is quite challenging to discern them. I did not notice it. Could it be a counterfeit? Ku Hongbing furrowed his brow and glanced at me. That's not it, I replied hastily, extending my hand to retrieve the magnifying glass and handing it to him while pointing towards the crack. Mr. Ku, please examine this area with the magnifying glass. Ku Hongbing quickly began to scrutinize the spot through the lens. It has indeed cracked. Is this the flaw you mentioned? I initially thought it was a counterfeit. If this is a counterfeit and I failed to discern it, then it would indeed be a blunder. Are you not the one committing the oversight? I have explicitly pointed out the flaws, yet you still fail to perceive the inconsistencies. Indeed, this small fissure does detract from its value, though it is not overly significant. Mr. Ku, please take another look. There is a noticeable difference between this ear and the main body of the piece. As I spoke, I handed him a flashlight. In truth, he need not examine it any further. With my words laid bare, how could he remain oblivious to the underlying truth? However, Ku Hongbing naturally took the flashlight, illuminating the fissure with its beam. Chapter 78, Repairing the Double-Eared Zune. I truly underestimated this. Ku Hongbing set down the flashlight, feeling slightly embarrassed. This exquisite Zune had indeed been repaired. One of its ears was a mere imitation, while the rest of the piece was authentic. I hastily nodded and smiled, exclaiming, "Your discerning eye is remarkable. If you do not mention it, I shall simply purchase it and bring it home. Once you bring it home, you will inevitably come to see it clearly over time. However, that is not guaranteed. My household possesses numerous collectibles. Many items, upon being acquired, are simply placed aside, leaving me uncertain as to when I shall next revisit them. This statement is an unabashed display of opulence. Mr. Ku, returning to the matter at hand, this exquisite piece, if one were to overlook its flaw, is undeniably beautiful. I wonder if you would consider reclaiming it for your collection?" Ku Hongbing smacked his lips. "If you hadn't informed me about this ear, I would have accepted it without hesitation. However, now that I am aware, I feel somewhat discomfort. Indeed, many true collectors possess a certain fastidiousness. How about this? I could simply remove the ear that has been reattached and present you with an entirely authentic piece, albeit slightly imperfect. Naturally, the price would reflect its condition." Ku Hongbing nodded slightly, yet shook his head, sensing an underlying unease. The sudden absence of an ear felt rather peculiar. In truth, the ear was crafted quite well, and the majority of collectors would likely not discern any issue. It was during our routine inventory check after numerous examinations that we discovered this fissure and confirmed the piece's flaw. I subtly elevated Ku Hongbing's discernment while also reminding him that upon acquisition, others would not be able to distinguish its authenticity. He nodded faintly, yet the seam remained distinctly apparent. In reality, the seam was not overt. Had it been so, he would have noticed it earlier. However, once he became aware of its existence, it inevitably became more pronounced in his perception. How about this? If you are certain you want it, I can retain the ear and conceal the seam flawlessly. What do you think about the concealment? The restoration of porcelain is indeed a complex endeavor. Without uttering a word, I retrieved a sheet of A4 paper from the printer placed on a shelf behind the tea table. Then, I took a pen and began to draw casually on the pristine paper. The tip of the pen danced across the surface, producing a soft scratching sound. In just a few minutes, a stunning depiction of a double-eared vase emerged on the page. It was nearly identical to the original and remarkably lifelike. As for sketching, I possess a formal background and have cultivated a solid foundation since childhood. Before I could finish my drawing, Ku Hongbing gasped in astonishment. "Ms. May, your artistic skills are truly remarkable. Suemo, standing beside me, was equally astonished. She had never anticipated that I possessed such a skill. I crafted a double-eared vase and delicately traced a covering method around both ears. The symmetry was perfect. When concealed in this manner, it would appear entirely harmonious, and perhaps even more striking than its current state. What material do you use? Gold. Ku Hongbing nodded repeatedly. Excellent. I am quite eager to see the finished product. Are you certain? The outcome will ultimately determine my satisfaction. That is only natural. However, regarding the price, let me clarify that I will only assess the final result. If it does not meet my expectations, I shall not proceed. If it shines brilliantly, I am prepared to offer 580,000. This amount is not insignificant when compared to inferior products. Is it? Indeed, if it were a pair of earless vases of such quality. The price should not exceed 400,000. However, at 580,000, although it represents a loss of 200,000 compared to the purchase price of 780,000, it is still preferable to being unsold. Of course, if I so desired, I could indeed sell it as genuine, just as Ku Hongbing did upon first seeing this vase. Yet, I would never deceive others with a counterfeit. That is the principle upheld by Meishi. Very well, once I have completed the work, I shall personally deliver it to you. Ku Hongbing nodded in agreement, then enjoyed a few more cups of tea, wandering around the exhibition hall, only to find that all the displayed antiques were ones he had previously encountered, prompting him to shake his head and depart. After seeing off Ku Hongbing, Suemo could not help but frown at me. There are no skilled artisans for restoring porcelain in Jinling anymore. The method you just mentioned is beyond the capabilities of the average person. If executed poorly, could ruin this pair of earless vases. Xiao Wu could not help but chuckle. Boss Su, you needn't worry about that. Who do you think young Master Jiu is? He is the grandson of the renowned Nine-Finger Plum Blossom. Such trivial tasks could hardly pose a challenge for him. Oh, indeed. Suemo listened, seemingly struck by a moment of clarity. Yet she did not truly comprehend the matter. Although she had heard of Meishi goods from Su Ziding, one cannot grasp the essence of Meishi goods without having seen them in person. Without first-hand experience, one cannot fully appreciate their significance. However, this was of little concern. She would gradually come to understand. I procured a selection of essential tools from a hardware store, primarily comprising small electric devices. I already possessed the traditional tools of an antiquarian craftsman, all of which I had brought from Meishi. Additionally, I spent 2,000 yuan at an antique shop on the Antique Street to acquire a pair of gold ornaments from the late Qing dynasty to early Republic period. These ornaments were quite ordinary, a pair of bangles meant for children, adorned with a diminutive longevity lock. The bangles were slender and flat, lacking intricate designs, and they exhibited slight oxidation, appearing somewhat grayish. Nevertheless, this did not deter me, for I was precisely drawn to their unmistakable sense of time. I transported the double-eared vase back to the suburban courtyard where Xiao Wu and I resided, as utilizing electric tools would be impractical at Sugu's Yaji. It would be quite unseemly for others to overhear what repairs were being undertaken in the shop. Even in an antique store where replicas may exist, one must strive to maintain a clear distinction from them. It would be inappropriate to create a commotion within the confines of the shop. I immersed the dual ears in a vast pool of water, then utilized a miniature waterproof cutting machine to carve a delicate groove along the ears. This incision demanded meticulous precision. A moment's inattention could result in severing the ears entirely. It was imperative that the ears remained intact and connected. Furthermore, this groove needed to be half on the body and half on the ears. The figure is relatively smooth, which makes the task manageable. However, the ears present a greater challenge, as they resemble an uneven magpie. Nevertheless, this is merely a trifling matter for me. I will first carve out one half of the groove on the figure's body, and then, employing an electric engraving pen designed for jade, I will meticulously sculpt the other half of the groove on the ear. The process of carving the groove demands an extraordinary level of patience, as porcelain is far more fragile than jade. A moment's inattention could lead to catastrophic damage. Thus, it is imperative to proceed cautiously, grinding away bit by bit, which is tremendously taxing on one's patience. However, patience is an essential quality that every antiquities restorer must possess. Chapter 79. In pursuit of beauty, the restoration of the double-eared vase is, In truth, not a particularly complex endeavor, at least not for me. It would be more accurate to describe it as a process of redecoration rather than repair. The craftsmanship involved is not too intricate, yet it does require a certain amount of time and patience, as one must meticulously polish the grooves, piece by piece. I am not in a rush to complete this double-eared vase. Even if it takes 2 or 3 days to finish, I would not immediately present it to Ku Hongbing. A swift and simple completion would diminish its value, leading others to perceive that I had earned my profit too easily, which would complicate future negotiations. Hence, I take my time, managing the shop at Sugayaji during the day and returning home at night to work on it gradually. After approximately a week, I finally called Ku Hongbing to inform him that the double-eared vase was ready. He provided me with an address for delivery. I took a taxi alone to his residence, only to discover that Ku Hongbing lived in a rather aged neighborhood. To put it dramatically, it resembled one of the few remaining impoverished districts of Jinling. I was astonished to find such a prominent collector residing in such a place. However, upon entering, I realized how limited my perspective had been. The red brick tenement buildings appeared to be relics from the 1970s. Each 4-story structure housed 4 households per floor, connected by a single corridor. The units were modest, likely around 60 to 70 square meters in size. This small complex was not extensive. There were only 7 or 8 similar tenements in sight. What surprised me most was that Ku Hongbing occupied an entire building. All 4 floors belonged solely to his family. I stood outside on the ground floor, my eyes wide with astonishment, gazing at the sturdy 4-story building adorned with robust security bars. Mr. Ku, this building must be worth a considerable sum. What value does an old house hold? Unless it faces demolition. Ku Hongbing spoke of this matter with a casual air. However, should this place be demolished, where would I find such a suitable location to store my antiques? Last year, there were indeed discussions regarding demolition, all of which I declined. They were unable to meet my conditions. What are your conditions? I inquired. A plot in the city center for a museum to house my collection. Oh well, that is indeed a condition they cannot meet, I thought to myself, recognizing the audacity of such a demand. Nevertheless, many prominent collectors aspire to establish their own private museums to showcase their treasures. Now then, let us see that double-eared vase, Ku Hongbing said. He poured me a cup of tea, and we settled in the courtyard on the ground floor to examine the antiques. I opened the ornate box and presented the double-eared vase before him. At first glance, Ku Hongbing exclaimed in delight. How exquisite! The initial impression must indeed be striking, as this is what ignites the desire for possession. This indicates that my efforts over the past few days were not in vain. The original ears of the vase remained unchanged. The only alteration was the addition of a band of gilded ornamentation encircling the ears affixed to the body of the vase. The gold ornament measures approximately 3 to 4 millimeters in width, entirely concealing the groove beneath, leaving no trace visible. Moreover, it is remarkable that although I have slightly hammered and extended this gold piece, it still retains some of the aged oxidation effects, giving the impression that this dual-eared vase has been expertly restored for several centuries. Ah, Mr. May, not only is this piece exquisitely crafted, but the aging effect is also astonishingly beautiful. Such craftsmanship is indeed a rarity these days. Ku Hongbing couldn't help but express his admiration. Without a doubt, I must keep this vase. At 580,000 you should not be at a loss. Whether I profit or not is of little concern. I merely seek beauty. Nonetheless, given this level of craftsmanship, I do not feel as though I am at a loss. I wonder who Mr. May engaged for this work? In truth, I am somewhat reluctant to divulge this information, as I prefer not to reveal my capabilities. However, since the question has been posed, I shall respond. Someone interjected, suggesting that I might fabricate a story to deflect. Indeed, I had considered casually inventing a tale about finding an old master craftsman. Yet, reflecting on the exceptional quality of this dual-eared vase, I feared that should Ku Hongbing inquire further, particularly if I needed assistance with another porcelain piece, I would find myself in a difficult position. Therefore, I resolved to speak honestly. I did not seek anyone. I crafted it myself. You possess such skill? Ku Hongbing gazed at me in astonishment. Mr. Ku, to be candid, I have practiced a few minor crafts for several years. You have seen my paintings as well. I have always enjoyed hands-on activities. Ku Hongbing nodded in acknowledgement. This young man is quite remarkable. With such expertise in porcelain restoration, he could surely find financial success. It is not that exaggerated. Who repairs porcelain these days? If it breaks, one simply discards it. I meant antiques. Who would throw away a damaged antique? Furthermore, with your extraordinary skills, restoring a few fragmented porcelain pieces and selling them could yield substantial profits. Upon hearing this, I became somewhat anxious. Mr. Ku, please do not misunderstand. Our Suguya-ji is entirely legitimate. We would never engage in such practices. This dual-eared vase, although fragmented, is indeed whole, and we clearly communicated this to you beforehand. We harbored no intentions of concealment. Upon realizing my earnestness, Ku Hongbing could not help but chuckle. Mr. May, please do not take offense. I merely spoke offhandedly. I have confidence in your Suguya-ji. In fact, the entire antiquities community in Jinling is aware that many years ago, Old Master Su declared that Suguya-ji would not accept local goods or replicas. Who does not know that? Therefore, I am hesitant to reveal my antiquing techniques, as it may lead others to question whether the antiques I sell are artificially aged. Thus, I believe it is best to refrain from such actions in the future. However, I discerned a subtle shift in Ku Hongbing's demeanor. From the moment I entered until now, he had consistently addressed me in an informal manner, yet his recent statement shifted to a more respectful tone. Although it was but a single word's difference, it reflected a change in his perception of me. To speak candidly, while the realm of antique appreciation relies heavily on individual discernment, there exists an inherent fear of misinterpretation. This is particularly true for antique dealers like us, who tread carefully in the business. Subsequently, I entered into a standardized sales agreement with Ku Hongbing, a contract typically reserved for substantial transactions within the antique trade. Naturally, the definitions of large, medium, and small items vary among antique shops of differing scales. Nevertheless, as previously mentioned, the vast majority of antique transactions fall below the 100,000 mark. In fact, many small antique dealers may go their entire lives without handling a single piece valued over that amount. Do not doubt my words. I assure you, they are not an exaggeration. Many antique shops forego contracts altogether, signing them only for exceptionally large items or when specifically requested by the buyer. This is due to several reasons: the inconvenience, tax evasion, and the reluctance of clients to formalize transactions. Most exchanges occur on a cash-and-carry basis, often shrouded in discretion, as many individuals prefer their dealings to remain unnoticed. Moreover, the nature of antique dealing renders contracts somewhat futile, as liability is generally disclaimed upon leaving the premises. Typically, it is corporate entities that insist on contracts, primarily for reimbursement purposes, while private individuals rarely engage in such formalities. However, Ku Hongbing possesses a peculiar habit. He insists on contracts for items valued over 100,000. Why, you may ask? This is primarily to mitigate risk, as numerous prominent collectors demand contracts to validate the lawful provenance of the antiques. Chapter 80. Tuition Exhibition. One significant advantage of signing a contract is the alleviation of the immediate exchange of payment for goods. When dealing with substantial antiques, often valued in the hundreds of thousands or even millions, the immediate transfer of funds can be quite cumbersome. However, by signing a contract, one effectively acknowledges receipt of the antique, allowing for subsequent payment as per the agreement, which is far more convenient. Of course, this arrangement is only applicable to acquaintances or legitimate corporate entities. It is not feasible with strangers. After finalizing the contract with Ku Hongbing, I could simply transfer the funds to the account of Sugaya Collection when he became available the following day. Having enjoyed a cup of tea, I prepared to take my leave, yet Ku Hongbing insisted I remain. Ms. May, your timing is impeccable. Someone is about to deliver an antique. Might I request your assistance in examining it? I found myself in a bit of a quandary. Mr. Ku, this seems somewhat inappropriate. As a fellow antique dealer, it is against industry norms for us to sell to one another. I may not be able to speak freely. Rest assured, the individual in question does not own an antique shop, nor are they in the same trade as you. Moreover, even if they were, would it not be acceptable for me to temporarily enlist you as my appraiser? Ku Hongbing's words left me with little choice but to acquiesce. After all, He represented a significant opportunity. Who in the antique world would not wish to capture his interest? Very well, I shall take a look, but do bear in mind that my discerning eye pales in comparison to yours. Ultimately, the final judgment rests with you, I articulated delicately, implying that should I fail to comprehend, he ought not to blame me. Ko Hongbing waved his hand with a smile. I cannot presume to comment on your acumen, Ms. May, but I am well aware of my own. Do not be misled by the volume of my collection. I too have amassed a plethora of counterfeits. If you do not believe me, allow me to show you. Intrigued, I followed him, curious to see not the prized antiques, but rather the counterfeits he had encountered. The building, a cylindrical structure, comprised 4 stories. According to Ko Hongbing, the top floor housed calligraphy and paintings, the 3rd floor contained stone and metal artifacts, the 2nd floor showcased porcelain, and the ground floor served as a reception area filled with miscellaneous collections, alongside a room dedicated to his tuition. The mention of a room filled with tuition piqued my curiosity immensely. True to his words, it was indeed a chamber adorned with nearly 100 various antiques displayed on ancient shelves. This represents the tuition I have paid over 37 years of collecting, he remarked. However, this collection was not entirely complete. Many of the fakes I had purchased in my earlier years were destroyed upon realization of their inauthenticity. In my youth, my pride often led to embarrassment. Over time, my perspective mellowed. In the pursuit of collecting, how could one avoid acquiring forgeries? Eventually, I discovered a certain charm in these fakes. Rather than destroy them, it seemed wiser to retain them for observation. With frequent exposure, one might enhance their discerning eye. In truth, the ability to discern authenticity reaches a plateau, inherently linked to one's innate talent. Yet, this sentiment was one I would not voice aloud. As I wandered through this small exhibition of tuition, I must admit, it was an enlightening experience. To witness such an array of forgeries in one place was indeed a rarity. Some antiques were immediately recognizable as fakes to me, yet the majority required a more scrutinizing gaze. A small portion remained impossible to fully ascertain without physical examination. As I took a brief turn around the room, I couldn't help but marvel at the substantial tuition fees that Ko Hongbing must have paid for this collection. Suddenly, a particularly striking piece of porcelain caught my eye. It was a diminutive 4-cornered gu-kiln cup, gleaming under the harsh spotlight from the ceiling. The lighting in this room was rather unrefined, as it was primarily intended to illuminate rather than preserve the antiques, resulting in a bright ambience. I picked it up casually. This gu-kiln piece had been acquired many years ago, initially deemed to be in good condition, only to later discover it was a counterfeit. After consulting several experts, all remarked that its brilliance was too intense for an item that dated back a millennium. Upon noticing me holding the cup, Ko Hongbing began to expound on its history, sounding very much like a museum curator. Perhaps due to the abundance of replicas, all the antiques were openly displayed on the shelves, unlike genuine museums where glass cases protect the artifacts. Consequently, this cup had accumulated a slight layer of dust, likely indicating it had not been handled in quite some time. Despite the dust, it still sparkled under the light, which explained why the experts deemed it a forgery. However, I sensed something amiss with this cup. As I brushed my fingers against the dust, I noticed it lacked the characteristic smoothness of genuine porcelain. Instead, it felt somewhat gritty. This was peculiar, as authentic porcelain, regardless of its authenticity, should possess a certain sleekness. When I lightly wiped my finger across it, the dust should have gathered into clumps, leaving a clean patch behind. Yet, that was not the case. Just as I turned to speak with Ko Hongbing, I realized he had stepped outside to greet a visitor at the gate. Is Mr. Kahir? A man in his 30s entered, cradling a large brocade box. This must be the antique delivery that Ko Hongbing had mentioned. You must be Xiao Li. Please come in and have a seat. Ko Hongbing welcomed him, and the 3 of us settled at the tea table. How did you obtain my contact information? Are you also in the antiques business? Ko Hongbing inquired as he poured tea for Xiao Li. I'm not in the antiques trade, and I lack expertise in this area. I attempted to sell this piece of porcelain at an antique shop, but they offered me a paltry sum. I heard it would be better to sell it to you, as your offer would be more reasonable, Xiao Li explained. Ko Hongbing's delight was evident upon hearing this. That's certainly true. Antique shops need to make a profit too. Yes, that's what they said. A relative of mine mentioned that a friend of his had sold antiques to you before and had your contact information, so I obtained it and called you yesterday. What's the name of that person? Honestly, I don't know the name. Ku Hongbing nodded. I've dealt with many individuals selling antiques. Even if you mentioned the name, I might not recall, as many transactions are one-time affairs. Now, let us have a look at what you brought. Xiao Li opened his brocade box, revealing a jade whose spring vase nestled within. Oh, it's a piece from the imperial kiln. Upon first glance, Ku Hongbing could not help but exclaim in astonishment, for the bottle was adorned with the five-clawed dragon motif, a design typically reserved for imperial kilns. As he marveled, I too felt an involuntary urge to voice my surprise. Could it be that Nanjing is truly so small? It has scarcely been a length of time, and here we are again. Indeed, nestled within the brocade box was the Qing Dynasty Yongzheng Imperial Kiln's red glaze cloud dragon pattern jade, whose spring vase. I need not even lift it to verify, for the small scrolls of paper within the box, artfully arranged like a gift, unmistakably indicated its identity. As anticipated, Ku Hongbing gently lifted the vase, only to be taken aback. It has been repaired at the base, he noted. Indeed, it was this very flaw that had compelled the antique shop to drastically lower the price. I inquired and learned that were it not for this restoration, the vase could be valued at over 10 million. Ku Hongbing nodded in agreement, recognizing that an intact Yongzheng Imperial red glaze piece could indeed command such a sum. Chapter 81. The old routine. Ku Hongbing meticulously examined the jade vase. To be candid, he was unable to discern any flaws in the piece. Otherwise, the room would not be brimming with artifacts acquired at the expense of his education. While he scrutinized the porcelain vase, I turned my attention to the unassuming Xiao Li before me. In merely a few months, I had encountered the same counterfeit 3 times. The first instance was that Ming Xuanda Buddha statue, which I stumbled upon on 3 separate occasions, ultimately sold to the abbot of Shisha Temple, thus seemingly removed from circulation. In a short span, the Ming Xuanda statue had fulfilled its role as a prototype, subsequently cherished as a treasure. Who can say when and under what circumstances it might resurface, only to be unearthed once again in a future era? Such is the life cycle of a finely crafted antiquity. Over the passage of centuries, it may well transform into an authentic relic. In truth, many antiques, including those housed in museums, were originally forgeries. Returning to the matter at hand, the jade vase I beheld today had previously caught my eye at the Sugaya collection, where I had identified its imperfections and faced rejection. On that occasion, the vessel was presented by a middle-aged woman, while this time it was in the hands of a young man in his 30s. It struck me that this was not merely a coincidence. Rather, it seemed as though there existed an organization dedicated to the fabrication of such forgeries. Despite the variety of individuals I encountered, they appeared oblivious to any discrepancies. For instance, the present Xiao Li observed Ku Hongbing assessing the vase with an expression of calm sincerity, utterly devoid of the slightest hint of anxiety one might expect from a purveyor of counterfeit goods. Mr. Li, where did this vase originate? I inquired casually. To be honest, it's not mine, he replied. Last week, a client of mine used it to offset a debt he owed me, as he has yet to settle his account. His response deepened my intrigue. Had he claimed it was a family heirloom or a lavish purchase from years past, I would have found it unsurprising, reinforcing my suspicion that he belonged to the same ring of counterfeit antiquities as that woman. However, his words bore an air of authenticity, entirely devoid of deceit. And how much did this vase account for in your debt? Pressed. Upon hearing my question, Xiao Li furrowed his brow, reluctant to respond. It's not a trivial sum. Ku Hongbing chuckled at this. Rest assured, I will compensate you the vase's true value, regardless of the amount it was traded for. Even if it were a mere 10,000 in exchange, if the vase is worth 1 million, you will receive 1 million. Xiao Li offered an awkward smile in reply. It's certainly more than 10,000. Closer to 100,000, perhaps. 100,000. I mused, realizing he had indeed taken a significant loss. Yet, from the glimmer in his eyes, I discerned that the true figure was likely far less, perhaps only a few tens of thousands. Ku Hongbing remained silent, placing down the jade-hued spring vase before gesturing towards me. I took the vessel, feigning interest as I examined it for a mere 2 or 3 minutes before setting it aside. Observing my swift dismissal of the vase, Ko Hongbing furrowed his brow, for in most cases, prolonged scrutiny indicates a lack of discernible flaws. Conversely, a hasty glance suggests an immediate detection of discrepancies, or even an instant realization of its counterfeit nature. What do you think, May? I shook my head, unable to see clearly. Ko Hongbing appeared momentarily taken aback, then offered a faint smile. May, this is not an antique shop. I prefer directness. Here you may speak plainly, truth is truth and falsehood is falsehood. There is no need for subtlety. Am I right, Shaoli? Indeed, it is quite normal not to see clearly. I do not understand it either. If you ask me to look, I would be equally perplexed regarding its authenticity. Shaoli awkwardly chuckled. Mr. Ku, I shall be forthright. This Qing Yongzheng vase is half genuine and half counterfeit, predominantly false. Ko Hongbing looked bewildered. What do you mean? The body of the vase is authentic, yet the base is newly crafted, intentionally joined with repair nails. Hence, I assert it is half genuine and half counterfeit, with the latter prevailing. The base mark of porcelain is of paramount importance, particularly for imperial and official kiln ceramics, as it nearly determines their value. Therefore, I maintain that this piece is predominantly false due to its counterfeit base. Should the base be false, it loses all collectible worth. This differs greatly from the double-handled vase I brought today. Aside from the handles being fake, the rest is genuine. Even if the handles were removed, it would still possess significant collectible value. In contrast, this porcelain loses all value without its base. Ko Hongbing listened, incredulous, and instinctively picked up the jade-hued spring vase once more. May, how did you discern this? His courtyard tea table resembled that of an antique shop, equipped with magnifying glasses and flashlights. I casually handed him a magnifying glass and recounted my previous insights to Ko Hongbing, simplifying the explanation this time, particularly emphasizing the matter of the repair nails. Although the nails were old, upon close inspection with the magnifying glass, the traces on the upper and lower portions of the porcelain revealed discrepancies. The holes on the vase's body exhibited a distinctly darker hue, whereas the base, although aged, appeared comparatively lighter. Furthermore, probing with a needle would reveal that the hole's rim on the vase body retained its dark color, while the base would reveal the white porcelain beneath. Following my guidance, Ko Hongbing retrieved a toothpick to inspect, and under the magnifying glass, the truth became unmistakably evident. In truth, these observations did not initially occur to me. They emerged later when I encountered the blue and white vase. Ko Hongbing shook his head, reluctantly placing the vase back into its silk box. Regrettably, the bottle adorned with red glaze is indeed exquisite. If only the base were authentic. Is it possible to have misjudged? My client claimed to have purchased it for 3 million. Shaoli gazed incredulously at Ko Hongbing and me. What misjudgment? The markings above and below are entirely different. It is blatantly counterfeit. Ko Hongbing waved his hand dismissively. The rule in antiquities is to refrain from purchasing anything uncertain. I cannot accept this bottle. Shaoli appeared despondent as he cradled his brocade box. My apologies, Mr. Ku. I am also rather uninformed. I shall return to consult him. Not to worry. The world of antiques is profoundly intricate. Those lacking discernment should tread cautiously, especially with items that seem too inexpensive. Never succumb to the allure of a bargain. Ko Hongbing's words turned Shaoli's face crimson. He nodded awkwardly and departed with his box in hand. Observing the young man's retreating figure, Ko Hongbing couldn't help but express his thoughts. This is a classic case of being deceived by a desire for cheapness. The old adage of lacking funds to settle debts is a well-worn ruse. However, I shall not cast stones. In my youth, I too fell prey to similar tricks. I couldn't help but chuckle at this. Speaking of which, I am truly grateful for your presence today, General May. Honestly, I had not discerned any flaws. Had you not been here, I might have appraised this bottle at 4 to 5 million. Not so exaggerated. Mr. Ku, for such a substantial piece, would you not consult an expert for verification? Me? I possess a rather poor habit. Typically, if I feel confident after an inspection, I will proceed with the purchase. It is only when I am uncertain that I seek assistance. Goodness! With your keen eye, I now comprehend why you have accrued such a wealth of tuition fees. General May, I am immensely thankful for your help today. Thus, as a token of my appreciation for your assistance in the appraisal, I shall waive any fees. I quickly waved my hand. You are a long-time patron of Su Gu Yaji. This is merely a favor and I cannot charge you. Two separate matters. In that case, I shall not require payment but instead offer you a gift. In my exhibition hall on the first floor, there are assorted antiques of modest value. Please select any item, and it shall be my gift to you. Chapter 82. A casual selection. The term miscellaneous refers to antiques that fall outside the traditional three categories of jade, ceramics, and calligraphy. This classification, while common, is not universally adopted. Each individual or collection may have its own system. Nevertheless, Kuhongbing adheres to this conventional classification, wherein miscellaneous encompasses all antiques outside the aforementioned categories. Generally speaking, the highest valued antiques are predominantly found within the traditional three categories. Miscellaneous antiques tend to possess a lower average value, with high-value pieces being relatively rare. However, one should not hastily assume that miscellaneous items lack worth. For instance, a bronze statue from the Ming Xuande period or a Song Dynasty Duan inkstone can easily fetch several million. Yet, these are indeed classified as miscellaneous. Surprisingly, Kuhongbing offered me a piece. While the gesture itself was generous, he even encouraged me to select freely from his collection. Was he questioning my discerning eye or harboring ulterior motives? Given the scale of his collection, even if his taste were mediocre, casually choosing an antique worth hundreds of thousands should be a trivial matter. However, today I had appraised a Yuhuchen vase for him, and even at market rates, the appraisal fee might only amount to 4 or 50,000 if a renowned expert were summoned from Kyoto. Furthermore, such an expert would likely assess more than one vase during their visit. To be forthright, given my current standing, an appraisal fee of 5,000 would be reasonable, with 2 or 3 times that being the maximum. This is not a matter of discerning ability but rather one of status and reputation. As I previously mentioned, the antique community values authority, and reputation constitutes that authority. Thus, when Kuhongbing invited me to select an antique from the miscellaneous gallery, I remained uncertain of his intentions. Perhaps he was genuinely generous or sincerely wished to befriend me. Nevertheless, I felt compelled to decline. Mr. Ku, please do not be so courteous. I have only spent a few minutes here. We can consider ourselves friends. If you wish to befriend me, let us forego the selection. It would be inappropriate for me to choose from your gallery filled with antiques valued in the hundreds of thousands or millions. My words, though expressed delicately, reflected my true sentiments. If I were to select something inexpensive, it might lead others to believe I lacked discernment. Moreover, I had little interest in items valued at a few thousand. After all, sometimes the value of human connections surpasses that of antiques. Yet, should I choose something excessively costly, it would reflect poorly on my taste. Hence, it was best not to select anything, allowing Kuhongbing to owe me a favor, an invaluable currency. However, Kuhongbing remained adamant. Ms. May, I am rather peculiar in this regard. I never let anyone owe me, whether in money or favors. Should you choose not to select, I shall consider the appraisal fee for you, ensuring you do not incur any loss. Upon hearing this, I conceded to select something after all. Seeing my eventual agreement, Kuhongbing was exceedingly pleased and led me to the miscellaneous exhibition hall with great enthusiasm. In truth, for a collector like Kuhongbing, who only acquires without ever parting with his treasures, allowing those knowledgeable in the field to select antiques from his collection could be a rather enjoyable experience. Much like flaunting wealth, albeit in a different manner. Passing through the reception area and navigating past the relatively smaller exhibition of forgeries, I soon arrived at the space displaying assorted items. However, as I walked past the gallery of educational exhibits, the bright lighting inside brought to mind that very Gu kiln cup I had just seen. I found myself halting in my tracks. Mr. Ku, did you just say that I could freely select from everything on this floor? Upon noticing me lingering at the entrance to the forgery exhibit, Mr. Ku smiled knowingly, seemingly grasping my thoughts. Ms. May, there is truly no need for that. Mr. Ku, I care not for value. I shall only choose what I like. Very well, you may select anything on this floor, save for personal items. I nodded and promptly turned to enter the forgery exhibit, retrieving the Gu kiln cup. Ms. May, you chose this for yourself. I merely assumed you had taken one of my antiques, and I would not take offense. Mr. Ku chuckled heartily. I joined in his laughter, for this cup represented a favor owed, and thus we were even. The notion of favors is often said to be settled, but can one truly achieve such clarity? Not at all. Though I selected this forgery, Mr. Ku, while claiming he did not take offense, undoubtedly formed the impression that I had not taken advantage of him. In a subtle way, this too constitutes a favor. However, my intentions extended beyond merely establishing such a rapport. The earlier Gu Kiln piece struck me as somewhat amiss, though I had yet to discern precisely why. I wished to take it home for further examination. It seemed prudent to agree on a price for any future appraisals before engaging his services. Upon hearing Mr. Ku's words, the reason for his courteous demeanor became clear. He had evidently recognized my discerning eye and wished for me to serve as his private appraiser in the future. Unexpectedly, while his knowledge of antiques may have been mediocre, his insight into people was astute. We're merely helping each other out as friends. There's no need to constantly discuss money. I hope you will continue to frequent my Su Gu Yaji. My patronage of Su Gu Yaji is contingent upon the quality of your goods, and your assistance with appraisals bears no relation to it. Furthermore, it is precisely because I wish to cultivate our friendship that I mention money. Clear accounts are essential among brothers, and friendships must be nurtured with foresight. Financial matters must be addressed up front. I could not help but nod in agreement. His words held considerable wisdom. Very well, I shall heed your advice. If you are generous, I shall not be remiss. We both found ourselves in high spirits. I shared several cups of tea with Ku Hongbing, exchanging our experiences to deepen our understanding of one another. Naturally, I recounted my previous years in the antique business in Kyoto, where I dabbled in painting and sculpture. Ku Hongbing nodded in acknowledgement. No wonder, Ms. May. With your youth and keen eye, it appears you possess quite a wealth of experience. Alas, one is often compelled by the demands of life. I have even repaired props for filming. I did not linger long at Ku Hongbing's place. After sipping a few cups of tea, I hastily took my leave to return to Suguyaji. I was eager to delve into the study of this small cup in my possession. However, as I emerged from Ku Hongbing's home and turned down a narrow alley in this old neighborhood, I heard a familiar voice. Damn it, this is the most counterfeit thing imaginable. It's obvious to anyone with a discerning eye. You claim it's worth millions? I don't care how you acquired it. I want the bottle back, and every penny of the 380,000 must be returned. Not a single cent less. That is the payment owed to me. I still have to settle with my upstream suppliers. I must also pay my workers. You say you have no money, but who am I supposed to turn to? Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang. Zhang Huiran. I curse your grandfather. Chapter 83. Assistance. I could discern that the call had ended abruptly. Although I had not seen the individual, I recognized that it was the same young Li from earlier who had made the call at the corner. To my surprise, he had indeed fallen into someone's trap. I deliberately slowed my pace, making my way toward the corner, hoping to allow young Li to depart first, not wishing for him to realize that I had overheard his conversation. Yet, as I approached, another ringtone echoed from the corner. Hello, what is it? You tell them that the salary will definitely be disbursed. The payment has been arranged 380,000, not a cent less. It will arrive tomorrow, and salaries will be distributed then. Tuition? The piano tuition will be settled after the workers receive their wages, and I will inform the teacher. All right, I'm hanging up now. I'm out here having tea with Mr. Zhang. A silence ensued, punctuated by a long, weary sigh. I surmised that the previous call had likely been from young Li's wife. Hello, Mr. Chen. After the sigh, young Li began another call. Mr. Chen, regarding the BMW 320 I showed you last time, I will bring it over shortly. The price remains the same, correct? What? Why has it dropped by another 10,000? It's only been a few days. Sell, sell, sell. I'll bring it to you right now. There was silence once more, and then I was taken aback by what seemed to be a muffled sob. As I stepped out of the alley, I glimpsed a man, one in his 30s, crouched in the corner, cradling his head and stifling his cries. The inconspicuous man who had just been seated at the tea table was now weeping. Before his wife and child, and in front of his subordinates, he had to maintain an air of nonchalance. Money would arrive tomorrow. Everything was ostensibly fine. Yet, in front of clients, he had to argue fiercely, even resorting to vehement curses. In solitude, he wept quietly in the corner, suppressing his voice even while crying. Life had rendered this man so fragmented and humbled. I stared at the man in the corner for a couple of seconds, then gently called out, "Hey, brother!" Upon hearing my voice, young Lee hastily wiped his tears, raising his head to look at me. "Hello, Mr. May. No, I apologize. Something happened at home. I'm embarrassed to let you see me like this. Every family encounters difficulties. Do not be disheartened. We all endure." Young Lee nodded, though he was actually older than I. My words felt somewhat misplaced. "I operate an antique shop on Antique Street. I inadvertently overheard your call earlier. Brother, you have been deceived. I am aware. Which is why I intend to confront that person, return the vase to him, and demand the payment. Brother, to speak candidly, antiques are peculiar. Once they pass hands, it is generally impossible to reclaim them. Although your situation involves a pawned payment, the principle remains the same." Young Lee shook his head vigorously. "That is what he said as well. Furthermore, I signed a written agreement with him at that time." "Then where will you procure the funds?" Young Lee, overwhelmed, raised his hand and struck himself across the face. I, too, succumbed to my own desire for a bargain, swayed by his dubious words. Had I known better, I might have simply taken his car. I cast a glance at the man before me, his eyes still tinged with red, a visage of regret and disappointment. "How much was the goods?" I inquired. "Huh?" Shaoli looked up at me, puzzled by my intent. 380,000. "Very well, sell me that bottle. I shall give you 380,000. Huh? Shaoli appeared utterly bewildered, casting a questioning gaze my way. "Listen, Mr. May, isn't that bottle a fake? Why should you care about its authenticity? You would simply reclaim your funds in full. I have my reasons for acquiring it. Mr. May, I was merely overwhelmed by emotion earlier. It really isn't a big deal. Now that the car is sold, I'm feeling better. You truly need not pay a high price for this counterfeit." To be honest, I had indeed been influenced by Xiao Li's earlier distress, wishing to lend a helping hand. While the bottle holds little value to an ordinary collector, it serves a purpose for me. Under normal circumstances, I would have offered no more than 10,000. Paying 380,000 is simply unthinkable. Rest assured, I have my reasons for acquiring it. However, once I take possession, you must not disclose this to anyone. Xiao Li, perplexed by my words, seemed to be enchanted by them. He nodded repeatedly, appearing to trust that my acquisition was indeed for a meaningful purpose. "Thank you ever so much," he exclaimed. Xiao Li drove me in his BMW to the Antique Street, where I led him into Sugu Yaji. Upon discovering that I was the proprietor of such a grand antique establishment, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Lacking cash and with little money on my phone, I had to bring Xiao Li back to Sugu Yaji, where Suemo paid him the 380,000. Grateful, Xiao Li expressed his heartfelt thanks and handed me a business card as he departed. He mentioned that he owned an advertising and media company, primarily focused on advertising, and urged me to call him directly should I require any assistance in the future. I nodded as I bid farewell to Xiao Li, and once he left, I called my wife to inform her that I would be returning home to distribute the salaries. I felt a surge of joy, as if I had done a good deed, leaving me particularly elated. Upon my return, Suemo noticed my beaming smile and inquired curiously, "Master Jiu, have you found something splendid?" As soon as Xiao Li and I entered, I instructed Suemo to transfer the 380,000. Without a second thought, she complied, unaware of what I had purchased for that sum. On the tea table lay 2 ornate boxes, one large and one small. "I bought an old acquaintance for 380,000, I remarked, lifting the square large box. Sumo's brow furrowed upon seeing it. "Hey, isn't this the bottle that was brought to our shop for sale earlier by a middle-aged woman?" "Indeed, that's why I call it an old acquaintance. But isn't this a counterfeit? You paid 380,000 for it?" While it was true that 380,000 was excessive for this item, I found it difficult to explain to Suemo that my intention was merely to assist Xiao Li. I had no choice but to summarize for Xiao Li the matter of gifting this bottle to Kuhongbing. This bottle holds no collectible value. Indeed, 380,000 is an overestimation. However, for us at Suguyaji, it is undeniably useful. If handled correctly, it could appreciate several times over. Suemo did not grasp my meaning at first, so I gestured towards the second floor. Oh, you mean the blue and white jar in the safe? Suemo suddenly understood. You mentioned before that the body of this jar is genuine, but the base was intentionally removed and placed on that jar. You intend to restore the base to the body? I nodded. At least this way we could sell it for several million. Yet, that jar costs several tens of millions. There is no alternative. If we have made a poor judgment, we must quietly conceal it, as if it never occurred. The lost funds can only be gradually recouped from other ventures in the future. Although Suemo appeared quite disheartened, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. Chapter 84. Gokiln Irregular Cup. What could possibly be inside this small box? Xiao Wu gazed curiously at another diminutive brocade box. I gently opened the brocade box and retrieved the Gokiln Irregular Cup within. Ah, Gokiln. Xiao Wu recognized it at once. You've had quite the excursion and returned with some treasures. How much did you acquire this cup for? Did you take it without payment? Suemo observed the cup in my hand with a hint of intrigue. It was a gift, no charge at all, I replied casually. Surely that cannot be true. Xiao Wu chuckled. It must be worth at least 1 million. Just moments ago, this fellow had given a jade bottle to Ku Hongbing, who had asked for my assistance in appraising it. As a token of gratitude, he presented me with this cup. I recounted the incident to Suemo and Xiao Wu, detailing how Ku Hongbing had allowed me to select any item at will. The two of them stared at me, mouths agape. Are you truly so naive? A collector like him has an entire room full of antiques, and you chose a mere counterfeit? Xiao Wu looked at me, exuding an air of exasperation. I believed that young Master Zhou had a point. This was indeed a predicament. Selecting something of exorbitant value might lead Ku Hongbing to think I was taking advantage of him, while opting for something too inexpensive would lack significance. It would be more straightforward to simply take a counterfeit and maintain the relationship. Upon hearing this, I could not help but give a thumbs up. You truly understand me. Beautiful. Ah, a confidant indeed, Xiao Wu quipped. Enough. Suemo shot him a glare. I'm not wrong, are we not childhood friends? Silence. As I watched Suemo and Xiao Wu bicker, I found amusement in their exchange. While they argued, I began to examine the cup. Earlier at Ku Hongbing's, I had sensed something amiss with the cup, but had not taken the time to investigate. A thin layer of dust remained on the cup, and I brushed my hand over it. It lacked the smoothness characteristic of a proper glaze. I casually grabbed a tissue from the tea table and wiped away the dust. However, as I did, the rough texture became even more pronounced. Something was definitely off. I held the cup to my nose, and a faint, musty scent wafted up. It was subtle, reminiscent of honey that had gone bad from prolonged storage. Suddenly, clarity struck me. Beeswax. This scent was indicative of aged beeswax. In other words, a layer of beeswax had been applied to the cup. No wonder it appeared to gleam under the light. Without hesitation, I placed the cup on the tea tray and picked up the recently boiled kettle to pour water into the cup. Suemo and Xiao Wu were still engaged in their playful banter, but my sudden action left them perplexed, causing their argument to falter. What's the meaning of this? They inquired. See for yourselves. As the scalding water cascaded over the cup, a layer of oil-like substance flowed away with the water into the drainage hole. Once the kettle was emptied, the cup, which had gleamed brilliantly moments before, now appeared considerably duller. Of course, it was also shrouded in steam. I set down the kettle and picked up a white towel to wrap around the scalding cup. I then vigorously rubbed the cup, erasing the lingering wax from its surface. As I opened my hands once more and retrieved the cup from the towel, it seemed as though this Gokiln's Wujiao cup had been reborn. Oh, this luster is much more pleasing to the eye. Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaim. The glaze on the cup was as smooth as water, bright yet not blinding. Felt as silky as fat to the touch. This, indeed, was a genuine Gokiln Wujiao cup from the Song dynasty. It was no wonder that I sensed something amiss when I saw this cup at Ku Hongbing's place. From the porcelain's fiery red hue to the craftsmanship's knife marks, or even the low foot and cracks, I had failed to discern any issues at the time. The only uncertainty lay in the overly brilliant glaze. Little did I expect that this brilliance was merely the result of wax application. This was not a counterfeit. It was truly a Song Gokiln piece. What? Suemo and Xiao Wu both looked utterly astonished. Really? Ku Hongbing gifted you a genuine piece? Suemo could hardly believe it, as a true item would certainly be worth at least 1 million. When it was given, it was indeed a counterfeit, as he had treated it as such. Although I sensed something was off when I took it, I said, "I told you, young Master Jiu, you wouldn't be that foolish." Xiao Wu, unable to contain his excitement, interrupted me. To be honest, I too had initially regarded it as a counterfeit. There's no need for explanations. That is inconsequential. Just tell me how you discerned it was not a forgery. The truth is, I did not recognize it as genuine at first. I merely felt that the texture was peculiar. I only recently uncovered the flaw. As I spoke about the waxing of the cup, Su Mo listened with great curiosity. Is that so? I've heard of waxing tiles, but never of waxing porcelain, especially antique porcelain. The world is indeed full of wonders. Not only is there waxing of porcelain, but I've even seen reports about using steel wool to clean Yixing teapots. I recall reading such news somewhere. Many who lack expertise may think their porcelain isn't shiny enough, and thus apply wax to enhance its gloss, hoping to make it more attractive and fetch a higher price. Xiao Wu's speculation was not exaggerated. The antique trade is indeed a specialized field. Those who are knowledgeable seek to age items, while the untrained aim for restoration. Based on the condition of this cup, I believe it could be valued at around 2 million. Although Su Mo may not possess a discerning eye for antiques, she is quite knowledgeable about their market value. Indeed, this Gukiln Wujiao cup boasts both impressive condition and form. Referring to historical auction prices, it is estimated to be worth approximately 2 million. Your luck is truly unmatched, Xiao Wu remarked, filled with envy. Yet, this is not merely luck. Without discernment, one would discard it if placed before them. Just like Ku Hongbing, who spent a considerable sum only to find it was a counterfeit. Su Mo pouted and spoke earnestly. Well, this shall be our Su Gaia collection's new team's first fortune. Oh wait, no, it should be the second. The first was this exquisite double-handled vase. As I spoke, I retrieved the contract from my pocket and handed it to Su Mo. As she accepted the contract, she continued with sincerity, Master Jiu, this Gokiln cup should not be counted as part of our store's inventory, right? After all, it was a gift to you unrelated to the shop. According to industry norms, since we are in the business of antiques together, private transactions are not permitted. Yet, this is not a transaction. It was given to you, and should be regarded as a fee for your appraisal services. You make a valid point, but without the platform of Su Gaia collection, I would not have met Ku Hongbing. Therefore, let us not be overly meticulous in our accounting. From now on, let everything be attributed to Su Gaia collection. Su Mo listened without pretense, merely nodding with her lips still pursed. Master Jiu, you stated this yourself. When it comes to settling accounts in the future, do not think that I have taken advantage. I took meticulous care of the Gokiln cup, placed it in a brocade box, and secured it in the safe. This cup is unsuitable for display, as I fear that one day, should Ku Hongbing see it, it would complicate matters. Although it was indeed a gift from him, I failed to discern its authenticity at that moment. If he were to discover that the cup is genuine, it would be difficult to explain. He might even mistakenly believe I deceived him. Thus, it is better to avoid unnecessary troubles. I shall wait for a more opportune moment to sell it.